detected that the host is a handsome guy. Would you like to bind the 100-fold cultivation system? You can enter the cultivation world. Cultivation speed increased by 100 times for a special price of 1 like. Would you like to bind it? At first, when I came across this video, I scoffed, who would believe this nonsense? But I clicked like with a try it and see attitude. Binding successful. System is transmitting. When I woke up again, I found myself in this strange room. Little did I know that just by turning over, I suddenly had 8-pack abs. You gained 8-pack abs through the turning motion, earning 100 times 100 experience. I shouted in my heart and stood up to take a step. You took a step, gaining 10 times 100 experience in basic movement, reaching the perfection level of basic movement, and obtaining the royal grade primary movement technique, flowing light steps. It's actually real. I've truly caught up with the trend of transmigration, crossing into the cultivation world with the legendary system. It took me a while to regain my composure from the shock. The previous owner of this body was born in Sangshan City, Lingyun Prefecture of the Great Xia Kingdom, and was an ancestor of Jiang Qinzi, the head of one of the 3 major families in Sangshan City. However, the previous owner had poor martial talent and was regarded as trash since childhood. To secure a bright future for his son, Jiang Qinzi made a deal with the highest authority of Lingyun Prefecture, allowing me to be accepted as a student in the Lingyun 5 prefectures. Jiang Qinzi mysteriously disappeared after completing a task for the Lingyun 5 prefectures. But Jiang Tianhong, a disciple of the Jiang family, demanded that he give up his opportunity to enter the Lingyun 5 prefectures. Unable to tolerate it any longer, the previous owner fought Jiang Tianhong and ended up getting killed. Jiang Tianhong, this shameless scoundrel, really went too far. Understanding the whole story, I was filled with anger and slammed my fist heavily against the wall. You threw a punch, gaining experience in basic boxing skills, and with 100 times the experience, your basic boxing skills reached perfection, successfully advancing to the royal grade primary martial art, shattering lion fist. I suddenly felt as if I had miraculously mastered a royal grade primary martial art in my mind, shattering lion fist. Wow. This 100-fold cultivation system is amazing. I was filled with excitement. I took a deep breath, suppressing my excitement, and immediately sat down to enter a state of cultivation. You cultivated for 1 minute, gaining 1 times 100 experience. You cultivated for 1 minute, gained 1 times 100 experience. You successfully broke through to the 3rd level of body refinement. In an instant, I felt that my internal power had increased several times compared to before. Wow, this 100-fold cultivation system is indeed powerful. I just cultivated for a few minutes and broke through from the 2nd to the 3rd level of body refinement. You see, the previous owner of this body was stuck at the 2nd level of body refinement for a year or 2. Just sitting and cultivating is already so powerful. What would happen if I took a pill to assist my cultivation? My eyes flickered slightly, and I took out a powerful pill from my body and swallowed it. The powerful pill is a low-tier pill that doesn't even qualify as a 1st-grade pill. You took a powerful pill, gaining 100 times 100 experience. You successfully broke through to the 4th level of body refinement, the 5th level, and the 6th level. I had just swallowed the powerful pill and hadn't even started cultivating when a series of notifications made my head spin. A powerful pill that doesn't even have a grade actually allowed me to jump 3 levels instantly, reaching the 6th level of body refinement. Among the younger generation of the Jiang family, aside from the genius Jiang Xing who has already entered the Lingyun 5 prefectures, the strongest, Jiang Tianhong, is only at the 5th level of body refinement. Now, I completely have the strength to surpass Jiang Tianhong. If I'm not mistaken, Jiang Tianhong will be taking my token to report to the Lingyun 5 prefectures today. I muttered to myself, a cold glint flashing in my eyes. I quickly stood up, opened the door, and walked out of the room. However, just as I stepped out of the room, I was stopped by a burly man at the door. I looked at the burly man in front of me and said sharply, "Jiang Yun, what are you blocking my way for?" "Young Master Fan instructed that you must stay in your room today and cannot go anywhere," the burly man Jiang Yun said to me with a forced smile. "Where I, young Master Jiang Yun, want to go is not something you can interfere with. Good dogs don't block the way. Get out of my way." My gaze was icy to the extreme. The elder Jiang Qianqiu is Jiang Tianhong's grandfather. Perhaps Jiang Tianhong attacked me last night because this old man was benefiting from it behind the scenes. Hearing me compare him to a dog, Jiang Yun's expression immediately turned sour. "Young Master Fan, please watch your words, this is the elder." However, before Jiang Yun could finish his words, I raised my hand and slapped him. "You slapped him, gaining 10 times 100 experience. Your basic palm technique reached perfection, advancing to the royal grade primary martial art, wind-shattering palm." The sudden notification in my mind filled me with delight. There's only one word for this feeling, refreshing. He slapped him one last time and even gained a new martial skill. Who in this world could be more awesome than me? Jiang Yun touched his stinging face, revealing an expression of disbelief. He never expected that I, the Jiang family's trash, would dare to lay a hand on him. He also didn't expect that he, a 4th-level body refinement practitioner, couldn't react in time and was slapped by this 2nd-level body refinement trash. Jiang Yun was filled with rage and shouted at me, throwing a punch that pierced through the air with a whoosh. I stood calmly, and just as Jiang Yun's fist came within 3 feet of my face, I slowly extended 2 fingers and effortlessly pinched his wrist, as if grabbing a leaf. How is this possible? Jiang Yun was horrified. His punch was effortlessly blocked by this 2nd-level body refinement trash. Before Jiang Yun could recover from the shock, I slapped him again across the face. Bastard! Jiang Yun felt like he was going crazy. He spat out blood and let out an angry roar before launching another punch at me. Overestimating yourself, I scoffed disdainfully, remaining still as I unleashed the shattering stone fist at Jiang Yun. In an instant, Jiang Yun flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing several yards away and lying on the ground, barely conscious. You used the shattering stone fist, gaining 20 times 100 experience. Your shattering stone fist reached the minor city level. With a single punch, I knocked Jiang Yun out and, hearing the system's pleasant notification, I strode out confidently. Ding! You took a step and gained 10 times 100 experience. You took a step and gained 10 times 100 experience. With every step I took, the flowing cloud step gained a significant amount of experience. In just a few minutes, as I reached the edge of Jiang family's inner courtyard square, my flowing cloud step had already reached perfection. Your royal grade beginner technique, flowing cloud step, has reached perfection and successfully advanced to the ultimate royal grade technique, meteor step. To think it advanced to the ultimate royal grade already! I couldn't help but marvel internally. With such walking, I was gaining experience 100-fold. It wouldn't be long before my technique could ascend to the mysterious grade. Mysterious grade martial arts are extremely rare. Even in our Jiang family, one of the 3 prominent families, we possess only a single mysterious grade martial art, regarded as the family's treasured heirloom. Grandpa, don't worry. After I go to the Lingyun 5 mansions, I will train hard and won't let you down. Just then, a voice I knew all too well suddenly came from the center of the square. I turned towards the voice and saw Jiang Tianhong standing in the center of the square, beaming with pride as he said goodbye to the elder of the Jiang family, Jiang Qianqiu. Around the square, many Jiang family disciples looked at Jiang Tianhong with expressions of envy. My expression turned cold as I strode towards the center of the square. The opportunity for Jiang Tianhong to enter the Lingyun 5 mansions was bought by my father at the risk of his life. You have no right to take what belongs to me. My icy voice drew numerous gazes in the square, all converging on me. Isn't this the useless young master of the Jiang family? What is he doing here? I heard that the opportunity for Jiang Tianhong to go to the Lingyun 5 mansions was bought at any cost by the family head for this useless young master. Is that why this useless young master is here? Ha ha ha, does he really think he can snatch that opportunity back? Even if the family head isn't present at the Jiang family, everything is still decided by the elder. My sudden appearance also caused Jiang Qianqiu and Jiang Tianhong to slightly change their expressions. On the contrary, don't speak nonsense here. I admit that this opportunity to enter the Lingyun 5 mansions was acquired by the family head for our Jiang family. Though you are the family head's only son, you are a natural waste and are still at the 2nd layer of body refinement. What right do you have to this opportunity to enter the Lingyun 5 mansions? Jiang Tianhong scoffed disdainfully as he stared at me. I don't have the qualifications? You, who hasn't even passed the Lingyun 5 mansions assessment, don't seem to be any better than me. I paid no mind to Jiang Tianhong's derisive remarks and countered directly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianhong's expression instantly darkened. The Great Xia Kingdom is vast and boundless, divided into 9 regions, each with 5 mansions. The 5 mansions not only oversee their respective regions but also recruit students to cultivate talent for the Great Xia Kingdom. The Lingyun 5 mansions is the sacred training ground that all martial cultivators of the Lingyun mansion dream of. A flash of angry humiliation crossed Jiang Tianhong's eyes. In contrast, even if I hadn't passed the Lingyun 5 mansions assessment, I was still better than you, who has been stuck at the 2nd layer of body refinement for 2 years. The opportunity to enter the Lingyun 5 mansions for training is incredibly precious. For the future of the family, this spot should naturally be given to the most promising young disciples. On the contrary, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you can defeat me, I guarantee I will hand over this spot to enter the Lingyun 5 mansions. What you said is somewhat reasonable, almost like a human speaking. I glanced at Jiang Tianhong without waiting for him to get angry, then looked up at Jiang Qianqiu and asked, Elder, what do you think? The opportunity to enter the Lingyun 5 mansions should naturally be given to the most promising juniors of the Jiang family. Jiang Qianqiu frowned slightly, feeling something was off in his heart, but still nodded. Among the younger generation of the Jiang family, those with more potential than Jiang Tianhong have already entered the Lingyun 5 mansions. The rest are simply not worth considering, and this infamous waste from the Jiang family poses no threat to Jiang Tianhong. I admired the elder's dedication to the family. In that case, a strange smirk crept across my lips as I raised my hand and beckoned to Jiang Tianhong. Come out, Jiang Tianhong. Let's have a fight. My calm voice immediately created an uproar in the square. Everyone's eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost, and their gazes towards me were filled with incredulous shock. What the heck, am I seeing things? Jiang Fan actually challenged Jiang Tianhong. This waste must have lost his mind to offer himself like this. Are you looking for death? You really want to fight me? Jiang Tianhong stared at my provocative gesture, taking a while to snap back to reality. Clearly, Jiang Tianhong did not expect that this waste from the Jiang family would dare to challenge him. Just last night, he had beaten this waste to a pulp. Now, who gave him the courage to challenge me after just one night? Enough talk, Jiang Tianhong. Let's get started. I smiled coldly. What's mine isn't something that just anyone can take from me. Since you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish. Jiang Tianhong felt a fierce anger burning in his heart as he was repeatedly humiliated by this waste. With a furious roar, he charged forward, throwing a punch aimed at my head. As Jiang Tianhong's punch came crashing towards me, many Jiang family disciples in the square couldn't help but show expressions of pity. The gap between the second layer and the fifth layer of body refinement is considerable. They could almost foresee how tragic my fate would be under Jiang Tianhong's punch. With a calm expression, I activated the meteor step and easily dodged Jiang Tianhong's punch with just a quick sidestep. What the hell? This waste actually dodged it. This scene left many Jiang family disciples dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out in shock. Jiang Tianhong was taken aback to find that his punch had missed. It must have been a coincidence, he thought. Your punch was flashy but ineffective. Your speed is too slow. It's no wonder the Lingyun 5 rejected you. Just when Jiang Tianhong thought it was a coincidence, my mocking voice echoed in his ear. Jiang Tianhong's expression instantly turned fierce and savage. He roared angrily, channeling all his strength as he launched a punch at me faster than lightning. This time, I maintained a composed demeanor and effortlessly deflected Jiang Tianhong's punch with a gentle wave of my hand. This punch was decent in speed, but too weak. Didn't you say I was the waste? But it seems you're even worse than this waste. How could someone inferior to a waste enter the Lingyun mansion? Looking at Jiang Tianhong's face so close, I couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. You can't be serious. Jiang Tianhong stared at me in disbelief, horrified. This waste actually managed to block his punch so easily. Royal grade beginner technique, Tiger Roar Punch. Jiang Tianhong shouted angrily, his fist charged with fierce energy, resembling a tiger pouncing on its prey. Jiang Tianhong was finally getting serious with the royal grade beginner technique, Tiger Roar Punch. It said that his Tiger Roar Punch had already reached the small city realm, and with his fifth layer of body refinement strength, Jiang Fan was likely in for a tough time. This waste thinks he's clever for blocking two of Jiang Tianhong's moves and dares to provoke him? That's just asking for trouble. Voices of pity and mockery echoed all around the square. Die, you little bastard. Jiang Tianhong glared at me with a fierce look, his eyes flashing with a hint of madness. This spot, acquired by the Jiang family head Jiang Chenzi, was his only chance to enter the Lingyun 5 mansions. With a cold expression, I clenched my fist tightly, channeling a force powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, instantly gathering it in my fist. Royal grade ultimate technique, Shattering Stone Punch. I shouted softly and delivered a decisive punch that collided with Jiang Tianhong's fist. Bang! The two fists collided fiercely under the watchful eyes of countless spectators. Instantly, a figure flew backward with a scream, crashing several feet away. Jiang Fan would probably be seriously hurt if not dead. As they watched the figure screaming and flying out, many Jiang family disciples in the square couldn't help but shake their heads. A waste at the second layer of body refinement actually dares to challenge Jiang Tianhong at the fifth layer? Isn't that just asking for death? However, when they saw the person lying on the ground, they were all stunned. The one who fell to the ground in such a sorry state was not Jiang Fan. What the hell? Am I seeing things? The one who got blasted away was actually Jiang Tianhong. You're not seeing things. Jiang Fan defeated Jiang Tianhong, and he knocked him away with a single punch. The Jiang family disciples around the square remained in shock, unable to recover for a long time. Wasn't this child always stuck at the second layer of body refinement? How could he possess such strength? Jiang Qianqiu was equally shocked as he looked at the scene before him. How is it that just one night later, this kid seems like a completely different person? In one night, he transformed from a waste at the second layer of body refinement to a genius capable of defeating those at the fifth layer. How is this possible? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, I slowly walked up to Jung Tianhong, looking down at him. Jung Tianhong, you lost. Hand over the Lingyun 5 Tigers token. No, I haven't lost. How could I lose to a waste like you from the Jung family? Jung Tianhong's face turned pale as he coughed up blood, clearly unable to accept this reality. With a savage expression, he roared and rolled over to get up off the ground, swinging his fists as he charged at me. Refusing a toast and opting for punishment, a cold glint flashed in my eyes as I involuntarily tightened my fist. Before I could make a move, a ghostly figure descended from the sky, appearing right in front of me. It was Jiang Qianqiu, blocking my way. My gaze locked onto him as I sneered. Is the esteemed elder of the Jiang family really going back on his word? On the contrary, you truly surprise me, Jiang Qianqiu said, looking at me deeply, then glancing at Jung Tianhong. Give him the Lingyun 5 Tigers token. No, Grandpa. I haven't lost yet. I can definitely defeat him. Jung Tianhong's face turned red. He had always been the talented disciple of the Jiang family. How could he lose to this waste? Enough. A loss is a loss. Don't embarrass me here, Jiang Qianqiu said sternly. Hand over the Lingyun 5 Mansions token to him. Don't you hear my words? Seeing his grandfather furious, Jung Tianhong reluctantly took out the Lingyun 5 Mansions token. I snatched the token from Jung Tianhong's hand and, under everyone's gaze, swaggered towards the Jung family's main gate. With the Lingyun 5 Mansions token in hand, I planned to report directly to the Lingyun 5 Mansions. Jiang Qianqiu wouldn't dare do anything to me without me entering the Lingyun 5 Mansions. After walking for half a day, I finally arrived at the Lingyun 5 Mansions. Your royal grade advanced technique, Flowing Cloud Step, has reached perfection and successfully advanced to the selection grade beginner technique, Flowing Light Phantom Step. Finally advanced to the selection grade, huh? Hearing the notification sound suddenly in my mind, I felt immense joy. From the Jiang family to the Lingyun 5 Mansions, I kept gaining experience in my movement technique. Just by walking, I managed to develop a mysterious grade technique. With my strength at the 6th layer of body refinement, if I used the Flowing Light Phantom Step, my speed could rival that of ordinary dancers at the 8th or even 9th layer of body refinement. Such is the power of mysterious grade martial arts. Oh, isn't this Jiang Fan, the waste of the Jiang family? Looks like you really relied on your father to get a spot in the Lingyun 5 Mansions. Just as I was immersed in the joy of my technique's advancement, a mocking voice suddenly rang in my ears. I paused slightly and looked towards the voice, seeing a handsome young man dressed extravagantly slowly walking out of the Lingyun 5 Mansions. I was not unfamiliar with this young man, Lin Tang, who was approaching. He was a direct descendant of the Lin family, one of the 3 prominent families of Sanshan City. Like me, this guy was also a well-known waste in his family. Because of this, we had always found each other unpleasant, and we had fought often in the past. However, Lin Tang was much luckier than I was because he had an exceptionally talented older brother in the Lingyun 5 Mansions. It is said that any student who can make it onto the Lingyun rankings can receive a free recommendation to enter the Lingyun 5 Mansions. This is how Lin Tang obtained his qualification to enter. I merely shot Lin Tang a glance, completely ignoring his intentions, and walked directly past him. In the past, I might have wanted to compete with Lin Tang, but now with the 100-fold training system, I was no longer the same person. How could I take him seriously now? Hey, you better stop right there. Lin Tang shouted angrily as he saw me ignore his presence, feeling embarrassed. He quickly stepped in front of me. Lin Tang, you only entered the Lingyun 5 Mansions because of your brother. Don't flaunt your so-called superiority in front of me. I glared coldly at the obstructing Lin Tang. Step aside. I'm not interested in wasting time with you. Do you think I'm still the same person as before? Lin Tang said with a disdainful sneer, staring at me. Since half a year ago when his brother Lin Tian ascended to the Lingyun fortress, he entered the Lingyun 5 Mansions, this holy place for martial training. Even though Lin Tang had poor talent, with his brother's help, he managed to train from the 2nd layer of body refinement to the 4th layer. Now, seeing that I dared to ignore him, how could Lin Tang not be furious? My confrontation with Lin Tang quickly attracted the attention of some Lingyun 5 Mansion students, who were eager to watch the drama unfold. They all began to gather around us. Isn't that Lin Tang? Is he bullying someone again? But what can you do? Who wouldn't give him face with such an impressive brother? Who's that guy opposite? He's so blind to pick a fight with Lin Tang. His name is Jiang Fan and, like Lin Tang, he's also from Sangshan City. He's a waste at the 2nd layer of body refinement. Rumor has it his father put in a lot of effort to get him into the Lingyun 5 Mansions. TSK, I've heard of this waste. How dare he go against Lin Tang? That's just asking for death. The murmurs surrounded me. A smirk of pride crept onto Lin Tang's face. You, a waste at the second layer of body refinement, dare to be arrogant in front of me? If you're smart, you'll kneel before me and beg for mercy. I might just let it slide. I remained expressionless. If you want to make a move, go ahead. But I guarantee the one getting beaten so badly they won't recognize their own mother will be you. I can't believe it. Did this kid just say what I think he said? Tisk tsk. This waste with a second-rate tempered body, who gave him the courage to show off here? People with strength showing off are impressive. People without strength showing off are just plain stupid. I think this guy is a typical idiot. Good, very good. Lin Yang laughed furiously. He glared menacingly at Zhang Fan. If you have the guts, come with me to the arena and let's see who's better. If it weren't for the Lingyun martial house prohibiting private fights, he would probably have rushed up and beaten Zhang Fan to a pulp by now. Zhang Fan sneered inwardly. He didn't want to confront this guy, but the kid insisted on coming to him to be slapped in the face. Since that's the case, he might as well oblige this guy. You want to compete with me? I have no objection. Zhang Fan's lips curled slightly with a hint of a smirk, but, since we're going to fight, there has to be a wager, right? Lin Yang was overjoyed. He didn't expect Zhang Fan not only to agree but also to propose a bet. Since this kid volunteered, he would make Zhang Fan pay a bloody price for it. This is a tempering pill. If you win, it's yours. If you lose, then you owe me one. How about that? Lin Yang was afraid Zhang Fan would back out, so he reached into his pocket and took out a jade bottle. Damn, having a cool big brother is great, just casually taking out treasures like tempering pills. Lin Yang is really generous, actually using a tempering pill as a bet. Of course, a tempering quadruple against a tempering double, even a fool knows he won't lose. I would also be willing to spend a lot of money. Oh my, isn't he clearly trying to trick Zhang Fan out of a tempering pill? Zhang Fan, this idiot, actually walked right into the trap. Amidst the surrounding mockery, Zhang Fan was not affected at all, instead revealing a smile of successful conspiracy. Alright, I agree to this duel. The tempering pill, a first-grade pill, greatly enhances the strength of a tempering realm martial artist. Even the most ordinary tempering pill is worth tens of thousands of gold coins. The effect of this pill is much stronger than the powerful pill he took last time. With this pill, coupled with the 100-fold cultivation system bonus, his strength would skyrocket once again. Now that Lin Yang had already brought the treasure to his doorstep, Zhang Fan had no reason to refuse. I'm dizzy, he actually agreed. Is he out of his mind? Seeing Zhang Fan actually agreeing to the duel, the onlookers were speechless. A tempering double waist actually agreeing to compete with a tempering quadruple, isn't that just asking for trouble? Not only seeking trouble, but also giving away a tempering pill. How stupid can one be to make such a choice? Since you agreed, let's go to the arena then. Lin Yang was overjoyed to hear Zhang Fan's agreement and eagerly said, beating Zhang Fan and getting a tempering pill worth 1,000 gold coins. There was nothing more exciting than this. Zhang Fan smiled faintly. No need for that trouble, let's start right here. Zhang Fan, what do you mean? Fighting privately will get you expelled from the Lingyun martial house. Lin Yang's face darkened slightly, sneering, if you're afraid to compete, just say so. I never said I wouldn't compete with you, why are you getting worked up? We don't have to fight, just compare our agility. Zhang Fan extended a finger towards Lin Yang. I won't attack, if you can touch me within 10 moves, then I lose. Huh, this is hilarious, a tempering double trash daring to speak to a tempering quadruple like that. This guy is really something, still showing off at this time. Tisk tsk. Just 10 moves, I think one move is enough to determine the winner. At this moment, the Lingyun martial house students couldn't help but admire Zhang Fan from the bottom of their hearts. This kid is really good at pretending. Zhang Fan, I didn't expect that after a few months apart, you're still so arrogant. If you want to compare skills, then let's compare skills. Soon I will make you realize that you don't have the qualification to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Yang's cold gaze stared straight at Zhang Fan, a fierce smile appearing on his face. This time, he was going to reclaim all the humiliation he had suffered. This time, he was determined to crush Zhang Fan under his feet. Are you talking too much? Zhang Fan stood with his hands behind his back, looking nonchalant. Come on, I'll say it again, if you can touch me once, I'll admit defeat. You're just pretending, let's see how long you can keep it up. Lin Yang coldly shouted in his heart, moved his body, and reached out to grab Zhang Fan's shoulder. However, as he rushed to Zhang Fan, he suddenly felt his vision blur, and Zhang Fan disappeared right in front of him. When he came to his senses, he realized that Zhang Fan had appeared 3 meters to his left. This waste. How can he be so fast? Watching Zhang Fan's speed, Lin Yang's temples couldn't help but twitch. But at this moment, he didn't have time to think. He accelerated directly to chase after Zhang Fan. However, before his claws could reach, Zhang Fan's figure disappeared once again. He hadn't even touched Zhang Fan's clothes in 2 consecutive attacks. This is impossible. Lin Yang's face turned livid, a disbelieving growl escaping his throat, as he charged towards Zhang Fan as if he had gone mad. He couldn't believe that with his cultivation at the 4th level, he couldn't catch up to Zhang Fan, who was only at the 2nd level. Facing Lin Yang's crazed pursuit, Zhang Fan displayed the flowing light phantom step, strolling as if in a leisurely walk. Throughout the encounter, Lin Yang didn't even touch a single hair on Zhang Fan. Damn, Zhang Fan's speed is too fast. Is this the speed a 2nd level cultivator should have? What 2nd level cultivator? His strength is obviously stronger than Lin Yang's, and he has cultivated a profound body technique. This technique is no less inferior to the yellow grade advanced body technique I've seen from an inner court disciple. Oh my, he even succeeded in cultivating a yellow grade advanced body technique? How can he be called a waste? He's practically a genius. Watching Zhang Fan play Lin Yang like a monkey in the arena, everyone was stunned. A person with great strength who had also cultivated a yellow grade advanced body technique was pretending to be a 2nd level cultivator. A genius who could easily enter the Lingyun Martial Academy based on his strength was choosing to take the back door. What does it mean to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? This was the epitome of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Lin Yang exerted all his strength, relentlessly chasing after Zhang Fan. Unknowingly, 10 moves quickly passed. Seeing Zhang Fan maintaining a distance of 2 to 3 meters throughout, Lin Yang's eyes were almost spitting fire. He knew that once again, he had been played by Zhang Fan. Lin Yang, 10 moves have passed, let's settle the bet, hand over the body tempering pill. Ignoring Lin Yang's fiery gaze, Zhang Fan crossed his arms and said mockingly, Zhang Fan, just wait, this isn't over between us. Lin Yang, with a grim expression, threw the body tempering pill to Zhang Fan, gave him a fierce look, and quickly turned and left. Zhang Fan soon gained a general understanding of the Lingyun Martial Academy. The academy was divided into 2 parts, the inner and outer courts. The inner court was where the core students and those on the Lingyun ranking practiced. The outer court was where the outer court students gathered, divided into 3 levels, bronze, silver, and gold. The gold students in the gold class were all outstanding talents among the outer court students, each one a rare genius. The silver students in the silver class, though not as good as the gold students, had entered the academy based on their strength, and their talents were not lacking. As for the bronze students in the bronze class, they entered the Lingyun Martial Academy through various back channels. Zhang Fan was naturally the least favored bronze student in the Lingyun Martial Academy. Zhang Fan, this afternoon our bronze class has an alchemy class. Are you interested in taking a look? While Zhang Fan was checking information and understanding the Lingyun Martial Academy, a chubby teenager suddenly walked towards Zhang Fan. This chubby boy was named Tang Sheng, Zhang Fan's roommate at the Lingyun Martial Academy. Zhang Fan was able to settle in quickly at the Lingyun Martial Academy, thanks in large part to Tang Sheng's help. Alchemy class? Zhang Fan became interested. Since there is an alchemy class, let's go take a look. The two arrived at the classroom of the bronze class, which was already filled with nearly 100 bronze students, including Lin Yang, who had lost a tempered body pill to Zhang Fan in the morning. Zhang Fan, are you also attending the alchemy class? Do you even know what alchemy is? Lin Yang looked at Zhang Fan entering the classroom and sneered disdainfully. Even if I don't know, I'm still better than you. Zhang Fan smirked slightly. If you're not convinced, bring a tempered body pill, and I don't mind gambling with you again. When Lin Yang heard Zhang Fan mention the tempered body pill, his face immediately turned unsightly. He snorted coldly and sat down without saying a word. Damn, who is that kid? Has he got the courage of a leopard, making Lin Yang lose face? His name is Zhang Fan, a newcomer. It is said that he had a showdown with Lin Yang in the morning and even won a tempered body pill from him. Damn, that's impressive. Just then, a beautiful female instructor in her 20s walked into the classroom from outside. The classroom instantly fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop. An alchemist was a respected profession, and the current instructor, Su Lingxiang, was once a renowned alchemy genius at the Lingyun Martial Academy. Now, Su Lingxiang was a third-grade alchemist. With such a status, there were few in the entire Lingyun Martial Academy who dared to disrespect her. Su Lingxiang walked up to the platform, her beautiful eyes sweeping gently across the classroom as her melodious voice began to speak. Students, you have been in the Lingyun Martial Academy for some time now and have been exposed to alchemy. In today's class, I will personally demonstrate alchemy for you. Su Lingxiang said as she waved her hand, and a 1-foot-high alchemy furnace and many alchemy ingredients appeared on the platform. Today, I will demonstrate the refining of a powerful pill without a grade. First, heat the furnace to ensure even heating. Then, add the required ingredients in order, and once the pill liquid forms, it can be condensed into a pill. Su Lingxiang explained as she demonstrated the alchemy process, flowing like water. In just a few minutes, Su Lingxiang successfully refined a furnace of powerful pills. Ding! You have watched a third-grade alchemist refine a powerful pill and gained 100 by 100 experience. Ding! You have successfully been promoted to a first-grade alchemist. A familiar voice suddenly sounded in Zhang Fan's ear, and he felt a surge of alchemical knowledge entering his mind. He watched the instructor refine the pill and was directly promoted to a first-grade alchemist. This hundredfold cultivation system was truly extraordinary. After Su Lingxiang finished demonstrating alchemy, she looked down at the group of bronze students below. Students, I have completed the steps of alchemy demonstration. Is there anyone willing to come up and try? If anyone can refine a powerful pill, I can apply to the academy to promote them to a silver student. Su Lingxiang's words caused an uproar in the classroom. Damn! Luckily I've been studying alchemy seriously during this time. I have a chance to be promoted to a silver student. Some students who had diligently studied alchemy were excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Meanwhile, those who had not taken alchemy seriously were filled with regret. The student levels at the Lingyun Martial Academy were strict, and the resources they enjoyed were vastly different. These bronze students had all entered through back channels. In normal circumstances, it's almost impossible to promote to a silver-ranked disciple. Su Lingxiang's move is like opening a shortcut for them to become silver-ranked disciples. Let me try. Soon, the first disciple stood up and walked to the platform. He looked confident, but when he actually started operating, it turned into a mess, and he quickly failed. The following disciples who took the stage all ended up failing. Even Lin Yang tried, but due to not controlling the heat properly, he blew up the furnace directly. Is there anyone else willing to give it a try? Watching all the disciples fail, Su Lingxiang was also disappointed. Su Lingxiang was actually a bronze-ranked disciple herself. After entering the Lingyun martial house, Su Lingxiang gradually showed her talent in alchemy and became an alchemy genius. She had a special affection for bronze disciples and was happy to discover talents among them. However, this year's bronze disciples just didn't meet her expectations. Zhang Fan looked around and saw no one else willing to step up, so he stood up from his seat. Zhang Fan, you're a newcomer who hasn't even studied alchemy knowledge for a day, and you want to refine a powerful pill. Can you do it? Lin Yang, who was coming down from the platform, looked at Zhang Fan standing up and sneered disdainfully. Zhang Fan calmly said, "Who says you can't start refining pills on the first day of learning? Do you think alchemy is a joke?" Lin Yang mocked, "You haven't seen me fail for months, so don't embarrass yourself by trying. The one embarrassing himself is you. You've been studying for months and can't even refine a basic pill. How useless can you be? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't." Zhang Fan walked past Lin Yang after speaking. "Zhang Fan, don't be too arrogant." Lin Yang said angrily, "If you can refine a powerful pill today, I, Lin Yang, will serve tea and bow to you as my master. Even if you beg me to be your disciple, I won't even look at you." Zhang Fan sneered, "You say you want to be my disciple, but that's not going to happen." "You." Lin Yang was almost speechless with anger. He looked at Su Lingxiang on the platform and said, "Teacher Su, this guy knows nothing about alchemy, he's just causing trouble. Please kick him out." "Are you so sure that I know nothing about alchemy?" Zhang Fan's eyes flashed with impatience. "If I can refine a powerful pill today, you have to roll out of the classroom." "Alright, I want to see if you have the ability to make me leave." Lin Yang laughed in anger. He truly didn't believe that this guy could refine a powerful pill. Zhang Fan couldn't be bothered with Lin Yang's nonsense and strode onto the platform, ready to start alchemy. Ding! You are refining a powerful pill. The system automatically triggers 100 times success rate. Damn, 100 times success rate. With this 100 times success rate, even if his alchemy success rate is garbage, it would be almost 100%. This system is really amazing, clearly not wanting him to fail in alchemy. Zhang Fan was speechless and started putting herbs into the pill furnace. As a first-grade pill master, refining a non-graded powerful pill was a piece of cake. Whether it was raising the fire, warming the furnace, adding herbs, or controlling the heat, every step was just right. His proficiency was not much inferior to Su Lingxiang, who had demonstrated alchemy before. In just a few minutes, Zhang Fan's alchemy was coming to an end. As he pressed out a pill imprint, a scent of pill spread throughout the classroom. Ding! You have refined a powerful pill, gaining 500 by 100 experience. Ding! You have successfully promoted to a second-grade pill master. Refining a powerful pill directly promoted him to a second-grade pill master. Zhang Fan suddenly felt that his proficiency in alchemy had skyrocketed in an instant. Just a quarter of an hour ago, he was a complete novice in alchemy. And now, he had become a genuine second-grade alchemist. He effortlessly produced a potent pill. With a 100-fold cultivation system, alchemy was just that simple for him. Damn, did it succeed just like that? Impressive, this guy's alchemy skills are almost on par with Master Su. It's ridiculous how Lin Yang said he doesn't understand alchemy, is he kidding me? In the classroom everyone widened their eyes, letting out incredulous gasps. Impossible. Fake. This must be fake. Lin Yang was on the verge of going crazy. He looked incredulous, as if he had seen a ghost. This Zhang family waste not only surpassed him in martial strength but now excelled in alchemy as well. Who could explain what was happening? Zhang Fan's astonishing performance not only dazzled the bronze-level students but even Su Lingxian, who had been silent all along, appeared visibly shocked. This kid named Zhang Fan moved through alchemy steps effortlessly, impressing even her. What shocked her even more was that in the final step of pill condensation, he used not ordinary techniques but the mark of an alchemist. This meant that this kid's alchemy skills had reached the level of a first-grade alchemist. Su Lingxian was overjoyed. It seemed she had truly discovered an exceptional alchemy genius in the bronze class. Zhang Fan, your alchemy skills are impressive. Would you like to try refining the body tempering pill? Su Lingxian took a deep breath, smiling slightly at Zhang Fan. If you succeed, I'll promote you to a gold-level student. She wanted to see if this guy's alchemy skills truly matched those of a first-grade alchemist. Zhang Fan was momentarily stunned. Clearly, he hadn't expected Su Lingxian to ask him to refine the body tempering pill. Had this woman already seen through his true strength? Zhang Fan wasn't actually interested in Su Lingxian's offer of becoming a gold-level student. With his powerful system, climbing the ranks was a piece of cake. However, if Su Lingxian was willing to provide materials for free, Zhang Fan was happy to oblige. He smiled faintly, since Teacher Su has spoken, I'll give it a try. Damn, is this guy crazy? He actually wants to refine the body tempering pill? A student looked at Zhang Fan in disbelief. Heh, some people just like to think highly of themselves. They believe that just because they got lucky and refined a potent pill, they're on top of the world. The body tempering pill is a first-grade pill, and many first-grade alchemists have low success rates. I really don't know where he gets his confidence from. Lin Yan also mocked loudly from the side. Zhang Fan just smiled faintly, completely ignoring Lin Yang's taunts. With the strength of a second-grade alchemist and the system's 100-fold success rate, if he couldn't refine the body tempering pill, then what was he even doing? I'm missing the materials for refining the body tempering pill, the bone-forging grass and the blood-crying flower. Teacher, please help me complete them, Zhang Fan said cheerfully to Su Lingxian, scanning the podium. Su Lingxian didn't waste words and quickly took out the bone-forging grass and blood-crying flower from her storage ring, placing them in front of Zhang Fan. After inspecting the herbs, Zhang Fan began the alchemy process. His movements were still extremely smooth, without any hint of hesitation. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Fan had sequentially placed all the herbs into the pill furnace. However, at that moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew in from the classroom door. In an instant, the fire controlled by Zhang Fan became unstable under this gust of wind. Soon, the inside of the pill furnace became restless. Even the entire podium began to sway under the restlessness of the pill furnace. It was clearly a sign that the furnace was about to explode. It's such a pity. Watching this scene, Su Lingxian couldn't help but shake her head with regret. Zhang Fan's refining of the body tempering pill this time actually went very smoothly. According to Su Lingxian's estimation, as long as nothing unexpected happened, Zhang Fan had at least an 80 to 90% chance of successfully refining the body tempering pill. However, just because of the sudden breeze a moment ago, it completely disrupted Zhang Fan's rhythm. Alchemy is a delicate process, and any external factor could lead to alchemical failure. That's why the vast majority of alchemists choose to refine in closed chambers. Just as Su Lingxian felt regretful for Zhang Fan's alchemy this time, Zhang Fan indeed picked up a stalk of sunfire grass. He quickly plucked 2 leaves from the sunfire grass and threw them into the pill furnace. Immediately, the pill furnace, which had been trembling incessantly, quieted down in an instant. Su Lingxian's eyes widened in astonishment, looking utterly surprised. Ha, Zhang Fan, sunfire grass is not even an ingredient for refining the body tempering pill. You haven't even figured out the ingredients needed for the body tempering pill, yet you dare to attempt it. Lin Yan, who had been observing Zhang Fan's alchemy, couldn't help but burst into laughter at this moment. Ignoring Lin Yang's remarks, Zhang Fan quickly formed a condensing pill hand seal. Soon, a scent much richer than before wafted slowly from the pill furnace. Ding! You have successfully refined a top-grade pill, the body tempering pill, gaining 1000 by 100 experience points. Ding! You have been promoted to a third-grade alchemist. Refining a pill and advancing a grade, how satisfying. Zhang Fan opened the pill furnace and took out a thumb-sized pill, grinning at Lin Yang. Sorry to disappoint you again, but I succeeded once more. How? How is this possible? Lin Yang stared blankly at the body tempering pill in Zhang Fan's palm, feeling as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. Damn, did he really succeed? Impressive, he can even refine top-grade pills. He's a golden student, he's made a huge leap. For a moment, everyone's gaze turned enviously towards Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, how did you know that adding 2 leaves of sunfire grass would work? Su Lingxiang took a while to recover from her astonishment. She looked at Zhang Fan, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of incredulity. My intuition told me. Zhang Fan smiled faintly. Insufficient heat, make up for it with medicinal power. This is the experience passed down by our predecessors. The recent gust of wind damaged the heat of the pill furnace, so it naturally had to be compensated for with medicinal power. In fact, when Zhang Fan refined pills, after the system activated a 100-fold success rate, no matter what situation he encountered, a set of the best alchemy methods would subconsciously appear in his mind. The method of adding 2 leaves of sunfire grass just now was one of those that appeared in his subconscious. However, he really couldn't explain this. Could he tell Su Lingxiang that he had a system installed in his body, and it was the system that told him what to do? This guy's intuition is really too terrifying. Su Lingxiang felt speechless in her heart. When alchemists refine pills, they may encounter situations due to inadequate control of the heat. Insufficient heat, make up for it with medicinal power. As a third-grade alchemist, how could Su Lingxiang not understand this principle? It's just that in such unexpected situations, it's extremely difficult to decide which medicinal ingredients to add, how much to add, making it very challenging to control. If the chosen ingredients are wrong or the quantity is inappropriate, it won't have any effect at all. Even Su Lingxiang couldn't grasp this degree. Yet this little guy in front of her could accurately control this degree by intuition, which truly shocked her. If that were true, then this guy in alchemy is simply a genius among geniuses, a monster among monsters. Zhang Fan, you are a rare alchemical talent. Are you interested in focusing on the path of alchemy? I can introduce you to my teacher, Yan Xingxian, and guarantee that you will become his closed-door disciple. Su Lingxiang's eyes lit up with excitement. What? What a surprise! When Su Lingxiang spoke, everyone was stunned. Yan Xingxian, the renowned alchemy master of the Lingyun Martial Mansion, a 6th-grade alchemy master. Even in the entire Great Xia country, he was a very famous figure. Such an alchemy master was hard to meet for ordinary people. Su Lingxiang was now introducing Zhang Fan to Yan Xingxian as a closed-door disciple. If Zhang Fan really became Yan Xingxian's closed-door disciple, it would undoubtedly be a great leap in his career. Thank you for your kind offer, Teacher Su. I still want to achieve something in martial arts. Learning alchemy is just a side interest. Zhang Fan smiled faintly, rejecting Su Lingxiang's offer. As a man with a system, becoming an all-around genius was not out of reach for him. Just being an alchemist seemed like a waste of his talents. What? He actually refused. Zhang Fan's straightforward refusal shocked everyone. They all looked at him as if he were a fool. Yan Xingxian, one of the few 6th-grade alchemy masters in the Great Xia country, stood at the pinnacle of the alchemy world. In this world, countless alchemists dreamed of receiving guidance from Yan Xingxian, but this guy refused to become his disciple. How bold of him! What? You actually refused? Su Lingxiang took a while to recover, looking at Zhang Fan in disbelief. Becoming Yan Xingxian's closed-door disciple was a dream for many alchemists. Zhang Fan, with your talent in alchemy, how can you not focus on the path of alchemy? Su Lingxiang said angrily, not focusing on alchemy is a disservice to yourself, your parents, and the world. Zhang Fan was taken aback by Su Lingxiang's words. When did refusing to be just an alchemist mean letting down so many people? Teacher Su, I just don't want to be solely an alchemist. It's not like I won't practice alchemy in the future. Isn't that exaggerating a bit? Zhang Fan said helplessly. A person's energy is limited. In this world, there are some self-proclaimed geniuses with similar ideas to yours, wanting to excel in everything. But in the end, due to limited energy, they end up mediocre in all aspects, wasting their talents. Su Lingxiang said solemnly, I don't want you to become like them in the future, understand? Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Su, Zhang Fan said seriously, but I still want to achieve something in martial arts. You. Su Lingxiang was exasperated. It seemed like her words had fallen on deaf ears. You infuriate me. I will arrange for your promotion to a gold-level student as soon as possible. Just wait for it, Su Lingxiang said before leaving in a huff. She was at a loss with this stubborn guy. She would have to inform teacher Yan Xingxian about this matter and let him deal with it. After Su Lingxiang left, Zhang Fan turned his gaze to Lin Yang below and sneered, "Lin Yang, are you ready to leave now?" Lin Yang's face darkened as he coldly snorted and turned to leave without a word. "Hold on, stop right there." However, as Lin Yang turned, Zhang Fan's stern voice rang in his ears. Lin Yang paused, turned back, and looked at Zhang Fan coldly. "What do you want?" "Nothing much, just a reminder that you should leave from here now," Zhang Fan said calmly. "Do you know what leave means? If you don't, I don't mind teaching you." "Zhang Fan, don't push it too far." Lin Yang glared at Zhang Fan, trembling with anger. How dare this bastard ask him to leave the classroom in front of everyone? "I'm pushing your buttons, what can you do about it?" Zhang Fan sneered, "Quit the nonsense. Do you want to leave on your own, or shall I personally make you leave?" "If you want me to leave, I'll leave. Who do you think you are?" Lin Yang scoffed disdainfully, not taking Zhang Fan's words seriously, and strode out of the classroom. He truly didn't believe Zhang Fan would dare to lay a hand on him. Zhang Fan's eyes turned cold, and his phantom steps technique was activated in an instant. The next moment, his figure ghosted next to Lin Yang and his palm landed on Lin Yang's shoulder. Before Lin Yang could react, he stumbled and fell to the ground. "Zhang Fan, what? What do you want? If you dare to harm me, my brother won't let you off," Lin Yang exclaimed in fear. Zhang Fan's expression remained indifferent as he bent Lin Yang's limbs together. With a slight raise of his right foot, he kicked Lin Yang's buttocks decisively. In a swift motion, Lin Yang's body rolled out of the room like a ball. Damn, impressive. The shocking scene before their eyes left the bronze-ranked disciples in the classroom speechless for a long while. This guy actually made Lin Yang roll out of the classroom. After leaving the classroom and having a simple dinner, Zhang Fan returned to his dormitory, ready to enhance his strength. On his first day at the Lingyun Martial Mansion, he had already dealt with Lin Yang thoroughly. Knowing Lin Yang well, he was sure that the guy wouldn't give up easily. However, Zhang Fan paid no mind to it. This guy at the Lingyun Martial Mansion had a genius brother who had made it to the Lingyun ranking. Zhang Fan had heard of Lin Yu, Lin Yang's brother. He was once the #1 genius in Songshan City, entered the Lingyun Martial Mansion a year ago, quickly advanced to the inner court, ranked on the Lingyun ranking, becoming one of the few exceptional geniuses at the Lingyun Martial Mansion. In the Lingyun Martial Mansion, only those who broke through the Qi condensation realm could assess the inner court disciples. The Lingyun ranking was where the top talents of the inner court gathered. It was said that even the last person on the Lingyun ranking had at least the strength of the 4th level of Qi condensation realm. With his current strength, he had no chance against Lin Yu. Zhang Fan took a deep breath and took out 3 pills. One was a body tempering pill he won from Lin Yang. The other 2 were a strengthening pill and another body tempering pill he had refined in the classroom earlier. Zhang Fan first took the strengthening pill. Ding! You have consumed a strengthening pill, gaining 100 by 100 experience. Ding! You have successfully broken through to the 7th level of body tempering. One strengthening pill can even level up, not bad. Zhang Fan muttered to himself, then swallowed the 2 body tempering pills like candy. Ding! You have consumed a body tempering pill, gaining 500 by 100 experience. Ding! You have consumed a body tempering pill, gaining 500 by 100 experience. Ding! You have successfully broken through to the 8th level of body tempering. Ding! You have successfully broken through to the 9th level of body tempering. Ding! Your body tempering realm experience is full, successfully breaking through to the 1st level of Qi condensation. With a series of system prompts, Zhang Fan felt an immensely powerful energy appearing in his dantian, spreading through his meridians. Feeling the mysterious and powerful energy within him, Zhang Fan was exhilarated. Having the system was truly amazing. With 1 strengthening pill and 2 body tempering pills, he directly broke through from the 6th level of body tempering to the 1st level of Qi condensation in one go. Now, he was fully qualified to become an inner court disciple. After familiarizing himself with the power within his body, Zhang Fan lay on the bed and enjoyed a good night's sleep. The next morning, Su Lingxiang had someone deliver the Golden Disciple's identity card to Zhang Fan. After freshening up, Zhang Fan took the Golden Disciple's identity card and headed to the Golden Disciple's living area. The hierarchy among the Lingyun Martial Mansion disciples was strict, and the treatment varied greatly between them. Just in terms of accommodation, the gap between the bronze students and the gold students is like heaven and earth. The bronze students live in simple multi-person dormitories, while the gold students each have an exquisite independent courtyard. Zhang Fan's new residence is in courtyard 68 of the gold student accommodation area. After some inquiries, Jiang Fan quickly arrived at the entrance of Courtyard 68. However, just as he was about to enter the courtyard, a burly young man walked out from the entrance. "You must be the new gold student Jiang Fan. I've taken a liking to this courtyard, so you better go somewhere else," the burly young man said dominantly to Jiang Fan outside the courtyard, his voice ringing directly in Jiang Fan's ears. The domineering words of the burly young man left Jiang Fan momentarily stunned. He stared at the burly young man, furrowing his brows slightly. "I don't know who you are," the burly young man said lightly. "I'm Meng Dongxing." Jiang Fan's eyes flashed. Although he had only been at Lingyun Wufu for 2 days, he had some understanding of some prominent figures in Lingyun Wufu. This Meng Dongxing was a renowned genius outside the Wufu and currently the top gold student in the outer court. It was said that Meng Dongxing's strength had reached the peak of the 9th layer of body tempering, just a step away from breaking through to the qi condensation realm and becoming an inner court student. However, Jiang Fan was a bit puzzled. He didn't know Meng Dongxing, so why was this guy inexplicably causing trouble for him? "So you're Meng Dongxing, the top gold student. I've heard of your reputation," Jiang Fan said with a faint smile, "but this courtyard was arranged for me by the Wufu, so it doesn't seem right for you to occupy my place." "What's wrong with that? I got tired of my old courtyard and just wanted a change of scenery," Meng Dongxing replied. "I don't care if this courtyard was arranged for you by the Wufu, but now that I've set my eyes on it, it's mine," Jiang Fan retorted. "In this place, as long as Meng Dongxing wants something, no one can take it from me. If you know what's good for you, find another place," Meng Dongxing said with a rough voice, looking at Jiang Fan with great dominance. "You think I have to move just because you say so?" Jiang Fan's eyes turned cold. "This is my territory, you have no right to dictate to me. Get lost." The conflict between Jiang Fan and Meng Dongxing quickly attracted many passing students to watch. "Damn, look at this, someone is having a conflict with Meng Dongxing. No way, in the outer court of Lingyun Wufu, someone dares to challenge Meng Dongxing?" Many people were wide-eyed. Meng Dongxing, the top gold student in the outer court. His strength made him invincible among the outer court students, and hardly anyone dared to provoke him. Yet, this unknown guy in front of them dared to confront Meng Dongxing? This guy was really bold. "Jiang Fan, you're just a trashy bronze student who got lucky to be promoted to a gold student, and you dare to compete with me? I heard you're quite arrogant, picking a fight with Lin Yu's younger brother on your first day at the Wufu? Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Lin Yu, you ignorant fool." Meng Dongxing's gaze was chilling as he stared at Jiang Fan, exuding a fierce killing intent. Jiang Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He had been wondering why Meng Dongxing, who had no grudges with him, would come looking for trouble since he had just arrived at Lingyun Wufu yesterday. Now he finally understood. This guy was clearly here to vent for Lin Yang, deliberately picking a fight with him. "I never expected that the top gold student in the outer court would also be a lackey of Lin Yu." Jiang Fan sneered disdainfully, ignoring Meng Dongxing and striding towards the courtyard. Meng Dongxing's gaze turned icy cold. "Kid, in Lingyun Wufu, you're the first one to talk to me like this, you're asking for death." Meng Dongxing let out a loud shout, his right hand's 5 fingers suddenly bent like eagle claws, swiftly grabbing towards Jiang Fan's throat like lightning. As the top golden student of the outer mansion, a martial arts genius at the peak of body tempering, how could he allow any trash to insult him at will? The only fate for those who insulted him was death. Ah, this guy actually dares to provoke Meng Dongxing. He might end up losing some skin this time. Seeing Meng Dongxing make a move, many onlookers couldn't bear to close their eyes. They could almost guess what would happen to Jiang Fan next. However, the expected tragedy did not occur. Meng Dongxing's claw was fast, but Jiang Fan was faster. His profound movement art, the illusionary light phantom step, instantly activated, dodging Meng Dongxing's claw with a flash. He actually dodged it? Many people widened their eyes, looking somewhat incredulous. Meng Dongxing gazed at Jiang Fan, who appeared several meters away in an instant, his eyes narrowing. "I underestimated you, didn't expect you had some skills." Meng Dongxing, Lingyun Martial Mansion prohibits private fights. "Aren't you afraid of being expelled for this?" Jiang Fan stared at Meng Dongxing coldly, his eyes turning even colder. "Heh, you think you can use Lingyun Martial Mansion's rules to suppress me? That's too naive. Rules are made for the weak. Do you believe even if I cripple you, Lingyun Martial Mansion won't do anything to me?" Meng Dongxing sneered. As the top golden student of the outer mansion, even if he fought privately, he would at most receive a warning from the Martial Mansion. How could Lingyun Martial Mansion possibly expel him, the top golden student of the outer mansion, for this backdoor waste? Cripple me? Are you even qualified? In my eyes, you, the so-called top golden student of the outer mansion, are not worth mentioning at all. Jiang Fan glanced disdainfully at Meng Dongxing, his cold voice echoing in the air. Meng Dongxing, I have no grudge against you, yet you insist on being someone else's lackey and causing trouble for me. In that case, let's settle it on the arena. I'll take the title of the top golden student from you. Jiang Fan's cold words shocked everyone present. Damn, is this guy out of his mind? Meng Dongxing, the top golden student of the Outer Mansion, a martial artist at the peak of body tempering ninefold, even mastering a profound martial skill, far surpassing his peers. He even fought against a martial artist at the first level of chi manipulation without losing. You, a newly promoted golden student, dare to challenge Meng Dongxing and claim to be the top golden student? Are you sure you're not joking with us? Good, very good. Meng Dongxing laughed in anger. If you have the guts, then come with me, Meng Dongxing said, walking straight out. He came here today to deal with Jiang Fan. Now that this guy had willingly come looking for trouble, he shouldn't blame Meng Dongxing for not being polite. Jiang Fan didn't hesitate and followed him. Damn, this guy really wants to challenge Meng Dongxing. Let's go watch the show. Around them, the onlookers followed the two of them. This situation naturally attracted more attention from the Martial Mansion students. Upon hearing that someone wanted to challenge the top golden student Meng Dongxing, they couldn't help but follow. 10 minutes later, in the vast square outside the Lingyun Martial Mansion, hundreds of students crowded around the arena in the center. Looking at Jiang Fan confronting Meng Dongxing on the stage, many people were speechless. Who is that guy on the stage, daring to challenge Meng Dongxing so recklessly? I remember half a year ago, Li Xingjie, the second-ranked golden student of the Outer Mansion, challenged Meng Dongxing and was brutally defeated, right? Ah, this kid is really overestimating himself. Jiang Fan, I have to admire your courage for daring to challenge me. Since you're so courageous, I'll give you a chance to make a move today, Meng Dongxing said, forming hand seals in the air, and a golden light shield instantly appeared around him. At the same time, he raised his head, sneered at Jiang Fan, and his domineering voice rang directly in everyone's ears. Come on, Jiang Fan, I won't make a move for 3 moves. As long as you can break my mysterious martial skill Xuanwu Golden Light Shield within 3 moves, I'll admit defeat in this match. Wow, Senior Meng is truly the top gold student, he's so cool. It is said that Senior Meng's mysterious defensive martial skill can withstand attacks at the first level of chi control. With this, how could anyone break through? I really don't know if the guy over there took the wrong medicine challenging Senior Meng. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Under the martial arts stage, many students looked at Jiang Fan with pity in their eyes. This kid challenging Meng Dongxing is definitely going to be crushed by Meng Dongxing in minutes. Jiang Fan watched Meng Dongxing display his mysterious defensive martial skill, sneering inwardly. This guy wants to show off in front of him with this thing? Well then, he'll show this guy what happens when you try to show off and fail. A cold smile tugged at the corner of Jiang Fan's mouth. Although he had already broken through to the first level of chi control, stronger than Meng Dongxing, the martial skills he mastered were still at the primary level. Since Meng Dongxing could confront warriors at the first level of chi control with this mysterious defensive martial skill, it might not be easy for Jiang Fan to break through Meng Dongxing's defense in 3 moves. Therefore, Jiang Fan decided to first elevate one martial skill to the mysterious level, and then smash Meng Dongxing's turtle shell with one punch. With that in mind, Jiang Fan began to throw punches on the stage incessantly. Ding! You threw a punch, gaining 10 by 100 experience points. Ding! Your primary martial skill, Stone Shattering Fist, has reached perfection and upgraded to intermediate level Earth Splitting Fist. Ding! You threw a punch, gaining 10 by 100 experience points. Ding! You threw a punch, gaining 10 by 100 experience points. Ding! Your intermediate martial skill, Earth Splitting Fist, has reached perfection and upgraded to advanced level Mountain Breaking Fist. Damn! What is this kid doing, throwing punches for so long without actually attacking? Some onlookers were speechless. Ha ha! I can't stop laughing. Senior Meng, this guy is probably a fool, you better finish him off with one punch. Another student shouted loudly to Meng Dongxing on the martial arts stage. Jiang Fan, what are you up to? Watching Jiang Fan throwing punches alone like a lunatic, Meng Dongxing's face turned extremely grim. Nothing much, just warming up before the match, why the rush? Jiang Fan continued to throw punches, smiling at Meng Dongxing. Isn't there a rule that you can't warm up before a match? How long are you going to warm up for? Meng Dongxing suppressed his anger and said coldly, Jiang Fan, if you're scared, just kneel down and admit defeat, I might consider letting you off, don't waste my time here. Scared of you? Just wanted you to sit a bit longer in the position of the top gold student. Jiang Fan smirked, I'm just looking out for you. Since you're so ungrateful, let's settle this in 5 minutes. I'll wait for you for 5 minutes. Meng Dongxing snorted coldly and fell silent. He wanted to see what tricks this kid could come up with. Jiang Fan remained silent and continued to throw punches. In just 5 minutes, Zhang Fan threw hundreds of punches again. Ding! You threw a punch, gaining 10 by 100 experience points. Ding! You threw a punch, gaining 10 by 100 experience points. Ding! Your advanced martial skill, Mountain Breaking Fist, has reached perfection and upgraded to Mysterious Level Sky Breaking Fist. Mysterious martial skill achieved. Zhang Fan, the 5 minutes are up. You can begin now. Just then, Meng Dongxing's cold voice rang in Zhang Fan's ears once again. Don't worry, I have a strong sense of time. When I say 5 minutes, it's 5 minutes, I won't play tricks. Zhang Fan raised his head and grinned at Meng Dongxing. But, are you sure you want to give me 3 moves? Come on, as long as your 3 moves can break through my Xuanwu Golden Shield, I, Meng Dongxing, will admit defeat to you willingly. Meng Dongxing said with a sneer. He had absolute confidence in his Shen class defensive martial skill. Even for a martial artist at the first level of chi control, breaking through with 3 moves would be extremely difficult. As for this guy in front of him, not to mention 3 moves, even if he were given 30 moves, it would be useless. 3 moves? You think quite highly of yourself. Zhang Fan directly extended a finger and said lightly, a single punch from me is enough to crush you. Wow! Zhang Fan's casual words caused a commotion in the crowd. Almost no one could believe their ears. Damn, did I hear that right? This kid wants to punch Meng Shuizhang to death with 1 punch? This kid really knows how to brag. He's blowing the bull to the sky. Ha, this is the funniest joke I've heard this year. Challenging Meng Dongxing as an unknown figure was one thing, but to shamelessly claim to crush Meng Dongxing with 1 punch was another. With Meng Dongxing's strength, even most of the inner court students probably couldn't crush him with 1 punch. Did this guy really think he was a genius on the Lingyun ranking? Crush me with 1 punch? Zhang Fan, you're not afraid of choking on your words. Meng Dongxing sneered coldly. In the Lingyun Martial Academy, perhaps there are people who can crush me with 1 punch, but the one who can do it won't be you. Is that so? Then keep your eyes wide open and watch how I crush you with 1 punch. As Zhang Fan spoke, his momentum suddenly changed as he fully exerted his first level of chi control. He clenched his right fist, and a silver aura instantly burst out from his fist. The dazzling silver aura condensed into a silver fist shadow nearly a yard long in midair. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan unleashed a punch towards Meng Dongxing with full force. At the same time, a faint cold drink echoed from Zhang Fan's mouth. Break the heavens with 1 punch, shatter for me. The silver fist shadow, as swift as thunder, carried an extremely domineering force as it swept towards Meng Dongxing. First level of chi control, coupled with Shen class martial skill, how? How is this possible? Meng Dongxing's pupils suddenly contracted, shocked to the extreme. He never expected that Zhang Fan, a bronze student, had reached such a terrifying level of strength. Without time to think, Meng Dongxing had to grit his teeth and fully deploy the Xuanwu Golden Shield to try to block Zhang Fan's punch. The silver fist shadow arrived in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, it heavily struck Meng Dongxing's golden shield all over his body. With a crack, the golden shield shattered instantly, turning into specks of golden light. Meng Dongxing's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Moments later, with a loud bang, Meng Dongxing's body crashed heavily several yards away. You! Meng Dongxing spurted out a mouthful of blood, and in his gaze towards Zhang Fan, a look of utter horror finally appeared. First level of chi control, coupled with a powerful Shen class fist technique. Such strength even surpassed some of the inner court students. Was this guy in front of him really the trash from the Zhang family that Lin Yu mentioned? The garbage who entered the Lingyun Martial Academy through connections? Damn! Meng Dongxing was really sent flying with 1 punch? Watching Meng Dongxing being knocked out by Zhang Fan with 1 punch, countless onlookers in the audience were completely dumbfounded. The prestigious top gold student Meng Dongxing was actually knocked out by this unknown kid in front of him with 1 punch. Their Lingyun Martial Mansion's outer mansion. When did such an impressive figure appear again? Meng Dongxing, go back and tell your master, if he still wants to come and cause trouble for me, he'd better do it himself. With 1 punch, Zhang Fan dealt with Meng Dongxing, then glanced at him indifferently before disappearing from the square under the incredulous gazes of the onlookers. Instead of returning to his residence, Zhang Fan walked straight out of the main gate of Lingyun Martial Mansion. In Sanshan City, the relationship between the Zhang family and the Lin family had never been very friendly. Now that he had dealt with Lin Yang, Lin Yu directly sent the top golden disciple from the outer mansion to pick a fight with him. Perhaps next time, Lin Yu would personally take action. Therefore, Zhang Fan decided to find a way to make some money, then buy materials to refine some elixirs to consume. Only then could he quickly gain the strength comparable to the geniuses on the Lingyun ranking with the system's 100-fold experience. After leaving Lingyun Martial Mansion, Zhang Fan wandered around Lingyun City for a while before entering a shop called Baodange. "Sir, welcome to Baodange, may I help you with anything?" Zhang Fan entered Baodange and approached a window, where a young woman behind the window stood up and smiled gently at him. "I'm not here to buy anything." Zhang Fan shook his head. "You are recruiting alchemists at Baodange, and I'm here to apply." The young woman was momentarily stunned upon hearing Zhang Fan's words. This guy was actually here to apply as an alchemist, but he seemed too young for that. "Indeed, we are recruiting alchemists at Baodange. Sir, please wait a moment, I will inform the higher-ups." After a moment of hesitation, the young woman did not show any disdain towards Zhang Fan and hurried off to inform the senior members of Baodange. Shortly after, she returned with a middle-aged man in his 30s. "Kid, don't tell me you're here to apply as an alchemist?" The middle-aged man glanced at Zhang Fan and his expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Zhang Fan calmly said, "Yes, I'm here to apply as an alchemist. Is there a problem?" "Kid, what we need at Baodange is at least a first-grade alchemist. Do you have the badge of a first-grade alchemist?" The middle-aged man waved his hand impatiently. "Alright, you, a kid who hasn't even grown a full beard, don't waste my time here. Uncle, let me advise you, don't underestimate others." "How do you know I'm not a first-grade alchemist?" Zhang Fan frowned slightly upon hearing the middle-aged man's words. "Underestimate others?" The middle-aged man sneered. "You claim to be a first-grade alchemist, then show me your alchemist badge. The badge you're talking about should be the one hanging on your chest, right?" Zhang Fan glanced at the copper badge on the middle-aged man's chest, adorned with 2 stars, and said calmly, "Yes, only by passing the assessment of the Alchemist Guild and obtaining the alchemist badge can one be considered a true alchemist." The middle-aged man said disdainfully, "Kid, if you can show me the alchemist badge, not only can you become an alchemist at Baodange, but even my position as the chief alchemist at Baodange can be yours." "Ha, it's ridiculous. This kid doesn't even have an alchemist badge, yet he still wants to apply as an alchemist at Baodange. What a fool, why pretend? He has to come and pretend to be an alchemist. Does he think being an alchemist is something he can pretend to be? Master Zhu is too polite. If it were me, I would have kicked this kid out long ago." Zhang Fan's conversation with the middle-aged man naturally attracted the attention of other customers in the shop, who couldn't help but mock him. "I really can't produce an alchemist badge." Zhang Fan remained unfazed by the surrounding mockery. He looked at the middle-aged man's alchemist badge and smiled faintly. "Seeing the 2 stars on your badge, you should be a second-grade alchemist, right?" The middle-aged man looked proud and said, "That's right, I am a second-grade alchemist. Is being a second-grade alchemist impressive?" Zhang Fan disdainfully glanced at him. "You've been studying alchemy for decades, but you're still a second-grade alchemist, quite a waste." Zhang Fan's words shocked many people around him. They all looked at Zhang Fan as if he were a fool. Second-grade alchemists were not common even within Lingyun Mansion. Moreover, the man in front of them, Zhu Mingyuan, was the chief alchemist of Baodan Pavilion, a prominent figure among second-grade alchemists in Lingyun City. Yet, this alchemist with prestige in Lingyun City was being looked down upon by a young brat. This kid must have a death wish. Who gave him the courage to speak like this in front of Zhu Mingyuan? "Kid, what the hell are you saying? A brat like you without even an alchemist badge dares to act arrogantly in front of me?" Zhu Mingyuan was instantly provoked by Zhang Fan's words. He glared coldly at Zhang Fan. "You have 10 breaths to get out of Baodan Pavilion, or I guarantee you won't leave in one piece. You're just a waste who has been studying for so many years and is still a second-grade alchemist." Zhang Fan sneered, "Even if I don't have a grade, I'm still better than you, you waste. Kid, you're asking for trouble." Zhu Mingyuan's eyes turned cold as he angrily shouted, "Guards, throw this troublemaker out of Baodan Pavilion." "Hold on." Just as Zhu Mingyuan's voice fell, a sudden shout rang out in the ears of the crowd. Everyone turned to see a slightly chubby young man walking in slowly. Zhang Fan was slightly stunned to see the sudden appearance of the young man. How did he end up here? This sudden appearance of the young man was none other than Tang Shang, whom Zhang Fan had met at Lingyun Martial Mansion. "Brother Zhang Fan, I didn't expect to meet you here." Tang Shang walked through the gate and, to the astonishment of the crowd, quickly walked up to Zhang Fan, politely saying, "Damn, isn't this the young master of Baodan Pavilion, Tang Shang? Who is this kid? So awesome that even the young master of Baodan Pavilion is so polite to him." This scene made many who knew Tang Shang couldn't help but exclaim. On the other side of Zhang Fan, Zhu Mingyuan's already unpleasant expression became even more grim. "You're the young master of Baodan Pavilion?" Zhang Fan looked at Tang Shang in surprise. He hadn't expected this kid to have such a status. "That's right, my father is Tang Shanghai, the owner of Baodan Pavilion." Tang Shang smiled slightly, then turned to Zhu Mingyuan and asked, "Master Zhu, what's going on? Why did you lay hands on brother Zhang Fan?" This kid doesn't even have an alchemist badge, yet he wants to apply to be an alchemist at Baodan Pavilion. It's simply unreasonable. Xu Mingyuan said coldly, I had no choice but to order to deal with him. Our Baodan Pavilion doesn't seem to have a rule that you must have an alchemist badge to apply, right? Tang Sheng's face darkened. I know very well Brother Zhang Fan's accomplishments in alchemy. It's an honor for our Baodan Pavilion that he wants to apply as an alchemist. You don't need to worry about this, I will talk to my father. After all, Zhang Fan was an alchemy genius even admired by Su Lingxiang, and possibly a disciple of the alchemy world powerhouse Yin Qingxian. How could their Baodan Pavilion turn away such a talented alchemist? Tang Sheng, what do you mean by this? Xu Mingyuan's face changed. As the chief alchemist of Baodan Pavilion, your father has entrusted me with the recruitment of alchemists, and I hope you don't interfere. Tang Sheng stared at Xu Mingyuan coldly. What if I insist on hiring Brother Zhang Fan as an alchemist for Baodan Pavilion? As long as I am in Baodan Pavilion, I will never allow those who pretend to be alchemists to tarnish the reputation of Baodan Pavilion's alchemists, unless he can refine a top-grade pill in front of me to prove his skills. Otherwise, if you insist on recruiting him into Baodan Pavilion, the pavilion will be better off without me. Xu Mingyuan looked directly at Tang Sheng without any reservation, his words even carrying a hint of threat. Master Zhu, are you threatening me? Tang Sheng's face instantly turned extremely gloomy. It's not a threat. Everything I do is for the good of Baodan Pavilion. Even if your father is here, my attitude remains the same. Xu Mingyuan said lightly, then coldly stared at Zhang Fan. Kid, if you want to become an alchemist of Baodan Pavilion, then show me what you've got. Zhang Fan sneered. I suddenly don't feel like applying to be an alchemist anymore. Weren't you arrogant just now, feeling all high and mighty? Why are you backing down so quickly? Xu Mingyuan couldn't help but sneer disdainfully when he heard Zhang Fan's words. Around them, the onlookers all looked at Zhang Fan with disdain. This guy was just acting all tough a moment ago. Now, as soon as Xu Mingyuan wanted him to show his true skills, he immediately backed down. Who said I'm backing down? Zhang Fan's lips curled slightly with a cold smile, his domineering voice ringing in everyone's ears. I'm not applying to be an alchemist because I have my eyes on your position. Xu Mingyuan, I want to challenge you in alchemy. If you lose, then hand over the position of chief alchemist of Baodan Pavilion to me. Damn, this guy wants to compete with Master Zhu in alchemy? Everyone looked at Zhang Fan in disbelief. A trash without even an alchemist badge, actually daring to challenge a senior alchemist of the second rank in alchemy. Can he get any crazier? Of course, not only were the people around speechless, even Tang Sheng beside Zhang Fan was shocked. Although he knew Zhang Fan was an alchemy genius and had seen him refine a top-grade pill, but the person in front of them, Xu Mingyuan, was a senior alchemist of the second rank. Tang Sheng wasn't particularly fond of Xu Mingyuan. This guy was always very arrogant, relying on his identity as a senior alchemist of the second rank, even looking down on his father. If Zhang Fan could defeat Xu Mingyuan and become the chief alchemist of Baodan Pavilion, Tang Sheng would naturally be delighted. However, can Zhang Fan really defeat a senior alchemist of the second rank? What did you say, you want to compete with me in alchemy? It took Xu Mingyuan a while to come back to his senses after Zhang Fan's words. He looked at Zhang Fan with a smile, as if he had heard the funniest joke of his life. He was a genuine senior alchemist of the second rank. In Lingyun City, apart from those famous third-rank alchemists, there was probably no one who dared to claim they could beat him in alchemy. Who does this kid think he is, to boldly speak in front of him? You heard me right, I want to compete with you in alchemy. Zhang Fan smirked slightly. What, a dignified senior alchemist of the second rank like you, are you afraid? Ridiculous, me afraid? Xu Mingyuan glared at Zhang Fan ferociously. Since you want to compete, I'll grant your wish. If you lose, I want you to become my alchemy slave and serve me for the rest of your life. Fine. Zhang Fan smiled faintly. Let's hear it. How are we going to compete? You, a trash without an alchemy badge, would be lucky to refine a top-grade pill. I don't want to bully you. Xu Mingyuan sneered. Let's have a public alchemy competition here. Each of us will refine 10 pieces of material into tempering body pills, and we'll see whose success rate is higher. How about that? Brother Tang Sheng, please prepare an alchemy furnace and 20 pieces of tempering body pill materials. Zhang Fan didn't bother wasting words with Xu Mingyuan, he just smiled and said to Tang Sheng beside him. With a system that boosts his success rate by 100-fold, the possibility of his alchemy failing is almost zero. Comparing his rate of successful pill refinement, isn't this just asking for a slap in the face? All right. Tang Sheng nodded, then quickly had someone bring over a pill furnace and materials for 20 tempering body pills. Xu Mingyuan, you go first. Looking at the arranged pill furnace and herbs, Zhang Fan directly addressed Xu Mingyuan indifferently. As you wish. Shu Mingyuan snorted coldly, then strode over to the pill furnace and began alchemy. As a second-grade senior alchemist with over 10 years of experience, Zhu Mingyuan naturally found refining a first-grade tempering body pill not difficult. Heating, adding herbs, condensing pills. In less than a quarter of an hour, Zhu Mingyuan had refined the first tempering body pill. Following that, he started on the second one. By the time he finished refining 10 sets of materials, Zhu Mingyuan had produced a total of 7 finished tempering body pills. In other words, Zhu Mingyuan's success rate reached 70%. Kid, it's your turn. After finishing his refining, Zhu Mingyuan raised his head and provocatively looked at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan smirked, a second-grade senior alchemist refining a first-grade pill with only a 70% success rate, that's just average. Kid, don't try to outwit me. Talk to me when you have a 70% success rate, Zhu Mingyuan sneered disdainfully at Zhang Fan. Alchemy is a very delicate art, so alchemists' success rates are not high. Generally, a first-grade alchemist refining a first-grade pill only has a success rate of around 30%. A second-grade alchemist refining a first-grade pill has a much higher success rate, usually reaching 50 to 60%. Shu Mingyuan being able to produce 7 tempering body pills from 10 sets of materials already had a high success rate. Zhang Fan couldn't be bothered with Zhu Mingyuan's taunts. He walked straight to the pill furnace and swiftly entered the alchemy state. Ding! You are refining tempering body pills. The system automatically triggers a 100-fold success rate. With the sound of the prompt in his mind, Zhang Fan adeptly began refining the tempering body pills. Ding! You have refined a first-grade tempering body pill, gaining 1000 by 100 experience. 10 minutes later, Zhang Fan successfully refined the first tempering body pill. Damn, I didn't expect this kid to actually refine a tempering body pill. Impressive, having the skills of a first-grade alchemist at such a young age, this kid is truly a rare alchemy genius. Seeing Zhang Fan refining the first tempering body pill effortlessly, some onlookers couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Zhang Fan paid no attention to this and continued to refine the second, then the third. Ding! You have refined a first-grade tempering body pill, gaining 1000 by 100 experience. Ding! You have refined a first-grade tempering body pill, gaining 1000 by 100 experience. Ding! You have successfully advanced to a 4th-grade alchemist. In just an hour, Zhang Fan finished refining the 10 sets of materials. His alchemist grade smoothly advanced to the 4th grade. With 10 sets of materials, Zhang Fan produced 10 tempering body pills. Without wasting any materials, his success rate reached a terrifying 100%. Oh my god, 10 sets of materials produce 10 pills, is this real or fake? I didn't expect this kid's alchemy skills to be this impressive. The scene before them left the surrounding spectators in awe. Truly deserving of Su Lingxiang's high praise for being an alchemy genius. Tang Shang was also astonished by Zhang Fan's monstrous success rate, muttering softly to himself. No, this can't be, it's absolutely impossible. Shu Mingyuan stared blankly, his face filled with disbelief as he screamed. How could this brat without even an alchemist badge have such a terrifying success rate? 10 sets of materials, refining 10 tempering body pills. Even if some 3rd-grade alchemists were to refine it, the success rate may not necessarily reach 100%. There is nothing impossible in this world. Just because you can't do it, doesn't mean others can't. Zhang Fan smirked and said lightly, Zhu Mingyuan, sorry to say, my success rate is 100%. You lost in this competition. No, I am a dignified 2nd-grade senior alchemist, how could I possibly lose to you, a trash without a grade? Shu Mingyuan's face turned red. You just got lucky and happened to refine all 10 pills. Enough! Master Zhu, as a 2nd-grade senior alchemist, can't you accept defeat? Tang Shang's face darkened. From today on, Brother Zhang Fan is the chief alchemist of the Treasure Pill Pavilion. Tang Shang, do you really want this kid to become the chief alchemist of the Treasure Pill Pavilion? Shu Mingyuan's face instantly turned extremely gloomy. Tang Shang glanced at him indifferently. Any problem? If you want this kid to take my place, you should ask whether your father agrees or not. Shu Mingyuan snorted coldly. That's not necessary. Tang Shang waved his hand. As the future successor of the Treasure Pill Pavilion, my words can represent his. Good, very good. Shu Mingyuan laughed in anger. Tang Shang, I hope you won't regret this. Even if this kid won by luck, he's just a 1st-grade alchemist. Don't forget, I am the only 2nd-grade senior alchemist of the Treasure Pill Pavilion. As the only 2nd-grade senior alchemist of the Treasure Pill Pavilion, almost half of the 2nd-grade pills in the Treasure Pill Pavilion were refined by him. Tang Shang actually wanted this inexperienced kid to replace him as the chief alchemist, which was simply seeking death. Do you think you're great just because you're a 2nd-grade alchemist? Zhang Fan sneered, his proud voice ringing directly in everyone's ears. It seems like you're not very convinced of your loss just now. In that case, let's have another competition. Show me what you've got, refine the highest grade pill you can, and I will make you admit defeat. Kid, is that what you said? Xu Mingyuan coldly looked at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan said lightly, let's get started. If you can win, I promise to leave the treasure pill pavilion immediately without any complaints. Prepare the materials for 3 concentration pills for me. Xu Mingyuan snorted coldly and said directly. This time, he was going to refine the second-grade senior pill, concentration pill. This was already a top existence among second-grade pills. For Zhang Fan to surpass him, he would have to refine a third-grade pill. Even if Xu Mingyuan were to die, he wouldn't believe that this kid could refine a third-grade pill. Brother Zhang Fan, do you really want to compete with him again? Tang Sheng couldn't help but ask quietly beside Zhang Fan. Xu Mingyuan was going to refine a second-grade senior pill. If Zhang Fan wanted to surpass Xu Mingyuan in pill grade, wouldn't he have to refine a third-grade pill? Prepare the herbs for him. Zhang Fan smiled confidently, don't worry, with his limited alchemy skills, he won't be able to beat me. Seeing Zhang Fan's confident look, Tang Sheng's mouth twitched involuntarily. Could this guy really refine a third-grade pill? Tang Sheng took a deep breath, suppressed his shock, and had the materials for 3 concentration pills prepared for Zhang Fan. After checking the materials, Xu Mingyuan focused all his attention on alchemy. Even with his skills, refining the second-grade senior pill, concentration pill, would not have a high success rate. Therefore, he had to be extremely focused. Xu Mingyuan methodically refined the first concentration pill, but a mistake during the process led to the failure of the alchemy. However, in the second attempt, Xu Mingyuan learned from his mistake and successfully refined a concentration pill. Kid, I have successfully refined the second-grade senior pill, concentration pill. This time, I want to see how you can beat me. Xu Mingyuan looked up, smirked at Zhang Fan, and said smugly, just because you successfully refined a second-grade high-level pill, and even did it twice, you think you're amazing? Zhang Fan chuckled disdainfully, what's a second-grade pill? I can refine a third-grade pill. This guy can actually refine third-grade pills. Everyone was once again shocked by Zhang Fan's words. You? Refining third-grade pills? Xu Mingyuan appeared extremely disdainful. In Lingyun City, alchemists capable of refining third-grade pills could be counted on one hand. These people were all veteran alchemists who had specialized in alchemy for many years. Although this kid in front of them could refine a first-grade body-tempering pill, and his success rate was ridiculously high, Xu Mingyuan refused to believe that this kid could refine third-grade pills. Even if this kid had been learning alchemy since birth, he couldn't possibly become a third-grade alchemist, right? Zhang Fan ignored Xu Mingyuan and directly said to Tang Sheng with a light smile, prepare the materials for a congenital spirit pill for me. Damn, this guy actually wants to refine a congenital spirit pill. When Zhang Fan said this, countless people around couldn't help but gasp. The congenital spirit pill was a top-grade pill that could directly elevate a warrior in the congenital realm by 1 level. The grade of this pill had already reached high third grade. No one had expected that Zhang Fan not only wanted to refine third-grade pills but also wanted to refine high third-grade congenital spirit pills. What shocked them even more was that Zhang Fan only needed materials for 1 congenital spirit pill. Did this mean that he wanted to refine a high third-grade congenital spirit pill in one go? This guy, is he really that amazing? Third-grade high-level pills, not to mention being refined by third-grade alchemists. Even those legendary fourth-grade alchemy masters would find it extremely difficult to succeed in one attempt. He actually wants to refine a high third-grade pill, monstrous. Truly don't understand why this guy managed to enter the Lingyun martial mansion through the back door. Tang Sheng muttered softly in his heart and quickly had the materials for the congenital spirit pill prepared. Zhang Fan didn't hesitate either, walking to the alchemy furnace and starting the alchemy process. Igniting the fire, refining the medicine, and forming the pill. The whole process was still smooth and seamless, with actions flowing effortlessly. Ding! You have successfully refined the third-grade pill, the congenital spirit pill, gaining 3000 by 100 experience. In less than half an hour, Zhang Fan successfully refined a congenital spirit pill in front of everyone. Oh my god, he actually refined a high third-grade pill, the congenital spirit pill. And he succeeded in one attempt. Isn't this too monstrous? At this moment, the onlookers were all stunned by Zhang Fan's abnormal alchemy talent. A teenager in his teens had successfully refined a high third-grade pill in one go. And Xu Mingyuan, who had been studying alchemy for over a decade, had to use 2 attempts to refine a second-grade high-level pill. It was truly a case of incomparable talents. Compared to Zhang Fan, this so-called second-grade high-level alchemist Xu Mingyuan was simply not even worth mentioning. How is this possible? Xu Mingyuan looked horrified, his face suddenly turning pale. He never expected that this kid, whom he had never taken seriously, had reached such a terrifying level in alchemy. Third-grade high-level pills. With his talent in alchemy, even if he exhausted all his energy in his lifetime, he might not be able to refine one. Watching Jiang Fan successfully refine the congenital spirit pill in one go, he once again completely outshone Xu Mingyuan in alchemy. Tang Shang was also speechless to the extreme. In the morning, Jiang Fan defeated the top golden student of the outer mansion, Meng Dongxing, causing a sensation throughout the Lingyun martial mansion. Now he had completely crushed Xu Mingyuan, a second-grade high-level alchemist. Where did this monster come from? Thinking about Jiang Fan becoming the chief alchemist of Baodangu in the future, Tang Shang was extremely excited. He glanced at the pale-faced Xu Mingyuan and casually said, Master Zhu, Jiang Fan will be the chief alchemist of Baodangu in the future. Do you have any objections? Master Jiang is young, but his alchemy skills surpass mine. It is an honor for Baodangu to have him as the chief alchemist, Xu Mingyuan said with a bitter smile. He looked at Jiang Fan with a face full of shame. I didn't expect Master Jiang to be a third-grade senior alchemist already. It was my mistake, and I hope Master Jiang won't take offense. At that moment, Xu Mingyuan finally lowered his proud head. He was just a second-grade senior alchemist. The person in front of him was already a third-grade senior alchemist, a whole level higher than him. And in terms of potential, he was far inferior. A third-grade senior alchemist was among the top alchemists in Lingyun City. If he truly offended Jiang Fan, with just a word from him, Xu Mingyuan would find it difficult to survive in Lingyun City. Jiang Fan never really cared about Xu Mingyuan and couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He turned to Tang Shang and said, Tang Shang, I can be an alchemist for Baodangu. However, as you know, I am a student of Lingyun Wufu, so, Brother Jiang, I understand, Tang Shang replied. You don't need to stay at Baodangu. You can carry the materials to Lingyun Wufu even for the alchemy process. Once the pills you make are sold, Baodangu will give you 30% of the profit, Tang Shang said with a slight smile. With Jiang Fan's talent and potential, he would undoubtedly become a renowned alchemy master. Even if Jiang Fan just lent his name to Baodangu, it would be immensely beneficial for the sect. I don't want the profit. Jiang Fan shook his head. I just want 30% of the pills I make. No problem. Tang Shang had no objections to Jiang Fan's request. That's settled then. If Baodangu needs any pills, bring the materials to me at Courtyard 68 in the Golden Student Residence area. It was already noon when Jiang Fan left Baodangu. He stopped in front of a restaurant called Tiangxi Anglu, intending to have lunch there. Jiang Fan, what a coincidence to meet you here. Just as Jiang Fan was about to enter Tiangxi Anglu, a mocking voice suddenly sounded behind him. Jiang Fan was taken aback. Turning around, he saw two familiar figures walking towards Tiangxi Anglu, Zhang Yunhong and Zhang Qianhe. What were they doing here? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. Zhang Yunhong, why did you leave the Jiang family and come to Lingyun City? Ha! Jiang Fan, you probably don't know yet. Master Zhu, the chief alchemist of Baodangu, has agreed to take me as his disciple. Even if you enter Lingyun Wufu, you are just a bronze student with no future. As for me, it won't be long before I become a respected alchemist. Zhang Yunhong sneered at Jiang Fan, his face filled with smugness. Is that so? If I were you, I wouldn't come here to show off. Boasting in front of me, you probably won't have a good ending. Jiang Fan's lips curved slightly with a hint of a smile. I can guarantee that none of the alchemists at Baodangu will take you as their disciple. Ha ha. Jiang Fan, who do you think you are? Do the alchemists at Baodangu have to listen to you? Zhang Yunhong sneered disdainfully. Because Jiang Fan suddenly appeared at a critical moment and took away his chance to enter Lingyun Wufu. For the future of his grandson, Zhang Qianhe brought Zhang Yunhong to Lingyun City. In the end, Zhang Qianhe swallowed his pride, paid a price, and finally persuaded Xu Mingyuan, the chief alchemist of Baodangu, to accept him as a disciple. Jiang Fan, in a while, Yunhong will officially apprentice Master Zhu, a senior second-grade alchemist. This is a great joy for the Jiang family. Do you want to stay and witness it? Zhang Qianhe was also beaming with pride. Yunhong being able to apprentice a second-grade senior alchemist would surely elevate the Jiang family's prestige. Even if Jiang Fan enters the Lingyun Martial Academy, he is just a bronze student with no future prospects. By then, what qualifications would Jiang Fan have to compete with Yunhong for the position of Jiang family head? Sure. Jiang Fan readily replied. Even if Zhang Qianhe didn't ask, Jiang Fan had no intention of leaving. If others don't provoke him, he won't provoke others. Back in the Jiang family, Yunhong had severely injured him with a punch and even tried to snatch his chance to enter the Lingyun Martial Academy. Now that he had the opportunity to deal with Yun Hong, how could Zhang Fan easily let it go? Zhang Fan crossed his arms and stood there, waiting with Yun Hong for Master Zhu Mingyuan to arrive. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man in alchemist robes slowly approached. The middle-aged man was none other than Zhu Mingyuan, whom Zhang Fan had just dealt with. Master Zhu, you're here, Zhang Qianhe quickly greeted with a smile. Disciple Zhang Yun Hong pays respects to Master. Yun Hong also hurried forward, respectfully bowing to Zhu Mingyuan. As he bowed, his gaze swept towards Zhang Fan, who remained motionless with his arms crossed. Zhang Fan, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and pay your respects to Master Zhu, Yun Hong coldly sneered at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, you're so bold, daring to show such disrespect to Master Zhu. Why don't you kneel down and apologize to Master Zhu? Zhang Qianhe also blared at Zhang Fan with an unfriendly expression. A second-grade senior alchemist held a high position, and even he had to be polite in front of Zhu Mingyuan. Now that Zhang Fan showed such disrespect to Zhu Mingyuan, he practically handed over a handle to him, so he naturally had to deal with Zhang Fan properly. Ignoring the angry scolding from Yun Hong and Zhang Qianhe, Zhang Fan remained unfazed. He looked at Zhu Mingyuan with a smirk. Zhu Mingyuan, they want me to kneel and apologize to you. What do you think? Zhu Mingyuan, who had just arrived, was taken aback when he saw Zhang Fan standing at the Tianxiang Tower entrance. Just as he was about to greet Zhang Fan, he suddenly heard the words from Zhang Qianhe and Yun Hong. Zhu Mingyuan's face instantly turned extremely unpleasant. However, Yun Hong naturally did not see all this. When he heard Zhang Fan daringly call out Zhu Mingyuan's name, he once again sternly scolded Zhang Fan, how dare you address the teacher by name, you really don't respect the teacher at all, kneel down now. Smack! Before Yun Hong could finish his sentence, Zhu Mingyuan strode up to him and slapped him across the face. This sudden slap not only left Yun Hong bewildered but also stunned Zhang Qianhe beside him. Shouldn't Zhu Mingyuan be punishing Zhang Fan for disrespecting him? What the hell is going on here? Master. Feeling the burning pain on his face, Yun Hong looked at Zhu Mingyuan in disbelief, almost on the verge of tears. As his disciple, I was speaking up for you, so why did you slap me instead? Without even looking at Yun Hong, Zhu Mingyuan walked quickly to Zhang Fan. He respectfully bowed to Zhang Fan. Master Zhang, these two don't know any better. How could their words be taken seriously? I should be the one apologizing to you, so please don't be hard on me. What? Yun Hong and Zhang Qianhe were both petrified in an instant, as if they had seen a ghost, almost unable to believe their eyes. Was this Zhu Mingyuan, the esteemed chief alchemist of the Treasure Pill Pavilion, the second-grade senior alchemist Zhu Mingyuan, really so noble and revered? Now, like a child who has made a mistake, he stood cautiously in front of Zhang Fan. Moreover, he even respectfully referred to Zhang Fan as a master. What kind of master is this Zhang family waste? Zhu Mingyuan, this is your new disciple. Why does he seem more arrogant than you? Before Zhang Yunhong and his grandfather could recover from the shock, Zhang Fan glanced at Zhang Yunhong and casually said, Master Zhang, they were introduced to me by a friend. I came to see them out of respect for that friend, but I haven't officially accepted him as a disciple yet. Zhu Mingyuan said, then turned directly, staring unkindly at Zhang Yunhong. Kid, who do you think you are to be disrespectful to our Master Zhang of Baodan Pavilion? I won't accept you as my disciple, so get lost. Zhang Yunhong looked stunned, his face instantly turning pale. Becoming Zhu Mingyuan's disciple was an opportunity that his grandfather, Zhang Qianhe, had fought hard to secure for him. However, Zhang Yunhong never expected that Zhang Fan, this Zhang family waste, would actually have an influence on Zhu Mingyuan's decision-making. Unable to control himself, he swaggered up to Zhang Fan. But with just a few words, Zhang Fan sent him from heaven to hell. His hope of becoming an alchemist was completely shattered. Master Zhu, Zhang Fan is from our Zhang family in Sangshan City. This kid has never even touched alchemy. How could he possibly be the chief alchemist of Baodan Pavilion? Are you mistaken? It took Zhang Qianhe a while to recover from the shock, looking at Zhu Mingyuan with disbelief. If this Zhang family waste was truly an alchemist, why would Zhang Woya go to such lengths to secure him a place in Lingyun Martial Mansion? My eyesight hasn't deteriorated to that extent, Zhu Mingyuan coldly snorted, impatiently saying, I don't have time for this nonsense. Take your grandson and leave. No. Master, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Zhang Yunhong knelt in front of Zhu Mingyuan, his eyes filled with pleading. Unable to enter Lingyun Martial Mansion, unable to become an alchemist, his future would be confined to the Zhang family in Sangshan City. Get lost. You dared to disrespect Master Zhang. I won't accept you as my disciple, and no alchemist in Lingyun City will take you as their apprentice. Stop daydreaming. Zhu Mingyuan coldly smiled. Who was Zhang Fan? A genuine third-grade senior alchemist. With just a word from him, who in Lingyun City would dare to accept Zhang Yunhong as their disciple? Upon hearing Zhu Mingyuan's words, Zhang Yunhong turned pale, looking utterly dejected and collapsed. Zhang Fan, we all share the blood of the Zhang family. Yunhong is your clan brother. Isn't this going too far? Zhang Qianhe, seeing his grandson so devastated, glared at Zhang Fan in anger. Now you realize we are family? When you treated me that way in the Zhang family, did you think about us being family? Did you think about whether you were going too far? Zhang Fan coldly smiled. Moreover, it's because Master Zhu himself is not willing to accept your grandson as his disciple. What does it have to do with me? That's right, I don't see potential in your grandson. It has nothing to do with Master Jiang, Zhu Mingyuan quickly agreed. He glared unkindly at Zhang Qianhe. Old man, because you were introduced by my friend, I can overlook this. But if you dare to be disrespectful to Master Jiang again, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Zhang Qianhe's face turned grim, he snorted, grabbed the dazed Zhang Yunhong, and quickly left. After Zhang Qianhe and the others left, Zhu Mingyuan cautiously looked at Zhang Fan, Master Jiang, about this matter. It's fine, I know, it has nothing to do with you. Zhang Fan waved his hand, giving Zhu Mingyuan a slight smile. Master Zhu, could I trouble you with something? Master Jiang, just give your orders. Zhu Mingyuan immediately felt relieved and said, keep an eye on Zhang Yunhong for me, don't let any alchemists accept him as a disciple. Zhang Fan's eyes flashed with cold light as he coldly replied. Although with Zhang Yunhong's talent, even if he truly became an alchemist, he wouldn't pose any threat to him. However, Zhang Fan still didn't intend to let Zhang Yunhong succeed. He wanted Zhang Yunhong to experience what true despair felt like. After parting ways with Zhu Mingyuan, Zhang Fan had lunch at the Tianshang building and then headed straight back to the Lingyun Martial Mansion. When he arrived at the entrance of the Lingyun Martial Mansion, he found that it was surrounded by a large crowd of onlookers for some unknown reason. Zhang Fan squeezed into the crowd and finally learned why so many people were gathered there. It was because at the entrance of the Lingyun Martial Mansion, there stood an unparalleled beauty in a white dress, with exquisite features, proudly standing on the side of the stone lion at the gate. She stood there quietly, like a fairy descended to earth, untouched by worldly dust. Ding! You have discovered the Taiyin death body, triggering 100-fold comprehension. Ding! You have successfully comprehended the ancient Shuanyan pill formula. Just as Zhang Fan was quietly observing the unparalleled beauty on the stone lion, two system prompts suddenly sounded in his mind. Following that, Zhang Fan felt a new ancient Shuanyan pill formula in his mind, including its uses and effects, all appearing in his mind. Wow, this ancient Shuanyan pill is actually the solution to the Taiyin death body. Zhang Fan was astonished. He hadn't expected the 100-fold cultivation system to play out like this. Isn't that our Lingyun Martial Mansion's first beauty, Meng Qingsno, ranked second on the Lingyun ranking? What is she doing here? Who knows, but Meng Qingsno has been standing here for a long time. Judging from the situation, it seems like she's waiting for someone. Damn! Who the hell is so prestigious to make Meng Qingsno, this genius beauty, wait here? Zhang Fan snapped back to reality, listening to the various discussions around him, a strange expression flickering in his eyes. Was the woman with the Taiyin death body in front of him the genius beauty of the Lingyun Martial Mansion, Meng Qingsno? As Zhang Fan observed Meng Qingsno, her gaze also directly met his. Then, she moved gracefully from the stone lion and landed in front of Zhang Fan. At the same time, her cold voice instantly resounded in everyone's ears. You are Zhang Fan, the one who injured my brother, Meng Dongxing? Meng Qingsno's words caused an instant uproar among the surrounding crowd. Wow, Meng Qingsno was actually waiting for Zhang Fan here. I heard that Meng Qingsno has an extremely close relationship with her brother. This guy beat up Meng Dongxing in the morning, no wonder Meng Qingsno came to find him. Ha ha, Meng Qingsno is the second-ranked genius on the Lingyun ranking, this guy is in big trouble now. All eyes were suddenly focused on Zhang Fan. Some bloated, while others felt pity. Zhang Fan didn't respond to Meng Qingsno's words, instead, he looked at her seriously and said, Beauty, you're sick and need treatment. What? Zhang Fan's words left all the surrounding onlookers completely dumbfounded. They never expected that when facing Meng Qingsno, Zhang Fan's first words would be accusing her of being sick. Was this too bold and audacious? Do you dare say that again? Meng Qingsno's face turned cold, her beautiful eyes exuding a chilling murderous intent, making the surrounding air instantly cool down. Zhang Fan smiled faintly, then, under the gaze of countless eyes, walked straight up to Meng Qingsno. Miss Meng, were you born on the first day of July? Since your birth, do you faint every birthday? Zhang leaned in and whispered in a voice only Meng Qingsno could hear. Meng Qingxue was about to erupt, but Zhang Fan's words made her pretty face change suddenly. Her hand, which had just made a move, also stiffened instantly. How do you know? Meng Qingxue stared at Jiang Fan intently. Regarding her physical condition, no more than 3 people in Lingyun Wufu would know. How did this guy know? I know more than you can imagine, Jiang Fan said with a slight smirk. I also know that since you turned 16, you faint every first day of the month. Do you know the reason? A look of shock finally appeared on Meng Qingshue's stunning face. Of course, Jiang Fan said confidently, his voice ringing directly in Meng Qingshue's ear. You have the Taiyin life-ending body, an extremely rare physique, and a special constitution envied by the heavens. People with the Taiyin life-ending body generally don't live past 17. Because on your 17th birthday, after you faint, you will never wake up again. Meng Qingxue was shocked to the core at this moment. Meng Qingxue was not from Lingyun Fu. She came to Lingyun Wufu to get close to Yan Qingxian, the giant of the Dan realm and Daxia, to seek advice on her physical condition. The words of this young man in front of her almost coincided with Yan Qingxuan's speculation. This young man even went into more detail, telling her that this physique was called the Taiyin life-ending body. Only the ancient Xian Yang pill can resolve the Taiyin life-ending body. However, the recipe for the ancient Xian Yang pill has been lost, and in this world, apart from me, there is probably no one else who can refine it. Just as Meng Qingxue had not yet recovered from her shock, Jiang Fan's voice rang out again. What are your conditions? Meng Qingxue asked calmly. Jiang Fan looked at Meng Qingxue and said with a smile, I need a maid by my side. If you agree, I will save your life. That condition is not acceptable, propose another one. A hint of anger appeared in Meng Qingshue's beautiful eyes. With her status, even in the entire Daxia, probably no one would be qualified to say such things in front of her. And this kid in front of her was just an outer court disciple of Lingyun Wufu. Such a person dared to boldly ask her to be his maid. It was simply a huge joke. Whether you agree or not is up to you. Jiang Fan smiled faintly and was about to leave. Stop! Meng Qingxue shouted coldly and pounced on Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan instantly displayed the flowing light phantom step, quickly creating a distance between himself and Meng Qingxue. A high-level Xian-class body technique at the Great Accomplishment realm. This scene surprised Meng Qingxue. Indeed, you are the talented beauty on the Lingyun ranking, truly perceptive. Jiang Fan praised Meng Qingxue and a faint smile echoed in the air. Meng Qingxue, I'll say it again, I need a maid to serve tea and water. If you are willing, come with me. Don't feel wronged, follow me, and I guarantee you will benefit greatly for the rest of your life. Perhaps one day, you will be grateful for becoming my maid. The moment Jiang Fan said this, countless onlookers around almost burst into laughter. Damn, this kid actually thinks Meng Qingxue will be his maid, am I hearing this right? Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. This kid doesn't think that defeating Meng Dongxing and becoming the top golden disciple makes him invincible, does he? He even thinks that someone would feel honored to be his maid. This idiot is blowing his own trumpet to the sky. While everyone was waiting for Meng Qingxue to beat Jiang Fan to the ground, Meng Qingxue showed no intention of doing so. She stared at Jiang Fan for a while and then said calmly, okay, I agree, I hope you keep your word. Her calm words stunned everyone present. Oh my god, Meng Qingxue. She actually agreed. At this moment, all the surrounding students watching were not just shocked, but utterly shocked. The magnificent Lin Yun Martial House's #1 beauty, the genius ranked second on the Lin Yun list, actually agreed to become a disciple of an outer house student. This is simply unbelievable, right? Jiang Fan smiled slightly and said, don't worry, follow me, and I promise you will break free from the constraints of the Taiyin death body and soar to new heights. Meng Qingxue nodded indifferently, then stood quietly behind Jiang Fan like a maid. She had turned 16 3 months ago, with only 9 months left until she turned 17. If the issue of the Taiyin death body couldn't be resolved, she would never wake up after 9 months. If Jiang Fan could really solve her body's problem, then he would definitely be a capable and extraordinary expert. Following such an expert was not something to be ashamed of. In this life, Meng Qingxue still had many things she wanted to accomplish. For this, even if it meant risking her freedom for a lifetime, she was willing. Meng Qingxue's actions directly left everyone present wide-eyed. What had Jiang Fan done to make Meng Qingxue willingly become his maid? An outer house student actually took a genius beauty from the Lin Yun list as his maid. This was unprecedented and unparalleled. This guy was definitely the most awesome golden student in the history of the Lin Yun Martial House. Watching Jiang Fan and Meng Qingxue walk into the Lin Yun Martial House, countless onlookers were still in a daze, unable to recover from the shock. Meng Qingxue, a peerless woman with both beauty and talent. In the Lin Yun Martial House, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of people pursuing Meng Qingxue. Among them were famous geniuses on the Lin Yun list. However, Meng Qingxue had always been like an ice goddess, keeping everyone at a distance. Yet, this lofty ice goddess miraculously agreed to become a maid of an outer house student. At this moment, countless Lin Yun Martial House students admired Jiang Fan from the bottom of their hearts. On his first day at the Lin Yun Martial House, he beat Lin Yang, the brother of Lin Yu, a genius on the Lin Yun list. The next day, he directly challenged Meng Dongxing, the #1 golden student in the outer house, and defeated him with a punch. Now, Meng Qingxue came to seek justice for her brother Meng Dongxing, only to be persuaded by Jiang Fan with a few words to become his maid. In the Lin Yun Martial House, they had seen talented individuals, but someone as extraordinary as Jiang Fan was definitely a first. When the news of Jiang Fan accepting Meng Qingxue as his maid spread throughout the Lin Yun Martial House, Jiang Fan took Meng Qingxue back to the courtyard of the 68th dormitory for golden students. Clean up the courtyard, then choose a room to stay in. Jiang Fan entered the courtyard and instructed Meng Qingxue. Meng Qingxue frowned slightly. When will you help me refine the ancient Xianyan pill? Refining the ancient Xianyan pill is not difficult. The challenge lies in the materials needed for it. Jiang Fan smiled faintly. To refine this pill, you need the essence blood of a 6th grade fire attribute monster. Can you provide that? A 6th grade monster was as powerful as a human in the Divine Sea realm. And in the Great Xia country, no Divine Sea realm experts had appeared for hundreds of years. Therefore, obtaining the essence blood of a 6th grade fire attribute monster was no simple task. I indeed do not have the essence blood of a 6th grade fire attribute monster. Meng Qingxue's eyes gleamed, but I know that perhaps there is someone in the Lin Yun Martial House who can provide it. Oh, Jiang Fan looked surprised. Who is this person? He is the 6th grade alchemy master Yin Qingxian. Meng Qingxue pondered slightly. As far as I know, more than 10 years ago, Yin Qingxian gathered some strong individuals in the Great Xia country to hunt down an injured Scarlet Flame Fire Phoenix. The 6th grade demon beast, the Red Flame Fire Phoenix, also has a trace of the bloodline of an ancient divine beast, making it an excellent material for refining the ancient Xianyang pill. Jiang Fan nodded and said, in that case, let's go meet Yin Qingxian tomorrow. The night passed without words. The next morning, after breakfast, Jiang Fan took Meng Qingsno straight to Qingxian residence. Qingxian residence was located deep within the Lingyun Martial Mansion. This was where the 6th grade alchemy master Yin Qingxian resided. Although Yin Qingxian was a nominal elder of the Lingyun Martial Mansion, he rarely concerned himself with worldly affairs, spending most of his time studying the art of alchemy at Qingxian residence. Under normal circumstances, no one dared to disturb Yin Qingxian at Qingxian residence. Over time, Qingxian residence became a neglected place within the Lingyun Martial Mansion. When Jiang Fan and his group arrived at Qingxian residence, it appeared desolate, with not even a gatekeeper at the courtyard entrance. Jiang Fan led Meng Qingsno straight through the main gate of Qingxian residence. Who are you people? This is not a place you can come to. Get out! However, as soon as Jiang Fan and his group entered the courtyard, a sharp and cold voice rang in their ears. Jiang Fan followed the voice and saw a 16 or 17-year-old youth staring at them unfriendly. The youth was dressed in an alchemist robe, looking quite handsome. On his chest, there was an alchemist badge with 2 stars embedded, shining brightly. At 15 or 16 years old, he had already become a 2nd-grade senior alchemist. This guy was indeed a rare alchemy genius. I am Jiang Fan, here to see Master Yin Qingxian at Qingxian residence. I hope you can inform him, Jiang Fan said politely to the youth. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's introduction, a sharp light flashed in the youth's eyes. Just 2 days ago, after Su Lingxiang returned to Qingxian residence, she strongly recommended a person named Jiang Fan to Master Yin Qingxian. Therefore, the youth remembered this name. He did not expect Jiang Fan to come knocking on the door so soon. It seemed that this guy was eager to become the master's closed-door disciple. Thinking of himself, Bai Zishuan, who had exceptional talent in alchemy since childhood. At just over 16 years old, he had already become a 2nd-grade senior alchemist. In Lingyun Mansion, Bai Zishuan believed that no one could match his talent in alchemy. However, even he was only a named disciple of Master Yin Qingxian. As for this guy in front of him, he was said to be a mediocre bronze student. With such mediocre skills, why should he become Master Yin Qingxuan's closed-door disciple? Kid, who do you think you are? Do you think you can see the master just like that? Bai Zishuan snorted and directly ordered Jiang Fan to leave. The master is currently researching pills with Su's senior sister and has no time to see you. Leave now. You didn't even inform him. How do you know Master Yin won't see me? Jiang Fan frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. The master's status is not something anyone can see casually, Bai Zishuan sneered. If you want to see the master, then let me see if you have the qualifications. Oh? Jiang Fan smiled faintly, then tell me, how can I qualify to see Master Yin? Bai Zishuan flicked his hand, and a pill formula appeared in his hand. This is a fragment of an ancient pill formula. If you can complete it, I will give you a chance to see the master. Bai Zishuan sneered inwardly. This pill formula was the one that Master Yan Qingxian and Su Lingshan were trying to complete. If even Master Yan Qingxian hadn't succeeded in researching it, how could this kid complete it? Zhang Fan grabbed the prescription, his gaze instantly falling on it. Ding! You are watching the incomplete 4th grade life-prolonging pill prescription, triggering a 100-fold comprehension. Ding! You have successfully comprehended the complete 4th grade life-prolonging pill prescription. The 100-fold cultivation system was still as awesome as ever. He glanced at the incomplete prescription, and the system directly triggered a 100-fold comprehension, helping him complete it automatically. How about it, can you complete this prescription? Seeing Zhang Fan staring at the prescription without speaking for a long time, Bai Zishuan couldn't help but sneer disdainfully. Even if I can complete it, do you know what a real life-prolonging pill prescription looks like? Zhang Fan's lips curled slightly. Moreover, I want to see Master Yin. I don't need you to give me the opportunity. As long as I want, I guarantee he will come out to see me in a minute. Kid, it seems like you're deliberately causing trouble at the Qingxian residence, right? Bai Zishuan's eyes darkened sharply upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, and he sternly said, if you know what's good for you, get out immediately. This Qingxian residence is not a place where you can act recklessly. Who was his teacher, Master Yan Qingxian? He was a giant in the alchemy world of the Great Xia Empire, a renowned 6th grade alchemy master. With such status, even the king of the Great Xia Empire would have to be polite if he wanted to see Master Yan Qingxian. Yet this guy in front of him dared to boast here? Are you sure you want me to leave? Zhang Fan smiled faintly. I hope you won't regret it later. Ah, just you? Bai Zishuan sneered disdainfully. Not to mention he was a named disciple of Yan Qingxian, just being the son of the city lord Bai Jinsong of Lingyun City, who in Lingyun City could make him regret. Zhang Fan ignored Bai Zishuan, turning his head to look at Meng Qingsno beside him. Shout 3 times inside that the Qingfrost spirit fruit was placed incorrectly. Ha! What does this guy want to do? Meng Qingsno was stunned for a moment, but she followed Zhang Fan's orders and shouted 3 times into the courtyard. The Qingfrost spirit fruit was placed incorrectly. The Qingfrost spirit fruit was placed incorrectly. The Qingfrost spirit fruit was placed incorrectly. Bai Zishuan's face turned ashen. Just as he was about to kick Zhang Fan and Meng Qingsno out, a sudden explosion came from inside the courtyard. Bai Zishuan was immediately stunned. As an alchemist, he naturally knew that it was the sound of a furnace exploding during alchemy. Before Bai Zishuan could react, an old man with white hair and a slightly disheveled figure rushed out from inside. This old man was none other than the owner of the Qingxian pavilion, Yan Qingxian. Qingsno, why is it you? Did you shout that the Qingfrost spirit fruit was placed incorrectly just now? Yan Qingxian looked at Meng Qingsno in the courtyard, a hint of surprise appearing in his cloudy eyes. Master Yan, I asked her to shout. Zhang Fan smiled slightly. I have something to discuss with Master Yan, so I had no choice but to resort to this strategy. I hope you don't mind. How did you know that the Qingfrost spirit fruit was placed incorrectly? Yan Qingxian looked at Zhang Fan with an extremely shocked expression, asking excitedly. Seeing this scene, Meng Qingsno was dumbfounded, and Bai Zishuan beside him was completely petrified. The esteemed 6th grade alchemy master Yan Qingxian was actually humbly seeking advice from Zhang Fan like a student. This was too shocking, too unbelievable. By adding earth spirit milk and burning skygrass to the incomplete life-prolonging pill prescription, you are correct. Only the Qingfrost spirit fruit's cold nature is too strong and will disrupt the balance of the medicinal properties. Zhang Fan smiled. If Master Yan wants to refine the life-prolonging pill, he might consider using evergreen vine instead of Qingfrost spirit fruit. Evergreen vine and Qingfrost spirit fruit have similar effects, and its mild nature will not conflict with the medicinal ingredients in the life-prolonging pill prescription. Wonderful, truly wonderful, why didn't I think of that? Yan Qingxian muttered to himself, showing a look of sudden realization. He looked at Zhang Fan, his eyes filled with enthusiasm. Young friend, would you like to have a chat with me inside? I came here specifically to see Master Yan. Zhang Fan spoke, casting a glance at Bai Zishuan beside him, but you, as my disciple, insist on kicking me out of here. What? Yan Qingshuan's face changed, and his sharp gaze instantly shot towards Bai Zishuan. Thud! Bai Zishuan's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, his face turning pale. Yan Qingxian was furious. There were 9 grades of alchemists. Grades 1 to 3 were ordinary alchemists, 4 to 6 were grand alchemists, and 7 and above were alchemy masters. As a 6th grade grand alchemist, Yan Qingshuan's lifelong wish was to make a breakthrough in alchemy and become a 7th grade alchemy master. However, he was already at the peak of the alchemy world in the Great Xia country. In the Great Xia country, there were few who could exchange alchemical skills with him. This had kept Yin Qingxian at the 6th grade, unable to advance. Now, he had finally encountered someone who could inspire him in alchemy, but Bai Zixuan was driving him away. How could Yin Qingxian not be angry? Bai Zixuan, you are quite audacious. Who gave you the courage to drive my honored guest out of Qingxian residence? It seems that my Qingxian residence cannot accommodate such a big shot like you. Get out! Bai Zixuan's face turned ashen, looking lost and soulless. Jiang Fan, why are you here? At that moment, a surprised voice suddenly rang out in the courtyard. Jiang Fan scanned the area and saw Su Lingxiang walking out from the courtyard. Jiang Fan? Yin Qingxian was stunned upon hearing this name. He looked at Su Lingxiang in amazement. Lingxiang, is this young friend the alchemy genius you discovered among the bronze students? Yes, teacher, Jiang Fan is the most talented alchemist I have ever seen in my life. Su Lingxiang hurriedly said, with his talent, he could easily become your closed-door disciple and inherit all your knowledge. Lingxiang, don't tease me. I am not qualified to take this young friend as my disciple. Yin Qingxian chuckled. Do you know that the one who pointed out the mistake with the frost blue spirit fruit just now was this young friend Jiang Fan? What? Su Lingxiang's beautiful eyes showed disbelief. She looked at Jiang Fan in astonishment. Jiang Fan, how did you know the frost blue spirit fruit was misplaced? Do you have the complete recipe for the life-extending pill? The life-extending pill is an ancient elixir that can increase lifespan, long lost, and how could I have its recipe? Jiang Fan shook his head with a light smile, then raised the recipe in his hand to Su Lingxiang. When I came in just now, your senior brother Bai wanted to test if I was qualified to meet your teacher. So he gave me this incomplete recipe of the life-extending pill to complete. I just glanced at it and gained some insights. Hearing this, Su Lingxiang was speechless. What do you mean by gaining insights with just a glance? You didn't see how many days I and the teacher spent studying this incomplete recipe and still couldn't produce the real life-extending pill. Yet, you completed the recipe with just a glance. Even knowing Jiang Fan was extraordinary, Su Lingxiang was still shocked by his abilities. This guy was too unbelievable. Jiang Fan, you're saying you completed the recipe for the life-extending pill with just a glance at the incomplete recipe? Even Yin Qingxian, a 6th grade grand alchemist, was stunned, his mouth agape. Jiang Fan nodded, more or less. Yin Qingxian gasped. Alchemy had been passed down from ancient times, and countless recipes were incomplete for various reasons. Yet, this young man could complete a full recipe with just a glance at an incomplete one. This was simply defying the natural order. Master Yin, I came to Qingxian residence this time to seek something from you. Jiang Fan ignored Yin Qingxuan's astonishment and directly stated his purpose. What master or not master? I'm older, just call me brother in the future. Yin Qingxian waved his hand and said with a smile, little brother, feel free to ask for anything. The young man in front of him was truly a rare alchemy genius of the millennium. In Yin Qingxuan's heart, he had already placed Jiang Fan on an equal or even higher level than himself. He even had a feeling that whether he could break through to the 7th rank and become a master alchemist might depend on this young man. Thank you, Brother Yin, Jiang Fan said with a smile. I heard that Brother Yin once arranged to kill a scarlet flame fire phoenix. What I need is the essence blood of the scarlet flame fire phoenix. Why do you need the essence blood of the scarlet flame fire phoenix? Yin Qingxian looked at Jiang Fan in astonishment. The essence blood of the scarlet flame fire phoenix was a material required only for refining 5th grade or higher elixirs. Could this kid already be capable of refining 5th grade elixirs? Brother Yen, this mate of mine has some health issues and needs the essence blood of the scarlet flame fire phoenix for alchemy, Jiang Fan said, pointing to Meng Qingsnow who had been silent beside him. What? This guy actually said that Meng Qingsnow is his maid? Yin Qingxian and Su Lingxiang were once again shocked by Jiang Fan's words. They looked at Meng Qingsnow, who was completely acquiescent, and didn't know what to say. Yin Qingxian and Su Lingxiang were naturally well aware of Meng Qingsnow's identity. To make someone like Meng Qingsnow willingly become his maid, this guy was truly beyond comprehension. Brother Jiang Fan, from what you're saying, can you solve the problem on this girl Qingsnow? Yin Qingxian came to his senses and quickly thought of another shocking question. The issue on Meng Qingsnow was something even he, a 6th grade alchemist, was helpless against. Jiang Fan nodded and said, she has the Yin death body, which can only be resolved with the ancient Xian Yang pill. To refine the ancient Xian Yang pill, we need the essence blood of a 6th grade fire attribute demonic beast. The Yin death body, the ancient Xian Yang pill. Yin Qingxian couldn't help but bitterly smile. He considered himself knowledgeable, yet he had never even heard of these two things. As a 6th grade alchemist, Yin Qingxian couldn't remember the last time he had been so astonished as he was today. He even began to doubt if the person before him was a reincarnation of some ancient alchemy master. His achievements in alchemy were truly unprecedented in his life. After exchanging alchemy insights with Yin Qingxian for nearly 2 hours, Zhang Fan left Qingxian residence with the Scarlet Flame Fire Phoenix Essence blood given by Yin Qingxian, accompanied by Meng Qingsnow. Back at his residence, Zhang Fan saw Tang Shang waiting for him at the courtyard gate. "Brother Jiang Fan, you're finally back," Tang Shang said anxiously as he approached Zhang Fan. "What's wrong?" Zhang Fan asked, puzzled. "Did something happen at the Treasure Elixir Pavilion? This morning, a man named Zhang Kuei came to the Treasure Elixir Pavilion looking for you, and he was heavily injured when he arrived," Tang Shang said solemnly. "If I'm not mistaken, it seems that something has happened to your Zhang family." "Kuei uncle had an accident?" Zhang Fan's expression instantly turned grim. Zhang Kuei, the trusted aide of his father Zhang Woya, had always managed most of the Zhang family's business and held high prestige in the family. Now, Zhang Kuei suddenly arriving in Lingyun City heavily injured was proof enough that something serious had happened to the Zhang family. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan rushed to the Treasure Elixir Pavilion. Half an hour later, Zhang Fan arrived at a guest room on the 3rd floor of the Treasure Elixir Pavilion. Inside the room, a burly middle-aged man was meditating to heal his injuries with a pale face. As Zhang Fan entered, the burly man sensed it and opened his eyes. "Zhang Kuei pays respects to young Master Chen." The burly man looked at Zhang Fan entering the room and quickly stood up to greet him. "Uncle Kuei, we are not strangers, no need for formalities." Zhang Fan waved his hand and then asked with concern, "How did you get injured? Are you okay?" "Thanks to the healing pills given to me by Master Tang from Baodan Pavilion, I'm fine now," Zhang Kuei replied gratefully, glancing at Tang Shang. Tang Shang smiled and said, "Uncle Zhang, no need to be polite. Zhang Fan is our chief alchemist at Baodan Pavilion. We won't stand idly by when it comes to him." "Uncle Kuei, what happened to the Zhang family? How did you get injured?" Zhang Fan asked directly without beating around the bush. It was Zhang Qianhe, Zhang Kuei sighed. It all started because Zhang Qianhe felt threatened by young Master Chen. Since Zhang Fan's sudden rise from a second-rate body-tempering waste, Zhang Qianhe had been wary of him. Especially after seeing Zhang Fan in Lingyun City yesterday, the wariness intensified. Therefore, after returning to the Zhang family, Zhang Qianhe decided to take control and eliminate dissent, aiming to become the head of the family. As Zhang Kuei, a trusted aide of Zhang Woya and respected figure in the family, became the first target for Zhang Qianhe to remove. Fortunately, Zhang Kuei was alert enough to escape and seek Zhang Fan's help at Baodan Pavilion. Zhang Qianhe is digging his own grave. Hearing that Zhang Qianhe aimed to take over the Zhang family and become the head, Zhang Fan's eyes turned cold instantly. "Young Master Chen, Zhang Qianhe is powerful now. If my guess is correct, he will soon lure you back to the family. I came to warn you not to act recklessly," Zhang Kuei hurriedly advised, seeing Zhang Fan's anger. "Uncle Kuei, rest assured, I know what to do." Zhang Fan's eyes flashed with determination. Originally, considering their blood ties to the Zhang family, as long as Zhang Qianhe behaved as the elder of the family, Zhang Fan had no intention of harming him. But now, with Zhang Qianhe's ambitious plans to eliminate dissent and seize control of the family, if he insisted on courting death, Zhang Fan wouldn't hold back. "Tang Shang, prepare a pill refining room and gather materials for 2nd and 3rd grade pills. I'm going to start alchemy." He had decided to spend the day madly refining pills at Baodan Pavilion and then power up. When news arrived that Zhang Qianhe had become the head of the Zhang family, he would return and make it clear that the position of family head was not something Zhang Qianhe could touch. Under Tang Shang's arrangement, Zhang Fan entered a dedicated alchemy room at Baodan Pavilion. Soon, materials for 2nd and 3rd grade pills were placed in front of him. Without wasting time, Zhang Fan began alchemy with his 4th grade alchemist skills and a 100-fold success rate guarantee. Ding! You successfully refined a 2nd grade chi gathering pill, gaining 2000 by 100 experience. Ding! You successfully refined a 2nd grade chi gathering pill, gaining 2000 by 100 experience. Ding! You successfully refined a 3rd grade innate spirit pill, gaining 3000 by 100 experience. Ding! You have been promoted to a 5th grade alchemist. From morning till night, except for a 1-hour break for lunch, Zhang Fan kept refining pills non-stop. In a full day, he produced 10 2nd grade pills and 3 3rd grade pills. After finishing the alchemy, Zhang Fan didn't rush out. He took out 3 2nd grade chi gathering pills and 1 3rd grade innate spirit pill, swallowing all 4 pills. Ding! You consumed 3 chi gathering pills, gaining 7500 by 100 experience. Ding! You have consumed a primordial chi pill and gained 1,250,000 experience points. Ding! You have successfully broken through to the 2nd level of chi control. Ding! You have successfully broken through to the 3rd level of Qi control. Ding! You have successfully broken through to the 9th level of Qi control. Due to the system's existence, Zhang Fan would gain 100 times the experience points when consuming pills, with no restrictions. Especially when he took a 3 great primordial spirit pill that only innate realm warriors could use, he gained a massive amount of experience points. This vast amount of experience allowed Zhang Fan to directly break through to the 9th level of Qi control. With such strength, he was almost capable of defeating all the geniuses on the Lingyun ranking. In Songshan City, his father, Zhang Oya, who was once the strongest in Songshan City, only had the strength of the 9th level of Qi control. However, in just a few days, Zhang Fan had grown from a 2nd-level body-tempering waste to a level comparable to his father. After advancing his cultivation, Zhang Fan began practicing martial arts. After a night of practice, his profound grade primary fist technique, the sky-breaking fist, upgraded once again, advancing to the profound grade intermediate fist technique, the Azure Dragon sky-breaking fist. The next morning, as Zhang Fan stepped out of the alchemy room, he received news from Songshan City. Zhang Qianhe was going to invite guests from all directions at the Zhang family today and then succeed as the new head of the Zhang family. Naturally, Zhang Fan did not hesitate and immediately informed Meng Qingsno that they were returning to the Zhang family in Songshan City. Young Master Chen, the Zhang family's move clearly aims to lure you back and then take the opportunity to get rid of you. How can you go back at this time? Zhang Kuei became anxious upon hearing that Zhang Fan intended to return to the Zhang family. Uncle Kuei, you don't need to worry. I won't run back to the Zhang family to die unless I have absolute certainty, Zhang Fan confidently said. As long as I disagree, Zhang Qianhe will never touch the position of the Zhang family head. If young Master Chen insists on returning to the Zhang family, then I will accompany you, Zhang Kuei said firmly when he realized he couldn't persuade Zhang Fan. Of course, Uncle Kuei should come with me to the Zhang family. After I deal with Zhang Qianhe, I will need Uncle Kuei to help me manage the Zhang family, Zhang Fan said with a faint smile, seemingly unconcerned about Zhang Qianhe. In Zhang Kuei's eyes, a hint of surprise flashed. Could it be that young Master Chen really had the confidence to deal with Zhang Qianhe? After more than an hour, Zhang Fan, accompanied by Meng Qingsno and Zhang Kuei, returned to the Zhang family. As they entered the Zhang family's gates, Zhang Fan's gaze swept across the outer courtyard and noticed that it was crowded with hundreds of people, creating a lively atmosphere. These people were obviously guests invited by Zhang Qianhe to witness his ascension to the position of the Zhang family head. On the central platform in the square, Zhang Qianhe, dressed in a magnificent robe, was conducting ancestral worship under the guidance of a priest. In memory of our ancestors' grace, never forget, inheriting the family's legacy, there will be successors. The sudden disappearance of the previous head of the Zhang family has left the family without a leader. As the saying goes, a family cannot be without a master for a day. I, Zhang Qianhe, am willing to succeed as the head of the Zhang family, inherit the ancestors' will, and revitalize the Zhang family as the successor. After paying respects to the ancestors, Zhang Qianhe confidently took his seat at the main position on the platform and addressed the crowd. Today, I, Zhang Qianhe, before you aspire to be the head of the Zhang family, why don't you first look in the mirror to see if you are worthy? When did it become your turn, you old dog, to be the head of the Zhang family? However, before Zhang Qianhe could finish his speech, a disdainful laughter abruptly interrupted him, echoing across the square and cutting him off. As everyone turned to look, they saw 3 figures slowly walking towards the center of the square. Damn, who is this kid daring to cause trouble at the Zhang family? He is Zhang Fan, the young master of the Zhang family, the son of the former head of the Zhang family, Zhang Oya. Oh, so it's the useless young master from the Zhang family. What is he here for? Trying to compete with Zhang Qianhe for the position of family head. A second-level tempered waste also vying for the position of family head? I think he's simply delusional. Seeing Zhang Fan's appearance, many people in the square showed expressions of disdain. This is a world where strength is respected. Trash should have the awareness of being trash. You, a second-level tempered waste, why embarrass yourself by coming out at this time? This guy, has he finally returned? Zhang Qianhe sneered incessantly as he looked at Zhang Fan, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Zhang Qianhe had never taken this useless young master of the Zhang family seriously. But who would have thought that this useless young master suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and turned into a monstrous genius? Not only did he defeat Zhang Yunhong and snatch the opportunity to enter the Lingyun martial house, but what astonished Zhang Qianhe even more was that this useless young master had become an alchemist. Zhang Qianhe sensed great danger from Zhang Fan. He didn't want to give Zhang Fan any more opportunities to grow. Therefore, he decisively took control of the Zhang family to lure Zhang Fan back. This time, He was determined to completely crush this threat posed by Jiang Fan in its infancy. Jiang Fan, I am the elder of the Jiang family. Now that the family head is missing, why am I not qualified to inherit the position? Today is a joyous day for my Jiang family. You better not cause trouble here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Jiang Qian has stood up, looking down at Jiang Fan, and said coldly, the head of the Jiang family is my father, Jiang Woya. Even if my father has left the Jiang family, if the Jiang family needs a new head, it's not your turn, is it? Jiang Fan glanced lightly at Jiang Qian. Don't forget, I am the young master of the Jiang family. With these words from Jiang Fan, many people in the square widened their eyes. Really? This useless young master of the Jiang family actually wants to compete for the position of family head with Jiang Qian? At this moment, almost all the guests who came to witness the ceremony in the square were shocked by Jiang Fan's actions. They had seen arrogant and powerful people in this world before, but someone as arrogant and powerful as Jiang Fan was truly a first for them. In the divine martial continent, strength is respected, and the weak have no say. Even if this kid is the son of Jiang Woya, the former strongest in Sangshan City and the head of the Jiang family, it doesn't change this fact. Not to mention that Jiang Woya is no longer in the Jiang family. Even if Jiang Woya were still there, the position of the next head of the Jiang family would never fall into the hands of Jiang Fan, this waste. I really don't know where this kid gets his courage, boldly coming here to compete with Jiang Qianhe for the position of family head. Jiang Fan, according to you, can only you inherit the position of the Jiang family head? Jiang Qianhe stared directly at Jiang Fan, sneering. Jiang Fan met his gaze without flinching and asked, isn't that right? Good, since you, the young master of the Jiang family, want to inherit the position of family head, then I will give you a chance to see if you are qualified to inherit the position of the Jiang family head. As Jiang Qianhe spoke, his gaze fell directly on a Jiang family disciple below, Jiang Xing, come up. As Jiang Qianhe's words fell, a cold and ruthless teenager of 16 or 17 leaped onto the platform and appeared beside Jiang Qianhe. Jiang Fan, if you want to become the head of the Jiang family, words won't be enough, it all depends on strength. You should be familiar with the person beside me, he is Jiang Xing, the young genius of the Jiang family. If you have the strength to defeat Jiang Xing and become the number one among the young generation of the Jiang family, I will acknowledge your qualification to be the head of the Jiang family. Jiang Qianhe said, a hint of a chilling smile appearing in his old eyes. He looked down at Jiang Fan and sneered, Jiang Fan, do you have the courage to come up and fight Jiang Xing? Jiang Xing, the first genius of the younger generation of the Jiang family, became an inner disciple of the Lingyun martial mansion half a year ago and now possesses the strength of the triple aura. If Jiang Fan dares to come forward, Jiang Xing will completely defeat him, never giving Jiang Fan a chance to turn the tables again. Damn, Jiang Qianhe's move is too ruthless. Yeah, this Jiang family waste probably can't even beat the worst disciple of the Jiang family. Making him fight Jiang Xing is just bullying. Jiang Qianhe's words made everyone in the square shake their heads in sympathy, looking at Jiang Fan with pity. This Jiang family waste is practically asking for trouble. This old dog actually called Jiang Xing back. Seeing Jiang Qianhe directly summon Jiang Xing to the stage, Jiang Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Fan, as the head of the Jiang family, this concerns the future of the Jiang family. If you want to become the head of the Jiang family, come up and fight me. Just then, Jiang Xing's cold voice also came down from the stage. Jiang Xing, you are just a little dog raised by Jiang Qianhe, dare to bark in front of me? You are not qualified to make me move. If you want to fight me, defeat my maid first. Jiang Fan sneered disdainfully, then turned to look at the girl behind him and said lightly, go up and take care of her for me. Hearing this, Meng Qingsno flashed onto the stage. She looked at Jiang Xing on the opposite side, coldly saying, I'll fight you in his place, make your move. Meng Qingsno. Jiang Xing looked at Meng Qingsno on the stage, his expression changing drastically. He stared at Meng Qingsno in disbelief, unable to help but exclaim, You actually became Jiang Fan's maid. The recent news of Jiang Fan taking Meng Qingsno, the second-ranked genius beauty on the Lingyun list, as his maid had caused quite a stir in the Lingyun martial mansion. Even Jiang Xing, who was in the inner mansion, had heard about it. However, Jiang Xing had dismissed it, not taking it seriously. Who was Meng Qingsno? She was the second-ranked genius beauty on the Lingyun list, a figure akin to an ice-cold goddess. Even the geniuses on the Lingyun list couldn't make her look straight at them. How could the young master of the Jiang family possibly take Meng Qingsno as his maid? But the scene before him forced him to believe that Meng Qingsno had indeed become Jiang Fan's maid. Otherwise, how could Meng Qingsno have come to the Jiang family in Sangshan City and obey Jiang Fan's orders? This is my business, it has nothing to do with you. Meng Qingsno frowned, coldly saying, make your move, if you don't, I guarantee you won't even have a chance to make a move. Where did this little girl come from, daring to meddle in the affairs of my Jiang family? Get out of here. Seeing a little girl suddenly appear to disrupt his plans, Jiang Qianhe couldn't help but shout angrily. With a wave of his hand, a powerful aura swept towards Meng Qingsno. Meng Qingsno remained calm, flipping her delicate hand, and her fierce palm strength clashed with Jiang Qianhe's. Bang! A loud explosion erupted in the air. Jiang Qianhe staggered back several steps, while Meng Qingsno stood still. Who are you? Jiang Qianhe was shocked, his face turning somewhat ugly. This young girl looked only 16 or 17, yet her strength had reached the 7th aura, not inferior to his own. Meng Qingsno said calmly, I am Jiang Fan's maid, any problem? Damn! This talented young girl with the strength of the 7th aura is really Jiang Fan's maid. At this moment, not only Jiang Qianhe was going crazy, even the onlookers below were shocked to the core. A waste with a tempered body unexpectedly took in a genius beauty as a maid whose strength surpassed that of Jiang Qianhe. What's even more unbelievable is that this genius beauty publicly acknowledged it. This is simply inconceivable. Jiang Fan, the competition for the position of Jiang family patriarch is an internal matter of the Jiang family. If you want to become the Jiang family patriarch, then show your skills. Relying on an outsider to support you, how can you make everyone in the Jiang family respect you? Jiang Qianhe angrily shouted at Jiang Fan with a grim expression. Jiang Qianhe, you can't even defeat a maid like me, yet you dare to make a scene here? Jiang Fan disdainfully chuckled, his faint voice ringing directly in everyone's ears. But you do have a point. Since I want to become the Jiang family patriarch, I must make everyone respect me. If anyone disrespects me, I will make them submit. As Jiang Fan spoke, he instantly displayed the phantom flowing light step, transforming directly into a shadow, appearing on the platform in a flash. He raised his palm and beckoned to Jiang Qianhe and Jiang Xing. You two want to see my skills, then come at me together. Jiang Fan, don't be arrogant. I alone am enough to deal with you. Hearing Jiang Fan's arrogant words, Jiang Xing snorted coldly and stepped forward. Facing the genius Meng Qingsno, ranked second on the Lingyun list, he might truly have no resistance. But against Jiang family's waste Jiang Fan before him, Jiang Xing didn't even bother to pay attention. Even if Jiang Fan had shed the title of waste, so what? He truly didn't believe that Jiang Fan could catch up to him, the number one genius of the Jiang family, in such a short time. You are really overestimating yourself. Jiang Fan smiled faintly. In my eyes, you, the so-called number one genius of the Jiang family, are just a pushover. With these words, Jiang Fan's figure disappeared in front of Jiang Xing in a flash. This eerie scene made Jiang Xing's pupils shrink suddenly. Before he could react, a dark shadow passed before his eyes. In an instant, Jiang Xing felt a sharp, intense pain in his abdomen, and he was sent flying by a tremendous force. A moment later, a loud bang was heard. Jiang Xing's body crashed heavily on the edge of the stone platform, and a gush of blood sprayed out. You. Jiang Xing looked pale as he stared at Jiang Fan, his expression filled with shock and fear. Just one move. He, the number one genius of the Jiang family, was truly defeated by Jiang Fan in just one move. Watching this scene unfold, Jiang Qianhe was dumbfounded. The people below were also shocked. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Jiang Fan was filled with astonishment and disbelief. Is this really the same waste from the Jiang family who was once famous in Sangshan City? With a casual punch, Jiang Fan dealt with Jiang Xing, then turned his gaze directly to Jiang Qianhe, saying calmly, "Old dog, it's your turn now. Jiang Fan, don't think that just because you defeated Jiang Xing, no one can control you." Jiang Qianhe stared coldly at Jiang Fan. Do you really think I can be manipulated like Jiang Xing? That's right, in my eyes, you are no different from him, just a pushover. Jiang Fan sneered, clenched his fist suddenly, and a 2 to 3 zhang long cyan dragon shadow gathered in front of him. Azure Dragon Breaking Sky Fist. With a light shout from Jiang Fan, the cyan dragon shadow let out a clear dragon roar, then lunged towards Jiang Qianhe with teeth and claws. Feeling the terrifying force of Jiang Fan's strike, Jiang Qianhe's expression changed drastically. They quickly exerted all their strength, displaying the Jiang family's only high-grade martial skill, Sky-Shocking Palm. However, even so, Jiang Qianhe still couldn't block Jiang Fan's punch. The Azure Dragon Breaking Sky Fist crushed Jiang Qianhe's Sky-Shocking Palm with an overwhelming force, heavily striking Jiang Qianhe. Jiang Qianhe's figure was instantly sent flying backward, eventually turning into a rolling gourd on the ground, tumbling more than 10 times before finally coming to a difficult stop. However, before Jiang Qianhe could climb up from the ground, Jiang Fan's figure flashed and appeared beside him. With a wave of his palm, another strike was directed at Jiang Qianhe. Jiang Fan's strike was incredibly fast. Jiang Qianhe, who was already seriously injured, had no time to react and was once again sent flying by Jiang Fan. Bang! This strike directly caused Jiang Qianhe's figure to plummet several yards. Jiang Fan coldly stared at Jiang Qianhe struggling to get up. He flashed to Jiang Qianhe's front and decisively kicked towards his chest. Puff! Jiang Qianhe let out a piercing scream, blood spurting wildly from his mouth. Old dog, I will be the head of the Jiang family, do you submit or not? With his foot on Jiang Qianhe, Jiang Fan looked down on him, his cold voice echoing instantly. I submit. Watching the formidable Jiang Fan before him, Jiang Qianhe couldn't help but cry out in fear. He never expected Jiang Fan's strength to have reached such terrifying heights. As the esteemed elder of the Jiang family with a cultivation level of 7-fold, Jiang Qianhe had no power to resist in front of Jiang Fan. In an instant, the grand square fell into a deathly silence as everyone stared dumbfoundedly at Jiang Fan on the platform. A notorious wastrel young master in Sangshan City had suddenly transformed into a powerful figure who was now overpowering the Jiang family's esteemed elder, Jiang Qianhe, a 7-fold cultivator. Such strength was already top tier in Sangshan City. How could this wastrel young master from the Jiang family possess strength comparable to the top experts in Sangshan City? Was it not too unbelievable? Chun young master, when did he become so powerful? Jiang Kuei widened his eyes, staring blankly at Jiang Fan on the platform, utterly shocked. Before returning to Sangshan City, Jiang Kuei had always thought it was nearly impossible for Jiang Fan to deal with Jiang Qianhe. Yet, Jiang Fan had turned the impossible into possible. He had truly evolved from a second-level tempered body wastrel to a warrior capable of defeating Jiang Qianhe effortlessly, even killing him. Such talent! Such strength! Truly remarkable! Standing behind Jiang Fan on the platform, Meng Qingsnou's beautiful eyes were equally astonished. Clearly, she had not anticipated that Jiang Fan's strength had already reached such a level. This guy, upon their first meeting, had discerned her Taiyin absolute death body. His accomplishments in alchemy were stunning, even impressing the 6th-grade alchemy master Yan Qingxian. His talent in martial arts was no less inferior to hers. Jiang Fan, oh Jiang Fan, how many secrets are you hiding? Jiang Qianhe's plan to seize the position of the Jiang family head was completely thwarted by Jiang Fan's return as a king. His influence in the Jiang family crumbled instantly. Under Jiang Fan's arrangement, Jiang Kuei was promoted to the Jiang family's esteemed elder, becoming his spokesperson in the family. Simultaneously, Jiang Fan's reputation spread like wildfire overnight throughout Sangshan City. Almost everyone knew that the once infamous wastrel of the Jiang family had risen against all odds to become the pinnacle figure in Sangshan City. His monstrous talent had already surpassed the former Sangshan City's top genius, Lin Yu. He was undoubtedly the most outstanding figure among the young generation in Sangshan City. After disabling Jiang Qianhe, Jiang Fan handed over all matters of the Jiang family to Jiang Kuei, while he himself became a carefree shopkeeper. However, during the few days Jiang Fan spent at the Jiang family, he was not idle. He had Jiang Kuei collect medicinal herbs and refine many elixirs to enhance the Jiang family's strength. With Jiang Fan's help, Jiang Kuei successfully broke through from the 6th level of qi control to the 7th level. As everything in the Jiang family returned to normal, Jiang Fan did not linger there any longer. On this day, just as Jiang Fan was preparing to return to the Lingyun martial mansion, Jiang Kuei hurriedly found him. Young Master Chen, something bad has happened. The Blood Fiend gang has forcefully occupied our medicinal garden in the Xiansong Mountain. Jiang Kuei said with an unpleasant expression. The Blood Fiend gang? How could they suddenly take over the Jiang family's medicinal garden? Jiang Fan frowned slightly. He had some understanding of the Blood Fiend gang. They were a powerful bandit force active near Sangshan City. The leader of the Blood Fiend gang, Blood Fiend, was a renowned expert in the vicinity of Sangshan City, possessing the strength of the 8th level of qi control. Due to the Blood Fiend gang's strength, they acted arrogantly around Sangshan City, earning a notorious reputation. Even the 3 major families in Sangshan City were wary of the Blood Fiend gang. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably because the Blood Fiend gang learned that your father is not at the Jiang family, Jiang Kuei said with a bitter smile. Jiang Fan nodded, feeling a sudden realization. His father, Jiang Woya, was once the strongest in Sangshan City, possessing the strength of the 9th level of qi control. It was precisely because of his father's presence that the Blood Fiend gang dared not make a move against the Jiang family. Now that his father was not at home, the Blood Fiend gang believed that there was no one to restrain the Jiang family, hence they set their sights on them. Humph, the Blood Fiend gang has some nerve. I'll go and meet them at the Xiansong Mountain right away. Jiang Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. The medicinal garden in Xiansong Mountain was one of the Jiang family's sources of income. In any case, he had to take back the garden from the Blood Fiend gang. If the Blood Fiend gang knew what was good for them, it would be fine. Otherwise, he didn't mind wiping out the Blood Fiend gang to rid Sangshan City of a scourge. Xiansong Mountain was located to the east of Sangshan City, just a few dozen miles away. Zhang Fan rushed all the way, and in less than half an hour, he arrived at Xiansong Mountain. When he appeared at the entrance of the Zhang family's medicinal garden, two Blood Fiend gang members responsible for guarding the gate were chatting enthusiastically. He. By taking over the Zhang family's medicinal garden this time, our Blood Fiend gang will prosper. The Zhang family is one of the three major families in Sangshan City. They definitely won't give up this medicinal garden. We should be cautious. Ha ha. What's there to fear? Now that Jiang Woya is not at the Zhang family, who in the Zhang family can rival us? Even if they come, it's just to meet their doom. Zhang Fan's expression was indifferent as he walked directly towards the Zhang family's medicinal garden. Kid, who are you and what are you doing here? This is the territory of the Blood Fiend gang. If you know what's good for you, get lost immediately. At that moment, one of the bald big men noticed Zhang Fan and his group approaching the garden and sternly shouted. Zhang Fan calmly said, I am the one you said came here to die. Are you from the Zhang family? The bald man was slightly surprised, then looked at Zhang Fan with a sneer. Kid, I didn't expect you to dare come here alone. Seems like you're tired of living. This medicinal garden originally belongs to my Zhang family. Why wouldn't I dare to come? Zhang Fan snorted impatiently. I don't have time to waste with you. Go and call Blood Fiend out to see me. Kid, who do you think you are? Our leader is not someone you can meet just because you want to. If you know what's good for you, get lost now. Otherwise, Xiansong Mountain will be your burial ground. The bald man looked disdainfully at Zhang Fan, his expression extremely arrogant. Just a little lackey of the Blood Fiend gang dares to be arrogant in front of me, truly ignorant of life and death. Zhang Fan's face was indifferent. With a slight movement of his palm, he directly sucked a leaf from the ground into his hand. In an instant, he pinched the leaf between his fingers and flicked it. The leaf shot out like a flying knife, slashing across the neck of the bald man. Bright red blood spurted out, and the bald man's body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Why you? This scene immediately filled the remaining member of the Blood Kill gang with fear, even making his hair stand on end. Zhang Fan glanced at him indifferently. If you don't want to die, immediately call out the Blood Kill gang to meet me. The Blood Kill gang member felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and scrambled into the medicine garden. About 5 minutes later, a scar-faced man in black, followed by a group of people, strode out of the garden with great momentum. Who dares to act recklessly on the territory of my Blood Kill gang? Before the scar-faced man arrived, his thunderous roar echoed in Zhang Fan's ears. Zhang Fan looked at the scar-faced man in front and said calmly, You are the leader of the Blood Kill gang, Blood Kill? That's right, I am Blood Kill. Blood Kill's fierce gaze swept over Zhang Fan. Kid, who are you? Who I am is none of your concern. Zhang Fan said calmly, You just need to know that this medicine garden is not something your Blood Kill gang can meddle with. Kid, does the Zhang family have no one left, sending a brat like you here? You, who haven't even grown a full head of hair, have no right to say such things in front of me. Even if it's not you, even if Zhang Qina came, don't think about taking the medicine garden back from me. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Blood Kill couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhang Fan's face turned cold. Blood Kill, do you really think that no one from my Zhang family can deal with you? Isn't it true? Apart from Jiang Woya, who else in the Zhang family can handle me? Kid, let me advise you, if you know what's good for you, just hand over this medicine garden obediently. If you provoke me, I'll storm into Sangshan City and have the Zhang family completely expelled from there. Blood Kill laughed wildly. In Sangshan City, the only person he feared was Jiang Woya. Now that Jiang Woya was gone, the Zhang family was just a soft persimmon in his eyes, waiting to be squeezed. Blood Kill, you think too highly of yourself. My father was able to suppress you back then, and now I can still suppress you. Do you think you're worthy of having the Zhang family expelled from Sangshan City? Zhang Fan stared coldly at Blood Kill, his emotionless voice echoing in the air. You have 5 minutes. Take your people and disappear from my sight, or I will unleash a massacre. Ha ha. Brothers, did you hear that right? This kid actually wants to start a massacre in front of me. Blood Kill found it to be the funniest joke in the world and burst into laughter with his men behind him. I think this kid must be crazy. A brat who hasn't even grown a full head of hair. I could take him out with one punch. Who gave him the courage to speak so boldly in front of the leader? Blood Kill's words immediately prompted his men behind him to mock Zhang Fan disdainfully. Boss, why waste time with this kid? Let me take care of him. At this moment, a middle-aged man behind Blood Kill volunteered. Blood Kill nodded. Alright, don't go too hard on him, leave him alive. After all, this kid was Jiang Woya's son. Although Jiang Woya was no longer with the Jiang family, better safe than sorry. If he took over the Jiang family's medicine garden, even if Jiang Woya returned, he would just be angry. But if he killed Jiang Woya's son, Jiang Woya would definitely come after him. Boss, rest assured, I'll just disable him at most. The middle-aged man spoke, stood up directly, and looked at Jiang Fan arrogantly. Kid, tell me, how do you want to die? I want to send you to your death. With a cold tone, Jiang Fan's figure instantly turned into a remnant shadow, appearing ghostly next to the middle-aged man. His fist, shimmering with a silver light, didn't give the middle-aged man any chance to react before heavily smashing into his chest. Although Jiang Fan's punch seemed plain, the power it contained was terrifying to the extreme. The middle-aged man was hit so hard by Jiang Fan's punch that his body trembled violently, blood spurting from his mouth. In an instant, his body fell heavily like a kite with a broken string, crashing down 7 to 8 meters away, seemingly lifeless. What? Watching Jiang Fan solve the middle-aged man with just one punch not only stunned the members of the Blood Slaughter gang but even Blood Slaughter himself was greatly surprised. This middle-aged man was one of the few Chi Realm experts in their Blood Slaughter gang. A Chi Realm expert was actually taken down by that kid from the other side with just one punch. How could this teenager, who looked no more than 15 or 16, possess such formidable strength? Kid, I didn't expect that at your young age, your strength could reach such a level. I underestimated you. Blood Slaughter's gaze slightly narrowed as he looked at Jiang Fan and said in a deep voice. Jiang Fan's expression was indifferent. 5 minutes have passed. Kid, don't be arrogant in front of me. Just because you have the strength of the Chi Realm, doesn't mean I will fear you. Blood Slaughter chuckled angrily. I want to see how you will slaughter in front of me. Blood Slaughter, I have given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. In that case, from now on, within the territory of Sangshan City, there will be no more Blood Slaughter gang. When Jiang Fan spoke, his figure once again turned into a remnant shadow and disappeared on the spot. Blood Slaughter's face changed slightly, but before he could react, a piercing scream suddenly sounded behind him. Blood Slaughter turned abruptly, only to see one of his men collapsing to the ground with a thud. Bastard, I'll kill you. Blood Slaughter erupted into a furious roar, like a raging lion, charging towards Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan paid no attention to the charging Blood Slaughter, swiftly using his flowing light phantom step to appear next to another member of the Blood Slaughter gang. The next moment, this gang member also turned into a cold corpse in an instant. Watching this scene before him, Blood Slaughter was almost bursting with anger. Even though he pushed his speed to the limit, he still couldn't keep up with Jiang Fan, helplessly witnessing Jiang Fan ending the lives of one Blood Slaughter gang member after another. In less than a few minutes, almost none of the 1,000 Blood Slaughter gang members behind Blood Slaughter survived, all lying lifeless on the ground. Good, very good. Blood Slaughter looked at Jiang Fan with extreme anger and laughed. Kid, if you can walk out of Shin Sung Mountain alive today, I'll reverse the name of Blood Slaughter. Blood Slaughter was furious. Since establishing the Blood Slaughter gang's dominance in Sangshan City, Blood Slaughter had never been so angry before. He no longer cared whether this kid was Jiang Woya's son or not. Regardless of who this kid was, today he would make him pay a bloody price. Blood Slaughter fist. Blood Slaughter shouted explosively, swinging his right fist rapidly, a dazzling blood light bursting from his fist. Controlled by Blood Slaughter, the blood light converged in front of him, forming a blood-colored fist nearly a dozen feet long. Kid, prepare to die. Blood Slaughter's eyes glared ferociously at Jiang Fan as he fiercely swung his fist. In an instant, the huge blood-colored fist descended like a blood meteor, rapidly crashing down towards Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan remained calm, instantly unleashing the Azure Dragon Breaking Sky Fist, decisively clashing with the blood-colored fist. Jiang Fan's punch directly caused the blood-red fist to tremble in midair, then quickly distort and finally turn into specks of bloodlight, dissipating without a trace. At the moment when the blood-red fist dissipated, Bloodthirsty staggered, half kneeling directly on the ground, a mouthful of blood uncontrollably sprayed out. Who are you? Bloodthirsty coughed up blood violently. He looked at Jiang Fan standing calmly in front of him, feeling extreme fear in his heart. The power of the punch the youth just displayed was even greater than his bloodthirsty fist, probably at least an intermediate-grade martial skill. What was even more terrifying was that this youth's cultivation level was higher than his, already reaching the 9th level of Chi Mastery. Even Lin Yu, the renowned first genius of the Lin family in Sangshan City, could not possibly reach such heights. Jiang Fan, the current head of the Jiang family. Jiang Fan coldly stared at Bloodthirsty. I said, from today onwards, there will be no Bloodthirsty gang in Sangshan City. With these cold words, Jiang Fan's figure suddenly moved, appearing in front of Bloodthirsty as if teleporting. Stop. Head of the Jiang family, I'm willing to submit to you, please spare my life. Seeing Jiang Fan appearing directly in front of him, Bloodthirsty felt his soul trembling and hastily cried out in fear. The strength of this youth before him was no less than that of Jiang Wuya in the past. If he didn't choose to submit, he might truly perish in the depths of this mysterious Sangshan today. Jiang Fan coldly said, "How can I trust you? I have a secret technique to control slaves. As long as I use this technique, my life and death are in your hands." Bloodthirsty hurriedly took out a scroll of secret technique from his body. Bloodthirsty submitted so sincerely that Jiang Fan naturally did not kill him on the spot. This Bloodthirsty was also a master at the 8th level of Qi mastery. With such a strong person guarding the Jiang family's position in Sangshan City would be as stable as Mount Tai. Disband the Bloodthirsty gang, then have someone bring all the stolen goods from the Bloodthirsty gang to Sangshan City. I'll be waiting for you in Sangshan City. After controlling Bloodthirsty according to the secret method, Jiang Fan calmly said a sentence to him and then turned and left. Back in Sangshan City, Jiang Fan saw Jiang Kuei gathering a large group of elite disciples from the Jiang family at the city gate. Around them, many onlookers were discussing animatedly. What's going on? Why is the Jiang family suddenly gathering so many people here? Don't you know? The people from the Bloodthirsty gang forcibly took over the Jiang family's medicinal garden in Xiansong Mountain. Damn, is the Jiang family planning to go to war with the Bloodthirsty gang? Uncle Kuei, what are you doing? Seeing this, Jiang Fan couldn't help but stride forward and say to Jiang Kuei, "Young Master Chen, you're back?" Jiang Kuei looked at Jiang Fan's sudden appearance, slightly surprised. "Young Master Chen, you went to Xiansong Mountain alone. I was worried you might be outnumbered, so I gathered some Jiang family disciples to come and help you." Although somewhat surprised by Jiang Fan's sudden appearance, Jiang Kuei quickly regained his composure and said to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan waved his hand and said, "No need to trouble yourself. Just send someone to take back control of the medicinal garden." Ha! Jiang Kuei was stunned once again when he heard Jiang Fan's words. "Young Master Chen, what do you mean?" Jiang Fan smiled faintly. "The matter with the Bloodthirsty gang has been resolved by me. You can rest assured and send someone to take back control of the medicinal garden." What? Not only was Jiang Kuei shocked by Jiang Fan's words, but many onlookers around were also dumbfounded. Oh my, is this true or false? Did this kid really take down the Bloodthirsty gang by himself? Almost everyone in Sangshan City knew about the Bloodthirsty gang. The Bloodthirsty gang was powerful, with many experts, and the gang leader Bloodthirsty was a strong 8th level Qi master. In this city of Sangshan, apart from the former top expert Jiang Wuya, there was simply no one else who could defeat him. This Jiang Fan, although once considered a waste, had transformed into a figure even more extraordinary than the top talent of Sangshan City, Lin Yang. But could he really be so extraordinary as to handle even the blood killers? Just then, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from outside the city of Sangshan. Soon after, a group of men on horseback came galloping towards Sangshan City. "Look, it's the blood killers. Why have they suddenly come to Sangshan City? Damn! And it's even the leader of the blood killers, Blood Kill, leading the group personally. Jiang Fan must have angered the blood killers, that's why Blood Kill is leading his men to attack Sangshan City. Jiang family disciples, prepare for battle." Seeing this, Jiang Kuei also quickly shouted at the Jiang family disciples behind him, his face solemn as he prepared for the confrontation. "Uncle Kuei, no need to be so tense, they are not here to cause trouble." Jiang Fan couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Jiang Kuei was slightly taken aback, not yet understanding the meaning of Jiang Fan's words, when Blood Kill had already arrived at the city gate. He dismounted and, under countless almost dazed gazes, knelt directly in front of Jiang Fan. "Blood Kill, pay respects to the family head." At that moment, the city gate of Sangshan fell into a deathly silence. Everyone looked on in shock as Blood Kill knelt before Jiang Fan, almost bulging their eyes out. The mighty leader of the blood killers, a powerhouse at the 8th level of Qi refinement, a dominant figure within Sangshan City. And now, he was kneeling before Jiang Fan, acknowledging him as his master. This kid had actually single-handedly dealt with the blood killers. Most unbelievably, he had even subjugated them. Formidable. This was just too damn formidable. Family head, these few are my brothers who have followed me for many years, each with at least the strength of the 9th level of body tempering. They are willing to join the Jiang family with me, and hope that the family head will accept them. Before anyone could recover from their shock, Blood Kill pointed to the few men behind him and said to Jiang Fan, "No problem." Jiang Fan nodded. These people were not weak in cultivation, and if they could join the Jiang family, the family's strength would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. We pay respects to the family head. As soon as Jiang Fan agreed, the few men behind Blood Kill, like him, knelt before Jiang Fan. Damn! The onlookers were once again shocked. With Jiang Fan, the monstrous prodigy, the Jiang family was already powerful enough. Now, having subjugated the Blood Killers, almost all the experts of the Blood Killers had joined the Zhang family. The Zhang family's strength now was simply stronger than when Zhang Wuya was around. Family head, this is the wealth accumulated by the Blood Killers over the years, please accept it. After Zhang Fan had recruited the Blood Killers' brothers, Bloodkill directly presented a storage ring to Zhang Fan. The onlookers were almost numb to the scene before them. Some even felt envy and jealousy. The Blood Killers had dominated Sangshan City for years, and the wealth they had accumulated over the years was probably enough to rival the three major families of Sangshan City. Now, all of it had fallen into Zhang Fan's hands. How could people not be envious? But envy aside, they dared not have any thoughts about what Zhang Fan held in his hands. The current Zhang family's strength had undoubtedly surpassed that of the Lin family and the Li family, becoming a dominant force in Sangshan City. Rise, since you have joined the Zhang family, we are all one family. As long as you work wholeheartedly for the Zhang family, the family will not mistreat you. Zhang Fan smiled faintly, then, under countless shocked gazes, led the Zhang family disciples and the Blood Killers into Sangshan City. The news of Zhang Fan subduing the Blood Killers and shaking Sangshan City spread like a hurricane, quickly reaching the ears of the Lin family and the Li family. Facing the sudden emergence of Zhang Fan, who led the Zhang family to rise in power, both the Lin and Li families felt immense pressure. The strengths of the three major families in Sangshan City had always been evenly matched. Especially after Zhang Wuya disappeared, the Zhang family's power was almost at the bottom among the three major families. They never expected Zhang Wuya's useless son, Zhang Fan, to suddenly transform into a formidable figure standing at the peak of Sangshan City. Now, having subdued the Blood Fiend gang, the Zhang family's power surged, showing signs of becoming the overlord of Sangshan City. If the Zhang family truly became the overlord of Sangshan City, where would there be room for the Lin and Li families? Therefore, the heads of the Lin and Li families could not sit still. They tacitly formed an offensive and defensive alliance, sitting together to discuss strategies. In the council chamber of the Lin family in Sangshan City, Lin Tianxiong, the head of the Lin family, and Li Qian, the head of the Li family, sat facing each other with solemn expressions, the atmosphere heavy. Brother Li Qian, with the Zhang family's growing power, it won't be long before they dominate Sangshan City. We cannot afford to sit idly by, Lin Tianxiong broke the silence in the chamber. After a brief pause, Li Qian responded, what plans do you have, Brother Lin? Get rid of Zhang Fan. Lin Tianxiong's eyes flashed with cold light. This man is too sinister now. As long as he exists, there will be no chance for the Lin and Li families to rise in Sangshan City. Zhang Fan was able to defeat Zhang Qianhe with a single punch and single-handedly subdue the Blood Fiend gang. His strength is probably not inferior to Zhang Wuya's in the past, Li Qian frowned, saying, eliminating him won't be an easy task. Even if he has the strength of the 9th level of body tempering, as long as our two families join forces, there may still be a chance to eliminate him. Zhang Fan's sudden growth to this extent must mean he is hiding some earth-shattering secret. Brother Li Qian, haven't you been tempted? Li Qian's heart stirred. He was well aware of Zhang Fan's background. This guy had been a well-known waste in Sangshan City for many years, with his strength stuck at the 2nd level of body tempering. Yet, in such a short time, he had become a formidable figure shaking Sangshan City. Li Qian couldn't believe there were no secrets about Zhang Fan. If they could really get rid of Zhang Fan and obtain the secret of his rapid strength improvement, perhaps he could break his own limits and quickly become a peerless expert of the innate realm or even the origin realm. Good, since Brother Lin has the courage, then I, Li Qian, will risk it all with you. Li Qian's eyes gleamed as he looked up at Lin Tianxiong. When shall we make our move? Wait. Apart from Zhang Fan, the Zhang family currently has Meng Qingsno, the genius on the Lingyun list of the Lingyun martial house, and a master of the 8th level of Qi manipulation from the Blood Fiend gang. With these three together, even if our two families join forces, it will be difficult to deal with them. Lin Tianxiong's eyes flashed with cold light, his icy voice echoing slowly in the chamber. If my guess is correct, that kid Zhang Fan won't stay in the Zhang family forever. The day he leaves the Zhang family will be the day of his downfall. While the Lin and Li families were secretly plotting against Zhang Fan sat in his room, staring at an oval object about a foot long in front of him, with some flame patterns on it. This oval object with flame patterns was discovered by Zhang Fan in the storage ring given to him by the Blood Fiend gang. When he took it out just now, two familiar notification sounds rang in his mind. Ding! You have discovered a damaged Fire Phoenix beast hatching egg, triggering a 100-fold comprehension. Ding! You have comprehended the method to repair the Fire Phoenix beast hatching egg. Zhang Fan was suddenly shocked. Is it an ancient beast hatching egg? At that moment, Meng Qingsno beside him couldn't help but exclaim. Zhang Fan nodded and said slowly, yes, this is a Fire Phoenix beast hatching egg. Fire Phoenix beast. Even the usually calm Meng Qingsno was speechless with shock at this moment. The Fire Lin beast, rumored to be an ancient beast with the bloodline of the divine beast Fire Qilin. An adult Fire Lin beast can reach the 6th rank. This is an existence comparable to a powerful human in the divine sea realm. Meng Qingsno looked at the hatching egg of the Fire Lin beast in front of Jiang Fan, feeling a bit envious and jealous. This guy's luck is just too good. Ancient beast hatching eggs are already extremely rare, and a 6th rank Fire Lin beast hatching egg with the bloodline of a divine beast is absolutely a once-in-a-lifetime find. As long as the Fire Lin beast hatches and grows to its peak, it will be invincible in the Great Xia country. Bloodthirsty should be aware of the value of this ancient beast hatching egg. Why didn't he keep it to hatch himself? Meng Qingsno said with a puzzled expression. This bloodthirsty guy must have been kicked by a donkey to give such a precious thing to Jiang Fan. Because this is a damaged Fire Lin beast hatching egg, ordinary beast tamers probably can't hatch it. Jiang Fan said confidently with a smile, this Fire Lin beast hatching egg, just like your Taiyin absolute death body, I'm afraid only I can handle it. Meng Qingsno was stunned. The more she looked at Jiang Fan, the more she realized his mystery. It seemed like there was nothing this young man couldn't do, but hatching this Fire Lin beast won't be easy. We need to find the Tianju spirit milk first, Jiang Fan sighed lightly. Tianju spirit milk, a rare treasure of heaven and earth with incredible healing powers. It is said that a drop of Tianju spirit milk can instantly restore a practitioner below the Yuanqi realm to their peak state. This kind of spiritual medicine is not something he can find immediately. If you want to find Tianju spirit milk, you can go to the Thundercloud Mountain Range. Half a year ago, when I was training in the Thundercloud Mountain Range, I found Tianju spirit milk. But there was a monster there with strength comparable to a 9th level Qi master, so I gave up. Really? Jiang Fan was excited to hear Meng Qingsno's words. In that case, let's go to the Thundercloud Mountain Range. If they could really get the Tianju spirit milk, there would be hope for hatching the Fire Lin beast. After a brief farewell to Jiang Kuei, Jiang Fan left the Jiang family with Meng Qingsno and headed towards the Thundercloud Mountain Range. Just as Jiang Fan and the others had left Sanshan City, a sneaky figure quickly followed them. Jiang Fan, it seems like we're being followed. Meng Qingsno quickly noticed the anomaly behind them and whispered to Jiang Fan. Speed up, find a secluded place, and deal with him. Jiang Fan's eyes flashed with cold light as he said coldly. In Sanshan City now, there weren't many who dared to track him so openly. Jiang Fan knew without a doubt that this must be from the Lin family or the Li family. The two of them sped up for several tens of miles, then their figures flashed and disappeared into a desolate mountain forest. After a few minutes, a middle-aged man in black clothes quickly appeared in the mountain forest. His gaze swept through the forest, but there was no trace of Jiang Fan and Meng Qingsno. Damn it, I lost them. The middle-aged man cursed under his breath, his face turning somewhat unpleasant. Are you looking for us? At that moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded behind him. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically. He turned around abruptly, only to find Jiang Fan and Meng Qingsno standing behind him, appearing out of nowhere. Jiang Fan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, his cold voice echoing instantly. In Sanshan City, only the Lin family's guest elder Qiu Wuying has such agility as yours. Tell me the Lin family's purpose, and I'll spare your life. Ha ha. Jiang Fan, you're quite bold. Qiu Wuying laughed heartily. Kid, you've grown from a waste material to this extent so quickly, there must be some big secrets on you, right? Why don't you spill your secrets, and I'll let you leave here in one piece. Jiang Fan's gaze turned cold. You're asking for death. He. I think the one looking for death is you. Qiu Wuying coldly smiled, then with a movement of his hand, a signal flare shot straight up into the sky. With the release of this signal flare, 2 or 3 powerful auras instantly emanated from 100 meters away. In just a few breaths, 3 figures appeared directly in Jiang Fan's line of sight. The 2 figures leading the group were none other than Lin Tianxiong, the head of the Lin family, and Li Qian, the head of the Li family. By their side stood a proud-looking old man dressed in a Taoist robe. Jiang Fan looked at the sudden appearance of the 3 individuals and couldn't help but smile faintly. Lin Tianxiong, Li Qian, I didn't expect both family heads to come together, quite a surprise. Sanshan City has always been shared by the 3 clans. Now that your Jiang family is trying to dominate Sanshan City, how can we let you have your way? Jiang Fan, today is your day to die. Lin Tianxiong stared coldly at Jiang Fan, exuding a fierce killing intent all over his body. He. You seem to think quite highly of yourselves. Jiang Fan sneered, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Do you think the 2 of you joining forces can kill me? Jiang Fan, I know you're strong now, but I still dare to act. Do you think I'm unprepared? Regardless, today you will undoubtedly die. Lin Tianxiong said, then turned to the Taoist robed old man beside him and raised his fist. Master Gong, please, Rest assured, unless he is a prenatal realm expert surpassing the chi refinement realm, he won't escape. The Taoist-robed old man said lightly, then with a movement of his hand, a scroll emitting a strange light appeared in his hand. Suddenly, he waved it. The scroll, radiating a strange light, soared into the air, floating more than 10 meters high. After a moment, the scroll suddenly burst into countless dazzling lights. The dazzling lights quickly enveloped Zhang Fan and Meng Qingsno in a radius of 10 meters. This is a formation map. That old guy is a formation master. Seeing this scene before her, Meng Qingsno's pretty face couldn't help but change drastically. Oh, Lin Tianxiong actually invited a formation master just to kill him. Zhang Fan was also surprised at the mention of a formation master. A formation master was a more rare and prestigious profession than an alchemist. It was said that powerful formation masters could create formations that could kill invisibly, have unbeatable defensive formations, and even have spirit formations that could accelerate a martial artist's cultivation. Formations were the most complex, involving the arts of the 5 elements and yin-yang, the mysteries of the universe, ever-changing and unpredictable. Zhang Fan, I've paid a great price to invite Master Gong to deal with you. Master Gong is a third-grade formation master. The formations he creates can make even a peak expert in the 9th level of chi refinement unable to escape. I've said it before, today you are destined to die. Seeing Zhang Fan and Meng Qingsno trapped in the formation, Lin Tianxiong couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Ignoring Lin Tianxiong's laughter, Zhang Fan focused his gaze on the formation in front of him. Ding! You observe the 3 absolute formation and trigger a 100-fold comprehension. Ding! You have comprehended the method to break the 3 absolute formation. Soon, familiar prompts sounded in Zhang Fan's mind. Subsequently, information about the 3 absolute formation and the method to break it all appeared in Zhang Fan's mind. Qingsno, attack the formation with all your might. Having comprehended the method to break the formation, Zhang Fan directly instructed Meng Qingsno. Meng Qingsno's hand moved, and a silver long sword appeared out of thin air. The silver long sword swiftly traced a beautiful arc in the air, and its sharp blade slashed towards the formation in midair. In an instant, the entire formation trembled violently. This scene made Lin Tianxiong's face subtly change. He expressed his concern, Master Gong, can your formation really trap them? Rest assured, although this girl's attack is strong, it is still only at the chi manipulation level. My 3 absolute formation is a 3rd-grade formation. Unless they are true innate experts, it is impossible to break through with brute force. The 3 absolute formation can cut off all vitality. Once they are trapped in the formation, it won't be long before they suffocate and die. Master Gong said confidently. As a 3rd-grade formation master, if the formation he created couldn't handle even 2 chi manipulation realm warriors, then he would be too incompetent. Indeed, after Master Gong's words, the 3 absolute formation quickly calmed down. Zhang Fan, this formation is at least a 3rd-grade formation. With our chi manipulation level strength, brute force alone won't break it. This is a very powerful killing formation. If we can't get out of the formation, we will soon be trapped and die here. Seeing that their strongest attacks couldn't even shake the formation in the slightest, Meng Qingsno's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. This is the 3 absolute formation, a 3rd-grade basic formation. It is said to cut off all vitality, causing those trapped in the formation to suffocate and die. It is indeed very powerful. Zhang Fan smiled faintly. However, no matter how perfect a formation is in this world, there will always be weaknesses to exploit. This old guy has only scratched the surface of the 3 absolute formation. The formation diagram he made is full of flaws and can't withstand a single blow. You even understand formations? Meng Qingsno stared at Zhang Fan in disbelief, saying incredulously, I know a little. Zhang Fan smirked slightly, at least enough to completely break this 3 absolute formation in front of us. Meng Qingsno looked at Zhang Fan in shock, at a loss for words. Even the usually self-proclaimed Meng Qingsno was deeply affected at this moment. Not only was this guy exceptionally talented in martial arts, but also in alchemy. And now, he seemed to understand formation techniques as well. It seemed like there was nothing Zhang Fan couldn't do in this world. Who knew how such an all-around genius came to exist in this world? This was simply meant to be a blow to people. Alright, let's break the formation first. It's quite uncomfortable being stuck in this 3 absolute formation. Zhang Fan said, lifting his head to look at Lin Tianxiong outside, a faint chuckle ringing in their ears. Lin Tianxiong, do you think bringing in a formation master and setting up such a flawed formation can kill me? Ha ha. Zhang Fan, a guy who doesn't even understand formations, dares to say that Master Gong's formation is full of flaws? Lin Tianxiong burst into laughter disdainfully. Zhang Fan calmly stated, whether I understand formations or not, at least based on this 3 absolute formation in front of me, it still can't trap and kill me. Kid, I didn't expect you to have some knowledge, recognizing my 3 absolute formation. Master Gong, surprised by Zhang Fan's ability to name the formation, glanced at him in amazement. My knowledge is beyond your comprehension. Zhang Fan sneered, your 3 absolute formation is just scratching the surface, full of flaws and utterly useless. What? This kid dared to say that his 3 absolute formation was useless? Master Gong was instantly provoked by Zhang Fan's words. Kid, don't boast in front of me. Since you claim there are flaws in my 3 absolute formation, then show me your skills and break it if you can. Master Gong looked at Zhang Fan with a sneer. You probably have about an hour left. If you can't break the formation in an hour, you may never have a chance again. He couldn't believe that his 3rd grade formation master skills would be inferior to this young man in front of him in terms of formations. With your triple absolute formation, why would it take an hour to break it? Zhang Fan smiled proudly. I can break your formation with just a snap of my fingers. Good. Master Gong said angrily, I want to see how you can break my triple absolute formation with just a snap of your fingers. Qingxue, take 3 steps to the northwest and thrust a sword upwards. Zhang Fan instructed Meng Qingxue without bothering to look at her directly. Meng Qingxue quickly took 3 steps to the northwest and thrust a sword upwards as instructed. Take 7 steps to the southeast and strike horizontally with a sword. Zhang Fan calmly directed Meng Qingxue to break the formation. Soon enough, Meng Qingxue followed Zhang Fan's orders and executed 3 sword strikes. As she struck with the 3rd sword, the triple absolute formation surrounding them suddenly began to tremble violently. Then, with a loud bang, the seemingly indestructible triple absolute formation shattered instantly, turning into specks of starlight that dissipated completely in the air. Ding! You have broken the triple absolute formation of the 3rd grade formation, gaining 3,000 by 100 experience points. Ding! You have successfully been promoted to a 1st grade formation master. Ding! You have successfully been promoted to a 2nd grade formation master. Ding! You have successfully been promoted to a 3rd grade formation master. Zhang Fan felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. He had broken a 3rd grade formation and instantly became a genuine 3rd grade formation master. No! This is impossible. Master Gong stared blankly at Zhang Fan, muttering in disbelief. He never expected that his carefully crafted triple absolute formation would be broken by Zhang Fan in the blink of an eye. The formation diagram created by a 3rd grade formation master was utterly vulnerable in front of Zhang Fan. The young man's proficiency in formations had reached a terrifying level. How could this be? Beside Master Gong, Lin Tianxiong and Li Qian's faces turned extremely pale in an instant. By casually breaking the triple absolute formation, Zhang Fan's sharp gaze pierced through Lin Tianxiong and Li Qian, and his icy voice resounded in the silent mountain forest. Lin Tianxiong, Li Qian, I didn't come looking for trouble with you, but it seems you've willingly walked into it. If you insist on seeking death, then I'll send you on your way. Zhang Fan's cold words, devoid of any mercy, made Lin Tianxiong's face change drastically. Brother Li Qian, let's attack together. He roared at Li Qian, then immediately took the initiative, raising a powerful palm strike towards Zhang Fan. Li Qian acted without hesitation. He swiftly drew a long knife from his storage ring and executed a powerful strike towards Zhang Fan's head. From the moment they attacked Zhang Fan, it was a matter of life and death between them. If they couldn't kill Zhang Fan today, both the Lin and Li families would be completely disgraced in Sangshan City. However, before Li Qian's long knife could strike, Meng Qingshua's graceful figure appeared in front of him out of thin air. With a wave of her silver long sword, she blocked Li Qian's long knife and coldly said, I am your opponent. Get out of my way. Li Qian's face darkened as he shouted at Meng Qingxue, then his long knife turned, and his sharp sword energy swept towards Meng Qingxue. While Meng Qingxue intercepted Li Qian, Zhang Fan calmly watched as Lin Tianxiong's palm strike approached him. He stood there quietly until Lin Tianxiong's figure was less than 3 meters away from him, then he unleashed a lightning-fast punch. Bang! In an instant, a violent impact resounded through the air. Lin Tianxiong only felt an extremely dominant force coming through his arm, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. In an instant, he was forced back by this overpowering force, stumbling back about 10 steps. This kid's strength has indeed reached the 9th level of Qi mastery. Lin Tianxiong suppressed the trembling energy in his body, his face turning extremely pale. Although he had the strength of the 8th level of Qi mastery, just 1 level below Zhang Fan, the true gap between them was like heaven and earth. Knocking Lin Tianxiong back with a punch, Zhang Fan didn't give him any chance to catch his breath. With a push of his foot on the ground, he once again burst towards Lin Tianxiong. The silver fist, carrying a momentum that seemed to shatter even the void, mercilessly struck towards Lin Tianxiong. Zhang Fan's punch was so fast that it almost didn't give Lin Tianxiong any time to react. The fierce fist was already in front of Lin Tianxiong. Lin Tianxiong's expression suddenly changed drastically, hastily raising both palms to block Zhang Fan's punch. Boom! A violent impact resounded once again. Soon after, Lin Tianxiong's face turned extremely pale. His body flew back like a kite with a broken string, smashing through two large trees the size of bowls before rolling a few meters away in a sorry state. Puff! Lin Tianxiong spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Zhang Fan charging towards him once again, finally unable to help but shout in fear. No! Zhang Fan, spare me, my Lin family is willing to submit to the Zhang family. In Sangshan City, we will respect your Zhang family. Faced with the danger of death, Lin Tianxiong finally begged Zhang Fan for mercy. Now you beg for mercy? It's too late. My Zhang family doesn't need your Lin family to submit, nor do we need an ungrateful white-eyed wolf. From the moment you attack me, your fate was sealed, which is death. With a cold tone, Zhang Fan's words fell, his figure flashed, and he suddenly disappeared from the spot. Lin Tianxiong watched Zhang Fan's sudden disappearance, a wave of fear instantly spreading in his heart. No! However, before he could finish saying another word, a fierce punch had already landed on his chest. In an instant, a sharp and tragic scream echoed through the mountains and forests as Lin Tianxiong's body once again fell several yards away, completely devoid of life. At this moment, the battle between Meng Qingsnow and Li Qian was also coming to an end. Although both of them were at the 8th level of Qi mastery, in terms of combat power, Li Qian was far inferior to the talented beauty Meng Qingsnow. In just a dozen moves, Li Qian was completely suppressed by Meng Qingsnow. Especially after witnessing Lin Tianxiong being killed by Zhang Fan, Li Qian panicked, giving Meng Qingsnow the opportunity to strike with a sword and kill him. How could this happen? Zhou Wuying looked at Zhang Fan and the others in horror, feeling an inexplicable chill enveloping him from head to toe. In just a few minutes, these two had broken the formation of a third-rank formation master, killed the heads of the Lin and Li families, and completely shattered the conspiracy of the Lin and Li families. This was truly terrifying. Escape! At this moment, Zhou Wuying's soul was trembling, not daring to stay for a moment longer, turning around to flee. However, just as Zhou Wuying turned around, he found that Zhang Fan had unknowingly blocked his path. Want to leave? Since you're here, then stay forever. With a calm voice, Zhang Fan's fist roared towards Zhou Wuying's chest. No! Zhou Wuying's face was filled with fear and despair. He exerted all his internal energy, forming a defensive barrier in front of him, trying to block this punch. However, although Zhou Wuying had good agility, his actual strength was only at the 6th level of Qi mastery. How could he withstand a full-force strike from the 9th level of Qi mastery? With a punch that shattered the defense in front of Zhou Wuying, the fierce force of the blow landed on Zhou Wuying. Immediately, Zhou Wuying's body went limp and toppled to the ground. Old man, it's just you left. Nonchalantly dealing with Zhou Wuying, Zhang Fan's sharp gaze directly shifted to Master Gong beside him. Master Gong, at this moment, had recovered from his previous shock. He looked at Zhang Fan with a sneer and said, "What, do you want to kill me too? Since you accepted Lin Tianxiong's invitation to come and kill me, you should be prepared to be killed by me, shouldn't you?" Zhang Fan said coldly. If it weren't for the system, his golden finger, he might have died in this old man's 3 absolute formation today. I don't offend others unless they offend me. If someone offends me, I'll repay tenfold. Since this old man dared to come and kill him, he would make sure the old man paid the price for it. First, you can't kill me. Second, I am Gong Yuan of the Gong family in the imperial capital of Daxia. Do you dare to kill me? Gong Yuan looked disdainfully at Zhang Fan, his old face filled with pride. If you dare to touch a hair on me, I can guarantee that the Zhang family in Sangshan City will be completely expelled from Daxia. Zhang Fan's eyes narrowed. Are you threatening me? Master Gong looked at Zhang Fan indifferently and sneered. If you don't believe me, you can try. Old man, you are too arrogant. Just because you are from the Gong family, you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Zhang Fan's gaze turned icy as he stared at Gong Yuan, his whole being exuding a murderous intent. There is no one in this world that I wouldn't dare to kill. With a cold tone, Zhang Fan's 5 fingers bent, and he directly clawed towards Gong Yuan's throat. Gong Yuan's face changed drastically, and he instantly summoned a defensive formation around himself, creating a defensive shield that blocked Zhang Fan. He glared fiercely at Zhang Fan. You little bastard, how dare you lay a hand on me? I will wipe out your entire Zhang family. You will never have that chance. Zhang Fan's eyes flashed with a cold chill. No matter who you are, today I will kill you. Just based on you? Gong Yuan sneered contemptuously. A mere martial artist at the Qi refining realm dares to think of killing a formation master of the 3rd rank like me? Are you even qualified? Your reliance should be these 3rd rank formations in your hands, right? But in my eyes, these formations of yours, just like the previous 3 absolute formation, are all trash. For every formation you have, I will break one today. Just like this 3rd rank defense formation in front of me, it's simply useless. As Jiang Fan spoke, his gaze was fixed on the defensive formations surrounding Gong Yuan. Ding! You have observed the 3rd rank formation Pebble Formation and triggered a 100-fold comprehension. Ding! You have successfully comprehended the method to break the Pebble Formation. The Pebble Formation, with the Earth as its core, gathers the chi of the 5 elements of Earth to form a defensive formation that can withstand attacks from early-stage innate experts. Its weakness lies underground and can be broken by the chi of wood. Upon receiving the information on breaking the formation, Jiang Fan swiftly moved to the side and grabbed 3 1-foot-long branches. Then, with a swift and eerie angle, he brushed the defensive shield formed by the Pebble Formation and embedded the branches into the ground. Break for me! At the same time, Jiang Fan shouted loudly and threw a lightning-fast punch. Bang! With a loud explosion, Gong Yuan's Pebble Formation was instantly shattered. Breaking the Pebble Formation with a single punch, Jiang Fan's claw mercilessly reached for Gong Yuan's throat once again. His indifferent voice echoed in Gong Yuan's ears in an instant. Old bastard, I've said it before, with these trash formations of yours, you can't save your life. Just die for me. Damn it, how did this kid do it? Seeing his Pebble Formation shattered once again by Jiang Fan in an instant, Gong Yuan was filled with shock and anger. But at this moment, he had no time to think further. Just as his palm moved, another formation appeared in his hand. Kid, after all these years, you are the first one to push me to this extent. I'll remember this day. Wait, I will soon return to Tsangshan City and completely remove the Jiang family from the Great Xia country. Gong Yuan activated the formation while looking at Jiang Fan, saying coldly. Jiang Fan stared at the formation activated by Gong Yuan, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Ding! You have viewed the 3rd grade formation 8 trigrams shifting formation, triggering a 100-fold comprehension. Ding! You have comprehended the method to break the 8 trigrams shifting formation. Just as Jiang Fan received the system message, Gong Yuan's formation had also been fully activated. His figure was quickly enveloped in a mysterious light and then disappeared in front of Jiang Fan. Humph! Do you really think that by activating this 8 trigrams shifting formation, you can escape from my grasp? The shot position opens the shift, and the transmission direction is northeast. Jiang Fan muttered to himself, his figure instantly turning into a stream of light and heading towards the northeast. Damn it, I paid a great price to obtain this 8 trigrams shifting formation map, and it was wasted like this. Gong Yuan activated the 8 trigrams shifting formation and instantly appeared a kilometer away in the northeast direction. Thinking about being pushed to such a miserable state by a Qi realm brat, Gong Yuan felt extremely frustrated. I was careless. That kid can see through all the weaknesses of the formations at a glance. There might be some treasure on him that specializes in countering formations. I will gather some men and return to Tsangshan City to snatch the treasure from that kid. A gleam flashed in Gong Yuan's eyes as he was about to leave in large strides. However, as he had just taken a few steps, a dark shadow instantly passed in front of him. Gong Yuan felt a chill in his heart. Before he could react, a ghostly hand had already gripped his throat. At the same time, a chilling voice he was very familiar with sounded in his ear. Do you think you still have a chance to return to Tsangshan City and kill me? The cold voice made Gong Yuan's body stiffen instantly. He looked at Jiang Fan beside him as if he had seen a ghost. He had already used the teleportation formation to instantly travel a kilometer away. Yet this guy still caught up. Where did this monster come from? At that moment, Gong Yuan finally panicked. He looked at Jiang Fan in horror. Kid, you can't kill me. I am from the Gong family. If you kill me, the Gong family will not let you off. So what if you are from the Gong family? Dare to provoke me, even if you are the emperor, I will still kill you. Jiang Fan's eyes flashed with cold light, and the hand grabbing Gong Yuan's throat suddenly squeezed hard. Gong Yuan's neck made a crisp cracking sound. Then, as Jiang Fan released his grip, Gong Yuan's body slowly slumped to the ground. Jiang Fan, did you really kill him? Just then, Meng Qingsno caught up and looked at Gong Yuan's body, her heart skipping a beat. I did. Jiang Fan nodded. The Gong family in the capital of the Great Xia country is the #1 aristocratic family and a family known for their formations that shake the world. Their family's patriarch is a 6th grade formation master. Even the royal family of the Great Xia country fears him. The Gong family is very protective. You must be careful. If they find out you killed a member of the Gong family, it will be troublesome, Meng Qingsno said with a serious expression. So what if they are the #1 aristocratic family in the Great Xia country? Just a 3rd grade formation master from the Gong family, killed is killed. Even if the patriarch of the Gong family dares to come after me, I will make sure he can't touch me. Jiang Fan snorted and then looked at Meng Qingsno indifferently. Let's go to the Thundercloud mountain range. After speaking, Jiang Fan turned and walked away in large strides. One day later, Jiang Fan and Meng Qingsno arrived at Thunderstone City, the closest city to the Thundercloud Mountains. Thunderstone City was strategically located at the border between Lingyun Prefecture and Sanglei Prefecture, serving as the only entrance for warriors from both prefectures to enter the Thundercloud Mountains. Due to this unique position, Thunderstone City not only possessed a majestic presence but was also bustling with activity. Its prosperity almost rivaled that of the central city of Lingyun Prefecture, Lingyun City. Upon entering Thunderstone City, Meng Qingsno led Jiang Fan towards the west of the city. Curiously, Jiang Fan followed behind Meng Qingsno and asked, "Qingsno, where are we going?" The Thundercloud Mountains are vast and extremely dangerous. Most disciples from martial arts schools who come here for training choose to join the adventure groups in Thunderstone City. When I first came here, I joined the Frost Adventure Group and had a good relationship with their leader, Yi Qingsno. With their help, we can avoid many troubles when entering the Thundercloud Mountains. Meng Qingsno explained as she led Jiang Fan through several streets to a quaint courtyard. Observing the desolate appearance at the entrance of the courtyard, Meng Qingsno furrowed her brows tightly. Strange, why is there not even a guard at the Frost Adventure Group's residence? Jiang Fan glanced at the courtyard and furrowed his brows slightly, saying, "There seems to be a commotion inside. Let's go in and take a look." Meanwhile, in the Frost Adventure Group's meeting hall, the beautiful leader of the Frost Adventure Group, Yi Qingsno, stood facing a group of fierce-looking men. Among them, a well-dressed young man stared coldly at Yi Qingsno. "Yi Qingsno, since your Frost Adventure Group is affiliated with our Black Tiger Adventure Group, it is only right that you provide us with a monthly tribute. Thunderstone City is a very cruel place. Without the protection of our Black Tiger Adventure Group, you should be well aware of the fate of the Frost Adventure Group. Young Master Lu, your Black Tiger Adventure Group has doubled the tribute for this month. Isn't this going too far?" A girl in leather armor behind Yi Qingsno spoke indignantly. "Who do you think you are to question me while I'm talking to your leader?" The young man sneered coldly, glaring at the girl. She trembled, her face turning pale instantly. At this moment, Yi Qingsno stepped forward, blocking the girl with determination. "Young Master Lu, last month your group increased the monthly tribute from 20,000 to 50,000 gold coins. How can we come up with 100,000 gold coins this month?" Suppressing her anger, Yi Qingsno frowned at the young man. The young man's lips curled slightly as he gazed directly at Yi Qingsno's determined face. "Yi Qingsno, if you can't provide the tribute, there is another option. Merge your Frost Adventure Group with the Black Tiger Adventure Group. As long as you follow me, I guarantee you will not be mistreated." The young man's words angered all the members of the Frost Adventure Group in the hall. The deputy leader of the Black Tiger Adventure Group, Lu Xiao, had always coveted their leader. However, they never expected Lu Xiao to resort to such tactics to force their leader to submit. "Lu Xiao, you are going too far." Trembling, Yi Qingsno clenched her fists and confronted Lu Xiao angrily. He. Yi Qingsno, the law of the jungle is the rule of survival in this world. Submit to me, it's your only choice. Otherwise, your Frost Adventure Group can look forward to destruction. Lu Xiao laughed recklessly. He. It seems quite lively here. At that moment, a faint chuckle suddenly echoed from the courtyard's entrance. The sudden sound made everyone in the courtyard pause for a moment. Following the sound, they soon saw a young couple slowly walking into the courtyard. These two naturally were Jiang Fan and Meng Qingsno from the Qing Frost Adventure team. As they appeared suddenly, Lu Xiao's expression darkened. He was about to sternly reprimand Jiang Fan when he noticed Meng Qingsno beside him. In an instant, Lu Xiao's eyes lit up with intense admiration. Beautiful. She was truly stunning. This beauty before him was simply unparalleled. Even compared to the leader of the Qing Frost Adventure team, Yi Qingsno, she was probably more outstanding. A smile of delight appeared on Lu Xiao's face as he completely ignored Jiang Fan's presence and charmingly asked Meng Qingsno, "Miss, may I ask the purpose of your visit here?" Meng Qingsno couldn't be bothered with Lu Xiao. She looked up at Yi Qingsno not far away and smiled faintly. "Qingsno, it's been a while." Yi Qingsno looked at Meng Qingsno in astonishment. "Qingsno, why are you here?" Meng Qingsno softly replied, "We plan to visit the Thundercloud mountain range and are looking for someone familiar with the area to guide us, so we came to find you." "No problem. Wait for me." After Yi Qingsno finished speaking, she coldly told Lu Xiao, "Give me 3 days. Ensure that this month's supplies are delivered to the Black Tiger Adventure team without a single coin missing, then you may leave." "Yi Qingsno, you think you can delay for 3 days just because you say so? Who do you think you are? Today, you have only 2 choices, either pay me 10,000 gold coins now, or submit to the Black Tiger Adventure Team, with no room for negotiation. Lu Xiao sneered disdainfully. He had long coveted Yi Qingsnow. He had no intention of letting this woman go today. Meng Qingsnow furrowed her brows, about to speak, when Zhang Fan's calm voice rang out first. Friend from the Black Tiger Adventure Team, we need Leader Yi from the Qing Frost Adventure Team to guide us to the Thundercloud Mountain Range. Would you kindly stop here? Ha ha! Who do you think you are? Why should I give you any face? Lu Xiao sneered at Zhang Fan's words, not taking them seriously at all. He stared coldly at Zhang Fan. Kid, if you don't want to die, it's best not to interfere with the matters of our Black Tiger Adventure Team. Since you won't give me face, then I have no reason to spare yours. Zhang Fan said calmly, from now on, the Qing Frost Adventure Team is under my protection. Take your people and leave immediately. His words caused a brief silence in the courtyard. Everyone looked at Zhang Fan in shock. The Black Tiger Adventure Team was one of the most powerful adventure teams in Leisure City. In Leisure City, Zhang Fan was undoubtedly the first person to speak to Lu Xiao in such a manner. Zhang Fan's arrogant words also stunned Lu Xiao. After a moment, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! Kid, are you out of your mind? You, a piece of trash who can't even take care of yourself, dare to come out and support the Qing Frost Adventure Team? If you have any sense, cut off an arm, then immediately leave the woman beside you for me to enjoy. Maybe I'll spare your life. Zhang Fan's eyes turned extremely cold, apologized to her immediately by kneeling before her, and you might have a chance to live. Oomph, spouting nonsense even at death's door. Today, I'll show you what happens when you go against me in Leisure City. Lu Xiao smirked coldly. He waved his hand. Cripple this kid for me. I want him to kneel at my feet in repentance. Yes, assistant leader. With a command from Lu Xiao, except for the black-clothed old man standing beside him, the remaining 3 warriors all charged towards Zhang Fan with murderous intent. Kid, soon you will know the dire consequences of offending our deputy leader. It will be a miserable end. The 3 warriors from the Black Tiger Adventure Team stared fiercely at Zhang Fan, exuding a fierce aura. 3 warriors at the 4th level of Qi Mastery. Yi Qingshuang's face changed abruptly as she looked worriedly at Meng Qingsnow. Qingsnow, will your friend be okay? Meng Qingsnow smiled faintly. Don't worry, below the innate realm, few can match him. Yi Qingshuang was shocked, looking at Zhang Fan, who still had a calm demeanor. In her beautiful eyes, an incredulous astonishment emerged. Few can match him below the innate realm. Does this not mean that the young man who looks no more than 15 or 16 is at least a 9th level Qi master? While Yi Qingshuang was deeply shocked, Zhang Fan stood with his hands behind his back, calmly watching the 3 warriors charging towards him. It was only when they were within 3 zhangs of him that Zhang Fan finally made a move. His whole aura changed, and with a cold shout, he swept towards the 3. Get lost. The cold shout was like a bell tolling, striking heavily on the hearts of the 3 warriors in front of him. In an instant, their bodies trembled. Soon, their faces turned pale, and crimson blood oozed from their facial features. In just a moment, the 3 of them turned into bloody corpses, collapsing to the ground with no signs of life. Hiss! Watching this horrifying scene, all members of the Qingshuang Adventure Team, including Yi Qingshuang, couldn't help but gasp in shock. With just one shout, he had directly killed 3 warriors at the 4th level of Qi Mastery. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe that a young man of 15 or 16 could achieve such a feat. The power of one shout could kill warriors at the 4th level of Qi Mastery. Such strength was truly terrifying. Kid, who are you? On the other side, Lu Xiao took a while to recover from his astonishment. He never expected that this insignificant kid he had disregarded had such power. To easily kill warriors at the 4th level of Qi Mastery, he must have at least the strength of the 7th level of Qi Mastery. I am the one who can kill you. Kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, the next second, you will become a cold corpse. Zhang Fan stared straight at Lu Xiao, his eyes flashing with a cold chill. Kid, I have to admit I underestimated you. But don't think that killing a few warriors at the 4th level of Qi Mastery can make you arrogant in front of me. Lu Xiao sneered. Hong Lao, make your move and let him experience despair. The black-robed old man nodded indifferently and slowly walked out from beside Lu Xiao. With each step he took, his aura grew stronger. In just a moment, the powerful aura of the 8th level of Qi Mastery emanated from the black-robed old man. Kid, to reach such a level at your age is indeed a rare martial genius. If you are willing to submit to the Black Tiger Adventure Team, I will spare your life. The black-robed old man looked down at Zhang Fan. Just a warrior at the 8th level of Qi Mastery. What qualifications do you have to say such things in front of me? If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Zhang Fan glanced coldly at the black-robed old man. A warrior at the 8th level of Qi Mastery. I killed 2 of them just yesterday. A warrior at the 8th level of Qi Mastery. Killed 2 in one go. And that's just yesterday. Does this guy really think he can kill a warrior at the 8th level of Chi Mastery whenever he wants? The kid is arrogant. I want to see how you'll try to kill me today. The black-robed old man chuckled angrily, instantly elevating his aura to the extreme, then stomped his foot on the ground. Boom! The hard blue stone floor cracked open instantly. Countless cracks spread out like spider silk in all directions. In the next moment, the black-robed old man turned into a black light and disappeared in a flash. Whoosh! The black-robed old man's body appeared behind Zhang Fan like a teleportation. His withered hand carried a powerful black palm force and slapped towards Zhang Fan's back. Is this the strength of a martial artist at the 8th level of Chi Mastery? Indeed, so fast. This scene made Ji Qingxuang and the others jump in shock, unable to help but break out in a cold sweat for Zhang Fan. Such speed! Such an attack! Can anyone really withstand it? He. A mere kid who hasn't even grown his hair dares to be arrogant in front of me. Kid, I hope you have better luck in your next life and keep your eyes wide open. The black-robed old man struck Zhang Fan's back with his palm. Watching Zhang Fan's figure so close at hand, a fierce and sinister expression crossed the old man's face, his sneering laughter echoing in the air. With his strength at the 8th level of Chi Mastery, he executed the advanced martial art shadow step. Even some martial artists at the 9th level of Chi Mastery would be severely injured by his unexpected attacks. Could this kid in front of him really withstand such a blow? The black-robed old man's fierce palm force almost landed on Zhang Fan's back in the blink of an eye. However, the expected impact sound did not reach the black-robed old man's ears. At the moment his black palm force touched Zhang Fan's body, Zhang Fan's figure instantly turned into nothingness. Ha! This is just an afterimage. The black-robed old man was shocked. Sensing something, he suddenly turned around, only to find Zhang Fan's figure had appeared behind him without him noticing. Your speed, how can it be so fast? The black-robed old man couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. You, a martial artist at the 8th level of Chi Mastery, relying on a basic martial art, dare to show off in front of me? In that case, let me show you what real speed is. Zhang Fan sneered disdainfully, his aura as a martial artist at the 9th level of Chi Mastery bursting out instantly. His eyes also emitted a terrifying light. At that moment, Zhang Fan seemed like a king looking down on the world. Shortly after, his figure turned into a golden light and soared into the sky. Mid-level profound technique, sky step. A faint voice echoed through the sky. Zhang Fan's figure descended like a meteor above the black-robed old man's head, and he stomped down towards the black-robed old man. Sky step. This was the mid-level profound technique Zhang Fan had newly comprehended. During his time in Xiangshan City, Zhang Fan's phantom light step had already reached its peak. On the way from Xiangshan City to Leisure City, the phantom light step had advanced to become the mid-level profound technique, sky step. This mid-level profound technique not only surpassed the phantom light step in speed but also had offensive capabilities. The black-robed old man watched as Zhang Fan descended upon him like Mount Tai, his face changing drastically. He quickly mobilized all his strength, forming a black protective aura around him. Zhang Fan's expression was indifferent as he took a simple step, carrying an extremely domineering golden aura, pressing down on the black-robed old man. Boom! A deafening roar echoed in the courtyard. The shattered bluestone ground sprayed sharp debris in all directions with a piercing whistle. In the courtyard, everyone except Meng Qingxuan had to retreat while activating their protective auras. Lu Xia, who was closer, couldn't even dodge and was directly hit by a flying stone, thrown several meters away. After a while, the dust in the courtyard finally dissipated slowly, returning to calm. Everyone watching the scene couldn't help but inhale sharply, their hearts filled with astonishment. In the center of the courtyard, Zhang Fan stood proudly. In front of him, there was a hole as large as 3 meters. The black-robed old man had most of his body forcibly smashed into the ground by Zhang Fan's strike. He stared wide-eyed, looking at Zhang Fan in horror, opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Eventually, his head tilted to the side, and there was no more movement. At this moment, all the members of the Qing Frost adventure team stared blankly at Zhang Fan, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Hong Lao, one of the 3 major offerings of the Black Tiger adventure team, was a peak martial artist at the 8th level of Qi manipulation. Even among all the adventure teams in Thunderstone City, he had a formidable reputation. Such a strong martial artist at the 8th level of Qi manipulation was actually suppressed by Zhang Fan in one move. Powerful. It was truly too powerful. Seeing Hong Lao, one of the 3 major offerings of the Black Tiger adventure team, being easily killed by Zhang Fan, Lu Zhao's face instantly turned pale. He didn't dare to hesitate anymore and rushed out of the courtyard in a panic. Are you leaving without my permission? Zhang Fan's eyes turned cold, and in a flash, he appeared next to Lu Xiao. His sharp claws instantly grabbed Lu Zhao's shoulder and pulled forcefully. In an instant, Lu Xiao's body flew several meters and finally fell on the ground. What? What do you want? Lu Xiao was shocked and angry. He glared at Jiang Fan. I am the deputy leader of the Black Tiger Adventure Team. If you dare to touch me, my father will not let you off. Jiang Fan's gaze was icy, and he appeared next to Lu Xiao as if teleporting. He reached out his hand, grabbed Lu Xiao's neck, and lifted him off the ground. At the same time, his cold voice instantly reached Lu Xiao's ears. Don't threaten me with your father. Even if he comes, I will kill him too and reunite him with you underground. Lu Xiao's neck was suddenly gripped by Jiang Fan, his face turning extremely red. Feeling the suffocation from his neck, Lu Xiao finally panicked. He couldn't help but beg for mercy with a face full of fear. I was wrong. I'm willing to kneel down and apologize. At this critical moment of life and death, Lu Xiao had to lower his proud head. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Once he returned to the Black Tiger Adventure Team, he would definitely have his father take action and wipe out this kid along with the entire Qing Frost Adventure Team. Of course, Yi Qingshuang and Meng Qingsnow, the two peerless beauties, would definitely be kept for his enjoyment. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. I hope you can be a good person in your next life. Jiang Fan's face was indifferent, and the hand gripping Lu Xiao's neck suddenly tightened. No! Lu Xiao looked extremely terrified, struggling frantically to escape from Jiang Fan's grasp. But before he could struggle a few times, Jiang Fan snapped his neck. Lu Xiao suddenly felt everything turn pitch black before falling to the ground with an unwilling expression. Seeing this scene, almost all the members of the Qing Frost Adventure Team couldn't believe their eyes. The mighty deputy leader of the Black Tiger Adventure Team, Lu Xiao, who ruled Thunderstone City, was actually dealt with in such a manner. Thank you, sir, for helping us out of this situation today, Yi Qingshuang said gratefully to Jiang Fan after recovering from her astonishment. It's just a small matter, Jiang Fan waved his hand, smiling lightly. Captain Yi, as long as you lead us to the Thundercloud Mountain Range to find the Heavenly Bamboo Spirit Milk. So you came for the Heavenly Bamboo Spirit Milk in that place. Yi Qingshuang glanced at Meng Qingshuang beside her, feeling a sense of realization. Taking you to find the Tian Sun Spirit Milk is not a problem, but we probably won't have a chance to leave the city now. The news of Lu Xiao's death here will probably spread soon. It won't be long before Lu Xiao's father, Lu Heihu, leads the Black Tiger Adventure Team to come and seek revenge. Yi Qingshuang sighed and said, it doesn't matter. After dealing with the Black Tiger Adventure Team, we can still enter the Thundercloud Mountain Range. Jiang Fan smiled faintly and then asked, how strong is this Black Tiger Adventure Team? Very strong, they are one of the most powerful adventure teams in Leisure City. In the Black Tiger Adventure Team, besides the leader Lu Heihu, a master at the 9th level of Qi Condensation, there is also a worshipper at the 9th level of Qi Condensation. In Leisure City, there are no more than 3 adventure teams that can compete with the Black Tiger Adventure Team. Yi Qingshuang said solemnly, 2 warriors at the 9th level of Qi Condensation. Don't worry, if they dare to come, I guarantee they won't leave alive. Jiang Fan's mouth lifted slightly, then he took out the array materials he had snatched from Gong Yuan and began to set them up in the courtyard. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Black Tiger Adventure Team, Lu Heihu was meditating and practicing in his room when a sudden urgent knock on the door startled him. Lu Heihu opened his eyes abruptly and said sharply, didn't I already instruct not to disturb me unless it's urgent? Leader, something terrible has happened. The young deputy leader is in trouble. The panicked voice outside made Lu Heihu's face change suddenly. He flashed out of the room and stared straight at the middle-aged man at the door. What happened to my son? The middle-aged man trembled and said, the young deputy leader. He was killed. What did you say? Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, an overwhelming killing intent erupted from Lu Heihu. His eyes turned ice-cold in an instant. Who killed my son? The one who killed the young deputy leader is from the Qing Shuang Adventure Team. The young deputy leader went to the residence of the Qing Shuang Adventure Team with Hong worshipper today. But not long after, news of the young deputy leader's death spread. The middle-aged man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said cautiously, Qing Shuang Adventure Team? Lu Heihu was momentarily stunned. Then, he roared in disbelief, where is Hong Tao? How did he protect my son? Why isn't he here? The Qing Shuang Adventure Team was just a mediocre adventure team. Their leader, Yi Qingshuang, only had the strength of the 6th level of Qi Condensation. But by his son's side, there was a worshipper at the 8th level of Qi Condensation from the Black Tiger Adventure Team. The middle-aged man weakly said, Hong worshipper. He was also killed by members of the Qing Shuang Adventure Team. Good Qing Shuang Adventure Team. Spread the word, let all members above the Qi Condensation realm gather immediately. Follow me to attack the Qing Shuang Adventure Team. Dare to lay a hand on my son, I will make the entire Qing Shuang adventure team pay for it with their lives. Lu Heihu's body exuded a strong killing intent, his eyes filled with boundless anger. As the leader of the Black Tiger adventure team, a martial arts expert at the 9th level of Qi condensation, he was practically unrivaled in Leisure City. But now, his son Lu Xia had been killed right under his nose. Lu Heihu was furious. He had never been this angry in all these years. No matter who the killer of his son was, he would make sure that person paid a price tenfold or even 100-fold. Lu Heihu quickly gathered the remaining 2 worshippers of the Black Tiger adventure team, along with dozens of martial artists above the Qi condensation realm, and headed towards the Qing Shuang adventure team in a formidable manner. 10 minutes later, Lu Heihu appeared outside the residence of the Qing Shuang adventure team with the elite members of the Black Tiger adventure team. His icy gaze pierced the closed gates of the Qing Shuang adventure team, and his thunderous voice echoed in the air, "Yi Qingxuan, come out and face your death." The scene before them immediately caught the attention of many warriors around. What the hell is going on? Lu Heihu actually brought people to the doorstep of the Qing Frost adventure team. It is said that the people of the Qing Frost adventure team killed Lu Heihu's precious son, Lu Xiao. It would be strange if Lu Heihu didn't go berserk. Oh my, is the Qing Frost adventure team out of their minds, daring to kill even Lu Heihu's son? Alas, the Qing Frost adventure team is probably doomed this time. Many warriors around couldn't help but shake their heads. In this Thunderstone City, how many adventure teams could withstand the wrath of the Black Tiger adventure team? Yi Qingxuan, do you think you can hide inside and avoid me? If you don't give me an explanation today, I will raise your Qing Frost adventure team to the ground. Seeing no movement inside the Qing Frost adventure team, Lu Heihu's eyes turned cold. He clenched his fist, and a fierce punch struck the gate of the Qing Frost adventure team. Boom! With a loud noise, the gate of the Qing Frost adventure team, along with the surrounding walls, was completely destroyed by Lu Heihu's punch. With a punch breaking through the gate of the Qing Frost adventure team, Lu Heihu waved his hand and commanded, "Charge in and crush the Qing Frost adventure team." With a punch breaking the door, Lu Heihu led dozens of elite members of the Black Tiger adventure team into the Qing Frost adventure team. Just then, Yi Qingxuan finally emerged from inside with a group of Qing Frost adventure team members. "Captain Lu, why did you bring people to my Qing Frost adventure team in such a grand manner?" Yi Qingxuan looked at Lu Heihu and the others who rushed in aggressively and asked calmly. "Yi Qingxuan, stop pretending in front of me. Enough talk, hand over the murderer who killed my son. Otherwise, I will kill every member of your Qing Frost adventure team, sparing no one." Lu Heihu stared at Yi Qingxuan with a dark expression, his tone filled with a chilling intent to kill. "Do you think you can bully the Qing Frost adventure team as you please? With me here, don't even think about touching a single hair of anyone from the Qing Frost adventure team." Seeing Lu Heihu's arrogant demeanor, Jiang Fan coldly snorted and walked out directly from behind Yi Qingxuan. Lu Heihu looked at Jiang Fan approaching and his eyes narrowed. "Kid, who are you?" Jiang Fan casually replied, "I am the one you are looking for." Upon hearing this, Lu Heihu's whole demeanor instantly turned murderous. He stared at Jiang Fan with a fierce gaze. "You, the bastard, killed my son? He brought it upon himself, who can he blame?" Jiang Fan sneered, his domineering voice echoing through the courtyard. "Lu Heihu, I will say this once, I will be the one protecting the Qing Frost adventure team from now on. Take your people and disappear from my sight immediately. Otherwise, I don't mind sending you to reunite with your son underground." Jiang Fan's domineering words left many onlookers outside wide-eyed. Damn! This kid! Killing Lu Heihu's son is one thing, but now that Lu Heihu and the Black Tiger adventure team have come knocking, he still doesn't take Lu Heihu seriously. Impressive! In Thunderstone City, daring to disregard Lu Heihu like this kid is definitely the first one. "You little brat, who do you think you are to act so arrogantly in front of me? Today, I will use all of your blood to honor my son's spirit in heaven." Lu Heihu stared at Jiang Fan with a fierce gaze, his furious roar filled with overwhelming killing intent, echoing through the heavens and earth. "Brothers, attack, slaughter the Qing Frost adventure team." Jiang Fan's eyes turned cold. "Lu Heihu, it seems like you really want the Black Tiger adventure team to be expelled from Thunderstone City? Just with you? Kid, I'll give you a chance to make a move now. I also want to see what you're capable of to have the Black Tiger adventure team expelled from Thunderstone City." Lu Heihu laughed disdainfully. "I didn't intend to kill, but since you're asking for it, I'll grant your wish. In dealing with the trash like you from the Black Tiger adventure team, why would I need to lift a finger?" Jiang Fan coldly stared at Lu Heihu and the others, his hands swiftly forming a mysterious hand seal, striking out into the air above the courtyard. "Heartbreaking formation, awaken for me." With Jiang Fan's faint command, countless radiance surged around the courtyard, enveloping dozens of members of the Black Tiger Adventure Team. Formation? Lu Heihu's face instantly changed color at the sight. He looked at Jiang Fan in horror. You are a formation master? Jiang Fan's expression remained indifferent. Lu Heihu, taste the power of my grade 3 heartbreaking formation. The heartbreaking formation, a basic grade 3 formation, was an extremely potent illusion-killing formation. Once trapped inside, any warrior below the innate realm would lose their minds, fall prey to inner demons, and eventually go mad. Therefore, as Jiang Fan activated the formation, some weaker members of the Black Tiger Adventure Team immediately contorted in agony. Ah! You scoundrel, you killed my whole family, I will tear you apart into 1,000 pieces. Ha ha! I am the leader of the Black Tiger Adventure Team. Those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me perish. All of you, die for me. In just a short while, the members of the Black Tiger Adventure Team went berserk. Roaring and attacking their companions frantically, chaos erupted among the dozens of warriors in the courtyard. Clashing metal sounds and piercing screams filled the air. In less than 5 minutes, except for Lu Heihu and the 9th level Chi cultivator who remained conscious, everyone else in the Black Tiger Adventure Team succumbed to madness. Stop, all of you, stop. This scene made Lu Heihu's eyes widen in disbelief as he shouted at his subordinates. However, under the influence of the heartbreaking formation, these members had already lost their minds and could not heed Lu Heihu's words. 2 middle-aged men even went mad and lunged at Lu Heihu ferociously upon hearing his angry shouts. Watching Jiang Fan effortlessly incite the members of the Black Tiger Adventure Team to turn on each other, many onlookers couldn't help but gasp in shock. Their gazes towards Jiang Fan were filled with fear and astonishment. Damn! I never expected this kid to be a grade 3 formation master. He's too powerful. What a fool Lu Heihu is, daring to provoke a formation master. The Black Tiger Adventure Team is doomed this time. Ha ha! It's karma. I doubt the Black Tiger Adventure Team will dare to be arrogant in Thunderstone City again. Seeing the pitiful state of the Black Tiger Adventure Team members in the courtyard, many warriors who had been bullied by them couldn't help but revel in their misfortune. Behind Jiang Fan, members of the Qing Frost Adventure Team, including Yi Qingshuang, were equally stunned by the scene before them. This young man was incredibly strong, effortlessly defeating a Chi cultivator at the 8th level with just one move. His proficiency in formations was even more terrifying, as he easily slaughtered the Black Tiger Adventure Team with a single formation. At this moment, they were at a loss for words to describe Jiang Fan's power. Ah! Jiang Fan, you killed my son, destroyed my Black Tiger Adventure Team, I will kill you, kill you. As time passed, even Lu Heihu, who was at the 9th level of Chi cultivation, gradually lost his mind under the influence of the heartbreaking formation. With a ferocious expression, he roared like a tiger among sheep, slaughtering all the members of the Black Tiger Adventure Team around him. In just a moment, dozens of high-level Chi cultivators from the Black Tiger Adventure Team, except for Lu Heihu and the 9th level cultivator, met their demise. After dealing with the others, Lu Heihu engaged in a fierce battle with the 9th level cultivator. After hundreds of moves in a fierce battle, both of them ended up severely injured and perished together. Jiang Fan set up the heartbreaking formation, effortlessly annihilating all the high-ranking members of the Black Tiger Adventure Team with a snap of his fingers, causing a sensation throughout the entire Thunderstone City. Countless adventure teams in Thunderstone City were shocked beyond belief. The Frost Adventure Team unexpectedly produced a powerful third-grade formation master. This third-grade formation master could single-handedly wipe out top-tier adventure teams like the Black Tiger Adventure Team with just one formation. For a moment, the once obscure Frost Adventure Team in Thunderstone City directly became a forbidden existence, with hardly anyone daring to provoke them. However, while numerous adventure teams in Thunderstone City were greatly shocked by Jiang Fan's actions, Jiang Fan and Meng Qingsno, under the leadership of Yi Qingshuang, entered the Thundercloud mountain range. Yi Qingshuang had spent quite some time in Thunderstone City. For survival, she had led the Frost Adventure Team into the Thundercloud mountain range many times. Therefore, Yi Qingshuang was very familiar with the Thundercloud mountain range near Thunderstone City. Along the way, Jiang Fan and his companions progressed smoothly. Even when encountering demonic beasts occasionally, the strongest ones were only at the intermediate level of the 2nd grade, equivalent to a warrior at the 5th or 6th level of Qi refinement. Such demonic beasts hardly required Jiang Fan to take action, as Meng Qingsno would swiftly deal with them with a single sword strike. The three of them continued deep into the Thundercloud mountain range. About half a day later, Yi Qingshuang led Jiang Fan and his companions to a slightly gloomy valley. This is it. The Tianji spirit milk is in a cave deep in the valley. Half a year ago, when Sister Qingsno was in the Frost Adventure Team, we came here. It's just that there is a peak 2nd grade dark snow lion in that cave, with strength comparable to a warrior at the peak of the 9th level of chi refinement, so we had to give up. Yi Qing pointed to the depths of the valley and said to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan looked towards the depths of the valley. Ah! Just then, a piercing scream suddenly came from the depths of the valley. Let's go in and take a look. Jiang Fan's eyes flashed, and he quickly flew towards the depths of the valley. After flying several hundred meters, the three of them saw a figure rushing out from the depths of the valley. It was a 16 or 17-year-old young man. Judging by the aura emanating from him, he was at least at the 8th level of chi refinement. However, the situation of this 8th level chi refinement young man was extremely dire at the moment. He was covered in blood, his long sword was broken in half, his clothes were tattered, and he looked very disheveled. Friends, help! Help me! Seeing Jiang Fan and his companions suddenly appear, the young man was overjoyed and hurried towards them. Jiang Fan frowned, but before he could speak, the young man hurriedly fled towards the outside of the valley. Courting death! Jiang Fan's face turned cold, about to intercept the young man. Suddenly, a cold and eerie wind swept in from the front. This cold wind was not ordinary. Even with Jiang Fan's 9th level chi refinement strength, he still felt bone-chilling cold all over his body. At that moment, it felt like the surrounding space was frozen. Be careful, that should be the 2nd-grade demonic beast, the dark snow lion, inside. Yi Qingshuang's pretty face changed, somewhat annoyed as she said, that bastard just used us as his shield. Such a terrifying aura cannot be emitted by a 2nd-grade demonic beast. The dark snow lion inside is probably already advanced to a 3rd-grade demonic beast. Meng Kingsnow's beautiful eyes also showed a hint of seriousness. What? The dark snow lion has already advanced to a 3rd-grade demonic beast. Yi Qingshuang was shocked. A 3rd-grade demonic beast is as powerful as a martial artist in the innate realm. Clip clop, clip clop. Just as Yi Qingshuang was shocked, heavy footsteps sounded from the front. In just a few breaths, a large gray and white lion-shaped demonic beast appeared in Jiang Fan's view. This demonic beast was quite large, standing at least 3 meters tall. Every part of its body exuded a cold aura. Especially those huge deep blue pupils, shot out 2 chilling lights, overlooking Jiang Fan and the other 2 below. This abyssal snow lion has truly advanced to become a 3rd-grade demon beast. Yi Qingshuang's face turned pale as she looked at the abyssal snow lion in front of her. It's just a newly advanced 3rd-grade demon beast, nothing to be afraid of. Jiang Fan sneered, looking at the abyssal snow lion in front of him, his proud voice echoing in the air. Regardless, I am determined to get the Tian Shun spirit milk here today. Even if it's a 3rd-grade demon beast, I will not hesitate to kill it. Jiang Fan took out a formation map and threw it into the air as he spoke. Before entering the Leiyun mountain range, Jiang Fan had prepared several formation maps just in case. Now that this abyssal snow lion had advanced to a 3rd-grade demon beast, these formations came in handy. The abyssal snow lion, seeing a human like Jiang Fan daring to lay hands on it, became furious. Roar! It let out a roar and spewed out an ice arrow towards Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan remained calm, forming a strange gesture with his hands and pointing at the formation map in the air. 3 Absolute Formation, activate! With Jiang Fan's command, a dazzling light descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the abyssal snow lion. The ice arrow it spat towards Jiang Fan was blocked by the surrounding strange light instantly. Seeing its attack being blocked by the peculiar light shield, the abyssal snow lion's eyes grew colder, and it began attacking the light shield frantically. Under the abyssal snow lion's relentless attacks, the brilliance on the 3 Absolute Formation kept flickering. This 3 Absolute Formation seems unable to contain this abyssal snow lion. Meng Qingshuang frowned slightly as she observed the faltering formation under the lion's attacks. Of course, relying solely on the 3 Absolute Formation won't solve the problem. But if it tries to break the formation forcibly, it will take a lot of effort. Jiang Fan smiled faintly. When it breaks the 3 Absolute Formation, I will give it another big gift. Under the watchful eyes of the 3, the abyssal snow lion continued to unleash its power, relentlessly attacking the 3 Absolute Formation. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 3 Absolute Formation was completely shattered under the lion's aggressive attacks. At the moment the formation broke, Jiang Fan's palm moved, and a formation map shimmering with lightning appeared in his hand. Thunder Calling Formation, activate! Jiang Fan's cold command caused the Thunder Calling Formation map to shoot into the air. In an instant, the clear sky was replaced by rolling black clouds. Bright lightning kept flashing within the dark clouds. With a deafening sound, a silver thunderbolt descended from the sky, fiercely striking the head of the abyssal snow lion. Boom! The abyssal snow lion, having just broken the 3 Absolute Formation and unable to react in time, was severely hit by the thunderbolt from above. The terrifying power of the thunderbolt blew open the lion's head, splattering the ground with crimson blood. A burnt smell instantly emanated from the lion's head in midair. The thunder-calling formation, an intermediate third-grade formation focusing on offense, could trigger a powerful strike from the heavenly thunder when activated. The power of this strike was at least comparable to a full-force attack from a martial artist at the 4th level of innate strength. The Abyssal Snow Lion, having recently advanced to the 3rd grade and already weakened by Jiang Fan's 3 absolute formation, had lost 2 to 3/10 of its strength. Now, struck by Jiang Fan's thunder-calling formation, it was left with less than half of its life in an instant. "Qingxuan, let's take it down together." Jiang Fan called out to Meng Qingxuan, activating the sky-stepping technique and ruthlessly stomping on the Abyssal Snow Lion's head. Strike while the iron is hot. At this moment, Jiang Fan would not give the Abyssal Snow Lion any chance to catch its breath. Meng Qingxuan acted without hesitation. She waved her long sword, a sharp sword energy cut through the air, piercing towards the eyes of the Nether Snow Lion. Under the fierce attacks of the two, the Nether Snow Lion could only let out unwilling roars before finally collapsing weakly to the ground. A third-grade demon beast, the Nether Snow Lion, killed just like that? Watching this scene before her, Yi Qingxuan took a while to recover from her shock. This guy is truly a freak among freaks. Yi Qingxuan was speechless in her heart. Even though she knew Jiang Fan was powerful and amazing, she still hadn't expected Jiang Fan to be this incredible. The Nether Snow Lion before them was a genuine third-grade demon beast, as powerful as a martial artist in the innate realm. Yet, this powerful demon beast was easily killed by Jiang Fan. It was more than just easy, it was downright brutal. After dealing with the Nether Snow Lion and collecting the spoils, Jiang Fan and his group headed towards the valley. Soon, they arrived at the cave where the Nether Snow Lion lived. With a sweep of his gaze, Jiang Fan discovered a small pool less than a meter in size in the deepest corner of the cave. 2 milky white stalactites hung upside down from the top of the pool, brewing a drop of crystal-clear milky white liquid. Tianji Spirit Milk. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked towards the small pool. The three of them spent half an hour collecting all the Tianji Spirit Milk from the pool. Just as they were about to leave after collecting the Tianji Spirit Milk, a voice suddenly came from outside the cave. "Brother Lei, the Tianji Spirit Milk is here." With the sound of the voice, several figures slowly walked in from the entrance of the cave. Among this group, Jiang Fan also noticed a familiar figure, the purple-haired youth who had been chased by the Nether Snow Lion before. "Kid, hand over the Tianji Spirit Milk." The purple-haired youth glanced at the empty pool, his arrogant voice ringing in Jiang Fan's ears. "Who do you think you are? Why should I give you the Tianji Spirit Milk? You were chased by the Nether Snow Lion earlier. If it weren't for us, would you still be alive now? I saved your life, and you're not even grateful. Now you shamelessly bring people to snatch the Tianji Spirit Milk." Jiang Fan's face turned cold, and his gaze towards the purple-haired youth was filled with icy killing intent. "I have to say, you have successfully angered me. Today, no one can stop me from killing you. Ha ha." The purple-haired youth couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing Jiang Fan's words. "Kid, do you know who this person beside me is? He is our Songlei Martial House's sword formation twin master, Senior Lei Qing. Senior Lei is not only a master at the 9th level of Qi control but also a third-grade formation master. Do you dare to speak arrogantly in front of Senior Lei?" The purple-haired youth looked disdainfully at Jiang Fan. With Senior Lei Qing here, he truly didn't believe Jiang Fan could do anything to him. "Do you think I can't kill you with him by your side?" Jiang Fan just gave a faint glance at the youth called Lei Qing. Then, he directly punched towards the purple-haired youth. At that moment, Lei Qing beside the purple-haired youth moved. He flashed in front of the purple-haired youth, his claws carrying a fierce aura, shattering Jiang Fan's fist strength. "Do you think I'm invisible when you attack someone in front of me?" Lei Qing stared coldly at Jiang Fan, exuding a chilling aura that made people unable to look directly at him. Jiang Fan's gaze turned icy. "The person behind you, I've decided to kill today. Are you really going to stop me?" "Since he called me senior brother, I naturally can't stand by and do nothing," Lei Qing said indifferently. "Besides, I also need the Tianji Spirit Milk in your hands." "Oh?" Jiang Fan's lips curled slightly. "The Tian Sun Spirit Milk is in my hands. If you have the ability, come and take it." "Senior Lei, why waste time talking to him? Let's join forces and kill them, snatch the Tian Sun Spirit Milk." The purple-haired youth stared fiercely at Jiang Fan. "Step aside." Lei Qing waved his hand, then looked down at Jiang Fan from a high vantage point. "The dark snow lion outside, you killed it with a formation, right?" Jiang Fan casually replied, "So what if I did, or didn't? I've never liked taking advantage of others' weaknesses. You being able to kill the dark snow lion with a formation proves your proficiency in formations. I have a formation here. If you can break it, I'll let you leave. If not, the Tian Sun Spirit Milk stays." Wang Qing's voice fell lightly, and a 5-colored array diagram appeared in his hand. You want to compete with me in formations? Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes. If I can't break it, I'll leave the Tian Sun Spirit Milk. But if I do, shouldn't you leave something as well? Ha ha. Do you really think you can break Senior Lei's formation? Exactly, Senior Lei is a 3rd grade formation master. You, trying to break Senior Lei's formation, is simply overestimating yourself. Behind Lei Qing, the purple-haired youth and several students from the Tsong Lei martial house sneered disdainfully. If you can break my formation, this profound sword technique, the thunderous sword art, will be yours. Lei Qing directly took out a manual of profound martial arts and said indifferently to Zhang Fan. Alright. Zhang Fan nodded, gesturing for Lei Qing to make a move. Lei Qing's hand gestures changed, activating the 5-colored array diagram, enveloping Zhang Fan and his companions. Then, he looked calmly at Zhang Fan trapped in the formation. You may begin breaking the formation. Hee hee, is this the formation you want me to break? Zhang Fan chuckled, his disdainful voice instantly transmitted from within the formation. To be honest, your 5 elements illusion array is nothing special. Zhang Fan's contemptuous voice made Lei Qing's face darken significantly. He coldly snorted, don't boast in front of me. If you're capable, come out of the formation. The 5 elements illusion array, based on the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, creates illusions of the world, trapping those within the formation in a maze with no way out. Unfortunately, your array lacks balance among the 5 elements, resulting in numerous flaws in the illusions it creates. Breaking your 5 elements illusion array is just a matter of moments. Zhang Fan's calm voice fell, and he strode out of the 5 elements illusion array with Meng Qing Snow. The bizarre scene before them not only petrified Lei Qing's companions instantly but also left Lei Qing himself with an incredulous expression on his stern face. He never expected that his meticulously crafted 3rd grade intermediate formation, the 5 elements illusion array, would be so easily dismantled by Zhang Fan. For many years, it was the first time Lei Qing had encountered someone of his age who could surpass him in formation skills. I admire your proficiency in formations. Lei Qing suppressed a deep breath and said solemnly, may I ask who you are? Zhang Fan replied casually, I'm Zhang Fan from the Lingyun Martial House. So, you're from the Lingyun Martial House. Lei Qing nodded, handing the thunderous sword art to Zhang Fan. At the same time, his cold voice sounded in Zhang Fan's ear. Zhang Fan, I admit defeat in today's formation contest. However, one day, I will come to the Lingyun Martial House and defeat you, Lei Qing said, preparing to leave with several students from the Tsong Lei Martial House. Wait! At that moment, Zhang Fan's calm voice came from behind them. Lei Qing paused, turned to look at Zhang Fan, and furrowed his brow slightly. Do you have something else to say? You can leave, but he must die. Zhang Fan pointed at the young man in purple and said calmly, Humph. Lei Qing's face turned grim as he coldly snorted, Zhang Fan, you're going too far. Don't think that just because you broke through my 5 elements illusion array, I will be afraid of you. Zhang Fan coldly stated, from the beginning, I have said that no one can stop me from killing him today. Good. Very good. Lei Qing, filled with anger, smirked and waved at the young man with purple hair and others. You go first, I want to see how he will kill you in front of me. Yes, Senior Lei. The young man with purple hair responded, casting a mocking glance at Zhang Fan before smugly turning away. Zhang Fan stared at the retreating figure of the young man with purple hair, his icy shout echoing through the cave. Can you escape? Come and die for me. With this command, Zhang Fan immediately executed the skystepping technique, evading Lei Qing like a teleportation, appearing above the young man with purple hair. Lei, Senior Lei, save. Save me. The young man with purple hair was instantly terrified, his face turning pale as he frantically cried out in fear. But before his scream could fully escape, Zhang Fan's foot heavily stomped on his head. Under Zhang Fan's skystepping, the young man's head exploded in an instant. He didn't even have time to scream before he died a final death. Zhang Fan, you really dare to kill him? Lei Qing, staring coldly at Zhang Fan, his eyes burning with anger like flames, said, he's just trash, killing him is nothing. Zhang Fan looked at Lei Qing indifferently. If you want to avenge him, go ahead and try. Lei Qing's expression darkened to the extreme. The kid in front of him had already reached the 9th level of Qi mastery. The martial skill he just displayed was at least of intermediate rank, and Lei Qing wasn't even sure he could defend against it. In terms of strength, this kid was no less than him. In the field of formations, this kid was even superior to him. Even if Lei Qing wanted to avenge the young man with purple hair, he probably didn't have the ability to do so now. Zhang Fan, you wait, this is not over between us. Lei Qing's gaze shifted unpredictably for a while before he coldly spoke to Zhang Fan and left. After Lei Qing and his group left, Zhang Fan and his companions quickly departed from the cave. Having obtained the heavenly shoot spirit milk, Zhang Fan did not linger in the Thundercloud mountain range. By evening, Zhang Fan and his group had returned to the base camp of the Qing Frost Adventure team. After dinner, Zhang Fan returned to the room arranged for him by Yi Qing Frost. Zhang Fan took out the Fire Phoenix Beast hatching egg and placed it in front of him. He first took out a bottle of Heavenly Shoot Spirit Milk and applied a layer of it on the surface of the Fire Phoenix Beast hatching egg. Then, following the method in his mind to repair the damaged hatching egg, he quickly cast a spell. After a moment, the Heavenly Shoot Spirit Milk on the surface of the Fire Phoenix Beast hatching egg was completely absorbed. Zhang Fan repeated this process 3 times, finally completely restoring the damaged Fire Phoenix Beast hatching egg. Ding! You have restored the Fire Phoenix Beast hatching egg and gained 1000 by 100 experience points. Ding! You have become a first-grade beast tamer. Ding! You have become a second-grade beast tamer. By restoring the Fire Phoenix Beast hatching egg, Zhang Fan instantly became a second-grade beast tamer, gaining a wealth of knowledge about taming beasts in his mind. Without hesitation, he directly cast a nurturing spell on the Fire Phoenix Beast hatching egg. In an instant, the hatching egg, which had been motionless, began to shake. A hot breath spread through the room from the surface of the hatching egg. After a while, a cracking sound was heard. A crack appeared on the surface of the hatching egg, spreading like a spider web. Then, a fiery red little head pushed open the cracked shell and emerged from the hatching egg. Ding! You hatched a 6th-grade Fire Qilin Beast, gaining 6000 by 100 experience points. Ding! You have become a 3rd-grade Beast Tamer. Ding! You have become a 4th-grade Beast Tamer. As the system prompt sounded in his mind, the Fire Qilin Beast's body also fully appeared in front of Zhang Fan. Dragon horns, oxtail, horse hooves, and a faint red scale on its body. This appearance bore some resemblance to the legendary divine beast Qilin. Crack! Crack! While Zhang Fan was observing this little creature in front of him, it directly bit into the eggshell and started eating voraciously. Soon, it devoured the eggshell completely. After consuming the eggshell, its body rapidly expanded. The Fire Qilin Beast, originally the size of a small cat, instantly grew several times larger. Its aura was now comparable to some 2nd-grade demonic beasts. This little creature actually possessed the strength comparable to a 2nd-grade demonic beast right from birth. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Fan couldn't help but marvel. Truly worthy of being a 6th-grade ancient beast with the bloodline of a divine beast, it was incredibly powerful. After devouring the eggshell, the Fire Qilin Beast happily ran to Zhang Fan and acted coquettishly. It was very affectionate towards Zhang Fan, its master who hatched it. Zhang Fan patted the Fire Qilin Beast's head and said with a smile, "Little one, from now on, I'll call you Xiaohua." The Fire Qilin Beast tilted its head for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. Its expression seemed to indicate some dissatisfaction with the name Zhang Fan gave it. "Can you understand me?" Zhang Fan asked in amazement, then couldn't help but inquire, "Xiaohua, can your body shrink again?" As this creature grew, its size would surely increase. If it couldn't shrink back, he couldn't possibly carry a huge creature around with him every day. Upon hearing this, the Fire Qilin Beast's body rapidly shrank and soon returned to its original newborn size. Good, good. Zhang Fan nodded with a smile. This way, it would be much more convenient to take this little creature out. After playing with the Fire Qilin Beast for a while, Zhang Fan, who had been busy all day, finally fell asleep heavily on the bed. Early the next morning, Zhang Fan was awakened by a knock on the door. After quickly tidying up, he opened the door to find Meng Qingsno standing outside. At that moment, a fiery red figure dashed out of the room. It agilely jumped onto Meng Qingsno's shoulder, waving its little claws and greeting Meng Qingsno. Fire Qilin Beast. Meng Qingsno glanced at the little creature on her shoulder, then looked at Zhang Fan in surprise. "You really hatched it? I told you, as long as we find the Tianjiling milk, hatching it naturally isn't difficult." Zhang Fan smiled faintly and asked, "Why are you looking for me so early in the morning?" "Xingxuang's sister asked me to call you." Meng Qingsno's attention was completely captivated by the adorable little creature on her shoulder. She reached out, embraced the Fire Qilin Beast, and without even looking at Zhang Fan, said, "The Moonmark Trading Company has sent people to the Xingxuang Adventure Team, and they want to see you." "The Moonmark Trading Company?" Zhang Fan was visibly taken aback by Meng Qingsno's words. The Moonmark Trading Company was one of the largest trading companies in the Great Xia Empire. With formidable strength, its branches were spread across most cities in the 9 prefectures of the Great Xia Empire. It could be said that almost everyone in the Great Xia Empire had heard of the Moonmark Trading Company. However, Zhang Fan found it strange as he had no prior dealings with the Moonmark Trading Company. Why would they be looking for him? Ignoring Meng Qingsno, who was having a great time with the Fire Qilin Beast, Zhang Fan walked straight out. Upon entering the Qingshuang Adventure Team's meeting hall, Jiang Fan saw Yi Qingshuang chatting with a middle-aged man in his 30s. Jiang Fan, you're here. Yi Qingshuang looked at Jiang Fan walking into the council hall and couldn't help but smile. Let me introduce you, this is President Cui of the Moon Shadow Chamber of Commerce in Leisure City. Master Jiang, I am Cui Fu from the Moon Shadow Chamber of Commerce in Leisure City. I have come to disturb you and I hope Master Jiang won't mind. The middle-aged man quickly stood up and politely said to Jiang Fan, President Cui is too polite. Jiang Fan smiled faintly and went straight to the point. What business does President Cui have with me? Please speak frankly. Since Master Jiang is so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. To be honest, the Moon Shadow Chamber of Commerce in Leisure City urgently needs a formation master to set up a third-grade spiritual formation. Cui Fu looked sincerely at Jiang Fan. I hope Master Jiang can come with me. The Moon Shadow Chamber will surely reward you generously. After learning of Cui Fu's intentions, Jiang Fan gladly accepted his invitation. The Moon Shadow Chamber was powerful, almost dominating half of the commercial territory in the Great Xia country. Making connections with the chamber would be advantageous for him. 20 minutes later, Cui Fu brought Jiang Fan to a courtyard in the back of the Moon Shadow Chamber. Upon entering, Jiang Fan noticed about 10 figures standing in the courtyard. In the front, a middle-aged man in white stood side by side with a young man in his 20s with purple hair. Behind them were about 10 people dressed in the attire of the Moon Shadow Chamber, appearing to be alchemists and beast tamers. However, their ranks were not high, all seeming to be only second grade. At this moment, their gazes were fixed on a giant eagle in the center of the courtyard. The giant eagle was large, with wings shimmering with a faint lightning glow, measuring over 10 feet long. However, the eagle's feathers were disheveled, covered in bloodstains, and it appeared very weak, clearly heavily injured. It was a third-grade demonic beast, the Thunderwing Divine Eagle, and it was injured. Seeing the giant eagle in the courtyard, Jiang Fan was also shocked. Was Cui Fu calling him here for this Thunderwing Divine Eagle? Lord Yu, I have brought Master Jiang here. While Jiang Fan was astonished, Cui Fu led him to the middle-aged man in white and respectfully said. The middle-aged man in white was about 40 years old, with a handsome and mysterious aura emanating from him. Jiang Fan's heart skipped a beat. This middle-aged man in white was strong, probably at least at the innate realm or even the origin realm. President Cui, you're not telling me that this kid is the third-grade formation master you found, are you? Just as Jiang Fan was still sizing up the middle-aged man in white in front of him, a mocking voice suddenly sounded beside him. Jiang Fan raised his head slightly and saw the young man in purple beside the middle-aged man in white looking at him disdainfully. Master Khan, Master Jiang is indeed a third-grade formation master, and currently the only one in Leisure City. Seeing this, Cui Fu frowned slightly. President Cui, the art of formations is vast and profound, with endless variations. Even if an ordinary person studies for 10 or 20 years, it's impossible to become a third-grade formation master. Even the formation geniuses of the Imperial Palace in the Great Xia country, who can reach the third-grade level at the age of 20, are few and far between. Don't tell me this kid can compare to those geniuses of the Imperial Palace? The young man in purple sneered disdainfully. What does it have to do with you whether I am a third-grade formation master or not? Are you out of your mind? Without waiting for Cui Fu to speak, Jiang Fan coldly glanced at the young man in purple and said unkindly, Kid, the Moon Shadow Chamber has invited you here to assist me in healing this Thunderwing Divine Eagle. As a beast tamer, I have already devised a set of healing methods for the Thunderwing Divine Eagle, but it requires the assistance of a third-grade Gathering Spirit formation. If you can't set up a third-grade Gathering Spirit formation, you better not embarrass yourself by coming out. Otherwise, if there are any issues during the treatment process, the consequences are not something you can bear. The young man in purple stared at Jiang Fan, his eyes flashing with a cold chill. How dare this kid speak like this in front of him? It's like seeking death. It seems indeed that we need to treat this Thunderwing Divine Eagle. Jiang Fan nodded, then looked disdainfully at the young man in purple. But, you are not worthy of my assistance. Kid, what the hell did you just say? The young man was instantly furious upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, his eyes almost spitting fire as he glared at Jiang Fan. Uncle Yu, it seems I won't be able to heal the injury of your Thunderwing Divine Eagle, you better seek help elsewhere, the young man in purple said, about to turn and leave. Nephew Kong Mo, currently near Thunderstone City, you are the only Tier 3 beast tamer. The injury of my Thunderwing Divine Eagle is probably beyond your ability to heal, the middle-aged man in white chuckled as he spoke to Kong Mo, then turned to Jiang Fan, young man, could you do me a favor and help heal my Thunderwing Divine Eagle? Sure. Jiang Fan nodded lightly. He naturally had to give face to this middle-aged man in white. Thank you. The middle-aged man in white expressed his gratitude before turning to Kong Mo, asking, Nephew Kong Mo, could you explain your treatment plan? Uncle Yu, the injury of your Thunderwing Divine Eagle is extremely severe, to the point of being life-threatening. I need a Tier 3 Thunder Spirit Pill and a Tier 3 Spirit Gathering Array, combined with my Tier 3 Beast Taming skills, to help the Thunderwing Divine Eagle recover. Kong Mo said confidently. Ha! What a rubbish method you have! At that moment, a faint mocking laughter sounded in Kong Mo's ear. Kid, who do you think you are? I am a Tier 3 Beast Tamer. What qualifications do you have to call my method rubbish? Kong Mo's face darkened, his eyes flashing with a cold light. A Tier 3 Beast Tamer, is that supposed to be impressive? Jiang Fan smirked disdainfully, then said decisively, I can tell you for sure, if you follow this treatment method, the Thunderwing Divine Eagle will undoubtedly die. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's firm words, everyone in the courtyard couldn't help but pause. The middle-aged man in white couldn't help but ask, Young man, are you also a beast tamer? Jiang Fan replied lightly, just a humble Tier 4 beast tamer. Damn! A Tier 4 beast tamer, is this kid bragging? Isn't it obvious? Even this Kong family's Kong Mo next to him is only a Tier 3 beast tamer. How could he possibly be a Tier 4 beast tamer? A Tier 3 formation master is already questionable enough, now claiming to be a Tier 4 beast tamer, isn't that nonsense? In the courtyard, the members of the Moon Mark Trading Company couldn't help but sneer at Jiang Fan. Ha ha, kid, you're just full of hot air. Kong Mo seemed to find it the funniest joke in the world. He laughed wildly at Jiang Fan. If you're a Tier 3 formation master and a Tier 4 beast tamer, I'll start writing my name backward. Both the Thunder Spirit Pill and the Spirit Gathering Array, while helpful for the Thunderwing Divine Eagle's recovery, are extremely dominant. With your Tier 3 beast taming skills, you simply can't control them. Jiang Fan remained indifferent. If you don't believe me, feel free to try it. This kid seems to have a point. Yes, using both the Thunder Spirit Pill and the Spirit Gathering Array on the Thunderwing Divine Eagle at the same time, a Tier 3 Beast Tamer probably can't handle it. Once the Beast Tamer can't control these two dominant forces, given the current state of the Thunderwing Divine Eagle, it will truly be doomed. Jiang Fan's words sparked discussions among the dozen or so alchemists and beast tamers of the Moonmark Trading Company. Hearing the discussions around him, Kong Mo's face instantly turned extremely grim. Good, very good. Since you say my method is rubbish, if you have the ability, then come up with a method that isn't rubbish. Kong Mo was furious but smiled, his gaze coldly fixed on Jiang Fan. If you can't come up with one, don't blame me for being impolite to you. The solution is simple, just use a Grade 4 Purple Thunder Profound Pill instead of the Thunder Spirit Pill. The Purple Thunder Profound Pill not only has higher quality, its medicinal power is pure and gentle, without any risks, and its effects are probably many times better than the Thunder Spirit Pill. You, a Grade 3 Beast Tamer, don't even know this common knowledge. I bet your Grade 3 Beast Tamer badge was picked up, right? Jiang Fan casually glanced at Kong Mo and said, Ha ha, is this the method you're talking about? Kong Mo couldn't help but sneer disdainfully. Kid, I thought you had some great method, turns out it's just this. Don't show off your intelligence in front of me. Do you think I don't know how good the Purple Thunder Profound Pill is? If the Purple Thunder Profound Pill were available in Thunderstone City right now, why would I need you to teach me? The members of the Moonmark Trading Association in the courtyard couldn't help but shake their heads. Of course, they knew the Purple Thunder Profound Pill was better than the Thunder Spirit Pill. But in Thunderstone City, there wasn't a Grade 4 alchemist capable of refining the Purple Thunder Profound Pill. Isn't this kid's suggestion just empty talk? Jiang Fan remained calm, casually saying, it's just a Grade 4 pill, just refine one, what's the big deal? Silence. At this moment, the courtyard fell into a deathly silence. Everyone looked at Jiang Fan as if he were a fool. The Purple Thunder Profound Pill, a Grade 4 pill. Can it be refined just like that? Not to mention in Thunderstone City, even in the imperial city of the Great Xia Empire, the number of Grade 4 alchemists capable of refining the Purple Thunder Profound Pill is scarce. Ha ha. Kid, don't tell me you're also a Grade 4 alchemist. Kong Mo almost laughed himself to death. Jiang Fan calmly said, congratulations, you guessed right, I am indeed a Grade 4 alchemist. Hearing Jiang Fan admit once again that he was a Grade 4 alchemist, everyone in the courtyard was dumbfounded, completely speechless. They had seen people boast before, but someone like this who could boast so much, it was the first time they had ever encountered. A 15 or 16-year-old kid, first claiming to be a Grade 3 formation master, then admitting to be a Grade 4 beast tamer, and now boasting to be a Grade 4 alchemist. If you're really that amazing, why aren't you soaring in the sky? Young man, are you speaking the truth? I hope you're not just talking nonsense in front of me. At this moment, even the usually indifferent middle-aged man in white couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. How could a teenager of 15 or 16 possibly be a Grade 3 formation master, Grade 4 beast tamer, and grade 4 alchemist all at once. It was simply absurd. Whether it's nonsense or not, we'll find out soon enough. Zhang Fan smiled faintly, then turned to the stunned Chui Fu beside him. President Chui, can your Moon Mark Trading Association gather the materials for the Purple Thunder Profound Pill? Why yes. Chui Fu finally came to his senses and hurriedly replied. Zhang Fan's lips curled slightly, his proud voice echoing through the courtyard. Then trouble President Chui to bring over the materials for the Purple Thunder Profound Pill. I will refine the Purple Thunder Profound Pill right here, in front of everyone. What? Zhang Fan's proud declaration made everyone in the courtyard widen their eyes. They all looked at Zhang Fan in horror. This kid, he actually wants to refine the Purple Thunder Profound Pill in front of all of them. The Purple Thunder Profound Pill, a grade 4 intermediate pill. Even some well-known grade 4 alchemists in the Great Xia Empire might not be able to easily refine it. How could this kid in front of them possibly refine the Purple Thunder Profound Pill? Kid, in my whole life, I've never admired anyone like I do today, but I have to admire you now. With your boasting skills, you could probably be considered a master in the entire Great Xia country. Kong Mo sneered coldly. He turned directly to the middle-aged man in white beside him and said, Uncle Yu, this kid is just a fool who knows nothing but boasting. He's only here to disrupt my treatment of the Thunderwing Divine Eagle. Just kick him out. The middle-aged man in white ignored Kong Mo. He stared at Zhang Fan for a while before saying lightly, Chui Fu, prepare the materials for the Purple Thunder Profound Pill. Having seen countless people in his life, encountering a young man who could remain calm and confident in front of him at this moment was truly rare. The middle-aged man in white suddenly had a feeling. This young man before him was definitely not the fool who only knew how to boast as Kong Mo described. Perhaps, this young man could really refine the Purple Thunder Profound Pill. If that were the case, this young man before him was undoubtedly a rare alchemy genius. At this moment, the middle-aged man in white even felt a bit of anticipation. No need for several, I said one is enough. Zhang Fan waved his hand, his casual words filled with a strong sense of dominance. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, the corners of everyone's mouths in the courtyard couldn't help but twitch fiercely. This kid actually only needs one set of materials. Did he really think he could successfully refine the Purple Thunder Profound Pill in one go? This was too crazy. For an alchemist, the higher the grade of the pill, the lower the success rate. Generally, even if a 4th grade alchemist wanted to refine a 4th grade pill, failing 10 or 8 times before successfully refining one was normal. Even if this kid was really a 4th grade alchemist, besides being extremely lucky, there was no possibility of refining it in one go. Are you sure? The middle-aged man in white was also stunned by Zhang Fan's words. Of course. Zhang Fan smiled confidently. I have never failed in alchemy. What an arrogant, confident, and domineering little guy. In that case, let me see if your skills are as monstrous as you claim. He took a deep breath, then glanced at the still-dazed Chui Fu. Chui Fu, quickly bring the materials for the Purple Thunder Profound Pill. Yes. Chui Fu snapped out of his daze and hurriedly ran outside the courtyard. After a few minutes, Chui Fu returned with the materials for the Purple Thunder Profound Pill. Zhang Fan took the materials, retrieved an alchemy furnace from his storage ring, and began the alchemy process as if no one else was present. Zhang Fan's movements were swift. With the system's 100-fold success rate bonus, even if he encountered a slight issue during the alchemy process, Zhang Fan resolved it perfectly. Half an hour later, as Zhang Fan formed a pill with a hand seal, a rich medicinal fragrance instantly filled the courtyard. This kid actually succeeded in refining the 4th grade pill, the Purple Thunder Profound Pill, in one go. Watching this scene unfold before them, everyone in the courtyard was stunned, their eyes showing unprecedented shock. I can't believe it, he really is a 4th grade alchemist. Not just a 4th grade alchemist, he's much stronger than an ordinary 4th grade alchemist. This guy is truly monstrous. Compared to him, those alchemy geniuses I've seen before are nothing. In the courtyard, the alchemists of the Moon Mark Trading Company took a while to recover from their shock. They looked at Zhang Fan with awe, unable to help but exclaim in amazement. A 4th grade alchemy master. And such a young 4th grade alchemy master. In the thousands of years of history in the Great Xia country, this was probably an unprecedented existence. How is this possible? Kong Mo also stared at Zhang Fan in disbelief, letting out an incredulous growl. The Purple Thunder Profound Pill. How could this kid possibly refine the 4th grade Purple Thunder Profound Pill? There's nothing impossible in this world. Zhang Fan's lips curled slightly. Moreover, in front of you, something even more unlikely will happen soon. With a calm tone, Zhang Fan took out the Purple Thunder Profound Pill from the alchemy furnace and approached the Thunderwing Divine Eagle. He first fed the bird the pill, then swiftly arranged materials around it. Spirit Gathering Formation, activate. After a few minutes, Zhang Fan waved his hands in the air, enveloping the Thunderwing Divine Eagle in a formation. Countless spiritual energies converged towards the formation at that moment, causing everyone in the courtyard to gasp in disbelief. This guy is indeed a third-grade formation master. However, after setting up the third-grade Spirit Gathering Formation, Zhang Fan showed no intention of stopping. His palms danced in the air, and a technique only a fourth-grade beast tamer could perform appeared before everyone's eyes. In an instant, everyone in the courtyard was petrified. They initially thought this young man was just a braggart, but now, they realized they were the foolish ones. He wasn't a braggart, he was truly remarkable, beyond words. A third-grade formation master, a fourth-grade beast tamer, a fourth-grade alchemist. These three prestigious titles were actually held by a teenager of merely 15 or 16. How could such a monster exist in this world? On the other hand, Kong Yamo beside them felt like he had been struck by lightning. His expression was numb, his mind blank. A teenager of 15 or 16 could outshine 99% of geniuses in formations, beast taming, and alchemy. Is this even possible for a human to achieve? I never expected that in this world, there would truly be such a monstrous youth. Watching Zhang Fan's astonishing actions, even the experienced middle-aged man in white robes found it hard to recover from the shock. As an elder of the Moonlight Trade Union, he had seen countless geniuses in his lifetime, not only from the Great Xia Empire but also from beyond. Yet among all these geniuses, none had left him as awestruck as this young man before him. Such an all-around monster was beyond the phrase once in a millennium. He was truly unprecedented and unmatched. Stunning. It was truly stunning. I never expected that the young brother is an all-around genius in formations, beast taming, and alchemy. Today has truly broadened my horizons. I am Yu Yangzhou, an elder of the Moonlight Trade Union. Thank you, young brother, for your help. The middle-aged man in white robes expressed his admiration to Zhang Fan. May I know the name of the young brother? I am Zhang Fan from the Lingyun Martial House. Zhang Fan smiled faintly. It's just a hobby, dabbling in various fields. I hope Elder Yu doesn't mind. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, the members of the Moonlight Trade Union in the courtyard couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Damn! You can crush us into pieces in formations, beast taming, and alchemy, and you say you're just dabbling. Are you deliberately belittling us? I never expected that the Lingyun Martial House would produce such an extraordinary genius as Brother Zhang Fan. It seems that in the Nine Mansions martial arts competition in the capital of the Great Xia Empire in a few months, the Lingyun Martial House will surely shine. Yu Yangzhou looked at Zhang Fan with a smile. He suddenly moved his hand and took out a golden token from his storage ring, engraved with a crescent moon. Brother Zhang Fan, this is the supreme golden token of our Moonlight Trade Union. With this token, you can enjoy free services at any branch of the Moonlight Trade Union. I don't have anything valuable on me, so I can only offer this token as a token of my appreciation. I hope Brother Zhang Fan will accept it. As an elder of the Moon Mark Association, Elder Yuan Yangzu's insight is truly sharp. Barring any accidents, with the talent of this young man before him, it's likely that within 10 years, he will become a prominent figure shaking the entire divine martial continent. Such a person, befriending with the supreme golden token of the Moon Mark Association, is completely worth it. Looking at the golden token in Yuan Yangzu's hand, not to mention the members of the Moon Mark Association in the courtyard were stunned. Even Kong Yamo couldn't help but show a face of envy and jealousy. This is the supreme golden token of the Moon Mark Association. Even in the entire Great Xia country, the people who can obtain the supreme golden token of the Moon Mark Association can be counted on one hand. What kind of virtue and ability does this guy have to actually get a supreme golden token from the Moon Mark Association? Thank you for your kindness, Elder Moon. I will respectfully accept it. Zhang Fan was not polite either. He smiled slightly at Yuan Yangzu and took the supreme golden token of the Moon Mark Association. Ha ha. Good. Today, he not only resolved the injuries of the Thunderwing Divine Eagle but also made acquaintance with such an extraordinary talent as Zhang Fan. Yuan Yangzu was naturally in a great mood. He laughed heartily at Zhang Fan. Please, Brother Zhang Fan, come inside the courtyard with me, let me entertain you properly. Elder Moon is too kind. Zhang Fan smiled slightly. I still have matters to attend to and cannot stay long in Leisure City. When I visit the imperial city of the Great Xia country in the future, I will definitely come to trouble Elder Moon. Since Brother Zhang Fan has matters to attend to, I won't insist. Yuan Yangzu nodded with a smile. I will be waiting for Brother Zhang Fan's visit at the headquarters of the Moon Mark Association. After leaving the Moon Mark Association, Zhang Fan returned to the Qing Frost Adventure team, and then he bid farewell to Yiqing Xuan, leaving Leisure City with Meng Qingsnow. A day later, Jiang Fan returned to the Jiang family in Xingshan City, only to find out that the Lin and Li families had already evacuated from Xingshan City, and the entire city was now under the control of the Jiang family. Seeing that the Jiang family posed no threat in Xingshan City, Jiang Fan set up a third-grade defensive formation in the Jiang family and then returned to the Lingyun Martial Mansion with Meng Qingsno. On the night they returned to the Lingyun Martial Mansion, Meng Qingsno's Taiyin terminal illness suddenly flared up, causing her to fall into a coma. Therefore, early the next morning, Jiang Fan went straight to the alchemy pavilion to find Tang Shang, preparing to collect materials to refine the ancient Xianyang pill. Brother Jiang Fan, among the materials you mentioned, the Xian Phoenix Essence Stone and the Dragon Blood Spirit Ginseng are too rare. Our alchemy pavilion does not have them. These two medicinal materials, I'm afraid only the Moon Mark Association can provide. Tang Sheng shook his head with a wry smile, then looked at Jiang Fan and said, I will send someone to the Moon Mark Association to check. If they have these two medicinal materials, I will have them purchased. No need, I will personally go to the Moon Mark Association to check. Jiang Fan waved his hand. With the supreme golden token of the Moon Mark Association in his hand, obtaining the two medicinal materials from the Moon Mark Association was an easy task. Leaving the alchemy pavilion, Jiang Fan turned a few streets and arrived at a splendidly decorated building. Above the gate of this building, the four characters of the Moon Mark Association were particularly prominent. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? Jiang Fan entered the Moon Mark Association, and a beautiful female attendant from the Moon Mark Association walked towards him with a smile on her face. Jiang Fan nodded and asked, Do you have the Xian Phoenix Essence Stone and the Dragon Blood Spirit Ginseng? Sir, please wait a moment. The beautiful attendant said, skillfully took out a list of items from the nearby counter and began to look through it. About 2 minutes later, the beautiful attendant looked up at Jiang Fan and smiled, Sir, you are in luck, our association happens to have a Xian Phoenix Essence Stone and a Dragon Blood Spirit Ginseng. Please help me get these two medicinal materials. Jiang Fan didn't waste any words and directly told the beautiful attendant, Hold on. I want this Xian Phoenix Essence Stone and Dragon Blood Spirit Ginseng. Just then, a faint cold voice suddenly came from behind Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan frowned. He turned around and saw a somewhat familiar white-clad youth walking towards him. Bai Zixian, what do you mean by this? Jiang Fan looked at the white-clad youth, his gaze suddenly turning cold. This white-clad youth was none other than Bai Zixian, who had clashed with him at the Qingshan residence and was eventually expelled by Yan Qingshan. It means nothing, Bai Zixian's eyes flashed with a cold light, sneering, I also have my eyes on the Shenfeng Essence Stone and Dragon Blood Spirit Ginseng. Can't I? Bai Zixian harbored extreme hatred towards Jiang Fan. He was originally a genius alchemist of the Lingyun Martial Mansion, fortunate to receive guidance from Yan Qingxian, with boundless prospects in the path of alchemy. However, all of this was ruined by the kid in front of him. Because of this kid, he was even expelled from the Qingshan residence by Yan Qingxian. For the always proud Bai Zixian, this was simply a great humiliation. Now encountering Jiang Fan at the Moonmark Trading House, Bai Zixian naturally had no intention of letting Jiang Fan off and wanted to show him some colors. So what if you have your eyes on them? Everyone is here at the Moonmark Trading House to buy things, there has to be an order, right? I have already bought the Shenfeng Essence Stone and Dragon Blood Spirit Ginseng. My things are not for you to snatch as you please. Let me advise you, if you don't want to be kicked out like last time at the Qingshan residence, you better roll as far away as you can from me. Jiang Fan stared coldly at Bai Zixian, his voice echoing directly in the hall. Jiang Fan, don't be too arrogant. Do you think the Moonmark Trading House belongs to your family? You want to kick me out? You said you bought these two medicinal ingredients, have you paid for them? Since you haven't paid, these two medicinal ingredients are not yours. As soon as Jiang Fan mentioned the Qingshan residence, a look of anger and shame appeared on Bai Zixian's face. He smirked coldly and then turned to the beautiful female attendant, saying, Miss, I want the Shenfeng Essence Stone and Dragon Blood Spirit Ginseng. However, the beautiful female attendant of the Moonmark Trading House did not react to Bai Zixian's words. She smiled at him and said, I'm sorry, we at the Moonmark Trading House have our principles. The Shenfeng Essence Stone and Dragon Blood Spirit Ginseng have already been claimed by this gentleman. Bai Zixian's face darkened, and he directly took out a token from his body. He looked at the female attendant and said calmly, I have a VIP token from the Moonmark Trading House. Now you can sell me the medicinal ingredients, right? The beautiful female attendant immediately looked troubled. To be honest, she didn't like this arrogant guy, Bai Zixian, at all. However, the Moonmark Trading House had clear rules. Anyone holding a VIP token from the Moonmark Trading House could enjoy discounts and priority purchasing rights. And the people who could have a VIP token from the Moonmark Trading House were not someone as insignificant as her could offend. Damn, isn't that Bai Xian, the young master of Lingyun City? Yes, who is that kid on the other side, daring to try and snatch things from Bai Xian? Truly ignorant, picking a fight with Bai Xian in Lingyun City, isn't that seeking death? The argument between Zhang Fan and Bai Xian quickly caught the attention of other guests in the Moonmark Trading House Hall. They couldn't help but discuss it, and their gazes towards Zhang Fan also held a hint of pity. The surrounding discussions only fueled Bai Xian's sense of superiority. He arrogantly shouted at the female attendant, "Hurry up and bring me the Xianfeng Essence Stone and Dragon Blood Spirit Ginseng. If you don't, I'll make you leave the Moonmark Trading House immediately." The female attendant's face turned pale at Bai Xian's words. The prestigious young master of Lingyun City is openly threatening a woman here, aren't you ashamed? She won't leave the Moonmark Trading House, and you won't be able to snatch my Xianfeng Essence Stone and Dragon Blood Spirit Ginseng. Zhang Fan gave Bai Zixuan a cold glance and said, "You have 10 seconds to disappear from my sight immediately. Otherwise, I guarantee you will be kicked out of the Moonmark Trading Association." Ha ha. Zhang Fan, you talk big, but you're not afraid of choking on your words, Bai Zixuan laughed, waving the token in his hand arrogantly. "I am a distinguished guest of the Moonmark Trading Association. Who dares to kick me out from here?" Zhang Fan glanced at the token in Bai Zixuan's hand. The shape of this token was somewhat similar to the supreme gold token given to him by the Moon Yanzhou, but Bai Zixuan's was just a bronze token. It couldn't compare to his supreme gold token, falling short by many levels. He sneered at Bai Zixuan, "It's just the lowest bronze guest token of the Moonmark Trading Association. What qualifications do you have to show off in front of me?" Zhang Fan's arrogant words made everyone look at him as if he were a fool. The Moonmark Trading Association was the largest trading association in the Great Xia Empire, not only powerful but also wealthy enough to rival a nation. In the Great Xia Empire, almost everyone wanted to become a guest of the Moonmark Trading Association. Even the most common bronze guest token of the Moonmark Trading Association symbolized a certain status and privilege. Ha ha. Zhang Fan, I think you must be out of your mind, Bai Zixuan laughed disdainfully. "You say I have no right to show off in front of you. Do you have a silver guest token of the Moonmark Trading Association to show?" Zhang Fan remained expressionless. "I don't have a silver guest token, but I can still make you leave here." "Zhang Fan, don't be arrogant in front of me." Bai Zixuan laughed angrily, his eyes dark as he stared at Zhang Fan. "I will soon make you understand who will be leaving here today. What's going on?" At that moment, a faint angry voice suddenly echoed in the hall. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man with a formidable aura walking slowly towards the hall. This man was none other than Wu Jiannan, the president of the Moonmark Trading Association's branch in Lingyun City. "President Wu, you've come at the right time. I came to your Moonmark Trading Association this time to purchase the Xianfeng Essence Stone and Dragon Blood Spirit Ginseng. According to the rules, with your association's guest token, I have the priority to purchase. But this kid insists on causing trouble here. Please have him thrown out," Bai Zixuan said to Wu Jiannan as he approached. "Young Master Bai, you're joking. Our Moonmark Trading Association is open for business, and anyone who enters is our guest," Wu Jiannan said with a smile. "However, since young Master Bai has our guest token, you naturally have the priority to purchase. I will have the staff bring the Xianfeng Essence Stone and Dragon Blood Spirit Ginseng to you." As Wu Jiannan was about to instruct the waitress to bring the herbs to Bai Zixuan, a faint voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Wu Jiannan turned slightly, his gaze falling on Zhang Fan. "Young man, do you have any objections?" "Yes." Zhang Fan nodded. "I saw the Xianfeng Essence Stone and Dragon Blood Spirit Ginseng first. You can't sell them to him." "Zhang Fan, it seems you have the guts of a bear and a leopard, daring to act recklessly in the Moonmark Trading Association." Bai Zixuan sneered disdainfully. "Just because you say it can't be sold to me, it can't be sold to me? Who do you think you are? I said before that I could make you leave the Qingxian residence in Yanqingxian. Today, I can also make you leave the Moonmark Trading Association." Zhang Fan said, taking out the supreme gold token given to him by Moon Yanzhou. Placing it in front of the middle-aged man, he pointed at Bai Zixuan and said calmly, "President Wu, I have only one question for you. Can this token in my hand make him leave my sight?" Wu Jiannan's eyes were fixed on the supreme gold token that Zhang Fan casually took out, and a look of undisguised horror appeared in his eyes. The young man in front of him actually possessed the supreme gold token of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild. At this moment, Wu Jiannan was shocked to the extreme, cold sweat even started to trickle down his forehead. The supreme gold token of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild. This was the highest level VIP token of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild. The holder of the supreme gold token not only enjoyed free consumption at any branch under the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild but also had the same rights as an elder of the guild. However, the supreme gold tokens of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild were extremely rare, and even in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, the number of people who owned them could be counted on one's fingers. Most outsiders were not even aware of the existence of the supreme gold token of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild. Wu Jiannan had been mingling in the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild for more than 10 years, and this was the first time he had seen the true face of this supreme gold token. Sir, Wu was blind and disrespectful before, please forgive me. Wu Jiannan came to his senses and stood in front of Jiang Fan as cautiously as a guilty child, showing utmost respect. What? Not only was Bai Zixuan stunned by the incredible scene before him, but the onlookers around were also almost losing their eyeballs in shock. Who was Wu Jiannan? He was the president of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild's branch in Lingyun City. In terms of status, he was almost on par with the lord of Lingyun City. Yet, such a figure, after seeing the token presented by Jiang Fan, had turned into this embarrassed state. What the hell was going on? President Wu, your Moon Shadow Merchant Guild doesn't have any golden VIP tokens. The token in his hand must be fake, don't let him deceive you. After being dumbfounded for a while, Bai Zixuan finally came to his senses and shouted in disbelief. Whether our Moon Shadow Merchant Guild has golden VIP tokens, I am clearer than you in my heart. Wu Jiannan coldly stared at Bai Zixuan. Young Master Bai, our Moon Shadow Merchant Guild does not welcome you, you can leave. Bai Zixuan was instantly trembling with anger, staring at Wu Jiannan in disbelief. Wu Jiannan, what the hell are you saying? Young Master Bai, I don't want to repeat myself. Wu Jiannan's face turned cold. Are you leaving on your own, or do I have to make you leave? Wu Jiannan, don't push it too far. Bai Zixuan glared at Wu Jiannan angrily. I am a VIP of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild. What qualifications do you, the president of a branch, have to drive me out? President Wu, is your efficiency in handling matters too low? Quickly kick him out, and then bring me the Xianfeng Essence Stone and the Dragon Blood Spirit Ginseng. I don't have time to waste with him here. Just then, Jiang Fan's dissatisfied voice rang directly in Wu Jiannan's ear. Hearing Jiang Fan's displeased voice, Wu Jiannan's heart trembled. He didn't waste any more words with Bai Zixuan and, with a flash, appeared next to him. Bai Zixuan's face changed drastically, and he quickly shouted, Wu Jiannan, how dare you? However, before Bai Zixuan could finish his shout, Wu Jiannan directly grabbed his shoulder and lifted him up. Then, Wu Jiannan dragged Bai Zixuan out of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild as if throwing out trash. This scene immediately silenced the entire Moon Shadow Merchant Guild. Everyone's gaze towards Jiang Fan was filled with undisguised horror. The prestigious young master of Lingyun City was thrown out of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild by Wu Jiannan just because of a few words from this young man. Strong. This young man was truly powerful. After throwing Bai Zixuan out of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild, Wu Jiannan quickly had the Xianfeng Essence Stone and the Dragon Blood Spirit Ginseng delivered to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan accepted the two medicinal materials, and under Wu Jiannan's apologetic smile, he left the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild directly. After collecting the materials for the ancient Xianyang pill, Jiang Fan returned directly to the Lingyun Martial Mansion, ready to start refining the ancient Xianyang pill. The ancient Xianyang pill is a 5th-grade pill, extremely difficult to refine. Whether it was the essence blood of the Scarlet Flame Fire Phoenix, the Xian Phoenix Essence Stone, or the Dragon Blood Spirit Ginseng, they were all only enough for one attempt at refining the ancient Xianyang pill. Therefore, even with a system that increased the success rate by 100-fold, Jiang Fan had to be extremely focused. From heating the furnace to adding the ingredients, Jiang Fan was extremely cautious at every step. Just the stage of adding the ingredients took him half an hour. However, even so, when Jiang Fan added the last ingredient, the essence blood of the Scarlet Flame Fire Phoenix, into the furnace, an accident still occurred. The amount of Scarlet Flame Fire Phoenix's essence blood was slightly more, causing the liquid in the pill furnace to become extremely violent. Jiang Fan's expression changed slightly. Without hesitation, he swiftly added a sprig of ice soul grass and then forcefully reached into the furnace, grabbing a strand of the Scarlet Flame Fire Phoenix's essence blood. In an instant, smoke rose from Jiang Fan's hand holding the essence blood, almost being roasted by the overbearing energy of the Scarlet Flame Fire Phoenix's essence blood. Ding! You are injured, triggering a 100-fold comprehension, comprehending the invincible body refining technique. Ding! You are injured, gaining 100 by 100 experience points. Ding! Your invincible body refining technique has successfully cultivated to the 1st level. Jiang Fan completely ignored the sudden prompts in his mind. His gaze remained fixed on the pill furnace in front of him until the furnace gradually calmed down, then he breathed a sigh of relief. After another 10 minutes or so, the essence blood of the Scarlet Flame Fire Phoenix finally merged with the liquid in the furnace. With a condensation pill technique from Jiang Fan, the ancient Xianyang pill was successfully refined by him. After successfully refining the ancient Xianyang pill, Zhang Fan began to sort out the extra things in his mind. By forcibly grabbing a strand of the scarlet flame fire phoenix's essence blood from the furnace earlier, his hand was injured, unexpectedly leading to the comprehension of a technique called the invincible body refining technique. Undoubtedly, the invincible body refining technique was an extremely powerful body refining technique. The invincible body refining technique had a total of 9 levels. With each level cultivated, his physical body would become stronger, with both defensive and restorative abilities increasing exponentially. For example, at the first level of the invincible body refining technique, his physical strength alone was enough to confront a martial artist in the Chi Mastery realm head-on. If he cultivated to the second level, he could easily contend with a martial artist in the innate realm relying solely on his physical body. This invincible body refining technique might be an extremely difficult ancient body refining technique for ordinary people. However, for Zhang Fan, who could cheat using the system, it was not a difficult task at all. TSK. Such a powerful invincible body refining technique, I should cultivate it to the second level first. Zhang Fan marveled in his heart. Immediately, he raised his fist and hammered his shoulder. Ding! You have been punched, gaining 100 by 100 experience points. Indeed, as long as he was hit or injured, the invincible body refining technique could gain 100-fold experience. Zhang Fan was ecstatic, and his fists continued to pound himself non-stop. Ding! You have been punched, invincible body refining technique gains 100 by 100 experience points. Ding! You have been punched, invincible body refining technique gains 100 by 100 experience points. Ding! Your invincible body refining technique has cultivated to the second level. After Zhang Fan pounded himself wildly, the invincible body refining technique quickly reached the second level. Zhang Fan clearly felt that his physique had become countless times stronger than before. With his current defense, even standing there and letting an ordinary martial artist in the Chi Mastery realm attack, it probably wouldn't break through his defense. After cultivating the invincible body refining technique to the second level, Zhang Fan took the ancient Xianyang pill and went to Meng Qingsnou's room. After giving Meng Qingsnou the ancient Xianyang pill to take, Zhang Fan stayed by her side, observing Meng Qingsnou's physical condition. When he saw that the ancient Xianyang pill could indeed change the situation of the Tai-Yin extinction body, he breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Fan, get out of here now. Just then, a cold and angry shout suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Zhang Fan was stunned for a moment, then walked briskly outside. As he stepped out into the courtyard, Zhang Fan saw Meng Dongxing standing at the courtyard gate with an angry expression. Around him, many students were discussing in whispers. Damn! Meng Dongxing was punched by Zhang Fan not long ago, and now he dares to come looking for trouble with Zhang Fan again. Isn't he asking for trouble? It's not necessarily the case. I heard that after Meng Dongxing was defeated by Zhang Fan last time, he actually benefited from the misfortune and broke through to the Qi control realm in one fell swoop. Oh, if that's the case, there might be a good show to watch next. Zhang Fan looked at Meng Dongxing at the courtyard gate and faintly smiled. Who's making all this noise? Turns out it's you. Zhang Fan, what did you do to my sister? Meng Dongxing glared at Zhang Fan angrily, his eyes almost spitting fire. Not long ago, he had come to pick a fight with Zhang Fan and ended up being punched by him. Later, his sister Meng Qingxue got him a second-grade pill. During this time, Meng Dongxing had been taking the pill given by his sister, not only healing his injuries but also breaking through to the Qi control realm. After the breakthrough, Meng Dongxing had just come out of seclusion and learned that his sister Meng Qingxue had become Zhang Fan's maid. Naturally, Meng Dongxing was furious. So, without saying a word, he immediately stormed towards Zhang Fan's residence in anger. Your sister is now my maid, of course, I can do whatever I want. Zhang Fan sneered, considering you're my maid's brother, I won't make things difficult for you today, so leave now. Zhang Fan, I want to duel with you. Meng Dongxing trembled with anger, staring coldly at Zhang Fan. If you lose, you must release my sister immediately. Zhang Fan casually replied, you are not my match, go back and train for 10 or 8 years. Zhang Fan, don't be so arrogant. Thanks to the punch you gave me last time, I have already broken through to the Qi control realm. Meng Dongxing stared coldly at Zhang Fan. If you're a man, have the guts to fight me. I just don't want to waste time with you. Zhang Fan said lightly, don't you know that even your sister is not my match? Humph, it's ridiculous, how could you possibly be a match for my sister? You must have used some trickery to deceive my sister. Meng Dongxing snorted, Zhang Fan, stop the nonsense, come with me to the arena and let's see who's better. Meng Dongxing, for the sake of your sister, I wasn't planning to compete with you. But since you insist on seeking trouble, I'll indulge you. Zhang Fan stood with his hands behind his back, looking calmly at Meng Dongxing. If you want to fight me, then make your move. Meng Dongxing was taken aback. Right here? Yes, right here. Zhang Fan said casually, this time, it's your turn to attack me. If you can make me step back, I'll admit defeat. Zhang Fan's arrogant words instantly caused a stir among the surrounding students. Damn, Zhang Fan is too arrogant. Yeah, Meng Dongxing has broken through to the Qi control realm, even if he's not that great, making Zhang Fan step back shouldn't be a problem. Damn, does this kid really think he's a genius on the sky ranking? Zhang Fan, just because you defeated me with one punch last time, doesn't mean you can look down on people like this. Hearing Zhang Fan's dismissive words, Meng Dongxing's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. It's not that I look down on you, it's just that with your current strength, you don't have the qualifications to make me take you seriously. Stop the nonsense. Do you still want to challenge me or not? If you want a challenge, then come at me quickly, don't waste my time here, Zhang Fan said impatiently, curling his lips. Zhang Fan, you brought this upon yourself. I will make you realize soon what price you will pay for being so arrogant in front of me. Meng Dongxing roared furiously, his face twisted in anger. In an instant, he pushed off the ground, soaring towards Zhang Fan like a giant eagle spreading its wings. With a fierce force on his fist, as mighty as thunder, he aimed straight at Zhang Fan's chest. However, facing Meng Dongxing's thunderous punch, Zhang Fan remained calm, standing with his hands behind his back, without any movement. Damn, Zhang Fan. He didn't even put up his protective shield? Does he really intend to withstand Meng Dongxing's attack with his body? Damn, this guy is too crazy. Seeing Zhang Fan completely still, not even using his inner energy to form a protective shield around him, all the surrounding students widened their eyes in shock. They couldn't believe that Zhang Fan, facing a genuine Qi realm warrior like Meng Dongxing, would withstand his attack with his body without even taking a step back. Bang! Just as everyone was stunned by Zhang Fan's actions, a crisp impact sound echoed in the air. Then, Meng Dongxing grunted, staggering back 7 or 8 steps. On the other hand, Zhang Fan remained calm, standing in place as if nothing had happened. How is this possible? Was Meng Dongxing holding back with that punch just now? This scene completely dumbfounded the onlookers around. They never expected that Zhang Fan would actually withstand Meng Dongxing's attack with his body. Of course, that was not the most unbelievable part. What shocked them the most was that not only did Zhang Fan not step back from the blow, but he also sent Meng Dongxing flying backward. Is this guy really human? His incredible physique is even stronger than some second-grade demonic beasts. Have you practiced body refining techniques? Meng Dongxing looked stunned, his gaze towards Zhang Fan revealing undisguised astonishment. Although he didn't use any martial skills in that punch just now, he almost exerted his full strength. Yet, even so, his punch not only failed to push Zhang Fan back but also made himself stagger back several steps. His fist even felt a bit sore. It was as if he had punched a rock-hard statue instead of a person. Such a powerful physique is not something a Qi realm warrior can possess. Even some innate realm experts cannot have such strength solely from their physical bodies. Unless, there is one possibility, that this kid has practiced body refining techniques. However, body cultivation has long been in decline in the divine martial continent. The few body refining techniques that have been passed down are extremely rare and difficult to practice. How could this kid have cultivated his physique to be so strong? Yes, I have indeed practiced body refining techniques, Zhang Fan smiled at Meng Dongxing. Do you want to continue? I'll say it again, as long as you can make me step back, I'll admit defeat. Zhang Fan was actually hoping Meng Dongxing would hit him a few more times. After all, Meng Dongxing is a Qi realm warrior. The punch he just received significantly boosted his experience in the invincible body art. The rate at which his experience increased was much faster than if he had trained alone. If Meng Dongxing were to hit him a few more times, maybe his invincible body art could advance to the 3rd level. Damn, so Zhang Fan has practiced body refining techniques, that's why his physique is so strong. But body cultivation has long been in decline in the divine martial continent. How did he manage to cultivate his physique to be this strong? Upon hearing Zhang Fan admit to practicing body refining techniques, countless students were amazed. They never expected that Zhang Fan, in addition to his outstanding martial talent, also possessed such powerful physical cultivation talent. Meng Dongxing took a deep breath. He stared intently at Zhang Fan and said, "Alright, I want to see for myself how powerful your physique has been tempered to." As Meng Dongxing spoke, he instantly pushed his aura to the limit. Yellow grade advanced martial art, Heavenly Python Fist. Meng Dongxing shouted explosively, a fierce force bursting from his fist. The sharp fist force transformed into a giant python in midair, opening its huge mouth and surging towards Zhang Fan. Bang! Meng Dongxing's fist struck Zhang Fan's body in the blink of an eye. In an instant, A force of backlash several times stronger than before emanated from Zhang Fan's body. Meng Dongxing trembled, and he was thrown back several meters in a sorry state, his face turning somewhat pale in an instant. Is this your strongest blow? Ah, not good enough. Zhang Fan shook his head, mocking, your punch is no different from scratching an itch. Zhang Fan, I refuse to believe that I can't defeat you today. Feeling the mocking gaze from Zhang Fan, Meng Dongxing's face instantly turned ferocious. He moved his palm, and an extraordinary long sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. Gripping the sword tightly, just as he was about to unleash his strongest blow on Zhang Fan, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Meng Dongxing, stop it, do you want to embarrass yourself even more? The sudden voice made Meng Dongxing slightly startled. He followed the voice and saw his sister, Meng Qingsno, walking out from the courtyard. Sister, are you okay? Meng Dongxing looked at Meng Qingsno in front of him, his eyes filled with joy. What could possibly happen to me? Meng Qingsno snorted coldly, as long as you stop causing trouble everywhere, I'm already fine. Sister, I heard them say you became Zhang Fan's maid. What's going on? Meng Dongxing stared fiercely at Zhang Fan. Did he deceive you with some scheme or trick? If that's the case, I, Meng Dongxing, won't let him off. This is my choice, my business, I don't need you meddling. Meng Qingsno said lightly, since you've already broken through the Qi realm, you should go challenge the Lingyun Tower, strive to become an inner court disciple as soon as possible, instead of coming here to disgrace yourself. Meng Dongxing looked incredulously at Meng Qingsno. Sister, how could you? Enough! Meng Qingsno interrupted Meng Dongxing directly. She raised her eyebrows. Meng Dongxing, have you grown wings and stopped listening to me? Zhang Fan, you better not bully my sister. If anything happens to her, even if I, Meng Dongxing, have to risk my life, I will not let you off. Seeing Meng Qingsno angry, Meng Dongxing could only glare fiercely at Zhang Fan, then turned and left directly. Zhang Fan, thank you. After Meng Dongxing left, Meng Qingsno looked at Zhang Fan beside her, a grateful expression appearing in her beautiful eyes. Even Meng Qingsno herself had not expected that the Taiying death body that had troubled her for over a decade would be easily resolved by Zhang Fan. You are now my maid, saving you is only natural. Zhang Fan waved his hand and then rubbed his chin. Life in the outer court seems a bit boring. Should I go to the inner court now? You indeed need to enter the inner court. Inner court disciples not only have access to more resources for cultivation but also have the true legacy left by the ancestors of the Lingyun Martial Academy. For example, there is a sword mark hall in the Lingyun Martial Mansion, where inner court disciples can contemplate the sword intent. More importantly, the Great Xia Empire's 9 Mansions martial arts tournament is about to take place. To become an inner court disciple, you must earn the qualification to participate in the 9 Courts martial arts competition. And those who stand out in the 9 Courts competition can become disciples of the Yanhuang Martial Academy, the martial arts holy land of the Great Xia Kingdom, entering a broader world. At that moment, Meng Qingsno whispered in Zhang Fan's ear. Oh, Zhang Fan suddenly became interested. In that case, I will go challenge the Lingyun Tower now and become an inner court disciple. After saying that, Zhang Fan walked towards the Lingyun Tower of the Lingyun Martial Mansion with Meng Qingsno. In the Lingyun Martial Mansion, for outer court disciples to advance to inner court disciples, the assessment is actually very simple. They must challenge the Lingyun Tower. When Zhang Fan and the others arrived at the Lingyun Tower, they found it surrounded by a large group of people. Meng Dongxing, Meng Qingsno's younger brother, was already there. Zhang Fan, it seems you also intend to challenge the Lingyun Tower? Meng Dongxing couldn't help but snort as he watched Zhang Fan approaching with his sister. That's right. Zhang Fan smiled faintly. I'm tired of staying in the outer court. I plan to have some fun in the inner court. With these words, Zhang Fan immediately attracted numerous gazes from the surroundings. Who is this kid, so arrogant? Does he really think he can enter the inner court just because he wants to? Brother, you're out of touch. Don't you even know who he is? He's Zhang Fan, the most prominent figure in the Lingyun Martial Mansion recently. Damn, so it's him, no wonder he's so impressive. As the crowd discussed Zhang Fan, his gaze fell on the magnificent greenstone stele next to the Lingyun Tower. On this greenstone stele, Zhang Fan saw nearly 100 densely packed names, especially the top 3 names on the stele. Their fonts shimmered with a faint light, appearing exceptionally dazzling. What do the names on this stele mean? Zhang Fan asked Meng Qingsno curiously as he looked at the greenstone stele beside him. These are the rankings of the Lingyun Martial Mansion disciples who challenged the tower. The Lingyun Tower has a total of 10 levels, and the identity token of an inner court disciple is placed on the 10th level. As long as one passes the 10th level, they can become an inner court disciple. However, the Lingyun Tower can also reflect to a certain extent the potential of the challenger. The less time it takes to challenge the tower, the greater the potential. It can be said that these 100 names on the stele are the most outstanding 100 geniuses since the establishment of the Lingyun martial mansion. Before Meng Qingsno could speak, Meng Dongxing's voice rang in his ear. This ranking is quite interesting. Zhang Fan asked with great interest, I wonder how long it took for the top-ranked Shi Xingqi to complete the challenge? Shi Xingqi, the peerless genius of the Lingyun martial mansion 30 years ago, it is said that he passed the Lingyun Tower in less than 10 minutes. In the 30 years since, no one has surpassed the record he set. Zhang Fan, don't even think about comparing yourself to Shi Xingqi. With your abilities, it's questionable whether you can even leave your name on the Lingyun stele. Meng Dongxing sneered disdainfully. Look, the second-ranked golden disciple Li Xingjie is coming out of the Lingyun Tower. Wow. The token in his hand should be the identity token of an inner court disciple, right? Yes, I didn't expect him to succeed. At that moment, countless disciples around looked at Li Xingjie coming out of the Lingyun Tower with envy, jealousy, and resentment in their eyes. Seeing Li Xingjie, who had always been overshadowed by him, successfully challenge the tower, Meng Dongxing couldn't sit still. He moved swiftly towards the entrance of the Lingyun Tower. About 15 minutes later, Meng Dongxing finally emerged from the Lingyun Tower with the identity token of an inner court disciple in hand. Buzz! At that moment, a ripple suddenly appeared on the stele next to the Lingyun Tower. A dazzling name instantly outlined itself at the bottom of the ranking on the stele. Ha ha! See that? I've left my name on the Lingyun stele. Looking at his name outlined on the stele, Meng Dongxing glanced at Zhang Fan and couldn't help but smile smugly. Zhang Fan sneered, just leaving a name at the end of the stone stele, what's there to boast about? Humph, you're taking it lightly. Meng Dongxing sneered, wait until you can leave your name on the Lingyun stele. Leaving a name on the Lingyun stele is not challenging enough. If I'm going to play, I have to play big. Zhang Fan glanced at Meng Dongxing indifferently, his domineering voice echoing in everyone's ears. Today, I will break the record set by the Stone Star Pool. From now on, the top spot on this Lingyun stele belongs to me. Silence. Zhang Fan's domineering voice plunged the surroundings into a deathly silence. It took a while for everyone to recover from the shock. Their gazes towards Zhang Fan were filled with mocking expressions. Did I hear correctly just now? Zhang Fan actually wants to break the record of the Stone Star Pool. The Stone Star Pool is the most monstrous genius in our Lingyun Martial Arts Academy for hundreds of years. The record he set is not something that can be easily broken. Forget about breaking the record of the Stone Star Pool. If he can enter the top 10, I'll kneel down and call him daddy. Ha ha. Zhang Fan, you really don't know your place, daring to break the record of the Stone Star Pool. Meng Dongxing couldn't help but laugh disdainfully. Although he had to admit that Zhang Fan's martial talent was good, even stronger than his. But that was all. Even if he were to die, he wouldn't believe that this guy could be more monstrous than the most monstrous genius in the history of the Lingyun Martial Arts Academy. Whether he can break it, we'll know when we try. Zhang Fan smiled faintly, then walked towards the entrance of the Lingyun Tower in front of everyone. Sis, this guy is simply arrogant. I don't understand why you insist on following him. Meng Dongxing watched Zhang Fan's back as he entered the tower, couldn't help but say to Meng Qingsno, That's enough, I told you, my affairs are none of your concern. I warn you, it's best not to provoke him in the future, he's not someone you can afford to provoke. If you really anger him, even I won't be able to save you. Meng Qingsno interrupted Meng Dongxing directly, coldly saying, although he's arrogant, he never speaks empty words. Since he said he will break the record, then the top spot on this Lingyun stele will definitely be his. Sis, have you gone crazy? The Stone Star Pool is a mythical figure in the Lingyun Martial Arts Academy, and you actually believe that kid can break the record of the Stone Star Pool. Meng Dongxing was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but sneer disdainfully. Your sister hasn't gone crazy. The Stone Star Pool is a legend in the Lingyun Martial Arts Academy, but for me, legends are meant to be broken. Listening to you praise the Stone Star Pool so much just now, I thought the record was so difficult to break. Who knew it would be so simple? The record on this Lingyun stele is too easy to break. Just as Meng Dongxing's mocking laughter fell, a faint voice suddenly sounded in his ear. The sudden faint voice immediately changed Meng Dongxing's expression. He looked up abruptly and saw Zhang Fan walking out of the Lingyun Tower with the identity token of an inner academy student in his hand. This eerie scene made Meng Dongxing stand there in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. After Zhang Fan entered the Lingyun Tower, he only chatted with his sister for a while. This process would not have taken more than 5 minutes. But in such a short time, Zhang Fan walked out of the Lingyun Tower with the identity token of an inner academy student. Remember, even the Stone Star Pool back then took 9 minutes for the whole process. Doesn't this mean that Zhang Fan not only broke the record of the Stone Star Pool but also managed to shorten the time by almost half? At this moment, Meng Dongxing's gaze towards Zhang Fan finally revealed an unprecedented horror. Monstrosity. This guy's talent is unbelievably monstrous. The scene before his eyes not only shocked Meng Dongxing to the extreme, the surrounding students who were watching were equally stunned, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Less than 5 minutes. In just under 5 minutes, this guy actually broke through the Lingyun Tower. This wasn't just breaking a record, it was completely crushing the record set by Shixinki years ago. Damn! Less than 5 minutes to pass Lingyun Tower. How did this guy do it? I must be seeing things. This is too damn unbelievable. There must be something wrong with Lingyun Tower, otherwise, there wouldn't be no reaction on the Lingyun steel. As everyone came to their senses, they looked at Zhang Fan, all showing expressions of disbelief. But then, the Lingyun steel, which had been silent all along, suddenly trembled. An exceptionally bright light shot up from the Lingyun steel. In an instant, Zhang Fan's name, shining with golden light, condensed at the very top of the Lingyun steel. His name forcefully pushed Shixinki, which was originally at the top, down to second place. The most pitiful one was Meng Dongxing. He had only spent a few minutes on the Lingyun steel before being pushed down by Zhang Fan. Damn it! This was actually happening. Zhang Fan completely crushed the record held by Shixinki on the Lingyun steel for 30 years. Looking at Zhang Fan's name dominating the top, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, finding it hard to recover from the shock. However, Zhang Fan didn't care at all about all this. After obtaining the identity card of an inner court student, he left the Lingyun Tower under the shocked and incredulous gazes of the others. Returning to the residence of the golden students, Zhang Fan quickly tidied up, then, with Meng Qingsnow and the Firelin Beast, entered the inner court of the Lingyun Martial Mansion. After receiving the inner court student's robe, Zhang Fan settled down in the inner court and eagerly asked Meng Qingsnow to take him to see the Sword Mark Hall. The Sword Mark Hall was one of the core buildings in the inner court of the Lingyun Martial Mansion. It was said that an ancestor of the Lingyun Martial Mansion had left 3 sword marks here. Within these 3 sword marks lay the sword intent of that ancestor. Sword intent was a martial truth that completely surpassed any martial arts technique. However, comprehending the martial truth was extremely difficult, and even in the hundreds of years of history of the Lingyun Martial Mansion, geniuses who could comprehend the martial truth were few and far between. Martial truth was a very powerful state of mind. Once a martial practitioner comprehended it, they would be invincible at the same level. They might even have the possibility of defeating higher-level opponents. 10 minutes later, Meng Qingsnow led Zhang Fan to the entrance of the Sword Mark Hall. In the Lingyun Martial Mansion, as long as one was an inner court student, they were eligible to come and comprehend the sword intent in the Sword Mark Hall. However, to enter the Sword Mark Hall, one had to pay 10,000 student points each time. Generally speaking, apart from the geniuses on the Lingyun ranking, few were willing to spend 10,000 student points to comprehend this elusive sword intent. After Meng Qingsnow paid 10,000 student points for him, Zhang Fan strode into the Sword Mark Hall. The Sword Mark Hall was not large, except for a square stone in the center of the palace. There was nothing else. Zhang Fan's gaze swept over the stone and discovered the 3 sword marks on it. Each mark was extremely sharp, as if the marks themselves were sharp swords. Ding! You look at the sword mark stone and gain 100 by 100 experience. Ding! You have successfully comprehended the first level of sword intent. With the sound of 2 system prompts, Zhang Fan instantly felt that he had grasped the essence of the first level of sword intent. Excited, Zhang Fan couldn't help but once again marvel at the power of the 100-fold cultivation system. Sword intent was one of the most powerful martial truths among many martial truths. Even an ordinary swordsman, even if they exhaust all their energy in their lifetime, may not necessarily comprehend the essence of sword intent. However, Zhang Fan, with just one glance at the sword scarstone containing sword intent, successfully grasped a layer of sword intent. If the talented swordsmen of the divine martial continent knew about this, who knows if they would be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. After grasping a layer of sword intent, Zhang Fan continued to observe the sword scarstone for a while. When he realized that further observation would not yield any more experience points, he turned and left the sword scar hall. Why did you come out so quickly? Meng Qingsnow couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment in her beautiful eyes as she looked at Zhang Fan, who had only spent about 10 minutes inside the sword scar hall. Understanding sword intent is not something that can be achieved overnight. Generally, students who enter the sword scar hall to comprehend sword intent almost always stay there for a full day. After all, 10,000 student points are not a small number. In the Lingyun Martial Mansion, even ordinary inner court students may not earn 10,000 student points in a month. I just had some insights in the sword scar hall. I'll go back and contemplate slowly, no need to stay inside. Zhang Fan said casually. What? Meng Qingsno widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief as she looked at Zhang Fan. She even began to doubt her own ears. This guy only spent 10 minutes in the Sword Scar Hall and already had some insights? Zhang Fan smiled faintly. Isn't it normal to gain some insights while watching the sword intent left by the predecessors of the Lingyun Martial Mansion? Normal? This is not normal at all. At this moment, even Meng Qingsno, who usually had a calm demeanor, couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. She had contemplated the sword intent in the Sword Scar Hall more than 10 times. Yet, even so, she had only grasped a hint of sword intent. But this guy in front of her, on his first visit to the Sword Scar Hall, and after only spending about 10 minutes inside, claimed to have gained some insights. This was really frustrating. Zhang Fan. Just as Zhang Fan and Meng Qingsno were talking, a cold voice suddenly sounded in their ears. The sudden voice made Zhang Fan slightly startled. He looked up and saw a slender and handsome young man walking briskly towards the Sword Scar Hall. Looking at this young man in front of him, Zhang Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. This young man was none other than Lin Yu, the number 3 genius on the Lingyun ranking of the Lingyun Martial Mansion, who was once the top young generation in Songshan City. Zhang Fan had not expected to encounter Lin Yu so soon after entering the inner court. It seemed that they could be considered as enemies from now on. Zhang Fan, I was just about to look for you, but you took the initiative to come to me, saving me a lot of trouble. Lin Yu stared coldly at Zhang Fan, his whole being exuding a chilling aura. Is that so? Zhang Fan looked at Lin Yu indifferently and said arrogantly, even if I stand in front of you now, what can you do to me? Zhang Fan, don't be arrogant in front of me. Lin Yu's gaze was icy as he stared at Zhang Fan. I ask you, did you kill my father? Those who kill will be killed. Since he dared to come and kill me, he should be prepared to be killed. If he dies by my hand, it's his own fault. Zhang Fan said expressionlessly. Good, very good. Lin Yu laughed angrily, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. Zhang Fan, for killing my father, I, Lin Yu, swear not to let this enmity go. Lin Yu never expected that this once famous waste in Songshan City could suddenly rise up and grow to such an unbelievable extent. Even his own father had died at Zhang Fan's hands. As a result, their Lin family had to withdraw from Songshan City. All of this was caused by Zhang Fan. Lin Yu had longed to tear Zhang Fan into pieces. However, due to his fear of Zhang Fan's strength, Lin Yu had to suppress his killing intent and focus on cultivating diligently. In these few days, Lin Yu had almost fully unleashed his potential. Not only did he successfully break through from the 8th level of Qi Mastery to the 9th level, but he also grasped the embryonic form of sword intent in the Sword Mark Hall. With his current strength, even facing some innate realm powerhouses, he might have the power to fight. Now that he had encountered Zhang Fan here, how could he let Zhang Fan off the hook? If you want revenge, go ahead, Zhang Fan said with a faint smile, but it depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Zhang Fan, when I, Lin Yu, roamed the Songshan City, you were just a waste of the Zhang family. Even if you've had a stroke of luck and shed the title of waste, you still have no right to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Yu glared at Zhang Fan with a murderous look. Enough talk, dare to come out and fight me, regardless of life or death. The confrontation between Zhang Fan and Lin Yu quickly caught the attention of some passing students near the Sword Mark Hall. They all stopped in their tracks, unable to help but watch. Damn! Who is that kid? Lin Yu, ranked 3rd on the Lingyun list, is actually going to fight him to the death? He must be the amazing guy who took Meng Qingxue as his maid. Didn't you see Meng Qingxue standing next to him? So that's him. No wonder he's so awesome. I remember Lin Yu has always had a soft spot for Meng Qingxue. This is going to be interesting. Lin Yu, if you don't want to end up like your father, you better disappear in front of him right now. Meng Qingxue frowned, looking at Lin Yu coldly. Lin Yu's face darkened. Meng Qingxue, what do you mean by this? Nothing, just a word of advice for you, considering you helped me once, Meng Qingxue said coldly. If you leave now, maybe there's still time. Meng Qingxue, what has this kid done for you to make you act like this for him? Lin Yu's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He looked up at Zhang Fan and sneered. Zhang Fan, hiding behind a woman, what kind of skill is that? If you were a man, you would come out and fight me. First, if I have a woman to hide behind, that's also my skill. Second, you think too highly of yourself. Dealing with trash like you, I don't need to rely on anyone. If you really want to fight me, I'm willing to oblige. Zhang Fan said with a faint smile, his proud voice echoing directly in Lin Yu's ears. After his proud words, Zhang Fan stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Lin Yu indifferently. Come on, let me see what this former genius of Songshan City is capable of. Zhang Fan, you killed my father, destroyed my Lin family, this enmity is irreconcilable, prepare to die. A fierce look flashed across Lin Yu's handsome face. With a roar, his momentum soared to the extreme, and he threw a punch directly at Zhang Fan's chest like lightning. However, facing Lin Yu's attack, Zhang Fan stood still, showing no intention of resisting. It was as if he had been immobilized by a spell. What is Zhang Fan doing? Does he want to use his body to resist Lin Yu's attack? Oh my god. Even if he wants to show off, it shouldn't be like this. He's not showing off, he's practically seeking death. Many people watched Zhang Fan with a dumbfounded expression. Facing a martial artist above the 8th level of Qi mastery with a full force strike, this guy didn't even think about defending himself, trying to use his body to resist it. Does he really think he's a powerhouse in the innate realm? Moreover, even if he were an innate realm powerhouse, he probably wouldn't dare to play like this. As everyone looked at Zhang Fan's idiotic behavior in silence, Lin Yu's fist landed solidly on Zhang Fan with a resounding thud. Then, a horrifying scene unfolded. Zhang Fan, under Lin Yu's punch, only took half a step back before stabilizing his stance. On the other hand, Lin Yu stumbled back more than 10 steps. Damn, what's going on here? Where did Zhang Fan come from? He actually withstood Lin Yu's blow with his body. Incredible, this is unbelievable. Watching the scene before them, the onlookers were stunned, almost unable to believe their eyes. Withstanding Lin Yu's punch effortlessly, Zhang Fan sneered, "Lin Yu, your punch is too weak." "Zhang Fan, don't be so arrogant. I'll make you pay for your arrogance right away." Faced with Zhang Fan's mockery, Lin Yu couldn't help but let out a fierce roar. His palm moved, and a sharp force instantly surged in his palm. After a moment, a transparent giant palm, about 2 to 3 zhang in size, condensed directly on his palm. Mysterious rank primary martial skill, astonishing cloud palm. With Lin Yu's shout, the huge transparent palm swiftly enveloped Zhang Fan. However, facing Lin Yu's powerful strike, Zhang Fan stood there quietly. He made no resistance, no evasion, but instead a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Boom! Lin Yu's mysterious rank martial skill, astonishing cloud palm, struck Zhang Fan without resistance, engulfing him entirely. After a moment, the force of Lin Yu's astonishing cloud palm gradually dissipated in midair. Zhang Fan's figure once again appeared before everyone's eyes. When they saw Zhang Fan standing unscathed in the same spot, their eyes widened in disbelief. Unbelievable! Lin Yu, the third-ranked genius on the Lingyun list, couldn't even harm Zhang Fan after using a mysterious rank martial skill. Incredible! Abnormal! Is this guy even human? Impossible, this is simply impossible! Seeing Zhang Fan unscathed under his astonishing cloud palm, Lin Yu looked stunned, letting out an incredulous roar. As he stared at Lin Yu, who was filled with shock, Zhang Fan calmly clenched his fist and swiftly struck towards Lin Yu. Crackling sounds came from between their bones. After a moment, Zhang Fan lightly lifted his foot and then slammed it down. Bang! The foot landed, and a dull explosion instantly resounded. Zhang Fan's body shot out towards Lin Yu like an arrow released from a bow. His fist, devoid of any energy fluctuations, directly and decisively smashed towards Lin Yu's head. Lin Yu stared coldly at Zhang Fan approaching him, his fist carrying a fierce force, clashed with Zhang Fan's fist. In an instant, a thunderous collision erupted in midair. Then, Lin Yu's body trembled, and he was sent flying back several zhang in a sorry state. However, before he could stabilize himself, Zhang Fan's figure swiftly closed in, delivering another earth-shattering punch towards him. Lin Yu's face changed drastically, hastily erecting a defensive energy shield around him to withstand Zhang Fan's strike. Bang! Zhang Fan's punch landed solidly on Lin Yu, shattering him directly. Lin Yu's body plummeted like a kite with a broken string, falling several zhang away. Puff! Upon hitting the ground, Lin Yu felt a sweet sensation in his throat, and blood uncontrollably spurted out. Gazing indifferently at Lin Yu in front of him, Zhang Fan's disdainful voice resounded instantly. Lin Yu, you, the former #1 young talent of Songshan City and the third-ranked genius on the Lingyun list, are nothing special. Even if I don't use my inner energy, I can still cripple you. Watching Zhang Fan effortlessly beat Lin Yu to a sorry state with just 2 punches, the surrounding students watching were once again shocked. Unbelievable, it's truly unbelievable. I never thought someone like Lin Yu would be defeated so miserably. Yes, during the whole process just now, it seems like Zhang Fan didn't even use a bit of his inner energy, right? This guy, his physical strength alone has reached such a terrifying level, it's truly frightening. Hearing the discussions of the people around him and Zhang Fan's mocking tone, Lin Yu's face darkened to the extreme. Enduring the intense pain coursing through his body, he slowly stood up from the ground. Zhang Fan, I have to admit, your strength is impressive, even to the point that surprises me greatly. However, even so, I, Lin Yu, will not lose to you today. With a cold tone, Lin Yu's words fell, and a long sword shimmering with a cold light appeared out of thin air in his hand. Gripping the sword tightly, his eyes sharpened, and an extremely sharp aura burst out from him in an instant. As Lin Yu's aura erupted, Some of the students' swords around him suddenly emitted a strange trembling sound at that moment. Zhang Fan, since I learned that you killed my father, I meditated in the Sword Mark Pavilion for 3 days and finally comprehended the sword intent. Today, let me show you the power of sword intent. Sword intent. Lin Yu actually comprehended sword intent. Hearing Lin Yu's cold words and feeling the astonishing aura emanating from him, the surrounding students were all shocked. Damn! Lin Yu truly deserves to be the most promising genius of our Lingyun Martial Academy. Yes, I never expected him to comprehend sword intent. Sword intent, this is one of the most domineering martial intents. Zhang Fan is probably in trouble now. Watching the sword intent emanating from Lin Yu, not only were the surrounding students shocked, but even Meng Qingshue's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. Meng Qingxue knew how difficult it was to comprehend sword intent. Even with her talent, she had only scratched the surface so far. But the sword intent emanating from Lin Yu was already a complete embryonic form of sword intent. As long as he gradually perfected it, he might condense a true layer of sword intent. Sword intent. This was synonymous with invincibility and strength. Anyone who comprehended sword intent could almost be invincible at the same level, and even killing opponents of higher levels wouldn't be a problem. Watching Lin Yu display sword intent, even Meng Qingxue, who knew Zhang Fan's strength was formidable, couldn't help but show a hint of worry in her beautiful eyes. I didn't expect you to have some talent, actually being able to comprehend sword intent. However, with your still unformed embryonic sword intent, you can't pose a threat to me. Faced with the sword intent emanating from Lin Yu, Zhang Fan remained calm. He glanced at Lin Yu indifferently, then turned to Meng Qingxue behind him and said, "Qingxue, lend me your sword." Meng Qingxue was slightly startled but quickly took out her sword from her storage ring and threw it to Zhang Fan. Holding Meng Qingshue's silver long sword, Zhang Fan twirled a beautiful sword flower in his hand, and his indifferent voice echoed in everyone's ears. When I was observing the sword mark stone in the sword mark pavilion just now, I accidentally comprehended sword intent. Since you want to display sword intent, I will use the sword intent I accidentally comprehended to duel with you. I will show you what true sword intent is. Zhang Fan's indifferent words made everyone around so shocked that their mouths could fit a duck egg. This guy actually claimed to have comprehended sword intent too. Moreover, it was just inadvertently comprehended inside the sword mark hall a moment ago. Damn it! Does this guy really think that sword intent is as easy to comprehend as picking up cabbages on the street? Ha ha! Zhang Fan, you entered the sword mark hall for the first time today and comprehended sword intent inside? Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh disdainfully. Zhang Fan casually replied, "Is there something wrong with that? Alright, let me see the sword intent you comprehended by accident." Lin Yu smiled coldly and unleashed a sword infused with intent, slashing towards Zhang Fan in an instant. In a flash, a gray-white sword aura shot straight towards Zhang Fan. The killing intent contained in the sword aura seemed to pierce through everything, making all things wither. Zhang Fan calmly watched Lin Yu's sword strike infused with intent. His gaze sharpened, and a substantial sword intent surged from his body in an instant. Then, with a slight movement of the hand holding the long sword, Zhang Fan casually swung his sword. At the same time, a faint shout resounded in everyone's ears. "Break for me!" Zhang Fan's seemingly casual sword strike effortlessly shattered Lin Yu's fierce sword light infused with intent. The terrifying momentum rushed towards Lin Yu like lightning. No! It's impossible, how could he comprehend such powerful sword intent? Seeing his own sword intent being easily shattered by Zhang Fan, Lin Yu let out an incredulous growl. He gritted his teeth, pushed his sword intent to the limit, and the 3-foot green blade whistled out. Bang! 2 attacks infused with sword intent collided again, and the energy raged wildly around. In an instant, Lin Yu's figure was sent flying by the force of the impact, spitting out blood. On the other side, Zhang Fan stood firm like a sharp sword, unaffected by the surging wind. Damn! I didn't expect Lin Yu's sword intent to be defeated. The sword intent Zhang Fan just erupted with is many times stronger than Lin Yu's. It's strange that he didn't lose. They say when Zhang Fan challenged the Lingyun Tower, he broke the record at the Stone Star Pool. I didn't believe it at first, but now I have to. Yeah, this guy is truly a monster among monsters. Witnessing Lin Yu's sword intent being completely overwhelmed by Zhang Fan's even more powerful sword intent, the onlookers were deeply shocked. Their gazes towards Zhang Fan were filled with astonishment and horror. This guy, he wasn't bragging at all. He comprehended sword intent by accident the first time he entered the sword mark hall, and it was a very powerful sword intent. Even Lin Yu, who had also comprehended sword intent, seemed powerless against him. However, the most shocked of all was Meng Qingsno. At this moment, Meng Qingsno couldn't find words to describe how monstrous and abnormal Zhang Fan was. Meng Qingsno practiced the way of the sword, and her identity was extraordinary, so she naturally understood more about sword intent than ordinary people. The sword intent Zhang Fan displayed just now had reached the stage of condensing reality from illusion. This kind of sword intent was truly a first-level sword intent, far beyond what Lin Yu's fledgling sword intent could compare to. If Zhang Fan had been practicing the way of the sword since childhood and comprehended a first-level sword intent at his age, Meng Qingsno would have been shocked but could have accepted it. However, Zhang Fan was not a swordsman at all, and it seemed like his first encounter with sword intent was in the sword mark hall this time. What left Meng Qingsno speechless was that Zhang Fan had spent less than 10 minutes in the sword mark hall in total. A person who had been in contact with sword intent for less than 10 minutes had comprehended a first-level sword intent in this way. What kind of insight was this to reach such an abnormal level? When everyone was still immersed in shock, Zhang Fan, holding a long sword, walked towards Lin Yu expressionlessly. Zhang Fan, what? What do you want to do? Looking at Zhang Fan approaching him slowly, a hint of panic couldn't help but appear on Lin Yu's pale face. If I remember correctly, this battle between us should be a fight to the death. Since it's a fight to the death, I have no reason not to kill you. Zhang Fan looked at Lin Yu with a cold expression, and a fierce killing intent burst out in his eyes. With a wave of his long sword, a silver sword light shot directly towards Lin Yu's forehead like lightning. Zhang Fan's sword was extremely fast, almost in the blink of an eye, the sword light had appeared in front of Lin Yu. No! Watching the sword light coming towards him, Lin Yu, who was already powerless to fight, finally showed a look of despair in his eyes. Zhang Fan's expression was cold and indifferent, his gaze towards Lin Yu was like looking at a dead man. Lin Yu was talented, although he posed no threat to him with his system, he was still a troublemaker. The situation between him and Lin Yu had long been irreconcilable. Since Lin Yu had come to him for a fight to the death this time, how could he let Lin Yu go? However, just as Zhang Fan's fierce sword was about to pierce Lin Yu's head, a fiery red figure suddenly appeared from the sky. With a light wave of his palm, he made Zhang Fan's sword light dissipate into nothingness. At the same time, a faint sigh sounded in Zhang Fan's ear. Ah, young man, can you give me some face and let this matter end here today? Zhang Fan looked at the sudden appearance of the red-robed old man, his gaze slightly condensed. Who are you, senior? The red-robed old man smiled and said, I am Yen Sangming, the elder of the Lingyun martial mansion. So it's Elder Yen. Zhang Fan looked at Yen Sangming indifferently. This battle to the death was proposed by Lin Yu himself. Elder Yan's intervention may not be appropriate. A battle to the death must take place at the martial mansion's life and death platform. Your private confrontation is already against the rules. Our Lingyun martial mansion has always ranked low among the 9 mansions of the Great Xia country. Now that we have finally produced 2 geniuses who comprehend the sword intent, I do not want any of you to make a mistake. Yen Sangming said, taking out a long sword shimmering with red light from his storage ring. Young man, this flame dragon sword is a rare 2nd-grade spiritual weapon, consider it as compensation from me. Give me some face, and let this battle between you two end here, how about it? 2nd-grade spiritual weapon. Hearing Yen Sangming's words, countless students around looked at the flame dragon sword with an extremely eager expression. In the divine martial continent, weapons are divided into ordinary weapons and spiritual weapons. Spiritual weapons are extremely difficult to refine and very rare in quantity. Even the lowest grade 1st-grade spiritual weapon is invaluable, and ordinary people cannot afford it. The 2nd-grade spiritual weapon in front of them is definitely a weapon that countless sword cultivators dream of. Since Elder Yen has spoken to this extent, I will spare his life. Zhang Fan smiled faintly and took the flame dragon sword from Yen Sangming. This old guy was very strong, and if he really wanted to protect Lin Yu, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Now that he had obtained the flame dragon sword, it was already very good, and he had no need to confront this old guy. After receiving the flame dragon sword, Zhang Fan didn't even look at Lin Yu again. He bid farewell to Yen Sangming and then left directly. Leaving the Sword Marks Hall, Zhang Fan returned to his residence with Meng Qingsno. However, when he arrived at the entrance of his courtyard, he found a group of people gathered there. In the center of this group of people, a fire qilin covered in wounds roared angrily. In front of the fire qilin, a 10-meter-long black giant python stared at the fire qilin with hostility. Seeing this scene, Zhang Fan's expression suddenly turned cold. He took a step forward, soaring into the sky, then descended from above in the midst of the crowd in an instant. At the same time, his cold voice resounded in everyone's ears. Who let this crawling creature injure my fire qilin beast and not show up to face death? Zhang Fan's figure descended from the sky in an instant, causing everyone around to pause. Who is this guy? Is he the owner of this fire qilin beast? I don't know. This kid is really lucky to have obtained a 6th-grade fire qilin beast cub. Even if he got it, he's just making a wedding dress for others. Now that this fire Qilin beast has caught the eye of Wu Feiyu, could it be his? While everyone was discussing Jiang Fan, behind the black python, a proud-looking black-robed youth slowly walked out. He looked down at Jiang Fan and asked, "Kid, is this fire Qilin beast yours?" Jiang Fan did not answer, his gaze coldly fixed on the black-robed youth. "Did you command this crawling creature to injure my fire Qilin beast? So what if I did or didn't?" The black-robed youth sneered, saying, "I didn't intend to harm it, just wanted to tame it. But it didn't know its place, so it's not my fault." Jiang Fan's eyes turned cold. "My fire Qilin beast, can you just tame it as you wish? In this world, as long as I, Wu Feiyu, set my sights on something, there's nothing I can't obtain." Wu Feiyu looked disdainfully at Jiang Fan. "Kid, you're not worthy of owning the fire Qilin beast." Jiang Fan sneered, "I'm not worthy, but are you?" "Exactly." Wu Feiyu said arrogantly, "I am a third-grade beast tamer, and I will soon break through to the fourth grade. The fire Qilin beast can only grow better in my hands. Just a third-grade beast tamer, you're not qualified to show off in front of me." Jiang Fan's eyes turned cold. "The fire Qilin beast is mine. Whether or not I can help it grow is my business, not yours to interfere with. Kid, I don't want to waste words with you here." Wu Feiyu said impatiently, "Regardless, I have set my eyes on this fire Qilin beast of yours. If you're sensible, sell it to me." Jiang Fan's face turned cold. "You say sell it to you, do I have to sell it to you?" "Kid, a sixth-grade monster is not something you can possess. As the saying goes, the innocent are guilty, and those who possess treasures are guilty. I'll give you 100,000 gold coins. Sell the fire Qilin beast to me, it's your best choice. Otherwise, this fire Qilin beast might bring disaster upon you." Wu Feiyu looked at Jiang Fan coldly, with a hint of threat in his eyes. "I'll say at once, I won't sell the fire Qilin beast, even if the price is higher, I still won't sell it." Jiang Fan sneered inwardly. The fire Qilin beast, a sixth-grade monster with divine bloodline. Its value cannot be measured in gold coins. This kid actually wants 100,000 gold coins to buy his fire Qilin beast, isn't that just robbery? "Kid, I'll say it one last time, sell the fire Qilin beast to me. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't even get the 100,000 gold coins." Seeing Jiang Fan's lack of respect, Wu Feiyu's eyes flashed with a sharp light. "I've already said, the fire Qilin beast is not for sale. Can't you understand human language? I don't want to waste words with you either. Since you and your crawling creature injured my fire Qilin beast, you must pay the price for it." Jiang Fan's expression was extremely cold. His sharp gaze pierced Wu Feiyu directly, and his cold voice echoed in the air. "I'll give you a chance to choose now, will it be your death or its death?" Damn! Has this kid taken the wrong medicine? He actually dares to be so arrogant in front of Wu Feiyu. Yeah, in the Lingyun martial mansion, those who offend Wu Feiyu almost always have a bad ending. This kid, he's probably doomed in a moment. Seeing Jiang Fan acting so recklessly, speaking so arrogantly in front of Wu Feiyu, many people couldn't help but shake their heads, showing a hint of pity towards Jiang Fan. "Ha ha! What are you, daring to say such things in front of me?" Wu Feiyu immediately burst into disdainful laughter. He looked arrogantly at Jiang Fan. "Kid, do you know who I am?" Wu Feiyu, was a renowned talented beast tamer in the Lingyun martial mansion. His brother, Wu Feilong, was even the #1 talent on the Lingyun ranking. In this Lingyun martial mansion, Wu Feiyu was practically untouchable. Yet this unknown kid in front of him dared to ask how he would die. It was simply a huge joke. "I don't need to know who you are. I only know that you hurt my fire Qilin beast, and you must pay the price for it. Since you don't choose, let me choose for you. I'll take the life of this black cloud python." With a calm voice, Jiang Fan appeared ghostly in front of the black python. He clenched his right fist, and with a plain punch, he struck the python's head. Bang! This seemingly ordinary punch contained a power comparable to that of a congenital expert. The nearly 10-meter-long body of the black cloud python was instantly sent flying by Jiang Fan's punch. Boom! A moment later, the ground trembled as if in an earthquake. The black cloud python crashed to the ground several yards away, creating a large pit upon impact. Soon after, crimson blood gushed from the python's head. After struggling for a few moments, the black cloud python unwillingly took its last breath and died. This shocking scene plunged the surroundings into a deathly silence. The gazes directed at Jiang Fan were filled with undisguised horror. The black cloud python was a second-grade high-level demon beast. An adult black cloud python was strong enough to rival a cultivator at the 9th level of chi refinement. Yet, this powerful black cloud python was casually killed by the kid before them. Even the top talents on the Lingyun ranking couldn't kill a second-grade high-level demon beast with a single punch. How did this guy do it? It was too unbelievable and astonishing. Watching his black cloud python being killed with a single punch by Jiang Fan, Wu Feiyu took a while to recover from the shock. Then, his eyes glared fiercely at Jiang Fan, burning with rage. "Bastard, you dare to kill my black cloud python, Wu Feiyu, won't let you off today." He had put in a lot of effort to acquire this second-grade high-level demon beast. Now, it was killed with a single punch by Jiang Fan. How could Wu Feiyu not be furious? "You talk too much." Jiang Fan coldly glanced at Wu Feiyu. Pointing at the python's corpse, his voice devoid of any emotion rang in Wu Feiyu's ears. "You still have two choices now, either disappear from my sight immediately, or end up like it." Jiang Fan's voice, filled with icy killing intent, made Wu Feiyu's body tremble involuntarily. He was a beast tamer who relied on controlling pets to fight, not particularly strong himself, having only recently broken through to the chi refinement realm. Now that even his black cloud python was killed with a single punch by Jiang Fan, how could he be Jiang Fan's opponent? "Good, very good. Kid, you're the first one to embarrass me like this in the Lingyun Martial Mansion. Wait for me, we're not done with this." After Wu Feiyu's expression changed several times, he could only leave with a fierce threat towards Jiang Fan before departing. TSK. This guy is amazing, actually making Wu Feiyu lose face like that. People are awesome because they have the strength to be awesome. Killing the black cloud python with one punch, I'm afraid this kind of strength is not inferior to Wu Feilong, right? When did a talent like this emerge in our Lingyun Martial Mansion? After Wu Feiyu left, Jiang Fan, under the amazed eyes of everyone, walked into his courtyard with the Fire Lin beast. At this moment, Meng Qingsno beside him also walked straight into the courtyard. Did I see it wrong? Wasn't the youth who just entered our Lingyun ranking the talented beauty Meng Qingsno? Damn! I know who that youth was just now. He should be Jiang Fan, the one who was rumored to have taken Meng Qingsno as his maid, right? So it's him, no wonder he's so awesome. Looking at the scene before them, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in amazement once again. Jiang Fan returned to the courtyard and used the beast healing technique of a beast tamer to heal the injuries of the Fire Lin beast. Then, with a serious expression, he instructed the Fire Lin beast not to run around alone. The cub of a 6th-grade Fire Lin beast is not only a dream existence for countless beast tamers, but even ordinary warriors would probably be extremely envious. On his first day in the inner courtyard, Jiang Fan continued the myth of the outer courtyard. He comprehended the sword intent at the Sword Scar Pavilion, defeated Lin Yu, who ranked 3rd on the Lingyun ranking, and killed Wu Feiyu's black cloud python with one punch. Such a fierce record instantly caused a sensation in the inner courtyard of the Lingyun Martial Mansion. This also made his reputation in the Lingyun Martial Mansion soar, almost catching up with Wu Feilong, the first genius on the Lingyun ranking, becoming a legendary figure. However, after Jiang Fan caused a stir at the inner gate of the Lingyun Martial Mansion on the first day, he became much quieter for a while. For several days in a row, Jiang Fan stayed in the courtyard practicing. With the 100-fold experience of the 100-fold cultivation system, even without taking any elixirs, Jiang Fan's experience in controlling qi reached its maximum value, allowing him to successfully break through to the first level of the innate realm. Just as Jiang Fan was about to go out for some fresh air after breaking through to the first level of the innate realm, he heard a commotion outside the courtyard. Frowning, Jiang Fan strode out. In no time, he arrived at the outer courtyard. In the courtyard, a slender young man in his 20s stood proudly in the center. And beside the young man, the two attendants arranged by the Lingyun Martial Mansion to take care of Jiang Fan's daily life seemed to have been beaten up, looking very disheveled. Seeing this scene, a hint of anger flashed in Jiang Fan's eyes. He moved towards the courtyard with large strides. At the same time, a cold voice echoed directly in the courtyard. "I don't care who you are, get out of here immediately and don't act recklessly on my turf." The young man raised an eyebrow slightly as he watched Jiang Fan walk out of the courtyard. He looked at Jiang Fan indifferently. "You say this is your turf, then you must be Jiang Fan? Does it matter who I am?" Jiang Fan said coldly, "What matters is that you not only acted recklessly on my turf but also injured my people. They are just two lowly servants, daring to obstruct me. I've been lenient by not taking their lives." The young man was indifferent and ordered directly to Jiang Fan, "I'm here to find Meng Qingsno, go and have her come out." His arrogant tone was as if he was ordering a servant. "Is that so?" Jiang Fan said indifferently, "In your eyes, they are servants. But in my eyes, you are probably not even as good as a dog." "Kid, what the hell did you just say? You, a mere student of the inner courtyard of the Lingyun Martial Mansion, dare to insult me? It seems like you're tired of living." The young man's gaze turned cold as he stared at Jiang Fan, his whole being exuding a murderous intent. Jiang Fan snorted, "You are not from the Lingyun Martial Mansion, yet you dare to intrude into the inner courtyard. It seems like you are the one tired of living. Ha ha, what is a mere Lingyun Martial Mansion? Do not say it's the Lingyun martial mansion. Even in the entire Great Xia country, there is nowhere I, Meng Xingyu, dare not venture. Meng Xingyu laughed heartily. Then, he impatiently looked at Zhang Fan. Quickly call Meng Qingsno out to see me, and I will spare your life. Meng Qingsno is my maid now, Zhang Fan said indifferently, glancing at Meng Xingyu. Who do you think you are? Can you see my maid just because you want to? I gave you a chance to live, but you insist on seeking death. Since that's the case, then I will grant your wish. Die for me. Meng Xingyu was instantly provoked by Zhang Fan's words. His face turned cold, and with a wave of his right hand, his innate true energy directly transformed into a huge illusory palm, reaching out to grab Zhang Fan. Innate true energy. Meng Xingyu was indeed an innate powerhouse. Zhang Fan's gaze sharpened. He moved his hand swiftly, drew out the flame dragon sword, and swung it towards the illusory palm. The sharp sword energy shattered Meng Xingyu's illusory palm in the blink of an eye. The sword energy broke through Meng Xingyu's palm strength, its speed unabated, and struck Meng Xingyu's palm like lightning. Splurt! In an instant, blood spurted out. A wound appeared on Meng Xingyu's right palm, blood dripping. Innate sword chi, are you also an innate powerhouse? Meng Xingyu looked at the wound on his right palm, a hint of undisguised shock in his gaze as he looked at Zhang Fan. He never expected that Zhang Fan, just a student in the inner courtyard of the Lingyun martial mansion, was already an innate realm powerhouse. As far as he knew, apart from Wu Fei Long, who ranked first on the Lingyun ranking, there seemed to be no other student in the innate realm in the Lingyun martial mansion. This kid, where did he come from? You, a worthless thing even inferior to a dog, can reach the innate realm, why can't I? Zhang Fan looked at Meng Xingyu expressionlessly. He raised the flame dragon sword in his hand, pointed it at Meng Xingyu, and his icy voice instantly reached Meng Xingyu's ears. Meng Xingyu, if you have any sense, get out of my courtyard immediately. Otherwise, I will take your life with one sword. Ha ha. Zhang Fan, you think you are worthy to take my life with one sword? You breaking through to the innate realm did surprise me a bit, but that's all. Right now, you still don't have the qualification to be arrogant in front of me. Meng Xingyu laughed disdainfully. Then, a blood-red long knife exuding a sharp killing intent instantly appeared in his hand. Meng Xingyu, why are you here? Just as Meng Xingyu was about to make a move, a cold voice suddenly rang out from the courtyard. Meng Qingsno's figure flashed and appeared beside Zhang Fan. She stared coldly at Meng Xingyu, her expression extremely icy. I am here to take you back to the Meng family on the orders of the young master. Meng Xingyu raised the long knife and pointed it at Zhang Fan, saying lightly, I heard that you willingly became this kid's maid? My affairs do not need your interference, Meng Qingsno said coldly. Go back and tell Meng Tianheng that I will return to the Meng family in 10 days. You can leave now. I can give you 10 days. However, as a lady of the Meng family, with a noble status, but now becoming this kid's maid, where do you place the dignity of the Meng family? Step aside, let me kill this kid. By showing the might of the Meng family, I will naturally leave. Meng Xingyu raised the long knife in his hand, full of killing intent as he looked at Zhang Fan. Meng Xingyu, don't think you are so great just because you come from the Meng family. I am stopping you from acting for your own good. If you really make a move, I guarantee that the one who will regret it will be you. Meng Qingsno stared coldly at Meng Xingyu, her pretty face covered in frost. Meng Xingyu said lightly, then step aside. I want to see how he can make me regret it. Since you insist on seeking humiliation, I won't stop you. Meng Qingxue glanced coldly at Meng Xingyu, then turned to Zhang Fan and said, go ahead, spare his life. The Meng family, one of the 4 major noble families in the imperial city of the Great Xia Empire, was also the foremost martial arts family in the empire. If this guy really died at the hands of Zhang Fan, it would likely bring a lot of trouble to him. Alright. Zhang Fan nodded. He stared indifferently at Meng Xingyu and his cold voice echoed in Meng Xingyu's ears, for Qingshue's sake, I won't kill you today. But, you can escape death, but not punishment. You injured my people on my territory, so leave an arm behind. Ha ha. Meng Xingyu laughed grimly, and the blood-red long knife in his hand burst out with a terrifying aura. My arm, Meng Xingyu's arm, is not something you can decide to leave behind. Zhang Fan, by making Meng Qingxue your maid, you have disgraced my Meng family. How can I let you off? Today, I will kill you with one strike to uphold the honor of my Meng family. Buzz! The blood-red long knife instantly erupted with a 10-foot-long blood-colored blade aura, exuding a sinister and eerie atmosphere. Bloodthirsty mad blade, perish! Meng Xingyu roared, and the long knife slashed down. The huge blood-colored blade aura whistled and swept towards Zhang Fan. Intermediate profound ranked martial skill, bloodthirsty mad blade. Meng Xingyu's strike was clearly aimed to kill Zhang Fan, unleashing his strongest attack. Arrogant, you should leave your arm behind. Jiang Fan's expression turned cold. His hand holding the flame dragon sword tightened suddenly, and a tremendous sword intent burst forth from him. At that moment when the sword intent soared from Jiang Fan's body, the spiritual energy in the courtyard quickly condensed into sword chi above him, forming a transparent giant sword shadow. Slash! With Jiang Fan's icy shout, the giant sword shadow, with an unstoppable momentum, struck out against the oncoming blade aura. Crack! The giant sword shadow easily shattered Meng Xingyu's blade aura and continued to slash towards him. In an instant, Meng Xingyu was struck as if by lightning, screaming in pain as he was sent flying. Moments later, Meng Xingyu's body crashed heavily several yards away. A horrifying wound ran from his chest to his left arm, his left hand hanging limp as crimson blood gushed out like a fountain. Sword intent. You actually comprehend sword intent. Meng Xingyu, in agony, clutched his severed left arm inflicted by Jiang Fan's sword. Looking at Jiang Fan, his eyes finally showed unprecedented fear. He never expected that this kid not only broke through to the innate realm at such a young age but also comprehended sword intent. To achieve such talent, breaking through to the innate realm at such a young age and comprehending the legendary martial intent, even in the Flame Martial Academy, such a talent would be extremely rare. Get lost. For Qingshue's sake, I spare your wretched life. But if there's a next time, I won't show mercy. Just as Meng Xingyu was filled with horror, Jiang Fan's cold voice rang in his ears. Jiang Fan, I'll remember you. Meng Xingyu glared at Jiang Fan with a grim expression, then leaped away and disappeared. Impressive. I didn't expect that in just a few days, this kid would break through to the innate realm. With his current strength, he's completely capable of competing with the top geniuses of the 9 mansions. 3 months later, at the 9 mansions martial meet, my Lingyun martial mansion will surely shine. Watching Jiang Fan decisively defeat Meng Xingyu, who was at the first level of the innate realm, Yin Sangming, who had been observing from hundreds of meters away in mid-air, couldn't help but mutter to himself before disappearing on the spot. Jiang Fan, my apologies. I come from the Meng family, one of the 4 major noble families in the imperial capital of Daxia. Due to some reasons, I might have to return to the Meng family for a while, but don't worry, within half a year, I will be back to fulfill our agreement. After Meng Xingyu left, Meng Qingsno couldn't help but apologize to Jiang Fan. She had to go back to the Meng family. Otherwise, the Meng family might send even more powerful people to bring her back. That would surely bring endless troubles to Jiang Fan. Alright, you go back then, Jiang Fan said with a light smile. In 3 months, there will be the annual 9-mansion martial arts tournament in Daxia, and I will come to the Imperial City. Okay, I'll wait for you in the Imperial City. Meng Qingsno nodded, then turned and left directly. After Meng Qingsno left, Jiang Fan also left the Lingyun martial mansion. To avoid unnecessary trouble with the Fire Phoenix Beast, Jiang Fan first went to the Moonlight Trading Company to get a pet bag and put the Fire Phoenix Beast inside. Then, Jiang Fan, with nothing else to do, headed straight towards the Alchemist Guild in Lingyun City. Although Jiang Fan was proficient in alchemy, formations, and beast taming, he didn't have a prestigious identity. Therefore, Jiang Fan decided to go to the Alchemist Guild first and get an alchemist badge to play around with. Jiang Fan casually walked on the main road leading to the Alchemist Guild. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves came from behind. Immediately, Jiang Fan felt the street behind him becoming chaotic. Turning around, he saw a purple figure sprinting towards him from the end of the road, with countless people dodging to the sides. The fiery red steed was like a flame, rushing past from a distance and appearing just a few yards away from Jiang Fan in the blink of an eye. Get out of the way, you worthless dog, for this lady. Seeing Jiang Fan standing still not far ahead, the purple-clad young woman furrowed her delicate brows and shouted. Jiang Fan frowned. He glanced lightly at the purple-clad young woman and continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. Seeking death. Seeing Jiang Fan ignoring her, the purple-clad young woman snorted coldly and whipped her riding crop towards Jiang Fan. In an instant, a red shadow tore through the air, creating a gust of wind as it aimed straight for Jiang Fan's head. Sensing the attack from behind, Jiang Fan's expression turned cold. Without even looking back, he extended his hand backward and grabbed the whip. Then, Jiang Fan pulled the whip forcefully, causing the purple-clad young woman to lose her balance and fall off the horse. Ah! The purple-clad young woman couldn't help but scream, then sat on the ground with a thud. You bastard! How dare you lay a hand on this lady? Feeling the cold and dirty ground beneath her, the purple-clad young woman's cheeks turned pale as she glared at Jiang Fan angrily, resembling an angry tigress. Jiang Fan glanced at the young woman in purple and said calmly, If you can attack me, why can't I defend myself against you? Who do you think you are to dare lay a hand on this lady? Jiang Fan's indifferent words completely infuriated the purple-clad young woman. She looked at the middle-aged beauty who caught up with her and angrily said, "An Lan, kill him for me." "Zealwan, you're causing trouble again." The middle-aged beauty furrowed her brows. "I've told you many times, don't stir up trouble. Don't forget the purpose of our trip." Hearing the middle-aged woman's words, Zealwan realized she had important matters to attend to in Lingyun City and couldn't waste time here. "Oomph, you're lucky this time. Next time I see you, I'll make sure you regret it." Zealwan glared at Zhang Fan with hatred before quickly leaving with the middle-aged woman. Zhang Fan didn't say anything as he watched the two women leave, then he walked slowly towards the Alchemist Guild. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Fan arrived in front of a majestic building at the center of Lingyun City. Zhang Fan raised his gaze slightly, and the 5 slightly blurred ancient characters above the door of the building were shimmering with a faint fire. Alchemist Guild. Zhang Fan paused for a moment and then walked towards the door of the Alchemist Guild. "Kid, this is the Alchemist Guild. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed near. What are you doing here?" At that moment, a tall middle-aged man at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild directly shouted at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan calmly replied, "Nothing much, I just want to go in and get an alchemist badge to play around with." "Go in and get an alchemist badge to play around with? Do you think you can just get it because you want to?" Hearing Zhang Fan's arrogant words, the middle-aged man's face instantly darkened. The middle-aged man stared at Zhang Fan with a hostile expression. "Kid, if you're here to be assessed as an alchemist, then show me your letter of introduction." Zhang Fan was slightly taken aback. "What is a letter of introduction? If you don't even know the rules of the Alchemist Guild and dare to say you're here to be assessed as an alchemist, anyone who comes to be assessed as an alchemist at the Alchemist Guild must either be accompanied by a mentor or present a letter of introduction from the mentor." The middle-aged man said disdainfully, "If you can't produce a letter of introduction, then leave immediately." "I don't have a letter of introduction, but I really am here to be assessed as an alchemist." Zhang Fan frowned slightly. "You can go in and inform them, just say it was Yen Xingxian who sent me." "Ha ha. Kid, Yen Xingxian is one of the top 6 alchemists in our great Xia country. You dare to say that Master Yen introduced you? Are you kidding me?" The middle-aged man sneered disdainfully. "Why so much nonsense?" Zhang Fan's expression turned cold. "You have 2 choices now, either let me in, or go inside and call a supervisor out. Don't waste my time here. This is the Alchemist Guild, not a place where you can cause trouble as you please." The middle-aged man's face darkened, and he directly shouted at Zhang Fan angrily, "If you have any sense, leave now, or don't blame me for being impolite." "You really won't let me in? Let me give you a piece of advice, don't underestimate others. If you don't let me in now, I'll make you kneel and beg me to go in later." Zhang Fan stared coldly at the middle-aged man, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. "Hey, kid, do you think I'm easily scared? I want to see what you're capable of that would make me kneel and beg you to go in." The middle-aged man sneered, clearly not taking Zhang Fan's words seriously. "Who is Master Yen Qingxian? If this kid really has a connection with Yen Qingxian, how could he not even produce the token to enter the Alchemist Guild?" "Master Jiang! Master Jiang!" Just then, a surprised voice suddenly came from inside the door of the Alchemist Guild. Immediately, a middle-aged man with a second-grade senior alchemist badge hurried out from inside. Both Zhang Fan and the middle-aged man were familiar with this second-grade senior alchemist, as he was none other than Zhu Mingyuan from the Treasure Pill Pavilion. Seeing Zhu Mingyuan's appearance as a second-grade alchemist, the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. Now, besides him and Zhang Fan, there was no one else at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild. Could it be that the Master Jiang mentioned by Zhu Mingyuan was this kid in front of him? "Master Jiang, why have you come to the Alchemist Guild?" While the middle-aged man was feeling uneasy, Zhu Mingyuan had already hurried to Zhang Fan's side, speaking respectfully. Zhang Fan glanced at the middle-aged man and said calmly, "I wanted to go in and get an alchemist badge, but he stopped me at the door." "What?" When Zhu Mingyuan heard this, his stern gaze immediately fell on the middle-aged man. "Oh no!" Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man's face instantly turned extremely pale. Without waiting for Zhu Mingyuan to speak, he directly knelt in front of Zhang Fan with a thud. "Master Jiang, I was wrong. I was blind and disrespectful. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please spare me." At this moment, the middle-aged man didn't care about saving face anymore, hastily begging for forgiveness from Zhang Fan. Even the esteemed second-grade senior alchemist Zhu Mingyuan had to show respect to this young man. If this young man really wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be easier than killing an ant? Zhang Fan didn't bother to argue with the middle-aged man, simply saying, "Can I go in now?" "Yes, yes." Seeing that Zhang Fan didn't seem to pursue the matter further, the middle-aged man was overjoyed. He quickly gestured to Zhang Fan, "Master Jiang, please come in. Please come in." Master Jiang, this is your first time at the Alchemist Guild. You might not be familiar with it. How about I take you to participate in the Alchemist assessment? Just then, Zhu Mingyuan also spoke up. Alright. Zhang Fan nodded, then walked into the Alchemist Guild with Zhu Mingyuan. Master Zhu, why are you at the Alchemist Guild? Zhang Fan asked curiously as they entered. Zhu Mingyuan sighed and said, to be honest, I came to the Alchemist Guild today to be assessed as a third-grade alchemist, but I failed. As they spoke, they soon arrived at the Alchemist Guild's Alchemist Assessment Hall. Stepping into the hall, a faint scent of medicinal herbs wafted through the air, refreshing the senses. Zhang Fan's gaze swept across the hall and noticed about 10 stone platforms of unknown material in the center. Each platform held an alchemy furnace and various alchemy ingredients. At this moment, 7 or 8 young people were sitting impatiently on these platforms. What surprised Zhang Fan was that the purple-clad girl who had clashed with him on the street earlier was among them. In addition, in the front of the hall, there was a formidable white-haired old man. On his chest, he wore a silver alchemist emblem with 4 stars. Master Jiang, the old man in front of you is Danny Chen, the president of the Alchemist Guild of Lingyun City, and the only 4th-grade grand alchemist in Lingyun City, Zhu Mingyuan whispered to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan nodded. He looked at the young people on the stone platforms and asked, are these people here for the alchemist assessment? Yes and no. Generally, unless it's an assessment for a third-grade alchemist, the grand alchemists won't personally preside over it. But recently, it's been said that the grand alchemists are looking for apprentices, so these people are probably here for that reason, Zhu Mingyuan explained in a low voice. Master Zhu, are you bringing your disciple for the alchemist assessment? While the two were talking quietly, Danny Chen's faint laughter suddenly rang in their ears. The gazes of the 7 or 8 young people on the stone platforms all fell on Zhang Fan and Zhu Mingyuan. How is it him? The purple-clad girl couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on her face as she saw Zhang Fan suddenly appear in her line of sight. Master Dan, spare me. I'm not qualified to be his teacher, Zhu Mingyuan quickly interjected. Oh, a look of surprise flashed in Danny Chen's old eyes. Young man, are you here for the alchemist assessment? Yes. Zhang Fan nodded and calmly stated, I'm here to be assessed as a third-grade alchemist. Silence. Zhang Fan's calm words instantly silenced the hall, almost to the point where a pin drop could be heard. Especially the 7 or 8 young people on the stone platforms, similar in age to Zhang Fan, looked at him as if he were a fool. After a moment, they couldn't help but sneer at Zhang Fan. Damn, is this kid out of his mind? He actually said he's here to be assessed as a third-grade alchemist. Hey, talking big without fear of tripping over his own tongue. With his looks, it's questionable if he can even pass as a first-grade alchemist. Of course. Zhang Fan's arrogant words also made Danny Chen pause harshly. He glanced at Zhu Mingyuan next to Zhang Fan, and couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that this kid really has the ability of a third-grade alchemist? If that's true, it would be too monstrous. Kid, do you really want to be assessed as a third-grade alchemist? Danny Chen came to his senses and couldn't help but show a strange expression when looking at Zhang Fan. Any problem? Zhang Fan casually replied, but if you can assess as a 4th-grade alchemist here, I wouldn't mind playing with a 4th-grade alchemist badge. Zhang Fan's words immediately caused an uproar in the hall again. Damn! This kid is insanely arrogant. Ha ha! Assessing as a 4th-grade alchemist, this kid has some nerve. If he can become a 4th-grade alchemist, I'm afraid I'll be even more awesome than Master Yin Qingxian. 4th-grade alchemist. This guy actually wants to be assessed as a 4th-grade alchemist. This time, even Zhu Mingyuan was shocked by Zhang Fan's words. He thought that the 3rd grade was Zhang Fan's limit, who knew he could still aim for the 4th grade. Based on his understanding of Zhang Fan during this period, if he dares to say that, it means he can definitely refine 4th grade elixirs. A 15 or 16-year-old 4th grade alchemist. This is too abnormal. Kid, I can only assess as a 3rd grade alchemist here. Danny Chen's eyes gleamed, and he smiled slightly at Zhang Fan. I wonder what grade badge you have now. Zhang Fan shook his head. I haven't received an alchemist badge yet. Ha ha. This kid hasn't even got an alchemist badge yet, and he's delusional about being assessed as a 4th grade alchemist. It's really making me laugh. Zhang Fan's words made the group of young people in the hall burst into laughter uncontrollably. Kid, according to our alchemist guild, you must first be assessed as a 1st grade alchemist, successfully promoted, and then you can be assessed as a 2nd grade alchemist. Danny Chen looked at Zhang Fan with a smile all over his face. Do you still want to participate in the assessment? He wanted to see if this kid was just a braggart or a real genius. Alright, let's promote grade by grade then. Zhang Fan nodded, then flashed his figure and sat down on a stone platform. The stone platform he chose happened to be next to the purple-clad girl he had clashed with before. Didn't expect to meet you here. Just based on you daring to boast about being assessed as a 4th-grade alchemist? I suggest you leave now. If you can't even refine a 1st-grade elixir later, I wonder how you'll end up. The purple-clad girl looked at Zhang Fan and couldn't help but sneer. What does it have to do with you how I end up? Zhang Fan shrugged, his voice echoing in the hall instantly. Besides, a mere 1st-grade elixir, I can refine it in 3 minutes. 3 minutes to refine a 1st-grade elixir. Zhang Fan's still extremely arrogant voice made the young people on the stone platform completely speechless. They didn't even bother to mock Zhang Fan's words. 3 minutes, not even enough time to prepare ingredients, light the fire, and heat the furnace, yet this guy claims he can refine the elixir. Does he really think everyone here is a fool? Alright, time's almost up, let's begin. The assessment for a 1st-grade alchemist is very simple. You can freely demonstrate, just refine a formed 1st-grade elixir. Just then, Danny Chen's voice suddenly rang in the ears of the crowd. As Danny Chen spoke, 7 or 8 young men on the stone platform began to act one after another. Zhang Fan swept his gaze and noticed that most of these young men were preparing materials for refining healing pills and energy-boosting pills. Only the purple-clad girl next to Zhang Fan and a stern-faced young man in black were preparing to refine a high-grade pill called body-tempering pill. About 2 to 3 minutes later, everyone on the stone platform, except Zhang Fan, had prepared their materials and started heating the furnaces. In an instant, the 7 or 8 pill furnaces were ablaze with roaring flames. The temperature in the hall instantly rose a few degrees. Although these young men's techniques were inexperienced, their alchemy process was orderly, with almost no mistakes. Especially the purple-clad girl and the young man in black. They quickly began to put medicinal herbs into the pill furnace. Why haven't you started yet? Don't tell me you don't even know how to begin alchemy. The purple-clad girl couldn't help but sneer at Zhang Fan as she put herbs into the furnace. She looked at Zhang Fan, who was still motionless, and couldn't help but mock him disdainfully. You better focus on your pills. I'm afraid if I start alchemy, it will affect your mood and you might accidentally explode the furnace, Zhang Fan said casually. Ridiculous. My body-tempering pill is nearing completion in the medicinal stage, about to condense into a pill. How could it possibly explode? The purple-clad girl sneered and provocatively looked at Zhang Fan. Since you're so eager for me to fail, I'll grant your wish. For me, making pills is as simple as drinking water. Zhang Fan said, then quickly lit the furnace in front of him. In a flash. In less than 30 seconds, he skillfully placed all the medicinal herbs for the body-tempering pill into the furnace like flowing water. After less than 2 minutes, Zhang Fan swiftly formed a pill condensation technique. Moments later, Zhang Fan opened the furnace and directly presented a body-tempering pill in front of everyone. 3 minutes. This guy actually managed to refine a high-grade pill like the body-tempering pill in less than 3 minutes. This scene instantly petrified the 7 or 8 young men on the stone platform. They even forgot their own alchemy actions. Then, a series of explosions resounded one after another. In the blink of an eye, including the purple-clad girl, several young men in front of them had their furnaces completely explode. How is this possible? The purple-clad girl looked at the body-tempering pill in Zhang Fan's hand, then at her exploded furnace in disbelief. I told you, if I alchemize, it would affect your mood, but you didn't believe me, Zhang Fan smirked, looking at the purple-clad girl. Are you satisfied now? The purple-clad girl's face turned red instantly, wishing she could disappear. She never expected Zhang Fan to actually refine the body-tempering pill in 3 minutes. She never imagined that she would be so shocked by Zhang Fan's incredible performance that she ended up exploding her furnace at a critical moment during the assessment. She glanced at the black-clad young man who remained unaffected, and her face turned somewhat pale. Whether she could become a disciple of Danny Chen during this visit to Lingyun City was crucial for her and her family. With her current performance, how could she become Danny Chen's disciple? After a few more minutes, the black-clad young man finally succeeded in refining the body-tempering pill. This black-clad young man was the only one besides Zhang Fan on the stone platform who successfully refined the pill. This kid has good talent and temperament, quite a promising material. Watching the performance of the black-clad youth, Danny Chen couldn't help but nod in approval. As for Zhang Fan, Danny Chen simply ignored him. Based solely on Zhang Fan's earlier display, Danny Chen was already clear. The seemingly arrogant words of this kid before were not mere boasting. Perhaps his proficiency in alchemy might truly surpass his own. Such a monstrous talent was simply beyond his ability to teach. President Dan, can I continue with the second-grade assessment now? Just as Danny Chen was deeply moved in his heart, Zhang Fan's calm voice brought him back to reality. Yes, of course. To avoid any disruptions during the assessment, Starting from the second grade alchemist assessment, our alchemist guild has dedicated assessment rooms. Would you like to continue here, or go to the specialized alchemist assessment room? Danny Chen smiled at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan waved his hand directly. No need for the trouble, let's start here. For the second grade alchemist assessment, I have prepared the alchemy pill for you to refine, an energy boosting pill. Danny Chen didn't waste any time and quickly took out the materials for a second grade energy boosting pill from his storage ring and placed them in front of Zhang Fan. The energy boosting pill, a second grade basic alchemy pill, was 2 levels lower than the advanced second grade pill, the Qi gathering pill. Zhang Fan effortlessly refined the pill in just over 10 minutes. The assessment for a second grade alchemist. Was it really that easy? Seeing this astonishing scene before them, the youths on the stone platform were almost wide-eyed in disbelief. At that moment, they finally realized that this kid wasn't just bragging, he was truly exceptional. And not just exceptional, but exceptionally outstanding. Your talent in alchemy is truly unprecedented in my lifetime, Danny Chen couldn't help but exclaim, looking at Zhang Fan. May I ask if you would like to continue with the third grade alchemist assessment here? Of course, Zhang Fan nodded, then glanced at Zhu Mingyuan beside him. Master Zhu, would you like to join the assessment as well? Zhu Mingyuan hesitated for a moment, then smiled bitterly. I'm afraid I can't, I already failed the previous assessment. Zhang Fan smiled faintly, his proud voice echoing in everyone's ears. Don't worry, just come and participate in the assessment. With me here, I guarantee your promotion to a third grade alchemist today. Zhang Fan's confident words once again plunged the hall into a deathly silence. Everyone looked at Zhang Fan with eyes as if they were looking at a monster. You say you're amazing at alchemy, refining first, second, and third grade pills at will, we acknowledge that. Although a teenager becoming a third grade alchemist is somewhat unbelievable, it's still acceptable. But now this guy actually says he will help the nearby second grade alchemist to advance to third grade. Damn it! Can an alchemist's promotion be that easy with someone's help? If it were that simple, there would probably be alchemists everywhere, second grade ones like dogs, third grade ones all over the place, and they wouldn't be as rare as they are now, right? Just when everyone thought Zhang Fan would never help Zhu Mingyuan advance to a third grade alchemist. Zhu Mingyuan, however, was overjoyed and hurriedly ran to a stone platform beside Zhang Fan. This scene made the corners of the mouths of the youths on the stone platform twitch uncontrollably. This second grade alchemist actually believed that the kid could help him advance to third grade. Isn't this just pure nonsense? Master Dan, could you please prepare a third grade alchemist assessment for me as well? Zhu Mingyuan completely ignored the shocked gazes of the surrounding youths and excitedly said to Danny Chen. If this had been said to him before by someone else, Zhu Mingyuan would have definitely wanted to curse them. But now that it came from Zhang Fan, Zhu Mingyuan had every reason to believe. Since getting to know Zhang Fan, Zhu Mingyuan has heard countless crazy words like this from Zhang Fan's mouth. However, every time everyone thought Zhang Fan's words were just nonsense, he repeatedly turned impossibilities into possibilities. Now that Zhang Fan said he would help him advance to the rank of a third grade alchemist, how could Zhu Mingyuan foolishly refuse? Regardless, Zhu Mingyuan decided to give it a try. After all, even if he failed again, it wouldn't be a big deal. But once successful, he would fulfill his long-cherished wish and become a third grade alchemist. Danny Chen watched this scene, a hint of astonishment flashing in his cloudy old eyes. Without further ado, he directly prepared the assessment content for the third grade alchemist for Zhang Fan and Zhu Mingyuan. He wanted to see to what extent this little alchemy demon in front of him could be demon-like. For this third grade alchemist assessment, Danny Chen prepared the third grade primary pill, the Return to Heaven pill, for Zhu Mingyuan. As for Zhang Fan, Danny Chen directly prepared the third grade advanced innate spirit pill. Obviously, Danny Chen also wanted to see the limit of this little alchemy demon in front of him. After receiving the assessment topic, Zhu Mingyuan quickly arranged the materials and started the alchemy process. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan was alchemizing while keeping an eye on Zhu Mingyuan's movements. Soon enough, Zhu Mingyuan began putting herbs into the pill furnace. After skillfully adding several herbs, Zhu Mingyuan grabbed a transparent bamboo stick about a foot long, put the Heaven Heart bamboo and Earth Abyss sand in last before entering the furnace. Just then, Zhang Fan's faint voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Zhu Mingyuan, upon hearing this, quickly set down the Heaven Heart bamboo and added other herbs to the furnace. Watching Zhang Fan actually alchemizing on his own while guiding Zhu Mingyuan on the side left everyone stunned once again. This guy could actually multitask while alchemizing. Impressive. This was too damn impressive. Alchemy is a very delicate craft. Generally, any alchemist must be fully focused when making pills. Otherwise, any slight negligence could lead to alchemical failure. But this guy in front of them was multitasking, alchemizing on his own while guiding others. This Was this guy even letting others live? With Jiang Fan's guidance, Zhu Mingyuan smoothly added all the other herbs to the furnace, leaving only the Heaven Heart Bamboo and Earth Abyss Sand. But just as Zhu Mingyuan hesitated about what to add next, the furnace suddenly became restless. This scene made Zhu Mingyuan somewhat flustered. Don't panic, take 2/3 of the Heaven Heart Bamboo, 10 Earth Abyss Sands, and add them to the furnace together. Just then, Jiang Fan's faint voice sounded in his ear once again. Zhu Mingyuan dared not delay and quickly followed the instructions. Soon, the previously restless furnace calmed down. Watching the herbs gradually liquefy in the furnace, Zhu Mingyuan was also excited and quickly began condensing the pill. A few minutes later, the Return to Heaven pill was finally refined by him. After Zhu Mingyuan successfully refined the pill, Jiang Fan also accelerated his alchemy speed and quickly succeeded in refining the Innate Spirit pill. Watching the situation before them, the young men on the stone platform were completely numb. This guy in front of them was simply inhuman and beyond rational comprehension. Master Jiang, thank you. After Jiang Fan finished refining the pill, Zhu Mingyuan respectfully bowed to Jiang Fan. His demeanor was as if he regarded Jiang Fan as his teacher. This child's talent in alchemy, I'm afraid it won't be long before my great Xia country produces an alchemy grandmaster. Danny Chen took a while to recover from the shock. The 3 alchemists who completed the assessment, follow me to receive the alchemist emblem, everyone else can disperse. After Danny Chen finished speaking, he led Jiang Fan and the other 2 towards the main hall. The remaining youths, including the girl in purple, left the alchemist assessment hall in a daze. After receiving the 3rd-grade alchemist badge, Jiang Fan had a meal at Zhu Mingyuan's invitation before returning to the Lingyun Martial Mansion. Sir, someone from the Sect Affairs Hall came today and said you must complete a college task this month to have time to collect it at the Sect Affairs Hall, one of the servants told Jiang Fan as soon as he returned to his residence. Alright, I understand, Jiang Fan nodded. Jiang Fan had heard Meng Qingsno mention college tasks before. In the Lingyun Martial Mansion, inner mansion disciples had to complete a college task every month. This was a means for the martial mansion to train its disciples. However, it was said that completing college tasks could earn a large number of student points. Whether it was exchanging martial arts in the mansion or practicing in certain specific places, student points were required. Jiang Fan also planned to earn some student points for fun. The night passed quietly. The next morning, Jiang Fan went straight to the Sect Affairs Hall. You must be the famous junior brother Jiang in the inner mansion recently. What kind of college task would you like, junior brother Jiang? Jiang Fan entered the Sect Affairs Hall, and the steward in charge of task distribution greeted him with a smile. Jiang Fan smiled slightly and said, I want a task with a generous reward. Generous reward? The steward pondered slightly and said, not long ago, the Martial Mansion released a 3-star task with a reward of 100,000 student points. Before the steward could finish, Jiang Fan interrupted, alright, I'll take this 3-star task. Junior brother Jiang, this task might not be easy. The steward smiled wryly. 3-star tasks for students are generally challenging, and this time the task information is very limited. Do you want to consider changing it? Jiang Fan shook his head and said, no need, I want this 3-star task. Junior brother Jiang, the content of this 3-star task is to go to the Fire family in Fenghua City. It is said that the Fire family is in trouble and needs help. However, the specific situation is not clearly stated on the task. Seeing that Jiang Fan seemed determined, the steward stopped persuading him and directly explained the task. Alright, I will set off for Fenghua City right away. After choosing the task, Jiang Fan did not linger in the Martial Mansion for too long and headed straight to Fenghua City. Fenghua City was one of the cities under the jurisdiction of the Lingyun Mansion, located 800 miles northwest of Lingyun City where Jiang Fan was. Unlike Sangshan City where Jiang Fan was from, Fenghua City had always been dominated by the Fire family. It could be said that the Fire family had been the overlord of Fenghua City for many years. However, this time, the Fire family had to seek help from the Lingyun Martial Mansion. Obviously, the trouble encountered by the Fire family this time was not a simple matter. Half a day later, Jiang Fan arrived at a plain within the territory of Fenghua City. Strange, as far as I know, Fenghua City should be as prosperous as Sangshan City. We are not far from Fenghua City, but why does the main road look so desolate? Jiang Fan looked up at the faintly visible outline of the huge city ahead and couldn't help muttering to himself, help! Help me! Just then, a sudden cry for help rang in Jiang Fan's ears. Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows and swiftly moved towards the direction of the voice. Not far ahead, around a bend, several warriors were surrounding an old man with a hunched back. The old man carried a tattered cloth bag on his back and held a gentle-looking girl of 15 or 16 in his hand. The girl looked terrified, pale-faced, obviously frightened by the scene before her. Ha ha. Old man, stop shouting. Our Tianlong gang will soon break through Finghua City and become the overlord of this land. Do you think anyone will come to save you? If you are smart, just hand over your granddaughter to us for some fun, and we might consider sparing your life. Just as Zhang Fan was assessing the situation before him, the leading black-clad man's brazen voice rang directly in Zhang Fan's ear. Grandpa. The girl trembled all over upon hearing the unbridled laughter of the black-clad man, despair evident in her lively eyes. You dare not lay a finger on my granddaughter unless you step over my dead body. The old man firmly shielded the girl behind him, a resolute glint flashing in his cloudy eyes. Humph, old man, I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't cherish it. In that case, I'll grant your wish. The black-clad man snorted coldly, a sharp cold light flashing in his eyes. With a swift swing of his long sword, he thrust it towards the old man. Swish! Just as the black-clad man's sword was about to strike the old man, a sword aura instantly tore through the void, swiftly grazing the black-clad man's neck. In an instant, crimson blood splattered. The head of the black-clad man was severed by the sharp sword aura and fell to the ground. The sudden turn of events stunned the remaining warriors. They all turned abruptly to look behind them. A young man of 15 or 16 years old had appeared there unnoticed, his eyes cold and indifferent. Kid, who are you, and why do you meddle in the affairs of my heavenly dragon gang? One of the bald men with a large knife glared fiercely at Zhang Fan and said menacingly, whether you're from the heavenly dragon gang or the heavenly worm gang, bullying unarmed civilians is unforgivable. Zhang Fan's voice was cold as he swiftly moved like a phantom, passing through the warriors as if dancing through flowers. In an instant, the warriors fell to the ground one after another. Almost without exception, deep blood marks appeared on their necks. Zhang Fan's sudden appearance swiftly resolved the situation. It took the old man a while to come to his senses. He quickly knelt before Zhang Fan. Thank you, young hero, for saving our lives. Beside the old man, the girl stared at Zhang Fan in astonishment, a hint of curiosity in her beautiful eyes. It was just a small effort, no need for such formality, old man. Zhang Fan helped the old man up, somewhat puzzled. Old man, who are these warriors, and how dare they act so brazenly near Finghua City? The old man replied, to the west of Finghua City, on Tianlong Mountain, there is a gang called the Heavenly Dragon Gang, and these are their bandits. Zhang Fan frowned. If the Heavenly Dragon Gang is so audacious, doesn't Finghua City intervene? Previously, the Hua family ruled Finghua City, and the Heavenly Dragon Gang didn't dare to act so recklessly. But recently, the leader of the Heavenly Dragon Gang, Xiang Tianlong, broke through to the innate realm, reportedly even severely injuring the head of the Hua family. Now that the Hua family is in trouble themselves, how can they manage such matters? The old man sighed. I see. Zhang Fan nodded in realization. It seemed that the Hua family in Finghua City was indeed facing trouble, and the source of this trouble was the so-called Heavenly Dragon Gang. Old man, Finghua City may not be peaceful lately. It's dangerous for you and your granddaughter to stay here. If you don't mind, you can go to the Baodan Pavilion in Lingyun City to seek employment. Say that Zhang Fan sent you. Without waiting for a response, Zhang Fan swiftly headed towards Finghua City. Half an hour later, Zhang Fan finally arrived at Finghua City. From a distance, he saw two groups facing off at the city gate, the atmosphere tense. Zhang Fan knew without a doubt that these two groups were the Hua family of Finghua City and the Heavenly Dragon Gang. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan strode towards the city gate of Finghua City. Kid, what the hell do you want? Can't you see that our Heavenly Dragon Gang is conducting business here? If you don't want to die, get lost. Otherwise, I'll slaughter you with one strike. At this moment, in the Tianlong stronghold, the leading middle-aged man also noticed Zhang Fan approaching the city gate. His face turned cold as he sternly shouted at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan raised his head, glanced at the middle-aged man, and calmly said, I'm not here to die, I'm here to find someone. Humph, just a brat dares to act arrogantly in front of our Tianlong stronghold. The middle-aged man's face turned icy as he ordered, Xianghu, kill him for me. Following the middle-aged man's command, a burly figure swiftly emerged from behind him. Kid, you must have a lot of guts, daring to meddle in the affairs of Tianlong stronghold. The man named Xiang who brandished his long knife, roaring as he angrily slashed towards Zhang Fan. Mountain-splitting strike, go to hell. Zhang Fan stood calmly, his expression serene as he faced the oncoming blade. It wasn't until the blade was above his head that he casually extended two fingers. In an instant, the blade was caught between Zhang Fan's fingers effortlessly. He held it as if it were a mere leaf, lightly and effortlessly. Gripping the blade lightly, Zhang Fan gave it a sharp shake, and the blade snapped in response. Xianghu's body was instantly sent flying by a powerful force. Zhang Fan remained expressionless, flicking the tip of the broken blade with his 2 fingers. With a swift movement, the blade pierced through Xianghu's chest, and a gush of crimson blood erupted. Soon after, Xianghu's towering figure collapsed to the ground with a thud. This sudden turn of events left not only the people of Tianlong's stronghold stunned but also the members of the Hua family. Xianghu was, after all, a Qi realm martial artist. Yet he was effortlessly killed by this young man before them. This young man was undoubtedly an unparalleled genius. Zilwan, isn't this the young man who clashed with you in Lingyun City before? How did he end up here? In front of the Hua family members, a middle-aged beauty looked at Zhang Fan, who had just killed Xianghu with a single move, her face filled with astonishment. Yes, it's him. Beside the middle-aged beauty stood the purple-clad young woman, her eyes revealing a hint of complexity. This young woman was none other than Hua Zilwan, the daughter of the Hua family in Finghua City, who had clashed with Zhang Fan in Lingyun City yesterday. Half a month ago, the leader of Tianlong's stronghold, Xiang Tianlong, broke through to the innate realm and invaded Finghua City. Her father, the head of the Hua family, almost risked his life to repel Xiang Tianlong. Yesterday, she went to Lingyun City to participate in the alchemist assessment, hoping to become a disciple of Danny Chen. If she could become Danny Chen's disciple, she could use his identity as a 4th-grade alchemist to deter Xiang Tianlong and resolve the crisis facing the Hua family. However, this plan ultimately failed. In the end, with no other choice, Hua Zilwan had to pay a price and post a task at the Lingyun Martial Hall, hoping to use their help to get through this crisis. This young man is formidable. Xianghu was a Qi realm martial artist at the 4th level, yet he was easily killed by him with a single move. His martial talent is no less than the geniuses on the Lingyun ranking of the Lingyun Martial Hall. Could he be the one sent by the Lingyun Martial Hall to help our Hua family? The middle-aged beauty stared at Zhang Fan, her eyebrows furrowed tightly. Although this young man had astonishing talent, the Hua family was facing an innate realm powerhouse this time. Could this kid really help them overcome this crisis? You bastard, dare to kill someone from my Tianlong stronghold? Seeing Zhang Fan kill Xianghu with one move, the middle-aged man leading Tianlong's stronghold, after a moment of shock, his face instantly turned extremely ferocious. If you dare to kill, then kill. What can you do to me? Zhang Fan's face remained calm. The ones I'm here to kill today are the people from Tianlong's stronghold. Good. Very good. Little rascal, soon Xiang Tianxian will make you understand what a tragic end it will be to go against Tianlong's stronghold. The middle-aged man Xiang Tianxian was furious and laughed. He angrily ordered the 4 golden-clothed men behind him, Tianlong guards, set up the formation for me. With a roar from Xiang Tianxian, the 4 golden-clothed men behind him charged out directly. The 4 golden-clothed men, from 4 different directions, surrounded Zhang Fan in the center, then cooperatively launched attacks towards Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's face turned cold, instantly transforming into a faint shadow, fierce punches bursting out from his fists, turning into a sky full of fist shadows in midair. In the blink of an eye, all 4 golden-clothed men were hit multiple times without exception. Soon after, several muffled groans sounded in the air. The bodies of the 4 golden-clothed men were sent flying in midair, then heavily crashed down several meters away. Young hero, be careful, the 4 Tianlong guards of Tianlong stronghold practice a secret technique. When they join forces, their defense and recovery abilities are extremely formidable, not easy to deal with. Just then, a reminder sounded behind Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was slightly startled. Then, Zhang Fan was surprised to see that the 4 golden-clothed men he had just knocked down were emitting a dazzling golden light from their bodies. After a moment, all 4 golden-clothed men stood up unscathed from the ground. Ha ha! Kid, the 4 golden guards of Tianlong stronghold joining forces to use a secret technique. Even a martial artist at the 9th level of Qi manipulation can't handle them. Unless you are a strong innate realm expert, you will undoubtedly die today. At this moment, Xiang Tianxian couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. After being slightly surprised for a moment, Zhang Fan quickly regained his composure. He glanced at the 4 golden-clothed men and a disdainful smirk appeared on his lips. What kind of nonsense secret technique? Just a combined attack technique containing the rudiments of basic formations. Do you think you can deal with me with just these 4 guys? Keep your eyes wide open and watch how I deal with them with just one sword. With a cold tone, Zhang Fan drew out the flame dragon sword. A burst of sword intent erupted instantly, then swiftly swung it 4 times in the air. In an instant, 4 sharp sword energies, carrying an unstoppable aura, shattered the golden light on the bodies of the 4 golden-clothed men in the blink of an eye. Even their bodies were instantly cut into 2 by Zhang Fan's sharp sword energies. Watching Zhang Fan casually dispatch the 4 Tianlong guards of Tianlong stronghold, everyone present, whether from Tianlong stronghold or the Hua family, was shocked to the core. Aunt Lon, how? How can he be so powerful? Is he an innate realm expert? Hua Zilwan stared blankly at the scene in front of her, taking a while to recover from the shock. This guy's talent in alchemy was already abnormal, now he was a genuine third-grade alchemist. But Hua Zilwan never expected that this guy's martial talent was equally abnormal. Killing the 4 Tianlong guards of Tianlong stronghold with one move, this was something only an innate realm expert could achieve. I don't know if he's an innate expert, but the 4 sword energies he just displayed contain an indescribable aura. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary sword intent. The middle-aged beautiful woman looked at Zhang Fan, a look of incredulous shock in her beautiful eyes. A genius! This young man before her was actually a top genius who comprehended sword intent. Sword intent. Hearing this, Hua Zilwan couldn't help but let out an incredulous exclamation from her tempting cherry lips. Although Hua Zilwan's martial talent was not great, she knew what sword intent meant. Sword intent, this was the legendary true meaning of martial arts. In the Great Xia country, even among 10,000 martial cultivators, not necessarily one person could comprehend the true meaning of martial arts. At this moment, Hua Zilwan was completely at a loss for words to describe the abnormality of the young man in front of her. That's right, it's the sword intent. With this young man here, it seems that our Hua family should be able to overcome this crisis without any problems, the middle-aged beautiful woman said with a smile, her tense heart finally relaxing. The true meaning of martial arts, a synonym for invincibility. Since this young man has comprehended the sword intent, even without the strength of the innate realm, he still qualifies to compete with Xiang Tianlong. Kid, who are you? Seeing the 4 great Tianlong guards actually being killed by Jiang Fan with one sword, Xiang Tianxiong took a while to recover from his shock. The 4 great Tianlong guards were the power second only to his elder brother Xiang Tianlong in the Tianlong stronghold. Now they were easily destroyed by this young man before him. Xiang Tianxiong never expected that this young man's strength had reached such a level. Who am I? You are not worthy to know. Today, I don't want to start a massacre. Take your people and get out of here. Also, go back and tell Xiang Tianlong to come to Fenghua City to see me within 3 days, otherwise, he will bear the consequences. Zhang Fan glanced at Xiang Tianxiong indifferently and said lightly, Kid, who the hell do you think you are? Xiang Tianxiong was furious upon hearing Zhang Fan's extremely arrogant words. He glared fiercely at Zhang Fan, don't think that you have some strength, and my Tianlong stronghold will be afraid of you. Let me advise you. Bang! However, before Xiang Tianxiong could finish his words, Zhang Fan instantly displayed the sky-stepping technique, appearing ghostly above Xiang Tianxiong's head, kicking him to the ground. He looked coldly at Xiang Tianxiong, who was spitting blood on the ground, and his cold voice echoed in the air instantly. Why so much nonsense? If you don't want to die, get out of here immediately. Go back and tell Xiang Tianlong to come to see me within 3 days. Otherwise, 3 days later, I will crush your Tianlong stronghold. Xiang Tianxiong, in a sorry state, struggled to get up from the ground. Feeling Zhang Fan's icy killing intent, his expression instantly became extremely terrified. He didn't dare to hesitate at all, directly scrambling with all the people from the Tianlong stronghold, hurriedly leaving Fenghua City. Jiang, Master Jiang, thank you for coming to help my Hua family out of trouble today. After the people from the Tianlong stronghold left, Hua Zilwan hurriedly approached with her people. She looked at Zhang Fan, feeling somewhat apologetic. Yesterday in Lingyun City, I was reckless and offended you. I hope you don't mind. It's nothing, I didn't even think about yesterday's matter. Since I have taken on the task of helping your Hua family and resolving the Tianlong stronghold, it is my duty. Zhang Fan naturally wouldn't hold a grudge against Hua Zilwan, just smiling faintly. Master Jiang, for coming to help the Hua family out of this crisis, Zilwan is extremely grateful. However, Zilwan has one more request, hoping that Master Jiang will agree. Hua Zilwan said, then bit her lip and knelt down in front of Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan waved his hand, and a force lifted the kneeling Hua Zilwan up. Zilwan, although Master Jiang has exceptional martial talent, the problem on your father's body cannot be solved by martial strength alone. Just then, the middle-aged beautiful woman behind Hua Zilwan also stepped forward. She looked at Hua Zilwan with a slightly reproachful expression. Don't make things difficult for Master Jiang. No, I believe Master Jiang will have a way to save my father. Hua Zilwan looked at Zhang Fan with a pleading expression. I hope Master Jiang can help, no matter what conditions. Zilwan can agree. Others may not know Zhang Fan's background, but Hua Zilwan was well aware. Although Zhang Fan had only been assessed as a third-grade alchemist at the Alchemist Guild in Lingyun City yesterday, but his attainments in alchemy were so impressive that even Donnie Chen couldn't help but admire him. Hua Zilwan even had a feeling. Among the people she had encountered, if there was truly someone who could save her father, then that person would probably be the current Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan smiled faintly. Miss Hua wants me to save your father, so shouldn't you take me to see your father first? Master Jiang, please follow me. Delighted that Zhang Fan agreed, Hua Zilwan hurriedly led him into the Finghua city. Half an hour later, Hua Zilwan appeared with Zhang Fan in the room where the head of the Hua family, Hua Wujin, resided. Upon entering the room, Zhang Fan's gaze swept around and he noticed a middle-aged man in a red robe lying unconscious on the bed, his face pale. Beside the bed, there was a 2 to 3 meters tall red tiger lying there. With Zhang Fan's eyes as a 4th-grade beast tamer, it was easy for him to recognize that this was a 2nd-grade advanced demon beast, the flame tiger. However, this flame tiger's life force was already very weak, showing signs of imminent death. Next to the flame tiger, an old man in a beast tamer robe was sweating profusely while treating the flame tiger. Seeing the situation in the room, Zhang Fan couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. It's actually a life-sharing contract. Master Jiang indeed has sharp eyes. My father did indeed sign a life-sharing contract with this flame tiger. Half a month ago, my father and the flame tiger teamed up to repel Xiang Tianlong, giving the Hua family a chance to breathe. However, in that battle, the flame tiger was seriously injured, and my father ended up in his current state. Hua Zilwan sighed bitterly. In the divine martial continent, besides beast tamers, ordinary warriors who wanted to control demon beasts had to sign contracts with them. This life-sharing contract was a form of equal agreement. If one party was critically injured, the other party had to share their life with them. It could be said that the reason this flame tiger could hold on until now was because of the existence of the life-sharing contract. What it was consuming now was entirely the life of Hua Wujin. The only outcome of continuing like this would be the simultaneous death of Hua Wujin and the flame tiger. Miss Hua, I've done my best. The injuries of this flame tiger, even if you were to bring the most powerful 6th-grade beast tamer from the Great Xia Kingdom, I'm afraid it would be beyond saving. Seeing the two at the door of the room, the old man shook his head and sighed. Upon hearing the old man's words, Hua Zilwan's pretty face instantly turned pale. Oomph, who told you that the injuries of this flame tiger are beyond saving? You can't save it. You can only blame your lack of skills. Just then, a faint voice suddenly rang out in the room. Zhang Fan's cold snort immediately made the old man pause. Then, his gaze fell on Zhang Fan in an instant. Looking at this 15 or 16-year-old boy questioning his judgment, the old man's face turned somewhat unsightly. Kid, did you just say I lack skills? Isn't it true? This flame tiger clearly can be saved, yet you insist it's beyond saving. Isn't that a lack of skills? Zhang Fan said lightly. Kid, who do you think you are? Just a brat who hasn't even grown a full beard. What qualifications do you have to speak so arrogantly in front of me? The old man coldly snorted, looking disdainfully at Zhang Fan. This flame tiger is just barely hanging on thanks to the life-sharing agreement. I say it's beyond saving, that's an undeniable fact. Zhang Fan smirked. Since you said it still has a breath left, why can't it be saved? Kid, if you don't understand beast taming, don't talk nonsense here. The old man snorted coldly, saying confidently, I say this flame tiger is beyond saving, then it's definitely beyond saving. Even if you were to bring the most powerful beast tamer in the world, it would be useless. Zhang Fan smiled faintly, just saving a 2nd-grade flame tiger, I can handle it myself, why bother asking for help from others? Just you? The old man looked Zhang Fan up and down, as if hearing the funniest joke of his life. A 3rd-grade beast tamer like him couldn't solve the problem, what could this kid do? Master Jiang, can you really save the flame tiger? While the old man looked disdainful of Zhang Fan's words, Hua Zilwan was looking at Zhang Fan excitedly. Miss Hua, he's just an ignorant kid, don't let him deceive you. Otherwise, if he messes up, your father might be in real danger. The old man's face turned unpleasant as he saw Hua Zilwan starting to believe Zhang Fan. Ridiculous. The flame tiger shares life with Miss Hua's father. If you say the flame tiger is beyond saving, isn't it the same as saying her father is beyond saving? If you think her father is beyond saving, then what danger is there? You old fool, you seem really confused. Zhang Fan glanced at the old man indifferently, sneering. Kid, watch your words. If you have the guts, stop talking and prove yourself. If you can cure it, I'll kneel down and call you master. The old man's face flushed with anger at Zhang Fan's words. Ha ha. I'm afraid you've already accepted that title. With me here, this flame tiger, even if it wants to die, it can't. Zhang Fan focused his gaze on the flame tiger. Ding! You observed the critically injured 2nd-grade advanced demon beast flame tiger, triggering a 100-fold comprehension. Ding! You comprehend the method to treat the flame tiger. With the prompt in his mind, Zhang Fan organized the received information and then walked to the desk in the room, quickly writing down about 10 materials and handing them to Hua Zilwan. Miss Hua, please have someone use these materials to boil a fire for 15 minutes, then bring the concoction here. Alright, I'll have it prepared right away. Hua Zilwan didn't hesitate and quickly had the ingredients prepared as instructed by Jiang Fan. Meanwhile, the old man on the side was watching Jiang Fan with a sneer. This old man was named Lu Yuanhua, a highly experienced third-grade beast tamer in Fenghua City. Since being hired by the Hua family, he had examined the injuries on the flame tiger's body at least 10 times. During this time, he had tried various methods to treat the flame tiger, but none had any effect. Now he wanted to see what tricks this kid could come up with. As Jiang Fan and Lu Yuanhua waited quietly, about half an hour later, Hua Zilwan directed 2 Hua family servants to bring in 2 buckets of concoction. Seeing this, Lu Yuanhua couldn't help but mock. Kid, don't tell me you're going to use these concoctions to save this flame tiger? Jiang Fan replied calmly, is there a problem? You really are clueless, daring to show off here. Don't you know that the flame tiger is barely hanging on by a thread with the life-sharing contract, already losing its bodily functions? Even if your concoction is a miracle drug, it won't be able to absorb it. Lu Yuanhua sneered. I know it can't absorb it. If it could absorb it on its own, what would a beast tamer be needed for? Jiang Fan smiled faintly, not bothering to argue with the old man. He pointed at the 2 buckets of concoction, and they flew 3 meters high above the flame tiger's head. With Jiang Fan's control, the concoction quickly poured down towards the flame tiger below. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan's hands swiftly formed a mysterious hand seal, continuously striking the vital points of the flame tiger. After Jiang Fan had executed 12 hand seals in a row, the pouring medicinal liquid in midair also landed on the flame tiger. In an instant, a shocking scene unfolded. The medicinal liquid, upon touching the flame tiger's body, did not flow down as expected. Instead, under the guidance of Jiang Fan's 12 hand seals, the liquid was swiftly absorbed by the flame tiger. How? How is this possible? Lu Yuanhua was astonished as he witnessed this unbelievable scene, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. After a moment, Lu Yuanhua snapped out of his shock. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck his mind, recalling an ancient book he had coincidentally read about beast tamers. In that ancient book, there were records about ancient beast taming techniques. The methods Jiang Fan was displaying bore some resemblance to what was described in that ancient book. Could this be the legendary ancient beast taming technique? You actually know the legendary ancient beast taming technique. Lu Yuanhua's expression turned incredibly fearful in an instant, his gaze fixed on Jiang Fan, even stumbling over his words. You do have some knowledge to recognize this as the ancient beast taming technique. Yes, what I am using today is the Ascension chapter of the ancient beast taming technique. Today, I will use this ancient beast taming technique to help this flame tiger break through and advance to a third-rank demon beast. With Jiang Fan's calm words, the 2 barrels of medicinal liquid pouring down from midair were completely absorbed by the flame tiger. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan swiftly clasped his hands in front of his chest. Then, the 12 hand seals surrounding the flame tiger's body instantly entered the flame tiger's body. After all 12 hand seals had entered the flame tiger's body, vitality began to rapidly return to the flame tiger's body at a noticeable speed. Alright, I have slowly restored the flame tiger's vitality with the ancient beast taming technique, completely unlocking its potential. In at most half a month, it will break through and advance to a third-rank demon beast. By then, both the flame tiger and your father will awaken. Observing the situation on the flame tiger's body, Jiang Fan couldn't help but clap his hands and lightly smile at Hua Zilwan. Thank you so much. Hearing Jiang Fan's words, Hua Zilwan appeared extremely excited. She had initially asked Jiang Fan to save her father with a last-ditch effort. She never expected Jiang Fan to resolve the situation so easily. It was just a small effort, Miss Hua, no need to be polite. Jiang Fan smiled faintly, then turned to Lu Yuanhua beside him. So, what do you think? Do you now believe that this flame tiger can be saved? Master's proficiency in ancient beast taming techniques far surpasses mine in animal training. I am convinced. I was blind just now and failed to recognize Master's true abilities. I hope Master can forgive me. I am willing to follow Master for the rest of my life, listening to Master's teachings by your side. Lu Yuanhua said, then respectfully knelt before Jiang Fan. In learning, there is no distinction between senior and junior, the capable one is the teacher. Lu Yuanhua even felt that the young man before him had achieved greater success in beast taming than his former mentor. To become a disciple of such a beast taming master was not a disgraceful matter. Moreover, to follow a beast taming master skilled in ancient beast taming techniques was an aspiration countless beast tamers dreamed of. Seeing Lu Yuanhua suddenly change his demeanor in front of Jiang Fan, Hua Zilwan was both shocked and somewhat numb. She never imagined that Jiang Fan, who was already exceptional in alchemy and martial arts, was equally formidable in beast taming. In just a short while, he had completely won over a third-rank beast tamer who held himself in high regard. Extraordinary! He was truly extraordinary. In this world, how can there be such monstrous creatures in every aspect? You don't have to follow me. In this vast world, there are many hidden talents. I hope you won't underestimate others in the future, Zhang Fan said lightly, then turned and walked out of the room. After resolving the matter of Hua Zilwan's father, Zhang Fan stayed at the Hua residence, waiting for Xiang Tianlong of Tianlong Fort. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, but Xiang Tianlong had not appeared in Fenghua City. Early on the fourth day, in order to quickly resolve the trouble at the Hua residence and return to Lingyun Martial Mansion, Zhang Fan, disregarding the dissuasion of Hua Zilwan and others, decided to head to Tianlong Fort. Even when Hua Zilwan wanted to send people from the Hua family to help, Zhang Fan flatly refused. Leaving Fenghua City, Zhang Fan headed west towards Tianlong Mountain. An hour later, Zhang Fan arrived at the foot of Tianlong Mountain. He looked up at the steep mountain peak that seemed to pierce the sky like a knife. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan walked directly up the narrow and steep mountain path. Zhang Fan's speed was as fast as lightning, walking on the narrow and steep path almost effortlessly. In just over 10 minutes, Zhang Fan arrived at a checkpoint set up halfway up Tianlong Fort. Kid, who are you? Outsiders are forbidden from entering Tianlong Mountain. Get out of here! The guards at the checkpoint shouted fiercely at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan looked up at the guards at the checkpoint and said calmly, I'm here to settle accounts with the master of Tianlong Fort, Xiang Tianlong. Where did this brat come from, daring to act recklessly on Tianlong Mountain? I think you're looking for death. The guards of Tianlong Fort were instantly furious upon hearing Zhang Fan's words. They dove down from the checkpoint, wielding their weapons and charging towards Zhang Fan. Bang! A series of collisions rang out instantly. The guards didn't even have time to scream before they were lifted into the air and fell off the cliff to the side. After dealing with these guards, Zhang Fan continued along the treacherous mountain path. Tianlong Fort was heavily guarded, with a checkpoint set up every 500 meters. Soon, Zhang Fan arrived at the second checkpoint. However, these checkpoints set up by Tianlong Fort posed no threat to Zhang Fan. In less than a moment, Zhang Fan passed through 3 checkpoints in a row and arrived at an open space halfway up Tianlong Mountain. Zhang Fan raised his head slightly and a fortress came into view instantly. It was a huge fortress nearly 10 meters high. The fortress was built against the mountain, with walls made of huge blue stones, resembling an impregnable fortress. Kid, who are you, and why are you causing trouble in my Tianlong Fort? As Zhang Fan appeared at the gate of Tianlong Fort, a cold and angry voice resounded from the fortress walls. Zhang Fan raised his head slightly and saw a burly warrior from Tianlong Fort glaring at him. I'm not causing trouble, just here to settle accounts with Xiang Tianlong. Go and inform your master Xiang Tianlong to come and face me. Zhang Fan's voice echoed faintly in the air. A mere brat dares to come alone to cause trouble in my Tianlong Fort. Do you really think Tianlong Fort is easy to bully? If you know what's good for you, get out of Tianlong Mountain immediately. Otherwise, if you take one more step forward, there will be no mercy. The burly warrior's face turned cold, and he waved his hand, causing numerous heads to pop up on the fortress walls. They all swiftly drew their bows and aimed their arrows at Zhang Fan below. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Zhang Fan and the people of Tianlong Fort were at a standoff, several sounds of breaking wind came from behind Zhang Fan. At the same time, a conversation could be heard carried by the wind. Senior brother Nangong, it seems someone has beaten us to it. But judging from the situation, we are not too late. Regardless, Xiang Tianlong's head belongs to me. Anyone who dares to compete with me, don't blame me for being ruthless. With Xiang Tianlong's head, senior brother Nangong can obtain a heavenly spirit pill and break through to the innate realm in one fell swoop. By then, he will surely shine in the upcoming 9-mansion martial arts assembly. Zhang Fan was slightly taken aback and turned around to see 3 figures rushing towards the gate of the stronghold. As Zhang Fan was sizing up these 3 unexpected guests in front of him, the elegant and handsome young man leading the group walked straight up to Zhang Fan. Then, his extremely domineering voice resounded directly in Zhang Fan's ear. Kid, I, Nangong Yi, want the head of Xiang Tianlong, the leader of Tianlong Stronghold. No one should even think about competing with me. Are you from the Purple Cloud Martial Mansion? Zhang Fan did not respond to Nangong Yi's words but instead scanned the 3 individuals. They were all dressed in purple robes with the large characters Purple Cloud embroidered on their chests, looking particularly dazzling. Zhang Fan could easily guess. These 3 individuals in front of him should be students from one of the 9 mansions of the Great Xia Kingdom, the Purple Cloud Martial Mansion. Located west of Lingyun, the Purple Cloud Martial Mansion almost bordered the Wind and Fire City. The appearance of these three Purple Cloud Martial Mansion students here did not surprise Jiang Fan. That's right, we are students from the Purple Cloud Martial Mansion. Senior brother Nangong, we are the top 3 geniuses on the Purple Cloud ranking of the Purple Cloud Mansion. At this moment, a fairly attractive girl walked out from behind Nangong. She looked proud, looking down at Jiang Fan from a higher vantage point. Judging by your attire, you must be a disciple of the Lingyun Martial Mansion, right? Jiang Fan calmly replied, that's correct, I am an inner disciple of the Lingyun Martial Mansion. The Lingyun Martial Mansion, the lowest ranked of the 9 mansions in the Great Xia Kingdom. You, an inner disciple of the Lingyun Martial Mansion, dare to come to Tianlong Mountain alone. Aren't you seeking death? Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, the girl immediately sneered disdainfully. Ha ha, kid, didn't your Lingyun Martial Mansion mentor tell you that the leader of Tianlong Stronghold, Xiang Tianlong, is a martial artist at the 9th level of Qi Mastery? If you don't want to die, hand over Xiang Tianlong's head to us, then you can go back where you came from. On the other side, the boy carrying a long knife also laughed heartily. Unperturbed by the disdainful mockery of the 2 Purple Cloud Martial Mansion students, Jiang Fan remained unfazed. He looked at Nangong with a faintly eerie smile playing on his lips. Do you really want me to give you Xiang Tianlong's head? Firstly, in your Lingyun Martial Mansion, apart from the top-ranked Wu Feilong on the Lingyun ranking, no one can kill Xiang Tianlong. I am saving you. Secondly, whether you agree or not, Xiang Tianlong's head belongs to me. Whoever dares to stop me, I will kill them. Nangong looked arrogant, exuding an air of superiority. I came to Tianlong Mountain just to resolve a little trouble, not for Xiang Tianlong's head. Since you 3 are so interested in Xiang Tianlong's head, I'll give it to you. Jiang Fan looked at the 3 individuals in front of him indifferently, but inside, he was sneering. These 3 students from the Purple Cloud Martial Mansion had no idea that Xiang Tianlong had already broken through to the innate realm. He wanted to see if these 3 fellows could still be as impressive after meeting Xiang Tianlong later. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, Nangong ignored him and headed straight for the gate of the stronghold. Kid, you know your place. The female student from the Purple Cloud Martial Mansion glanced triumphantly at Jiang Fan, then quickly followed Nangong. Humph, a few brats dare to be so arrogant in my Tianlong stronghold. Shoot them with arrows, kill them. Watching Nangong and his companions walking straight towards the gate of the stronghold, the burly man on the city wall couldn't help but shiver. With a wave of his hand, a barrage of arrows shot towards the 3 individuals. A group of ants seeking death. Nangong's face turned cold as he waved his hand, transforming fierce energy into an illusory giant hand that caught all the arrows. In an instant, he hurled the arrows back towards the city wall. Instantly, a series of screams echoed from the wall. Nangong effortlessly slew all the archers on the wall with a single strike. In the blink of an eye, only a burly man with thick eyebrows stood alone. Who are you people? The burly man looked down at Nangong with a terrified expression. Nangong of the Purple Cloud Martial House. I came to Tianlong Mountain today only to claim Xiang Tianlong's head. If you don't want to die, then get out of my way. Nangong's cold voice fell, followed by a direct punch towards the tightly closed gate of the stronghold. Boom! The stronghold gate shattered. Nangong punched through the stronghold gate, ready to enter when a cold voice instantly emanated from inside. Humph! A few students from the Purple Cloud Martial House dare to act arrogantly on my turf. Do you think you can just take my head, Xiang Tianlong's head, so easily? With this cold voice, a burly middle-aged man, accompanied by a group of warriors, strode out from the stronghold. Clad in black robes, with thick eyebrows and a wild aura, Xiang Tianlong stared at Nangong. You are Xiang Tianlong, the leader of Tianlong's stronghold? I am Xiang Tianlong. Xiang Tianlong's face twisted with ferocity as he glared at Nangong. Just now, you said you wanted to take my head? That's right, I, Nangong, will claim your head today. Nangong drew a long sword, pointing it at Xiang Tianlong. Will you end it yourself, or shall I take it from you? Ha ha, you think you're worthy of taking Xiang Tianlong's head? Daring to act recklessly in my Tianlong stronghold, today will be your burial ground. Xiang Tianlong laughed maniacally, brandishing a yard-long golden knife. With a swift horizontal slash, a fierce blade aura descended towards Nangong like lightning. At that moment of Xiang Tianlong's strike, Nangong, who had been calm and composed, finally showed a sudden change in expression. Primordial blade aura. You are a primordial realm expert. Facing the incoming strike, Nangong's expression turned extremely fearful. Without hesitation, he swiftly retreated. As he moved back, he grabbed the shoulders of 2 Purple Cloud Martial House disciples. In a flash, he pushed them away, just as the sharp blade aura struck them, cutting their bodies in half. Friend, Xiang Tianlong has reached the primordial realm. If we join forces, perhaps we can stand a chance against him. Otherwise, none of us will leave here alive today. Nan Gongyi retreated to Jiang Fan's side, urging him, join forces with me? Only to stab me in the back later? A genius listed on the purple cloud ranking, sacrificing your companions just to survive. Trash like you, I refuse to associate with. Jiang Fan disdainfully glanced at Nan Gongyi, then turned to Xiang Tianlong, his voice echoing in the air. Xiang Tianlong, deal with this scum quickly. Once you've dealt with him, we can settle our score. Since you've come today, none of you will leave alive. Prepare to die. Xiang Tianlong snorted, his eyes gleaming with malice. Just as he waved the golden knife in his hand, another sharp knife energy swept out towards Jiang Fan and the others with the momentum of lightning. Seeing this, Nan Gongyi's face changed drastically in an instant. Heavenly Moon Slash. Without any hesitation, he directly displayed his strongest mysterious sword technique, clashing with Xiang Tianlong's knife energy. Boom! Nan Gongyi's strongest strike was instantly shattered by Xiang Tianlong's knife energy. Immediately, Nan Gongyi spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his figure flew out like a kite with a broken string for several zhangs. Nan Gongyi climbed up from the ground in a sorry state, without any pause, and hurriedly fled towards the mountain path outside. Only a stern voice lingered in the air from afar. Xiang Tianlong, I, Nan Gongyi, will remember today's events. When I return next time, I will definitely take your dog head. He sure knows how to run fast. Xiang Tianlong snorted coldly, then his gaze fell on Jiang Fan beside him. When he saw Jiang Fan still standing motionless in place, his eyes suddenly narrowed. This guy seemed to have not been affected at all by the knife energy just now. Kid, are you not with that guy just now? Xiang Tianlong stared straight at Jiang Fan with a gleam in his eyes. Of course not, Jiang Fan smiled faintly, but our goals seem to be not that different from theirs. Do you also want to kill me? Based on the fact that the guy just now, with his 9th level Qi mastery, is still not my match, what makes you think you can kill me? Xiang Tianlong looked at Jiang Fan indifferently, his expression extremely disdainful. This kid in front of him seemed even younger than the genius from the Purple Cloud Martial House just now. He really couldn't believe that this kid in front of him was also a prenatal realm expert. If he couldn't kill you, it's because he's incompetent, not because I can't. Xiang Tianlong, 3 days ago, I already sent someone to tell you to come to Manhwa City to see me. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. In that case, today I will fulfill my promise and crush your Tianlong stronghold. Jiang Fan's expression was emotionless, his cold voice ringing directly in Xiang Tianlong's ears. Jiang Fan's cold words immediately caused Xiang Tianlong's face to change drastically. He stared at Jiang Fan closely. It's you're the young man who helped the Hua family in Manhwa City? Jiang Fan couldn't be bothered to answer Xiang Tianlong, and simply said, disband the Tianlong stronghold, disable your cultivation, and I may consider sparing your life. Kid, don't be arrogant in front of me. I know you have comprehended the sword intent, but so what? As long as you're not a true prenatal expert, Xiang Tianlong is not afraid of you. A fierce light suddenly burst out in Xiang Tianlong's eyes. He tightly gripped the golden knife in his hands, and a 3-meter-long knife energy burst out from the blade in an instant. The dazzling knife light, like a lightning tearing through the void, angrily slashed towards Jiang Fan. Is that so? Then I'm very sorry to tell you that not only have I comprehended the sword intent, but I have also broken through to the prenatal realm as a prenatal expert. Jiang Fan's lips curled up in a cold smile. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and the aura of a prenatal expert in the sword intent erupted from him almost simultaneously. The aura of a prenatal expert in the sword intent erupted at the same time. Under Xiang Tianlong's horrified gaze, Jiang Fan swung his sword. This sword light seemed to lock Xiang Tianlong in place. A trace of inexplicable fear instantly spread through Xiang Tianlong's heart. This sword from Jiang Fan was just too powerful. Not to mention that he hadn't even recovered from his battle with Hua Wujin, the head of the Hua family, half a month ago. Even at his peak, he probably wouldn't be able to block this move. Hiss! While Xiang Tianlong was horrified, the sword light fell on his knife energy, effortlessly slicing it apart like cutting tofu. Soon after, a flash of sword light pierced directly through Xiang Tianlong's chest. Thump! Xiang Tianlong looked at Jiang Fan with unwillingness on his face, then his body swayed and fell heavily to the ground. In just one move, the majestic master of the Tianlong stronghold, the innate powerhouse Xiang Tianlong, had already been killed by this young man before him. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, all the warriors of the Tianlong stronghold were stunned. It took them a while to recover from the shock, and the look they gave Jiang Fan was one of extreme fear. Jiang Fan, expressionless, glanced at Xiang Tianlong's body before turning his gaze to the group of Tianlong stronghold warriors across from him. Clang! Dozens of Tianlong stronghold warriors, upon meeting Jiang Fan's gaze, trembled and dropped their weapons, kneeling together on the ground. "Sir, we will disband the Tianlong stronghold and leave Tianlong Mountain immediately, please spare our lives." Zhang Fan's face was cold. "Get lost, and make sure I never catch you doing such lawless acts of plundering and killing again, or I won't show mercy." Thank you, sir." The group of warriors were overjoyed, thanking Zhang Fan profusely before hastily heading down the mountain. "Xiang Tianxiong, the rest can leave, but you stay." Zhang Fan's gaze swept through the crowd and suddenly caught a familiar figure. He moved swiftly, grabbing the person's shoulder and throwing him out of the crowd. "Sir, please don't kill me. I can tell you a secret about the Tianlong stronghold." Xiang Tianxiong's face turned pale instantly, shouting in panic towards Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan casually said, "What secret could your Tianlong stronghold possibly have?" "Deep within the Tianlong stronghold, there is a cave left by a master, where my elder brother broke through to the innate realm with the pills left by that master. On a stone wall in that cave, the master also left behind a high-grade martial art." Xiang Tianxiong hurriedly explained. "A high-grade martial art, not a bad secret indeed. But even if you've said it, I have no intention of letting you go." Zhang Fan nodded, and with the flame dragon sword in hand, he moved it towards Xiang Tianxiong's neck. "No." Xiang Tianxiong's soul was scared out of him, barely able to utter a word before falling silent, turning into a cold corpse. With Xiang Tianxiong dealt with, Zhang Fan swiftly moved towards the Tianlong stronghold and soon found the cave Xiang Tianxiong mentioned. Upon entering the cave, Zhang Fan's gaze was drawn to a pattern on the side of the cave wall. "Ding! You observe the incomplete high-grade martial art, the Skyfire sword technique, triggering a 100-fold comprehension. Ding! You comprehend the complete version of the Skyfire sword technique. A low-grade martial art, the Skyfire sword technique." Zhang Fan was quite satisfied with this martial art on the cave wall. Last time at the Lingyun Martial Hall, he had comprehended the sword intent using the system. However, a person who had comprehended sword intent didn't even have a reliable sword technique. Although he had learned a low-grade sword technique through practice these days, upgrading to a high-grade martial art would still take some time. The Skyfire sword technique before him filled the gap in his sword skills. After comprehending the Skyfire sword technique, Zhang Fan scanned the cave but found nothing else of value. With a flash, he disappeared from the cave. Leaving Tianlong Mountain, Zhang Fan quickly returned to the Wind and Fire City. When Wu Zilwan and the others learned that Zhang Fan had killed Xiang Tianlong in less than half a day, completely destroying the Tianlong stronghold, they were speechless with shock. The Tianlong stronghold had once posed a threat to their Hua family. Now, it had been effortlessly resolved by Zhang Fan. Having resolved the trouble for the Hua family, Zhang Fan did not linger in the Hua family for long. Early the next morning, Zhang Fan bid farewell to Wu Zilwan and the others, leaving the Wind and Fire City. Returning to the Lingyun Martial Mansion, as Zhang Fan just stepped into his courtyard, a servant hurriedly approached him. "Master, you're finally back. Early this morning, a guest arrived in the courtyard, and she's still waiting for you in the living room." "A guest?" Zhang Fan was taken aback. Despite spending some time at the Lingyun Martial Mansion, he didn't know many people. Who would come here looking for him? With some doubt, Zhang Fan walked straight into the living room. Upon entering, a familiar and beautiful figure appeared in Zhang Fan's sight. "Master Su, why are you here?" Looking at Su Lingxiang in the living room, Zhang Fan couldn't help but ask in surprise. "Zhang Fan, you're back." Su Lingxiang raised her head slightly. Looking at Zhang Fan walking in from outside, a look of great joy appeared in her beautiful eyes. "Yes, I just completed a student task in Fenghua City and just returned." Zhang Fan nodded, curious. "Su Master, why are you here? Did Yen Lao Gu ask you to find me?" "Zhang Fan, you don't have to call me Master, just call me by my name." Hearing Zhang Fan calling her teacher while also treating her like a friend, Su Lingxiang couldn't help but feel speechless. Zhang Fan smiled slightly. "Then I'll call you Sister Lingxiang." Su Lingxiang didn't dwell on this issue and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Zhang Fan, I'm here to ask for your help, not on behalf of my teacher." "Sister Lingxiang, what do you need my help with?" Zhang Fan was slightly surprised. This woman in front of him was not just a pretty face but a genuine third-grade alchemist. More importantly, she was the disciple of the sixth-grade alchemy master Yin Qingxian. It could be said that in terms of status and strength, Su Lingxiang was someone that most people in this world would look up to. Zhang Fan really didn't know what Su Lingxiang needed his help with. "It's a long story, come with me to Qingxian residence, we can talk on the way," Su Lingxiang said, taking Zhang Fan outside. Just as the two of them stepped out of the courtyard, a thunderous shout rang in their ears. "Zhang Fan, you're finally back, I've been waiting for you for a long time." The sudden shout left Zhang Fan stunned. Following the voice, he saw a tall young man of about 18 or 19 years old jumping down from a nearby tree. Bang! The tall young man's body landed heavily in front of Zhang Fan and Su Lingxiang, about 3 zhang away. In an instant, the bluestone floor within a few meters around the tall young man cracked open. "You're Wu Feilong." Watching this scene, Zhang Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. The tall young man in front of him was strong. Definitely stronger than the innate expert Xiang Tianlong he had killed on Tianlong Mountain. In the Lingyun martial mansion, besides Wu Tianlong, who ranked first on the Lingyun list, who else could have such strength? "Yes, I am Wu Feilong." Wu Feilong looked at Zhang Fan indifferently. "A few days ago, you punched and killed my brother's black cloud python, right?" "Yes." Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. "What, do you want to avenge your brother?" "Of course. When dealing with a dog, you have to look at its owner, especially when you're bullying my brother. I heard you have a 6th grade fire Qilin cub. Give it to my brother, and I can pretend this never happened." Wu Feilong looked calmly at Zhang Fan, his tone carrying a strong sense of dominance. "Damn! Look, Wu Feilong is really here to cause trouble for Zhang Fan." The confrontation between Wu Feilong and Zhang Fan quickly caught the attention of the surrounding students. They were all eager to watch the show and gathered around the two of them. "Wu Feilong, what do you want?" "I'm here on my teacher's orders to take Zhang Fan to Qingxian residence. If you have any sense of propriety, get out of my way." Su Lingxiang's pretty face turned cold as she directly confronted Wu Feilong in front of her. Hearing Su Lingxiang's words, Wu Feilong's expression couldn't help but change slightly. This was the residence of Yin Qingxian, a 6th grade alchemy master. If it was really Yin Qingxian who wanted to see Zhang Fan, and he blocked Zhang Fan here, wouldn't that be disrespectful to Yin Qingxian? A 6th grade alchemy master was not someone a mere student from the Lingyun martial mansion could afford to offend. "Zhang Fan, consider yourself lucky today. The debt between us, I will settle with you another day." Wu Feilong coldly snorted with a grim face, about to turn and leave in large strides. "Wu Feilong, you come and go as you please, you really don't take me seriously." Just as Wu Feilong was about to turn around, Zhang Fan's calm voice sounded behind him. Wu Feilong's steps abruptly halted. He turned back, glaring at Zhang Fan angrily. "Zhang Fan, out of respect for Master Yen, I'll give you some face. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." "Zhang Fan, what do you want?" Seeing Zhang Fan unexpectedly stopping Wu Feilong who was about to leave, Su Lingxiang couldn't help but feel speechless. "Since he has come to me, I can't let him look down on me." Zhang Fan smiled faintly. "Lingxiang, wait for me. I'll deal with this guy first, then I'll go to Yin Qingxuan's residence with you." "Ha ha. Zhang Fan, I've heard you're quite arrogant. Today I, Wu Feilong, finally see it for myself." Wu Feilong laughed heartily. He looked disdainfully at Zhang Fan. "I want to see what you're capable of to deal with me." Zhang Fan looked calmly at Wu Feilong, extending 5 fingers towards him. Then, his proud voice instantly echoed in everyone's ears. "To deal with you, 5 minutes is enough." Damn, did I hear correctly? Zhang Fan said he will deal with Wu Feilong in 5 minutes. How? How is that possible? Zhang Fan's arrogant words caused a stir among the surrounding students. Who was Wu Feilong? A renowned genius of the Lingyun martial mansion, who had held the top spot on the Lingyun ranking for 3 years. During these 3 years, no one had been able to challenge Wu Feilong's position in the Lingyun martial mansion. What's more terrifying is, it was said that Wu Feilong had recently broken through to the innate realm, becoming an expert at that level. Such strength, even among the 9 mansions of the Great Xia Empire, was rare. Although Zhang Fan was exceptionally talented, comprehending the legendary sword intent and possessing the ability to fight beyond his level, could he really defeat Wu Feilong in 5 minutes? Ha ha! Deal with me in 5 minutes? Zhang Fan, this is perhaps the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. If you can harm even a single hair on my head in 5 minutes, I, Wu Feilong, will kneel and admit defeat on the spot. Wu Feilong said with wild laughter. As a peerless genius of the Lingyun martial mansion, Wu Feilong's combat prowess was extraordinary. Especially after breaking through to the innate realm, his strength was on par with some experts at the innate 2nd or even 3rd realm. Not to mention within the Lingyun martial mansion, even in the entire Great Xia Empire, there were probably few people of the same age who dared to speak such words in front of him. And now this guy in front of him wanted to defeat him in 5 minutes? It was simply a delusion. A joke? In my eyes, you, the top of the Lingyun ranking, are the real joke. To be honest, I find 5 minutes to deal with you a bit too much. With a calm tone, Zhang Fan instantly displayed the sky-stepping technique, appearing above Wu Feilong's head in a single step. Seeking death. Wu Feilong's eyes surged with a fierce light, exuding an overwhelming aura. He clenched his fist, a phantom fist shadow instantly condensed. With a domineering intent, the fist shadow, under his control, blasted towards Zhang Fan. Bang! A deafening impact resounded in the air. Zhang Fan's figure was directly pushed back several zhang by Wu Feilong's punch. Looking at Wu Feilong standing motionless in front of him, Zhang Fan's gaze sharpened. Have you comprehended the essence of fist intent? He. Zhang Fan, in this world, it's not just you who can comprehend the true meaning of martial arts. Quickly unleash your sword intent. I also want to see whether your sword intent is formidable or my fist intent is more dominant. Wu Feilong's punch forced Zhang Fan back, and he couldn't help but burst into triumphant laughter. Damn, I didn't expect Wu Feilong. He actually comprehended the true meaning of martial arts. With the strength of the first level of innate realm, coupled with this fist intent, perhaps some martial artists at the third level of innate realm are not Wu Feilong's match. This time Zhang Fan's showing off is over the top. If he doesn't get taken down in 5 minutes, I'd say he's lucky. The scene before them left everyone around in shock. Their gazes towards Zhang Fan couldn't help but reveal a pitying expression. This time, Zhang Fan might really end up embarrassing himself. However, just when everyone was feeling sympathetic towards Zhang Fan's impending fate, Zhang Fan's proud voice rang out once again. Wu Feilong, you've only grasped a bit of fist intent. What qualifications do you have to show off in front of me? Moreover, to defeat you, why would I need to use sword intent? Silence. Zhang Fan's words instantly brought about a hush around. Everyone stared at Zhang Fan as if he were a fool. Damn, this kid. Is he scared silly by Wu Feilong over there? You say you're awesome, comprehended sword intent. But Wu Feilong is no slouch either, he also comprehended fist intent. Moreover, Wu Feilong is a strong innate realm expert, with a cultivation far higher than yours. In this situation, it seems like Wu Feilong will just crush you into the ground. Yet this guy in front of us dares to boast that he can defeat Wu Feilong without using sword intent. A martial artist at the 9th level of chi manipulation, trying to defeat an innate realm expert who comprehended fist intent without using sword intent? Are you sure you're not kidding us? If it weren't for the onlookers thinking Zhang Fan's words were absurd, even Su Lingxiang felt Zhang Fan was talking nonsense. Although she knew that Zhang Fan's martial arts talent was not inferior to his alchemy talent. At the age of 15, having the strength of the 9th level of chi manipulation and comprehending sword intent, geniuses like Zhang Fan indeed have the ability to fight above their level and defeat high-level experts, but it also depends on the level of the opponent. Wu Feilong, on the other hand, is the leader of the Lingyun ranking, an innate realm expert who comprehended fist intent. Can someone like that be defeated just because you want to? Ha ha. Zhang Fan, you are truly arrogant beyond measure. Don't say you don't need sword intent. Even if you use sword intent, you still don't have the qualifications to act recklessly in front of me. Soon, I will show you that your strength is simply not enough to face me. Wu Feilong laughed disdainfully. His fist shook, and a prenatal fist force containing fist intent directly blasted towards Zhang Fan. The fusion of fist intent and the prenatal fist force. The power of this strike by Wu Feilong is more than enough to severely injure an ordinary martial artist at the 2nd level of innate realm. Zhang Fan calmly watched Wu Feilong's fierce attack. His palm moved, and the flame dragon sword appeared out of thin air. Zhang Fan's hand holding the flame dragon sword suddenly tightened, continuously injecting prenatal true energy into the sword. With the infusion of true energy, an extremely fiery red sword light soared into the sky. The fiery red sword light almost instantly raised the temperature of the surrounding space. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in mid-air was also stirred up by the fiery red sword light. After a moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around quickly converged towards the sword light, condensing into a 3-zhang-long flame giant sword in mid-air. Heaven incinerating sword technique, strike. Looking at Wu Feilong, whose pupils suddenly contracted, Zhang Fan shouted coldly, and the flame dragon sword slashed out. In an instant, under countless shocked gazes, the flaming giant sword, carrying a hot airflow, directly slashed down towards Wu Feilong. Crack! The flaming giant sword, like cutting through melons and vegetables, crushed Wu Feilong's fist strength and struck him. Wu Feilong felt like he was struck by lightning, screamed in pain, spat out blood, and flew backward, crashing heavily several yards away. His clothes were in tatters, emitting a burnt smell all over. Mastering a martial skill that stirs the heavens and earth. You actually mastered an earth-rank martial skill. Wu Feilong struggled to prop up his body, his eyes looking at Zhang Fan finally showing an extremely terrified expression. Put! Immediately, Wu Feilong's throat felt sweet, blood sprayed out, his neck tilted, and he directly fainted on the ground. So powerful. An Earth-rank martial skill. I never expected Zhang Fan to actually master the legendary Earth-rank martial skill. Incredible, truly incredible. Witnessing Zhang Fan's astonishing sword strike that severely injured Wu Feilong, everyone around stared at Zhang Fan in a daze, their expressions filled with immense shock. They never imagined that Zhang Fan, without even displaying his sword intent, possessed such a heaven-defying move like an Earth-rank martial skill. Even more unimaginable was that Zhang Fan actually defeated Wu Feilong within 5 minutes. The leader of the Lingyun ranking, Wu Feilong, who had dominated the Lingyun ranking for 3 years, couldn't even last 5 minutes against Zhang Fan. Shocking. This was truly astonishing. What amazed them even more was Zhang Fan's terrifying rate of growth. From the moment Zhang Fan entered the Lingyun Martial Academy, in just a short month or two, he rose from a backdoor bronze student to an extraordinary figure. Along this journey, Zhang Fan defeated the top golden student of the outer courtyard, took the talented beauty Meng Qingsnow as his maid, and broke a record on the Lingyun ranking that had stood unbroken for 30 years. Upon entering the inner courtyard, he defeated the Lingyun ranking genius Lin Yu on the first day. Now, he completely overwhelmed the Lingyun ranking leader Wu Feilong, claiming the top spot among the Lingyun Martial Academy students. Such achievements undoubtedly made him the greatest figure in the history of the Lingyun Martial Academy. And perhaps, in the future, no one would surpass him. Alright, Ling Xian, we can go now. Zhang Fan, under countless shocked gazes, sheathed the flame dragon sword and walked to Su Lingxiang's side, smiling at her. You are truly a freak. Su Lingxiang looked at Zhang Fan in front of her, taking quite a while to recover from her astonishment. She finally understood why this guy insisted on pursuing both martial and alchemy paths. With his freakish talent, this was simply a walk in the park for him. Ling Xiang, I finally found you here. Just then, a slightly surprised voice suddenly sounded beside them. Zhang Fan looked up and saw a young man in alchemist robes walking towards them with a smile. The young man appeared to be around 24 or 25, and he was quite handsome. Most importantly, the young man had a silver alchemist badge with 4 stars on his chest. This young man was evidently a 4th-rank alchemist. Damn! Am I seeing things? This young man is actually a 4th-rank alchemist. To be a 4th-rank alchemist at such a young age is truly incredible. Looking at this young man who suddenly appeared, everyone couldn't help but show a face of admiration. Zhang Fan, this young man is Dan Xiaoming from the Dan family, the #1 alchemy family in Dasha Kingdom. Since my teacher took me to the Dan family last time, he has been pestering me, and now he even came to the Lingyun Martial Academy. I came to find you because I want you to help me get rid of this annoying guy. Watching Dan Xiaoming walking directly towards them, Su Lingxiang's pretty face changed slightly, and she couldn't help but whisper to Zhang Fan, so Lingxiang's sister asked me to be the flower protector. In that case, let's go, ignore him. Zhang Fan said, trying to pull Su Lingxiang away. Kid, what's your relationship with Lingxiang? Let go of her dirty hands. The young man, seeing this scene, suddenly turned dark, sternly shouting at Zhang Fan. Who are you? Zhang Fan glanced at him indifferently. What's our relationship? What's it to you? Damn it! Zhang Fan's words that showed no respect for Dan Xiaoming immediately made everyone around show admiration. This guy truly deserves to be the top talent of their Lingyun martial mansion. He didn't even flinch in front of a 4th-grade alchemist. A 4th-grade alchemist is someone that many innate experts and even opening realm powerhouses must treat with respect. It's really unknown where this guy got the courage to confront a 4th-grade alchemist like this. Hearing Zhang Fan's words that completely disregarded him, Dan Xiaoming's gaze turned cold. He stared coldly at Zhang Fan. Kid, who do you think you are to speak to a 4th-grade alchemist like that? Zhang Fan sneered. A 4th-grade alchemist? Is that really so impressive? As soon as Zhang Fan said this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched involuntarily, feeling speechless to the extreme. This is a 4th-grade alchemist. Any 4th-grade alchemist holds a supreme status in the Great Xia country, extremely noble. This guy actually dares to say that a 4th-grade alchemist is nothing special. It's not that they are nothing special, they are simply extraordinary. Kid, what the hell are you saying? Dan Xiaoming was almost furious. He turned to Su Lingxiang directly. Lingxiang, don't tell me this arrogant kid is the one you like? Yes, Zhang Fan is the one I like, and his alchemy talent is not inferior to yours. Su Lingxiang said calmly, so I hope you won't disturb me again in the future. Just him? His alchemy talent is not inferior to mine? Dan Xiaoming laughed disdainfully. Lingxiang, are you out of your mind? I'm perfectly clear-headed now. If you don't believe it, you can compete with him in alchemy. If you win, I'll leave it to you. If you lose, never appear in front of me again. Hearing Su Lingxiang's words, everyone around was shocked to the point of their eyes almost popping out. They never expected Su Lingxiang to let Zhang Fan compete in alchemy with that 4th-grade alchemist. Although Zhang Fan's martial talent is amazing, does he really know alchemy? Even if he does, competing with a 4th-grade alchemist would surely lead to being crushed. Fine, since you said that, Lingxiang, I'll compete with him. Dan Xiaoming looked at Zhang Fan with contempt. Kid, You just said a 4th grade alchemist is nothing special. Come out and compete with me if you dare. Jiang Fan casually said, I was just speaking the truth, a 4th grade alchemist is indeed nothing special in my eyes. Ha ha. Dan Xiaoming laughed disdainfully, kid, you, without even a grade, have no right to say a 4th grade alchemist is nothing special. Who told you I have no grade? I just went to the Alchemist Guild a few days ago and got a badge to play with. Unfortunately, Lingyun City can't participate in assessments above the 3rd grade. Jiang Fan smiled faintly and directly took out a badge of a 3rd grade alchemist. Seeing the 3rd grade alchemist badge in Jiang Fan's hand, not only did Dan Xiaoming's disdainful laughter abruptly stop but also the surrounding students stared in disbelief. Damn! This Jiang Fan is actually an alchemist. Whoa, Jiang Fan is truly too abnormal. Yeah, I never expected his alchemy talent to be so monstrous. He's already a 3rd grade alchemist. Incredible! In the Lingyun martial house now, I don't respect anyone except him. Jiang Fan directly took out his 3rd grade alchemist badge, causing everyone around to involuntarily exclaim in amazement. For Jiang Fan to become the top student of the Lingyun martial house was already astonishing enough for them. They never imagined that Jiang Fan was also a 3rd grade alchemist. Moreover, judging by Jiang Fan's tone just now, he seemed completely qualified to be assessed as a 4th grade alchemist. It's just that the Alchemist Guild in Lingyun City doesn't have the authority to assess 4th grade alchemists. Furthermore, even if Jiang Fan couldn't be assessed as a 4th grade alchemist, to become a 3rd grade alchemist at the age of 15 or 16 was already extremely impressive. With such alchemy talent, he was almost completely capable of defeating the 4th grade young alchemist opposite him. No, impossible. How could you be a 3rd grade alchemist? Your badge must be fake. Dan Xiaoming stared at the alchemist badge in Jiang Fan's hand, and it took him a while to come back to his senses from his astonishment, shouting incredulously, a 15 or 16-year-old 3rd grade alchemist. Most people at this age have just started to dabble in alchemy, and being able to become a 1st grade alchemist is already remarkable. Even in their Dan family, such a terrifying monster has never appeared before. Even if this kid is Yen Xingxuan's disciple, it's still impossible for him to become a 3rd grade alchemist at the age of 15 or 16. If you can become a 4th grade alchemist, why can't I become a 3rd grade alchemist? Enough nonsense, you want to compete with me in alchemy, right? If you want to compete, then bring it on. If you lose, get lost quickly and don't embarrass yourself in front of me. Jiang Fan shrugged, impatiently saying, Fine, very well. Dan Xiaoming laughed in anger, how do you want to compete? Even if this kid was really a 3rd grade alchemist, so what? Dan Xiaoming truly didn't believe it. As a 4th grade alchemist and one of the top alchemy geniuses in the Dan family, he couldn't even handle this brat in front of him. As you wish. Jiang Fan said indifferently, you come up with the competition topic, so that I can make you admit defeat. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Dan Xiaoming almost exploded when he heard Jiang Fan's words. He was about to lose his temper when Su Lingxiang's cold voice sounded in his ear. Dan Xiaoming, if you want to compete with Jiang Fan in alchemy, stop wasting time here. For the sake of fairness, let me come up with the competition topic. Good. Dan Xiaoming's eyes flashed with cold light. He stared at Jiang Fan with a mocking smile. Kid, I will soon show you how big the gap between us is. Jiang Fan couldn't be bothered to look at him and turned to Su Lingxiang. Sister Lingxiang, please come up with the topic. Su Lingxiang didn't hesitate either. She flipped her palm and took out a scroll of alchemy formula from her storage ring. Both of you are rare alchemy geniuses. Today, let's compare your comprehension in alchemy. This scroll is the advanced 3rd grade formula for the green spirit elemental pill, newly developed by my teacher. Apart from me and my teacher, no one else knows about it. I will erase 3 ingredients from the formula, and you have to correctly complete the missing ingredients of the green spirit elemental pill. Whoever completes it first wins. What do you think? I have no problem with that. Dan Xiaoming naturally had no objections to Su Lingxiang's competition topic. As the top alchemy genius in the Great Xia Empire's alchemy world, Dan Xiaoming not only had a high level of comprehension but also had much deeper knowledge than the average 4th grade alchemist. With his strength, defeating this kid in front of him was just a matter of course. Sister Lingxiang, since he has no objections, let's begin. Jiang Fan couldn't help but smile at Su Lingxiang's competition topic. Last time at the Qingshan residence, Su Lingxiang had witnessed his incredible ability to instantly complete alchemy formulas. Su Lingxiang took the right to set the question in her own hands, not for the sake of fairness, but clearly to help him cheat. After Jiang Fan and Dan Xiaoming had no objections, Su Lingxiang opened the prescription in her hand and covered up 3 of the medicinal ingredients. After a moment, she directly presented the prescription to Jiang Fan and Dan Xiaoming. Jiang Fan casually glanced at the prescription. Ding! You have viewed the incomplete Qingling Huayuan Dan prescription, triggering a 100-fold comprehension. Ding! You have comprehended the complete version of the Qingling Huayuan Dan prescription. Without a doubt, as soon as Zhang Fan looked at it, the system automatically triggered a 100-fold comprehension and completed the Qingling Huayuan Dan prescription. In an instant, a complete version of the Qingling Huayuan Dan prescription appeared directly in Zhang Fan's mind. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Zhang Fan's mouth. He crossed his arms and lazily watched Dan Xiuming, who was deep in thought. The disdainful voice rang directly in Dan Xiuming's ear. Dan Xiuming, your comprehension is really lacking. You've been staring at it for so long, can you not complete the remaining 3 ingredients of the Qingling Huayuan Dan? If you can't, just admit defeat and get lost, don't waste everyone's time here. Zhang Fan's sudden contemptuous words immediately stunned everyone present. Damn! No way! Zhang Fan completed the prescription so quickly? From Su Lingxiang showing the prescription until now, it hadn't been more than 10 seconds. Did Zhang Fan really complete the missing medicinal ingredients that Su Lingxiang had erased in less than 10 seconds? Is this really so exaggerated? Kid, don't tell me you completed this prescription so quickly? Dan Xiuming glanced at Zhang Fan and couldn't help but sneer. Completing a prescription is a very complex and difficult process. Even he would need countless deliberations to complete the 3 missing medicinal ingredients of the Qingling Huayuan Dan. And this kid in front of him actually claimed to have completed the Qingling Huayuan Dan in just 10 seconds. Does this kid really think he's a god? Just a 3rd-grade pill prescription, and only missing 3 ingredients, what's so difficult about completing it? If you can't complete it, it's just because your comprehension is too poor. The 3 remaining ingredients in the Qingling Huayuan Dan prescription are Qingyang Vine, Guiyuan Leaf, and Fulia Ginseng. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he smiled slightly at Su Lingxiang. Sister Lingxiang, I wonder if I got these 3 ingredients right? That's right, the 3 ingredients I covered up are Qingyang Vine, Guiyuan Leaf, and Fulia Ginseng. When Su Lingxiang spoke, the 3 hidden ingredients on the prescription were directly revealed to everyone. 10 seconds. Zhang Fan really took less than 10 seconds to perfectly answer Su Lingxiang's question. Damn! Impressive! This guy, is he a bit too amazing? Looking at the scene before them, everyone's eyes widened, staring at Zhang Fan as if he were a monster. Monster! This is just too monstrous! The esteemed 4th-grade pill master Dan Xiuming was actually overwhelmed by Zhang Fan in the pill technique competition. This guy's talent in alchemy is simply more terrifying than his talent in martial arts. Dan Xiuming stared blankly at the scene before him, almost taking a while to recover from his shock. Then, he glared fiercely at Zhang Fan, letting out an incredulous roar. Impossible! This simply can't be. You must have cheated, you must have seen the complete Qingling Huayuan Dan prescription beforehand. Su Lingxiang raised her eyebrows. Dan Xiuming, don't accuse others baselessly. Zhang Fan never saw the Qingling Huayuan Dan prescription beforehand. Do you really think I, Dan Xiuming, am a fool? If he didn't see the prescription in advance, how could he complete it in less than 10 seconds? Dan Xiuming sneered coldly. Su Lingxiang was instantly trembling with anger. She said angrily, Dan Xiuming, as a 4th-grade alchemist, can't you handle losing? If you hadn't colluded in advance, would I have lost to him? Dan Xiuming snorted coldly. He glared at Zhang Fan with a dark look and said, if you have the guts, stop playing tricks and compete with me fair and square. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. You're inferior in skills, yet you have the nerve to accuse others of cheating when you lose. Zhang Fan coldly smirked at Dan Xiuming, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. Don't waste your breath in front of me. Dan Xiuming's eyes flashed with cold light as he said coldly, if you're a man, compete with me in a real alchemy challenge. You don't need to use such childish provocation to goad me. Zhang Fan looked at Dan Xiuming lightly. So, how do you want to compete this time? It's simple. I have the materials for 5 4th-grade return to origin pills here. Whoever successfully refines the pill first wins. Dan Xiuming provocatively looked at Zhang Fan. What do you say, dare to accept? Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. You want to compete in refining 4th-grade pills with me? Didn't you just say that being a 4th-grade alchemist isn't that impressive? Dan Xiuming sneered, since you dare to say that, you must have the ability to refine 4th-grade pills. If you want to compete in refining 4th-grade pills, I'm game. Zhang Fan's lips curved slightly. But if I win, the pills you refine belong to me. Dan Xiuming's face darkened. As long as you have the ability to beat me, feel free to take them. Beating you is a piece of cake for me. With someone like you, if I can defeat you once, I can defeat you again. Since you willingly came looking for trouble, I'll gladly give you another beating. Zhang Fan grinned at Dan Xiuming, his proud voice ringing in everyone's ears. "Ha ha! You think you can beat me? It's ridiculous. If you hadn't cheated earlier, do you think you could have won against me? You'll soon find out who will be victorious in the end." Dan Xiaoming chuckled angrily, then waved his hand, and 5 sets of alchemy materials appeared in front of him instantly. Dan Xiaoming took out the materials for 5 return-to-origin pills and said coldly, "Zhang Fan, enough talk, let's begin." Dan Xiaoming truly didn't believe that he would lose to Zhang Fan in refining the return-to-origin pills this time. As a genius alchemist of the Dan family, Dan Xiaoming had been a 4th-grade alchemist for some time. He had quite a bit of experience in refining 4th-grade pills, especially the 4th-grade primary pill, return-to-origin pill. He had successfully refined it more than once. On the other hand, Zhang Fan, in front of him, was just a 3rd-grade alchemist who hadn't even participated in the assessment to become a 4th-grade alchemist. Even if Zhang Fan did have the ability to refine 4th-grade pills, his experience was incomparable to Dan Xiaoming's. In this competition, he must thoroughly defeat Zhang Fan and erase the shame from earlier. "Good. Since you're so eager to be defeated by me, I'll grant your wish." Zhang Fan smiled faintly and took out an alchemy furnace, sitting across from Dan Xiaoming. Then, both of them, in perfect harmony, almost simultaneously began to ignite the furnace. About 2 minutes later, Zhang Fan swiftly started putting herbs into the furnace, creating a gap between him and Dan Xiaoming. "Oomph, speed isn't everything. 4th-grade pills are not easy to refine." Dan Xiaoming coldly chuckled, then focused his gaze back on the furnace in front of him. Refining 4th-grade pills was extremely difficult, and even as a 4th-grade alchemist, he had to be extremely cautious. Especially in the stage of igniting the furnace, one must strive for perfection. Otherwise, a single mistake could lead to failure in the alchemy process. In his opinion, Zhang Fan's urgent rush for time was simply seeking death. Dan Xiaoming spent 5 minutes warming the furnace, then methodically began adding medicinal herbs into the cauldron. However, just as he had only added half of his herbs, a strong scent of elixir wafted into his nose. Immediately after, sounds of astonishment echoed around him, filling his ears. "Damn! This is incredible! Yeah, the 4th-grade alchemist across from us is only halfway through, and Zhang Fan has already refined a 4th-grade elixir." Listening to the amazed voices around him, inhaling the rich elixir scent in the air, Dan Xiaoming froze in place. He suddenly looked up at Zhang Fan across from him and saw Zhang Fan taking out a sparkling golden returning yuan pill from the cauldron. How is this possible? Dan Xiaoming stared blankly at the scene before him, his face turning pale in an instant. Bang! At that moment, the cauldron in front of Dan Xiaoming exploded. Zhang Fan paid no attention to any of this. He stored the returning yuan pill and, under numerous awestruck gazes, proceeded to refine the second furnace. Soon enough, Zhang Fan successfully refined the remaining 3 returning yuan pills. Without a doubt, he successfully refined all 3 materials into returning yuan pills. For returning yuan pills completed, Zhang Fan looked up at Dan Xiaoming, a faint smile playing on his lips. Dan Xiaoming, let me ask you now, do you accept your defeat this time? Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, everyone gazing at Dan Xiaoming couldn't help but show a hint of sympathy. This wasn't just a test of alchemy skills, it was a complete domination. This guy is insane, senior brother Zhang Fan is truly insane. I never expected his alchemy talent to be this monstrous. It's not just monstrous, even that genius from the other alchemy family was crushed by him. At this moment, almost all the Lingyun Martial Arts Academy students gazing at Zhang Fan showed immense admiration. Hearing Zhang Fan's faint laughter and the amazed voices of the surrounding Lingyun Martial Arts Academy students, Dan Xiaoming's handsome face flushed red instantly, wishing he could disappear. He had no face to stay here any longer and left under the scorching gazes of many. After defeating Mu Feilong and resolving the trouble caused by Dan Xiaoming for Su Lingxiang, Zhang Fan enjoyed a rare period of peace at the Lingyun Martial Arts Academy. However, this peaceful time did not last long. One day, while Zhang Fan was meditating and cultivating in his room, a powerful aura suddenly descended upon the courtyard. This is the aura of the inner palace's elder Yen Sangming. What is he doing here? Zhang Fan muttered to himself, then stood up and swiftly moved outside the room. Upon exiting, Zhang Fan saw Yen Sangming had already landed in the courtyard. Elder Yen, why are you here? Zhang Fan looked at Yen Sangming, a strange expression flickering in his eyes. To challenge you to a fight. Several students from the Tsonglei Martial Arts Academy are challenging the students of the Lingyun Martial Arts Academy in the outer square. All the students on the Lingyun ranking have been beaten by them. Yen Sangming's expression was somewhat grim. If they didn't suppress the arrogance of the Tsonglei Martial Arts Academy students, the reputation of the Lingyun Martial Arts Academy would be tarnished. Jiang Fan looked puzzled. Did Wu Failong and Lin Yu lose as well? Are you even asking? After you defeated Lin Yu last time, he left the Lingyun Martial Arts Academy and hasn't returned. Wu Failong was beaten a couple of days ago and is still recovering. What Songming said coldly. Now, only you can crush their arrogance at Lingyun Martial House, and there's also a young man from Tsanglei Martial House who specifically wants to challenge you. Jiang Fan's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing Huat Songming's words. The only encounter he had with a Tsanglei Martial House disciple was with Lei Qing in the Thundercloud Mountains. Could it be that guy had come to Lingyun Martial House? Alright, I'll go meet them. Since someone had directly challenged him, Jiang Fan naturally didn't want to be seen as a coward. Besides, he had been feeling restless lately and could use some action. Before long, Jiang Fan arrived at the outer courtyard square. Disdainful laughter rang in his ears. He. The disciples of Lingyun Martial House are getting weaker. Yeah, senior brother Lei Qing single-handedly defeated all the geniuses on Lingyun ranking at Lingyun Martial House. Senior brother Lei Qing has already reached the innate realm. These trash from Lingyun Martial House can't even defend against a single move. Jiang Fan followed the voices and saw about a dozen Tsanglei Martial House disciples standing in the center of the square. Leading them was a tall young man, unmistakably Lei Qing, whom he had encountered in the Thundercloud Mountains. Before Lei Qing, 5 or 6 Lingyun Martial House disciples looked battered, clearly injured by Lei Qing. Seeing this scene, Jiang Fan's eyes narrowed, and a cold snort echoed through the square. Humph! A few disciples from Tsanglei Martial House dare to act arrogantly at Lingyun Martial House. Don't think there's no one at Lingyun Martial House. Jiang Fan's cold snort immediately drew everyone's attention to him. Look, it's senior brother Jiang Fan. Senior brother Jiang Fan, he finally showed up. Ha ha. With senior brother Jiang Fan here, let's see how these Tsanglei Martial House disciples act so arrogantly. Many Lingyun Martial House disciples couldn't contain their excitement at Jiang Fan's appearance. Jiang Fan, you finally decided to show up. I thought you were going to hide like a turtle forever. Lei Qing's eyes flashed with cold light as he watched Jiang Fan slowly approaching the center of the square, a hint of a sneer appearing on his face. I wonder who came to act arrogantly at Lingyun Martial House. Turns out it's you, this defeated underling. Jiang Fan glanced casually at Lei Qing. Was it you who injured the disciples of my Lingyun Martial House? Just a bunch of trash, they deserved it for daring to challenge me and getting beaten. Jiang Fan, I came to Lingyun Martial House today just for you. I said in the Thundercloud Mountains that one day, I would personally come to Lingyun Martial House to defeat you. Lei Qing's gaze was cold as he stared at Jiang Fan, exuding a murderous aura. Back in the Thundercloud Mountains, Jiang Fan not only defeated him in formations but also killed a Tsanglei Martial House disciple in front of him. For the always proud Lei Qing, this was a great humiliation. That's why, after breaking through to the innate realm, Lei Qing came directly to Lingyun Martial House. He wanted to reclaim the humiliation he suffered from Jiang Fan tenfold. Are you even worthy to defeat me? I handled you in the Thundercloud Mountains, and I can still handle you now. But before dealing with you, I need to avenge my Lingyun Martial House disciples. Jiang Fan's cold words fell, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Soon after, screams rang out continuously. The Tsanglei Martial House disciples behind Lei Qing were sent flying like kites with broken strings, landing several yards away in a sorry state. Damn it, ha ha. These guys were so arrogant just now, and now senior brother Jiang Fan solved them with just one move. Indeed, senior brother Jiang Fan is truly admirable. This is so satisfying. Jiang Fan's swift and decisive move knocked down the students from the Tsanglei Martial House behind Lei Qing. The students from the Lingyun Martial House burst into excited laughter. Jiang Fan, aren't you going too far? Lei Qing's face darkened, almost dripping with water as he witnessed Jiang Fan once again directly attacking the students from the Tsanglei Martial House behind him. What, am I only allowed to injure the students from my Lingyun Martial House, but you can't touch the students from your Tsanglei Martial House? Jiang Fan sneered lightly, saying, I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Jiang Fan, you've got guts. You're the first person in so many years to truly provoke me. Lei Qing, enraged yet smiling, said, soon you'll know the price of angering Lei Qing. Are you talking too much? Jiang Fan looked at Lei Qing impatiently, his cold voice echoing instantly. Aren't you here to defeat me? Then come at me. Otherwise, when I strike, you won't even have a chance to retaliate. Jiang Fan, do you think I'm still the same person as before? Dare to underestimate me, and I'll make you regret it. Lei Qing's eyes suddenly turned cold, a sword crackling with lightning flashing in his hand. Thunder crackled as a bolt of lightning burst from the sword in Lei Qing's hand with a shout, thunderous sword technique, directly slashing towards Jiang Fan. Facing Lei Qing's attack, Jiang Fan remained calm. Although Lei Qing had also reached the innate realm, his combat power was incomparable to Wu Feilong. Zhang Fan calmly watched the approaching attack until the thunderous sword light was less than 3 zhang away from him, then he casually threw a punch. Bang! A loud noise resounded in the air as Zhang Fan shattered Lei Qing's thunderous sword technique with a single punch. In the next moment, Zhang Fan appeared beside Lei Qing and landed a decisive punch on him. Instantly, Lei Qing's body was sent flying by Zhang Fan's punch. Put! Blood sprayed from Lei Qing's mouth as he flew several zhang away in a sorry state. Looking at Zhang Fan standing proudly before him, Lei Qing's expression turned from shock to terror. Damn it! Is this the strength of senior brother Zhang Fan, even more monstrous than the legends? Yes, he defeated an innate expert with just one punch. He's truly powerful. Watching this astonishing scene, all the students from the Lingyun martial house were dumbfounded. With just a casual punch, Zhang Fan had enough power to crush an innate martial artist. Although they knew Zhang Fan was strong, they never expected him to be this unbelievably powerful. Take your Song Lei martial house people and get lost. If you can't handle it, don't embarrass yourselves. After severely injuring Lei Qing, Zhang Fan looked down on him, his indifferent voice ringing in everyone's ears. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Lei Qing's already pale face turned even uglier. Feeling the mocking gazes of the Lingyun martial house students around him, Lei Qing felt a deep sense of shame and anger. He didn't dare to look at Zhang Fan again and left with his dozen or so disheveled Song Lei martial house students. With the matter settled with Lei Qing and his group from the Song Lei martial house, Zhang Fan, with nothing else to do, decided to return to the Zhang family. Life at the Lingyun martial house had become boring for him. Since the Grand Martial Tournament of the 9 provinces of the Great Xia Empire was approaching, Zhang Fan decided to head to the imperial city of the Great Xia Empire in advance. After this trip, Zhang Fan wasn't sure when he would return to the Lingyun martial house. Therefore, it was necessary for him to visit the Zhang family. After a simple tidy-up, Zhang Fan left Lingyun martial mansion alone. Upon returning to Tsangshan City, Zhang Fan sensed that something was amiss in the atmosphere. The once lively city now appeared desolate, exuding a chilling aura throughout. Kid, today is the day my Lin family will destroy the Zhang family and take over Tsangshan City. Outsiders are forbidden here. If you value your life, leave immediately. Just as Zhang Fan reached the gates of Tsangshan City, several guards with long spears blocked his path. Members of the Lin family have returned to Tsangshan City. Zhang Fan's expression darkened instantly. With a cold gaze, he vanished from the guard's sight. Bang! A series of impacts echoed instantly. Before the guards could react, they were sent flying like kites with broken strings. In a moment, agonizing screams filled the air. Stepping on one guard's chest, Zhang Fan coldly demanded, "Speak, what has happened in Tsangshan City?" Since the day Lin Tianxiong and Li Qian joined forces to attack Zhang Fan but were killed by him instead, the Lin and Li families had withdrawn from Tsangshan City. Zhang Fan had thought they posed no threat to the Zhang family. However, he never expected the Lin family to return and reclaim the city. Could it be Lin Yu's doing? But knowing he was no match, why would Lin Yu risk a confrontation? 3 days ago, Lin Yu, the new head of the Lin family, led them back to Tsangshan City. The Zhang family has suffered heavy losses and is barely holding on in their compound. "Sir, we were forced by Lin Yu. Please spare us." The guard pleaded in terror, revealing all that had occurred in Tsangshan City. "I gave you a chance before, but you chose to follow Lin Yu back here and oppose the Zhang family. Since you seek death, I shall grant your wish." With a cold glint in his eyes, Zhang Fan swiftly ended the guards' lives. After dealing with the guards at the gate, Zhang Fan's figure turned into a blur as he headed towards the Zhang family's direction. Meanwhile, at the western side of Tsangshan City, in the Zhang family's residence, Lin Yu, accompanied by hundreds of Lin family disciples, stood coldly at the Zhang family's gate. Beside Lin Yu were a burly middle-aged man and an elderly man in Taoist robes. Facing them were Jiang Kuei and Xu Isha, along with a group of Zhang family disciples, in a standoff. "Jiang Kuei, your defensive formation has been breached by me. Use whatever means you have left. Today, no one can stop me from destroying your Zhang family." Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with icy determination as he stared at Jiang Kuei. "Lin Yu, when your father and the Li family attacked our Jiang family head, our master single-handedly defeated them. Do you think you can destroy my Jiang family?" Jiang Kuei laughed heartily at Lin Yu. "Even if you breach our defenses today, my Jiang family will not fall. The day our master returns will be the end of your Lin family. Even if Jiang Fan were here, I could still annihilate your Jiang family." Lin Yu's expression shifted slightly when Jiang Fan was mentioned. Drawing his sword, he commanded, "Charge in, leave no one alive." However, just as Lin Yu was about to lead the Lin family towards the Jiang family's gate, a cold and furious voice suddenly resounded in their ears. "Lin Yu, how dare you? On that day, I spared your life for Yin Songming's sake, but I didn't expect you to come to the Zhang family and act recklessly. Since you are so eager to seek death, I will take your life today." The sudden icy voice made everyone present pause for a moment. Before they could react, a figure descended from the sky with lightning speed and landed directly in front of the Zhang family's gate. The family head, it's the return of family head Zhang Fan. Ha ha, our Zhang family is finally saved. Indeed, family head Zhang Fan is even more powerful than the former family head. Let's see how arrogant these Lin family people can be now. Watching Zhang Fan descend from the sky, all Zhang family disciples couldn't help but show excited expressions. Family head, you're back? Zhang Kuei and Shui Sha looked at Zhang Fan in front of them with great joy. Since the Lin family made their move, Zhang Kuei had sent people to inform Zhang Fan several times, but each messenger was intercepted and killed by Lin Yu. He had already prepared for the worst, arranging for most of the Zhang family disciples to evacuate through the secret passage. He never expected Zhang Fan to return at this critical moment. Zhang Fan nodded, looking at Zhang Kuei and Shui Sha behind him, who appeared slightly disheveled, and furrowed his brow slightly. "Uncle Kuei, are you both alright?" "We're fine, just some minor injuries from the battle." Zhang Kuei shook his head, then sighed. "Elder Zhang Qianhe was killed by Lin Yu a few days ago while buying us time. Don't worry, I will settle this score with them." Zhang Fan's expression turned cold, a towering anger rising within him instantly. This time, Zhang Fan was truly furious. If he hadn't decided to return to the Zhang family at the last moment, the Zhang family would have faced disaster at the hands of Lin Yu. "Family head, be careful. Lin Yu has brought in a master and a formation master from somewhere unknown. If it weren't for these two assisting Lin Yu, our Zhang family wouldn't have been defeated so quickly." Shui Sha reminded Zhang Fan from behind. Zhang Fan remained expressionless, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yu and the two individuals beside him, before locking onto Lin Yu. Feeling Zhang Fan's gaze, Lin Yu's pupils slightly contracted. He suppressed the inexplicable fear in his heart and roared angrily at Zhang Fan with a fierce expression. "Kill me? Who do you think you are? I spared your life before for Yin Sangming's sake, but you are so ungrateful. Today, no one will save you." Zhang Fan stared coldly at Lin Yu, a sharp killing intent emanating from him instantly. He. "Zhang Fan, don't be arrogant in front of me. I know I'm not your match, but I dare to make a move against the Zhang family, and I am prepared. I may not be able to kill you, but there are many others in this world who can." Lin Yu grinned ferociously. "If one of us is destined to die today, I guarantee it will be you. You rely on those two beside you, right? However, with just a master and a third-grade formation master, they are not qualified to face me, Zhang Fan." Zhang Fan glanced indifferently at the two individuals, his domineering voice echoing in the air. "Since they dare to help you, I will kill them all. Those who offend my Zhang family shall be shown no mercy." "Humph, a mere brat dares to be arrogant in front of me." The middle-aged man beside Lin Yu was the first to be angered by Zhang Fan's dismissive words. He snorted coldly and took a step forward. In the next moment, the powerful aura of the innate realm warrior burst out directly from him. He stared fiercely at Zhang Fan. "Kid, I want to see what qualifications you have to be arrogant in front of me. Your innate true energy is unstable, your foundation is weak, breaking through the innate realm probably won't exceed 10 days. With your kind of trash, I could easily take on 10 of you." Zhang Fan sneered, disdain evident on his face. "Ha ha, a brat like you at the chi manipulation realm dares to be so arrogant in front of me." The middle-aged man burst into laughter, his palm moved, and a phoenix beak knife appeared out of thin air in his hand. Gripping the phoenix beak knife in his right hand, he pointed it at Zhang Fan and sneered, "Kid, if you can withstand 3 strikes from me, I might consider sparing your life. I was planning to let you live a little longer, deal with Lin Yu first, then settle the score with you. But since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." Zhang Fan's calm voice fell, and he suddenly stomped his foot on the ground. The bluestone floor beneath him cracked with a crisp sound. Then, to the astonishment of everyone present, Zhang Fan picked up a bluestone brick slightly larger than his palm. He lightly tossed the bluestone brick in his hand, his proud voice echoing once again. 3 strikes, you're overestimating yourself. In front of me, you won't even have the chance to take 3 strikes. To deal with you, 1 brick is all I need." Zhang Fan's proud words not only stunned Lin Yu and the others but even the Zhang family members behind him stared in disbelief. Damn! Their family had actually intended to kill the innate expert opposite with a brick. If this were to happen, it would be absolutely incredible. Ha ha! What a huge joke! Kid, I've seen my fair share of lunatics in my life, but someone as arrogant as you is truly a first. I want to see how you can deal with me using a brick. The middle-aged man laughed disdainfully, waving the phoenix beak knife in his hand recklessly. In an instant, sharp blade chi burst out from the tip of the knife, the sound piercing and ear-splitting. But just as the middle-aged man was about to strike Zhang Fan with his knife, Zhang Fan's figure suddenly disappeared. Ha! The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat, his pupils constricted suddenly, a cold chill rising from the soles of his feet. With great fear in his heart, he moved his foot, intending to retreat. However, just as he was about to step back, a fierce killing intent suddenly struck from behind. Zhang Fan's figure appeared out of nowhere behind the middle-aged man. He swung the bluestone brick in his hand, fiercely smashing it on the back of the middle-aged man's head. Bang! The crisp impact resounded in the air instantly. The middle-aged man staggered, his head spinning, and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Blood gushed from the back of his head, quickly staining a large area of the ground red. The shocking scene before their eyes left everyone completely petrified. Shocking. This was too shocking. Zhang Fan actually killed an innate expert with a brick. Damn. This is too damn badass. Ha ha. Awesome, our Zhang family head is truly awesome. Yeah, even an innate expert was killed by our family head with just a brick, who else dares? Seeing Zhang Fan kill the innate expert opposite with a brick, the Zhang family members took a while to recover from the shock. They looked at the body of the middle-aged man on the ground, a hint of sympathy showing in their eyes. A dignified innate expert was actually killed by a brick. This was probably the most humiliating death for an innate warrior in history. This guy is really a freak. Bloodthirsty looked at Zhang Fan standing proudly in the center, also deeply shocked. When Zhang Fan defeated him initially, his strength was only at the 9th level of chi condensation. It's unbelievable that in such a short time, Zhang Fan not only broke through the innate realm but also reached a level where he could kill an expert in the innate realm with just a brick. Such growth speed is truly monstrous. At this moment, the Blood Kill's last trace of unwillingness to submit to Zhang Fan vanished in an instant. While everyone was exhilarated by Zhang Fan's feat of killing an expert in the innate realm with a brick, the faces of the Lin family members opposite them turned extremely pale. The looks they cast towards Zhang Fan were filled with immense fear and shock. You actually broke through to the innate realm. How? How is this possible? Lin Yu stared blankly at Zhang Fan, unable to contain his disbelief as he let out an incredulous growl. Just half a month ago, he had fought Zhang Fan at the Lingyun martial house. Although he lost to Zhang Fan in that battle, Zhang Fan only had the strength of the 9th level of chi condensation at that time. Lin Yu never expected that in just half a month, Zhang Fan would successfully break through to the innate realm, and his strength was far superior to the average expert in the innate realm. Even the expert in the innate realm he had painstakingly invited was easily killed by Zhang Fan with a single brick. Nothing is impossible in this world. Lin Yu, I've said it before, today Zhang Fan, will end your dog's life. Before Zhang Fan's words had even settled, a golden light flashed on his fist, unleashing a fierce force towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly displayed his sword intent, trying to block Zhang Fan's earth-shattering punch. However, his current strength was no longer on the same level as Zhang Fan. With a loud bang, his sword intent was completely shattered by Zhang Fan's punch, sending him flying backward. Puff! Moments later, Lin Yu's body crashed heavily several yards away, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. Zhang Fan, I am a genius of the Lingyun martial house. Elder Yen still needs me to participate in the 9-mansion martial assembly. You can't kill me. If you kill me, Elder Yen will definitely not let you off. Watching Zhang Fan, who was approaching with a murderous intent step by step, Lin Yu's eyes finally showed a look of desperate fear. Ha, ridiculous. Do you think bringing out Elder Yen Songming will make me not dare to kill you? Even if Elder Yen Songming is not here, I will still kill you. From the moment you return to Xingshan City with your men and attack the Zhang family, no one can save you. Zhang Fan coldly smiled and instantly executed the sky-stepping technique. His figure flashed and appeared above Lin Yu's head, ruthlessly stomping down with his foot. No! As Zhang Fan appeared ghostly above his head and stomped down on him, Lin Yu's eyes immediately showed a look of despair and fear. Before he could even utter a word, Zhang Fan's foot had already heavily landed on his head. Bang! In an instant, the hard bluestone ground was directly crushed by Zhang Fan's fierce stomp, leaving a hole 3 meters deep. Lin Yu's entire body was buried in countless pieces of bluestone. Seeing Zhang Fan first kill the innate martial artist who came with him and then mercilessly kill Lin Yu, the expression of the white-haired old man beside him instantly became extremely panicked. He no longer dared to hesitate, turning around to flee in a panic. Old man, stop right there. In the territory of my Zhang family, can you come and go as you please? However, just as the white-haired old man turned around, Zhang Fan's cold snort instantly reached his ears. The white-haired old man felt his vision blur, and Zhang Fan's figure had already appeared in front of him. Zhang Fan, let me go. I promise not to meddle in the affairs of your Xingshan City again. The white-haired old man looked at Zhang Fan in front of him, his face suddenly changing color. Old man, do you know that by helping Lin Yu, you broke my Zhang family's formation, almost causing the annihilation of my entire family? Now you want to walk away without a word. It's not that easy. If I don't kill you today, how can I face the deceased disciples of the Zhang family? With a cold tone, Zhang Fan's words fell, and he directly smashed a fist towards the head of the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man's face changed, hastily activating a defensive formation to block Zhang Fan's punch. Zhang Fan, do you know who I am? I am a third-grade formation master, the guest elder of the Lord's mansion in Lingyun City. If you dare to harm me, I guarantee that the Lord of Lingyun City will not spare you. Seeing that Zhang Fan really intended to kill him, the white-haired old man immediately cried out in fear. He was just a third-grade junior formation master, and although his defensive formation might be powerful against martial artists in the chi-refining realm, Zhang Fan before him was not only an innate powerhouse but also a formidable presence who could easily crush even innate martial artists with a brick. His third-grade defensive formation was simply unable to withstand Zhang Fan's full-force attack. In order to save his life, the white-haired old man had to reveal his identity. I was wondering where Lin Yu found the innate powerhouse and formation master. Turns out they were invited from the Lord's mansion in Lingyun City. Zhang Fan looked at the white-haired old man indifferently, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Yes, I am the guest elder of the Lord's mansion in Lingyun City. If you let me go, I promise that we will not interfere with each other in the future. Otherwise, if you offend the Lord's mansion in Lingyun City, your Zhang family will not survive in Lingyun City. Seeing that Zhang Fan seemed to have no intention of attacking, the white-haired old man thought Zhang Fan was afraid and his expression became proud once again. Ha ha! Is the Lord's mansion in Lingyun City really that impressive? Zhang Fan couldn't help but sneer at the words of the white-haired old man. I dare to offend even the young master of Lingyun City, let alone a mere guest elder like you. Those who offend my Zhang family will be killed without mercy. Even if Bai Jin Tian dares to come and provoke my Zhang family, I will not hesitate to kill him. Zhang Fan's faint laughter echoed, and the flame dragon sword appeared in his hand in an instant. Zhang Fan, your talent in martial arts is extraordinary, and your future is limitless. However, with your current strength, if you make enemies with the Lord's mansion in Lingyun City, it's like seeking a dead end. If you spare my life today, I can speak to the Lord on your behalf and form an alliance with the Zhang family of Tsangshan City, which would benefit everyone. The white-haired old man, looking at Zhang Fan drawing his sword, suddenly became extremely frightened. He quickly resorted to threats and enticements. Zhang Fan looked at the white-haired old man expressionlessly. Why did the people from the Lord's mansion in Lingyun City come to help Lin Yu? It was our young master, he spoke on behalf of Lin Yu, which led us to Tsangshan City. But rest assured, once I return to Lingyun City, I will explain everything to the Lord and ensure that the Lord's mansion will not be enemies with your Zhang family. The white-haired old man did not hide anything and explained the situation in detail. Ha ha! As I expected, it was that idiot Bai Zixuan who was behind all this. Since it was Bai Zixuan who sent you, there is no room for negotiation. So, you might as well just die for me. Zhang Fan sneered, his eyes filled with a surge of sword intent bursting out in an instant. In a flash, a highly oppressive and cold sword light flashed through the air with a light sound. A clear bloodline appeared on the white-haired old man's neck. From the bloodline, bright red blood spurted out, splattering the ground instantly. The white-haired old man widened his eyes, staring at Zhang Fan in disbelief, gradually losing his vitality. Humph, I didn't expect that idiot Bai Zixuan would dare to make a move against my Zhang family. With Bai Zixuan around, the existence of the Lord's mansion in Lingyun City has always been a threat to the Zhang family. It seems that before leaving the Lingyun mansion, I must pay a visit to the Lord's mansion in Lingyun City to make this threat disappear completely. Zhang Fan looked at the body of the white-haired old man, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Zhang family head, we were wrong, we won't dare again, it was Lin Yu who forced us. You are magnanimous, spare us this time, I promise we will never set foot in Tsangshan City again. Seeing Zhang Fan kill all three of Lin Yu's men one after another, a senior elder from the Lin family turned pale. Trembling, he knelt before Zhang Fan with a group of Lin family disciples, begging for mercy. Now you beg for mercy? Unfortunately, it's too late. When Lin Tianxiong attacked me, I retaliated, yet I didn't wipe out your Lin family completely, giving you a chance. And now you dare to come back, target my Zhang family, how can I spare you? Zhang Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Kill them all, leave none alive. To eradicate the roots, preventing a resurgence. This time, he wouldn't give the Lin family any chance to turn the tables. Following Zhang Fan's command, Zhang Kuei and Shueisha didn't hesitate. Leading a group of Zhang family disciples, they swiftly moved towards the Lin family amidst the despairing and terrified gazes. Under the leadership of Jiang Kuei and Shueisha, both peak 8th level Qi masters, in just a moment, all Lin family disciples present were completely wiped out. Jiang Fan's sudden return, killing Lin Yu and the Lin family members, resolved the crisis facing the Jiang family. Sanshan City once again returned to its former tranquility. After settling matters with the Lin family, Jiang Fan didn't rush to leave the Jiang family. He spent a full 3 days creating powerful third-grade formations and refining many elixirs to enhance their strength for the Jiang family. He even crafted numerous elixirs to help Jiang Kuei and Shueisha break through to the innate realm. After completing all this, Jiang Fan left Sanshan City after briefing Jiang Kuei, heading back to Lingyun City. Upon his return, instead of going to the Lingyun Martial Mansion, Jiang Fan strode directly towards the Lord's Mansion in Lingyun City. To prevent a repeat of the Lin family incident, he had to deal with the Lord's Mansion in Lingyun City before leaving Lingyun Mansion. The Lord's Mansion in Lingyun City was located at the city center, with a vast square outside. Many people conducting business at the Lord's Mansion formed a long line at the entrance, waiting to be called. Jiang Fan briefly paused in the square before striding towards the mansion's entrance. "Kid, halt right there. This is the Lord's Mansion in Lingyun City. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. If you wish to conduct business at the Lord's Mansion, register and wait in line on the side. You will be called when it's your turn." At that moment, 4 guards stepped forward, blocking Jiang Fan, one of them sternly warning him. Jiang Fan glanced lightly at the guards, shaking his head gently. "I'm not here for business, I'm here to cause trouble." With these words, all eyes in the square immediately focused on Jiang Fan. Their expressions were filled with astonishment. This young man had actually come alone to the Lord's Mansion in Lingyun City to cause trouble. And so brazenly at that. Wasn't his audacity a bit too much? "Kid, it seems like you're tired of living, daring to cause trouble at the Lord's Mansion. I don't care who you are, if you know what's good for you, get lost. If you dare to take another step forward, don't blame us for being ruthless." Hearing Jiang Fan's words, the 4 guards drew their weapons, glaring at him with hostility. "What's going on at the Lord's Mansion in Lingyun City? I actually plan to turn the Lord's Manor of Lingyun City upside down today." A faint voice came out of Jiang Fan's mouth. Before the words fell, he casually threw a punch. "Not good." Sensing the terrifying power contained in Jiang Fan's punch, the leader of the guards' face changed drastically. He quickly raised the weapon in his hand. Bang! A shadow of a fist flashed by, followed by a piercing scream. The guard's body instantly flew out, crashing heavily on the steps at the entrance of the Lord's Manor, completely lifeless. "You! How dare you kill someone from the Lord's Manor?" Seeing the leader of the guards being killed by Jiang Fan in one move, the remaining 3 guards were horrified. The looks they cast towards Jiang Fan were filled with disbelief. In the square, those who came to the Lord's Manor for business were wide-eyed. Damn! The young man in front of them actually came alone to the Lord's Manor of Lingyun City, and he killed a guard of the Lord's Manor with one strike. Isn't this too crazy? Damn! Who is this kid? So awesome. Hey! Just a brat, daring to cause trouble at the Lord's Manor of Lingyun City. I think he's just looking for death. Yeah, this kid must be out of his mind. In the square, everyone took a while to recover from the shock. They all looked at Jiang Fan speechlessly. This was the Lord's Manor of Lingyun City. Even in the entire Lingyun Mansion, those who dared to offend the Lord's Manor were rare. And this one in front of them was just a 15 or 16-year-old boy, an unknown brat who ran to the Lord's Manor of Lingyun City and publicly killed someone. What's the difference between such behavior and seeking death? Ignoring the discussions of the crowd, Jiang Fan calmly looked at the remaining 3 guards and said, "I came here today to settle accounts with Bai Zishuan, not to start a massacre. If you don't want to die, step aside for me." "Ha ha! Kid, who do you think you are? Just based on you, you dare to settle scores with our young master. You killed someone from our Lord's Manor today and still dare to talk big here. No matter who you are, don't think about leaving here alive. Let's attack together and kill him." At this moment, one of the guards finally came to his senses. He grinned ferociously at Jiang Fan, beckoning his 2 companions to attack Jiang Fan. "I've warned you not to come and seek death, but you just won't listen." Jiang Fan shook his head slightly as he watched the 3 rushing towards him, and with a punch, he sent them flying. Bang bang bang. The continuous sound of collisions instantly rang out. Jiang Fan's seemingly casual punch directly sent the 3 guards flying. They didn't even have time to scream before they fell to the ground, dead. At this moment, the people in the square were shocked with their mouths wide open. These 3 guards of the Lord's Manor were at least at the 5th or 6th level of Qi mastery, but when they joined forces, they were easily defeated by this young man's casual punch. How terrifying strength did this young man possess? After easily dealing with a few guards, Jiang Fan raised his head slightly, his sharp gaze piercing deep into the Lord's manor. At the same time, his cold voice echoed in the air above the Lord's manor. Bai Zixuan, I'm here to settle the score with you. Come out and face your death. Zhang Fan's cold words left everyone in the square in awe. This guy, he really came to make trouble for the young Lord Bai Zixuan of Lingyun City. Who dares to act recklessly in my Lord's manor? Just then, a powerful roar erupted from inside the Lord's manor. Immediately after, a burly man appeared on the wall of the Lord's manor. With a push of his foot on the wall, he leaped down in front of Zhang Fan. Kid, did you kill the guards of my city lord's mansion? The burly man looked at the bodies of the 4 guards on the ground, then lifted his head, staring fiercely at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan remained calm, his expression unchanged. He looked calmly at the burly man in front of him. You must be Bai Jin Tian, the city lord of Lingyun City? How dare you? The name of our city lord is not something you can call as you please. I am He Du, the commander of the city lord's mansion. You killed the guards of our city lord's mansion, damaged our dignity, and now you must die. With a shout, a fierce aura burst from the burly man. I can't believe it's He Du, the commander of the city lord's mansion, coming in person. He Du, this is the renowned innate realm powerhouse of Lingyun City. That kid is in big trouble now. Seeing He Du flying out from the city lord's mansion, the surrounding people couldn't help but exclaim. He Du, the commander of the Lingyun City lord's mansion, was a rare innate powerhouse in Lingyun Mansion. Even if Zhang Fan was strong, how could he possibly be a match for an innate powerhouse? Facing the aura emanating from He Du, Zhang Fan remained calm. He looked at He Du and said, I'll say it one last time, I'm here today to find Bai Zixuan and his father. If you truly want to stop me, I guarantee that the one who will die will be you. Ha ha! A brat like you dares to talk big in front of me. Daring to act recklessly in the city lord's mansion of Lingyun City, your only outcome is death. He Du laughed loudly. He stomped on the ground, his figure darting towards Zhang Fan like lightning. At the same time, a fierce innate energy surged on his claws as he aimed for Zhang Fan's head. Zhang Fan's eyes turned cold. Without any attempt to evade, he straightforwardly clashed fists with He Du. Bang! A thunderous impact resounded in the air. In the next moment, He Du's clothes exploded in an instant, his whole body turning into a bloody mess, flying out like a kite with a broken string. The shocking scene made everyone wide-eyed in disbelief. The vast square fell into a deathly silence at that moment. Astonishment! Incredulity! They never expected that He Du, the commander of the Lingyun City Lord's Mansion and a renowned innate powerhouse, would be defeated by Zhang Fan with just one punch. A teenager who seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old had severely injured an innate realm warrior with a single punch. Even the top geniuses in the Lingyun Martial Mansion could not possess such terrifying strength. Where did this kid come from? A monster indeed. Bang! Under the almost stunned gazes of the crowd, He Du was sent flying by Zhang Fan's punch, crashing heavily into the ground, creating a large pit. Who are you? He spat out blood continuously, his eyes filled with extreme fear as he looked at Zhang Fan. Just one punch. Just one punch. He was severely injured by this kid in front of him. He Du couldn't believe that a teenager who seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old possessed such terrifying strength. I told you not to meddle, but you just had to be ignorant. Do you think you're so great as an innate realm warrior? Zhang Fan said coldly, I've killed your Lingyun City Lord's Mansion's innate experts before. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, He Du's face changed drastically. You killed the experts, including the commander? 3 days ago, another commander of the City Lord's Mansion and a third-grade formation master were ordered by the young City Lord Bai Zixuan to handle a matter in Sangshan City. But until now, they had not returned. Bai Zixuan was about to send someone to investigate in Sangshan City when the main culprit had already come to their doorstep, a monstrous martial talent with abnormal abilities. He Du took a deep breath, his palm moved, and he directly took out a token and threw it into the air. A deafening explosion resounded above the Lord's mansion. What the hell? Isn't this the emergency summons signal of the Lord's mansion in Lingyun City? Yes, it is said that by using this emergency signal, Lingyun City can summon the strong warriors of the Lingyun Martial Mansion for assistance. Oh my, He Du is really exaggerating. Watching this scene in front of them, the people in the square couldn't help but be stunned. When they looked at Zhang Fan, they couldn't help but show a look of admiration. This kid is really extraordinary. He alone rushed to the Lord's Mansion in Lingyun City, forcing He Du to use the emergency summon token of the Lord's Mansion. He Du didn't care about the discussions of the people around him. Although this young man in front of him looked only 15 or 16 years old, his strength was unfathomable. He Du even had a feeling that this guy's strength was not inferior to that of their lord at all. This young man was definitely the most powerful enemy their lord's mansion had ever encountered in history. If they were not careful, their lord's mansion would really face a huge crisis. It was precisely because of this that He-Do unhesitatingly used the emergency summon signal of the lord's mansion. With He-Do's signal, inside the lord's mansion of Lingyun City, teams of heavily armored guards swiftly rushed out with extraordinary momentum. Soon after, Lingyun City's lord Bai Jin Tian, dressed in a magnificent purple and gold robe, walked out of the mansion with a majestic demeanor. Behind Bai Jin Tian, Zhang Fan also noticed a familiar figure. This person was none other than Lingyun City's young master, Bai Zishuan. Zhang Fan, why is it him? Seeing Zhang Fan in sight, Bai Zishuan's face instantly turned somewhat unpleasant. He-Do, what's going on? Why did you use the lord's mansion's emergency summons signal? Bai Jin Tian glanced at the embarrassed He-Do beside him, furrowing his brows slightly. He-Do hurriedly explained, Lord, this kid came to the lord's mansion causing trouble, and his strength is very strong. Just a brat who came to cause trouble, and you need to use the lord's mansion's emergency summons signal? Before He-Do could finish, Bai Jin Tian directly scolded him with a displeased expression. He raised his head slightly, his gaze sharp as he stared at Zhang Fan opposite him. Kid, who are you, and why did you come to cause trouble in my lord's mansion? Zhang Fan of the Zhang family in Songshan City. Zhang Fan said lightly, as for why I came here to cause trouble, you should ask your son, Bai Zishuan. Humph, no matter what my son did, the lord's mansion of Lingyun City is not a place where you can act recklessly. If I don't kill you today, I, Bai Jin Tian, will have no face to stay in Lingyun City. Bai Jin Tian snorted coldly, then waved his hand, and a primordial true energy gathered in midair into an illusory giant palm, slapping towards Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's expression was cold, and he instantly displayed the heavenly step, directly stepping fiercely on the illusory giant palm. In an instant, the giant palm shattered under Zhang Fan's foot. At the same time, Zhang Fan's icy voice spread instantly in everyone's ears. Bai Jin Tian, your son conspired privately and sent the strong men of your lord's mansion to attack the Zhang family, almost destroying it. As the lord of Lingyun City, you attacked me without asking anything. I think it's time to change the lord of Lingyun City because you are simply not worthy of being the lord of Lingyun City. On the square, everyone was once again shocked into speechlessness by Zhang Fan's cold words. Insane. This kid is really too arrogant. Although they had to admit that this kid in front of them was indeed amazing. Not only did he single-handedly storm the lord's mansion in Lingyun City, but he also directly punched He-Do into a pulp. Bai Jin Tian is not only powerful, but also a quadruple innate powerhouse, with Lingyun Wufu as his backing. As long as Lingyun Wufu does not object, Bai Jin Tian's position as the lord of Lingyun City is as stable as Mount Tai. Moreover, an urgent summons from the lord's mansion has been issued, and soon, experts from Lingyun Wufu will arrive. Even if this kid is amazing, he probably can't stop Bai Jin Tian from becoming the lord of Lingyun City. Ha ha. Kid, do you think you're the master of Lingyun Wufu? Whether I, Bai Jin Tian, deserve to be the lord of Lingyun City is not for you to decide. Bai Jin Tian laughed angrily. He stared fiercely at Zhang Fan. Kid, if you manage to leave here alive today, my name, Bai Jin Tian, will be reversed in the future. Even if you want to reverse my name, you'll need the chance to do so. After today, there will be no Bai Jin Tian in this world. But, after you die, I might consider preparing a tombstone for you, with your name reversed. Zhang Fan's calm voice fell, and he clenched his fist tightly. Intermediate profound martial art, Azure Dragon breaking Sky Fist. With Zhang Fan's shout, a cyan dragon roared towards the sky and pounced on Bai Jin Tian. Seeking death. Bai Jin Tian snorted coldly and directly clashed with Zhang Fan. Intermediate profound martial art, Sky Stepping. Bai Jin Tian blocked the Azure Dragon breaking Sky Fist, and Zhang Fan's figure soared into the sky, stomping down on Bai Jin Tian. How did this kid learn so many intermediate profound martial arts? Seeing Zhang Fan unleash one intermediate profound martial art after another, Bai Jin Tian's expression changed slightly. However, at this moment, he had no time to think, hastily blocking Zhang Fan's attacks. Just as Bai Jin Tian blocked Zhang Fan's sky-stepping and pushed him back, Zhang Fan's hand flashed with red light in midair, and the flame dragon sword appeared in his hand. Earth-grade martial art, sky-burning sword technique. Zhang Fan's face was cold as a 5 to 6 zhang-long fiery sword light shot up into the sky, condensing into a flaming giant sword in midair. With a swing of his long sword, the flaming giant sword slashed directly towards Bai Jin Tian. Earth-grade martial art. Watching Zhang Fan's astonishing sword, Bai Jin Tian's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He dared not be negligent, quickly mobilizing his internal strength to form a protective aura in front of him. At the same time, Bai Jin Tian also unleashed his strongest skill, the intermediate profound martial art, 8 Desolation's Tyrant Flame Fist, against the flaming giant sword. Boom! Two immensely powerful forces collided in mid-air, creating a deafening explosion that echoed through the sky. Bai Jintian's 8 Desolations Tyrant Flame Fist was shattered by the flaming giant sword in an instant. Then, Bai Jintian was forced to retreat step by step. With each step back, his foot left a deep imprint on the ground. However, before Bai Jintian could recover from Jiang Fan's sky-burning sword technique, another cold voice sounded in his ears. First level sword intent, slash. With Jiang Fan's light shout, a sharp sword intent turned into a 10-meter-long sword shadow, pressing towards Bai Jintian. Sword intent. And it's the first level sword intent. Bai Jintian looked in horror at the unstoppable sword shadow coming towards him, feeling his scalp tingle. Without hesitation, he pushed his quadruple innate strength to the limit and unleashed the 8 Desolations Tyrant Flame Fist once again. Boom! The two fierce attacks collided in an instant. Amidst the thunderous sound, the energy rampaged wildly in all directions. Bai Jintian's body was thrown back by the shockwave, while Jiang Fan stood unaffected, like a spear, standing tall in place. Silent. Watching this astonishing scene before him, the square fell into a deathly silence. After a while, murmurs of disbelief began to rise from the crowd. What the hell? He actually defeated Bai Jintian. Bai Jintian, the lord of Lingyun City, a powerhouse at the 4th stage of the innate realm, was defeated by him. This is truly monstrous. When did our Lingyun martial house produce such a freak? On the square, everyone was amazed and astonished. No one could have imagined that things would escalate to this point. And no one could have imagined that this youth named Jiang Fan would possess such incredible strength. A teenager of 15 or 16 years old, breaking through the innate realm was one thing, but his mastery of powerful martial skills was beyond belief. 2 intermediate mysterious grade martial skills, 1 earth grade sword technique. What's even more terrifying is that this kid has also comprehended the legendary sword intent. With just 4 moves, the dignified lord of Lingyun City, Bai Jintian, with the strength of the 4th stage of the innate realm, was defeated by him. And he did it in such a way that Bai Jintian had no chance to retaliate. Bai Jintian, as the lord of Lingyun City, you allowed your son to send people to attack my Jiang family in Sangshan City, almost bringing disaster upon my family. Today, I will take your life and appoint a new city lord for Lingyun City. Jiang Fan severely injured Bai Jintian with a series of continuous attacks, his cold voice echoing in everyone's ears. Feeling the chilling killing intent emanating from Jiang Fan, Bai Jintian trembled all over, hastily speaking to Jiang Fan. Faced with this terrifying youth, Bai Jintian, the lord of Lingyun City, could no longer maintain his dignity as the city lord and chose to yield. If you had said this when you first came out, it might have made a difference, but it's too late now. I no longer need your satisfactory explanation. Jiang Fan said indifferently, as long as you are dead, it will be the best outcome for the Jiang family. Jiang Fan, I am personally appointed as the lord of Lingyun City by the master of Lingyun Martial House. Bai Jintian glared fiercely at Jiang Fan, if you dare to harm me in the slightest, you will be against the entire Lingyun Martial House. Ha, is that so? I want to see if, by killing you, the Lingyun Martial House will really stand against me. Jiang Fan sneered, about to deal with Bai Jintian when a figure cloaked in a powerful aura of fiery red suddenly rushed towards them. In the blink of an eye, the fiery red figure appeared directly in front of Jiang Fan and the others. This sudden appearance was none other than Yen Sangming, the elder of Lingyun Martial House. Ha ha! Jiang Fan, the strong of Lingyun Martial House has arrived. Next, let's see how arrogant you can be in front of me. Watching Yen Sangming arrive, Bai Jintian couldn't help but burst into a smug laughter. Elder Yen, this kid not only caused trouble in the Lord's mansion but also severely injured us. Moreover, he even threatened to kill me, the Lord of Lingyun City. I ask Elder Yen to uphold justice for the Lord's mansion. Enduring the intense pain, Bai Jintian got up from the ground, showing respect to Yen Sangming. Without even looking at Bai Jintian, Yen Sangming turned to Jiang Fan and frowned. Jiang Fan, what's going on here? The Lord's Mansion of Lingyun City sent an expert at the innate realm and a rank 3 formation master to attack the Jiang family in Sangshan City. If I hadn't returned to the Jiang family in time, they would have been destroyed. Jiang Fan said casually. Elder Yen, I had no knowledge of this matter. Rest assured, I will immediately investigate this matter thoroughly. If what he said is true, I will not spare anyone. Jiang Fan seemed very familiar with Yen Sangming. Bai Jintian's face changed, and he quickly said, Humph. Whether you are aware of it or not, it doesn't matter. Since your subordinate has done such a thing, it's your negligence. Yen Sangming coldly snorted and said lightly, since Jiang Fan thinks you are not worthy of being the city lord of Lingyun City, I don't think you need to be the city lord anymore. Elder Yen, what are you saying? Bai Jintian looked at Yen Sangming in disbelief. He even began to doubt his own ears. The bizarre scene before them shocked everyone in the square. Damn it! What is going on? The powerful figure from the Lingyun martial house, wasn't he summoned urgently by the city lord's mansion? He should be here to help Bai Jin Tian and deal with the troublemaker at the city lord's mansion. But now, this suddenly appearing powerful figure from the Lingyun martial house is actually helping this troublemaker to confront Bai Jin Tian. Unbelievable. This is truly unbelievable. Yen Sangming couldn't be bothered to answer Bai Jin Tian. He turned to Zhang Fan and asked, "Do you want to handle this yourself, or should I help you?" "I'll handle it myself," Zhang Fan said calmly, his sharp gaze directly fixed on Bai Jin Tian across from him. "Bai Jin Tian, today, you have no choice but death. There is no other way for you. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for having a disappointing son. I'll give you one last chance to decide for yourself. Will you end it on your own, or do you want me to take care of you personally?" Bai Jin Tian's face instantly darkened to the extreme. The look he gave Yen Sangming almost seemed like it could spit out fire. "Yen Sangming, as an elder of the Lingyun martial house, it is your duty to uphold the city lord's mansion of Lingyun City. I am the city lord of Lingyun City, only the lord of the Lingyun martial house has the authority to dismiss me. Now you are actually helping this kid to deal with me. If the lord of the Lingyun martial house blames you, can you bear the consequences? Bai Jin Tian, don't try to use the identity of the lord to suppress me. Currently, the lord of the Lingyun martial house is not in the Lingyun martial house. I, Yen Sangming, have full authority to handle all matters of the Lingyun martial house. Moreover, Zhang Fan is the top of the Lingyun ranking, with rights equivalent to the lord." Yen Sangming looked coldly at Bai Jin Tian. "So, Zhang Fan has every right to decide your life and death." "No." Bai Jin Tian, upon hearing Yen Sangming's words, instantly became extremely terrified. "Ha ha! A mere city lord of Lingyun City dares to offend a distinguished guest of my Moonmark Trading Company. Even if the Lingyun martial house spares your life today, I, Wu Jiannan, will not spare you." Just then, a hearty laughter suddenly rang out in the square. Immediately, a man of extraordinary momentum appeared in the square. Wu Jiannan, the president of the Moonmark Trading Company branch in Lingyun City. He actually came here, and he's here to support Zhang Fan. Looking at Wu Jiannan appearing in the square, everyone once again widened their eyes. Impressive. This guy named Zhang Fan is truly impressive. Not only is he powerful himself, but his connections are also surprisingly strong. Elder Yen Sangming of the Lingyun martial house speaking up for him was one thing, but now even Wu Jiannan of the Moonmark Trading Company has come forward. Humph, what a city lord's mansion of Lingyun City, actually making a move against Zhang Fan's family. Zhang Fan, go ahead and take action. If anyone dares to say a word against it, I, Yen Xingxian, will not spare them." Just as everyone had not yet recovered from the appearance of Wu Jiannan, a cold and stern shout echoed in the sky above the square. Everyone looked towards the sound and saw an old man wearing alchemist robes, with a 6-star silver alchemist badge hanging on his chest, descending from the sky. Boom! Once again, shock and awe surged in everyone's hearts. Yen Xingxian, a 6th grade alchemy master. This is a prominent figure in the Great Xia country, a presence that could shake the entire country with just a stomp of his foot. Even such a figure came forward directly to stand up for Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan is truly too fierce. Watching the sudden arrival of Wu Jiannan and Yen Xingxian, Bai Jin Tian's expression turned pale with fear, his whole being ashen, then slumping to the ground in despair. Wu Jiannan, the president of the Moon Trace Merchant Guild in Lingyun City. Yen Xingxian, the renowned 6th grade alchemy master of the Great Xia country. Anyone, whether it be Wu Jiannan or Yen Xingxian, wanting to deal with the lord of Lingyun City, would find it as simple as crushing an ant. The arrival of Wu Jiannan and Yen Xingxian even made Yen Sangming, the elder of the Lingyun martial house, unable to hide his astonishment. Then, his gaze towards Bai Jin Tian couldn't help but reveal a hint of pity. Who would provoke trouble with anyone but had to provoke Zhang Fan? Isn't that seeking death? Mr. Zhang Fan, if the Lord's mansion of Lingyun City dares to lay a hand on you, it will be an enemy to our Moon Trace Merchant Guild. Just say the word, and I will immediately flatten the Lord's mansion. Wu Jiannan stood by Zhang Fan like a servant, speaking respectfully to him. Damn! Seeing Wu Jiannan's courteous demeanor towards Zhang Fan, everyone was once again shocked to the point of almost popping their eyes out. The Moon Trace Merchant Guild is the most powerful guild in the Great Xia country. Wu Jiannan, as the highest-ranking member of the Moon Trace Merchant Guild in Lingyun Prefecture, held a very prestigious position. Even in the entire Great Xia country, few would dare not to give him some face. Yet, such a distinguished figure stood before Zhang Fan as cautiously as a servant. This scene was truly shocking. No need, this is a matter between me and Bai Jin Tian, I will handle it myself. I came here today just to settle the score with Bai Jin Tian and his son, not to start a massacre in the Lord's mansion of Lingyun City, Jiang Fan said calmly, then his icy gaze directly pierced Bai Jin Tian across from him. Jiang Fan, I am willing to give up the position of the Lord of Lingyun City. As long as you spare our lives, I promise to leave Lingyun Prefecture with my son and never set foot here again. Bai Jin Tian gritted his teeth, quickly pleading for mercy from Jiang Fan. In the current situation, his only chance of survival was to beg Jiang Fan for mercy. Revenge is a dish best served cold. As long as Jiang Fan spared them, there would be plenty of opportunities for revenge in the future. He would make Jiang Fan pay tenfold or even 100-fold for this. I can't trust your words. I don't want to keep two venomous snakes who are always ready to bite me in the dark. So, I think it's better to kill you. Jiang Fan's cold words fell, and he swung the flame dragon sword towards Bai Jin Tian. Bai Jin Tian's expression changed drastically, hastily using the last of his strength to block Jiang Fan's strike. However, in Bai Jin Tian's heavily injured state, how could he withstand Jiang Fan's sword technique imbued with intent? In the blink of an eye, Bai Jin Tian's head was severed by Jiang Fan's sword. No! Jiang Fan, I was wrong, I was not human, I shouldn't have listened to Lin Yu's temptation, sending people to attack your Jiang family. I dare not anymore, I will never dare again, please spare me. Seeing Jiang Fan kill his own father with a single sword, Bai Zixuan knelt beside him, his face pale with fear, begging Jiang Fan for mercy. Jiang Fan remained indifferent, not even acknowledging Bai Zixuan. With a flash of sword light in his hand, he swiftly ended Bai Zixuan's life. Jiang Fan, you are too much trouble wherever you go, always stirring up so much trouble. After Jiang Fan killed the father and son by Zixuan, Yan Sangming couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, I think you should focus on cultivating well in the martial house and prepare for the upcoming 9-mansion martial arts assembly. I can't help it. I don't go looking for trouble, but trouble always seems to come knocking on my door. Jiang Fan smirked, then said directly, Elder Yan, quietly cultivating in the martial house is not the life I want. I have decided to go out for some experience and head alone to the imperial capital of the Great Xia country. You want to go to the imperial capital of the Great Xia country alone? Yan Sangming furrowed his brows slightly, that might not be a good idea. It is at least a half-month journey from Lingyun Mansion to the imperial capital. Moreover, the imperial capital is not like Lingyun martial house. With this kid's temper, he might easily offend the noble families of the imperial capital with a slight misstep. At present, this kid is the hope of Lingyun martial house in this 9-mansion martial arts assembly, and Yan Sangming does not want Jiang Fan to make any mistakes. Yan Sangming, just rest assured and let him go. An eaglet must learn to spread its wings on its own to soar in the sky. I believe that with the abilities of young Master Jiang Fan, even in the imperial capital, he can carve out his own territory. Just then, Yan Xingxian smiled slightly and said, after I finish something in a couple of days, I will also go to the imperial capital. With me there, I will make sure nothing happens to young Master Jiang Fan. Elder Yan, rest assured, Mr. Jiang Fan is a distinguished guest of our Moon Shadow Trading Company. In the imperial capital, even if someone wants to harm Mr. Jiang Fan, they will have to ask whether our Moon Shadow Trading Company agrees or not. Wu Jiannan on the side also quickly added. Hearing the words of Yan Xingxian and Wu Jiannan, Yan Sangming felt somewhat relieved. He looked at Jiang Fan and advised, since you have made up your mind, I won't force you to stay. However, the outside world is dangerous, so you must be extremely careful when traveling alone. Mr. Jiang Fan, Lingyun Mansion is quite far from the imperial capital of the Great Xia country, and you have never been to the imperial capital before, so traveling alone will indeed pose many inconveniences. Wu Jiannan smiled and said, I have a suggestion, would you consider it? Jiang Fan was taken aback. What suggestion? Tomorrow, the Tenglong Escort Agency in Lingyun City will be taking on a new commission to transport goods to the imperial capital. Wu Jiannan smiled and said, if Mr. Jiang Fan doesn't mind, I can speak to the people at the Tenglong Escort Agency and arrange for you to travel with them to the imperial capital. Alright, I'll trouble you with that. Jiang Fan nodded. Lingyun Mansion is quite far from the imperial capital of the Great Xia country, and Jiang Fan is quite unfamiliar with the journey. If he can travel with the people from the Tenglong Escort Agency, it will save him a lot of trouble. Mr. Jiang Fan, you're too polite. Wu Jiannan quickly said, I'll go talk to the people at the Tenglong Escort Agency now. You can meet them at the North Gate tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. The night passed quietly. The next morning, Jiang Fan left Lingyun Martial House alone and headed towards the North Gate of Lingyun City. Arriving at the North Gate of Lingyun City, Jiang Fan saw a convoy on an open space outside the city gate. At the forefront of the convoy was a flag with the words Tunglong Escort Agency embroidered with a dragon and phoenix dancing on it. On both sides of the convoy were dozens of strong-looking warriors. "Are you Jiang Fan? The person from the Moon Shadow Trading Company, Uncle Wu, asked us to take you to the imperial capital? Humph, you may be young, but you sure have a big attitude. Making us wait for you alone to go to the imperial capital with the Tinglong Escort Agency. If it weren't for Uncle Wu's sake, I would have left long ago." The mature and fiery leader of the group, a beautiful woman with striking features, couldn't help but snort as Jiang Fan approached them. "Hello, I'm Jiang Fan. I apologize for keeping you waiting," Jiang Fan said apologetically, as it seemed the Tinglong Escort Agency members were already prepared and waiting for him alone. "Miss, we arrived earlier than the agreed time. It's not this young man's fault." At that moment, a burly man standing next to the beautiful woman smiled and said, "Since everyone is here, let's set off." The beautiful woman nodded coldly and immediately mounted her horse, shouting, "Let's go." "Yes." A rough voice echoed in the air as the group protecting the convoy started heading north. "Brother Jiang Fan, I am Tang Xiang, the deputy head of the Tinglong Escort Agency. The one just now was our Miss Tang Xiuyu. Due to some matters, the miss has been in a bad mood recently and hopes you won't take offense." As the convoy set off, the burly man walked directly to Jiang Fan's side, apologizing to him. "Brother Tang, you are too polite." Jiang Fan smiled slightly. "It was my fault for being late and delaying you. I should be the one apologizing. Our miss has a kind heart and is very good to people. You will see once you get to know her better." Tang Xiang sighed. "It's just that the Tinglong Escort Agency is facing a life and death crisis recently, and the miss has been in a bad mood." Jiang Fan nodded without asking further. Even if he didn't ask, he could vaguely guess the situation. This time, during the escort mission, the head of the Tinglong Escort Agency was absent. If his guess was correct, it was probably because something happened to the head of the Tinglong Escort Agency, and Tang Qiuyu had to shoulder the responsibility of revitalizing the agency. 3 days later, the convoy finally left the Lingyun prefecture. Jiang Fan and the others arrived at a vast plain. "Halt!" A commanding voice came from the front of the convoy. Tang Qiuyu dismounted and instructed the others behind her, "We will camp and rest here tonight." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a surge of energy. For the past 3 days since leaving Lingyun City, they had been rushing non-stop without much rest. Even though they were all martial artists, at least at the Chi Mastery realm, they were starting to feel the strain. After setting up camp and having dinner, Tang Qiuyu assigned several warriors to take turns keeping watch and ordered everyone to rest well for an early departure the next day. However, just as everyone was about to rest, a thunderous sound of galloping horses suddenly came from the distance. "Someone is robbing the convoy. Quickly, get into formation and prepare to fight." Tang Xiang's face changed. He stood up and shouted at the group of escorts beside him. Clang! As Tang Xiang's voice fell, the sound of swords being unsheathed rang out continuously. Dozens of escorts quickly took their positions, forming a battle formation and glaring fiercely at the approaching group of riders. The galloping horses approached rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they were in front of them. Jiang Fan's gaze fell on the group of people opposite him. There were about 40 to 50 people, all dressed in black armor. In the dark night, they looked like a black whirlwind sweeping in. The aura emanating from these people was formidable, all of them at least at the Chi Mastery realm. Especially at the forefront of the group, a fierce-looking middle-aged man with scars all over his face led the way, exuding a powerful aura. With Jiang Fan's keen eyes, he could almost instantly tell that this man was a martial master. Looking at the group of burly men in black armor in front of him, Tang Qiuyu suddenly realized something, her pretty face changing abruptly. "Black Armor Bandit Group, are you from the Black Armor Bandit Group?" He. "Little girl, you have some knowledge to recognize the name of our Black Armor Bandit Group. Enough nonsense. If you know what's good for you, leave your convoy behind and scram immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me, Niu Tiankue, for starting a massacre." Just then, the Scar-faced leader's mocking laughter rang directly in everyone's ears. The Black Armor Bandit Group, the largest bandit group roaming around the Lingyun prefecture. How unlucky are we to encounter them? It is rumored that Niu Tiankue, the leader of the Black Armor Bandit Group, is a powerful innate expert. We're done for, absolutely finished this time. Upon hearing Niu Tiankue's arrogant laughter, many warriors from the Tinglong Escort Bureau turned pale. Tang Qiuyu and Tang Xiang, standing at the forefront, wore grim expressions. Tang Xiang took a deep breath and then clasped his fists towards Niu Tiankue, saying, "So it's Leader Niu. Today, as the Tinglong Escort Bureau passes through here, we hope that Leader Niu can be accommodating. We are willing to offer 10,000 taels of gold." The Black Armor Bandit Group was so powerful that the Tinglong Escort Bureau was no match for them. Since they had encountered them, they could only choose to pay the price to avert disaster. Ha! You think you can get rid of me with 10,000 taels of gold? Do you really think I'm a beggar? You have 3 minutes to leave your cargo behind and disappear from my sight immediately. However, this little girl stays. It's been a while since I've had a woman, so I'll take her to relieve my desires. Nyodakue scanned the surroundings from a high vantage point, finally settling his gaze on the fiery figure of Tungchoyu, his eyes instantly heating up. Upon hearing Nyodakue's arrogant words, Tungchoyu's pretty face changed involuntarily. She suppressed her anger and stared coldly at Nyodakue, saying, "Your Black Armor Bandit group has always been elusive. How did you know we would pass through here?" He. Not only did I know you would pass through here, but I also know that your cargo is destined for the Zhao family in the imperial capital. Let me tell you the truth. Someone doesn't want your cargo to arrive safely at the Zhao family, so they paid me a hefty sum to intervene. Enough talk, drop your cargo and get lost. Otherwise, your only fate will be death. As Nyodakue spoke, the aura of an innate expert erupted from him. You won't get away with this. Faced with Nyodakue's formidable aura, Tungchoyu showed no fear on her delicate face. She said coldly, "As escorts, once we take on a mission, we must see it through. If you want to take our cargo, you'll have to step over our dead bodies." Ha ha. Upon hearing Tungchoyu's words, behind Nyo Tienkue, the members of the Black Armor Bandit group couldn't help but laugh disdainfully. "Leader, since these Tinglong Escort Bureau people don't know any better, why waste time talking to them? Just kill them all." Each member of the Black Armor Bandit group looked at the Tinglong Escort Bureau with contempt, their words filled with a chilling intent to kill. "Miss, you lead the majority of the troops to retreat immediately. I'll stay behind to cover our escape." Seeing that the Black Armor Bandit group was hostile, Teng Xiang drew his long sword and said to Tungchoyu beside him in a deep voice, "No, we leave together or stay together." Tungchoyu said firmly, "We'll fight them if we have to." I gave you a chance, but you didn't appreciate it. Since you're so eager for death, I'll grant your wish." Nyo Tiankuei's face turned cold as he angrily ordered, "Attack, kill all the members of the Tinglong Escort Bureau." However, just as Nyo Tiankuei's voice fell, a faint voice suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. "Nyo Tienkue, if you dare harm a hair on them, believe me, I'll destroy your Black Armor Bandit group." The sudden faint voice left everyone present stunned. Their gazes followed the sound and soon landed on Zhang Fan. "It's him!" Seeing that the one speaking was Zhang Fan, the young man who had accompanied them to the imperial capital, all the members of the Tinglong Escort Bureau couldn't help but be greatly surprised. In Tang Choyu's beautiful eyes, an expression of incredulous shock appeared. She hadn't expected that this young man who had followed them to the imperial capital would stand up for them at this moment. She never expected that this young man could be so arrogant in the face of Nyo Tienkue. Ha ha! A mere kid who hasn't even grown a full beard dares to be so shameless in front of me. Just based on you, wanting to wipe out my Black Armor Bandit group, is simply a big joke. Kid, since you've willingly come to seek death, then I'll send you to meet the King of Hell first. Hearing Zhang Fan's dismissive words, Nyo Tiankue's face turned cold. "Kill this arrogant kid for me." "Yes, Captain." Behind Nyo Tiankue, two members of the Black Armor Bandit group immediately raised their spears and charged towards Zhang Fan. Tang Choyu's pretty face changed slightly, about to signal Tang Xiang to intercept the two. Swish! Swish! Two sharp sword lights suddenly flashed in midair. In the next moment, the two charging members of the Black Armor Bandit group stiffened inexplicably. They instinctively touched their necks, only to find blood gushing out. Immediately, the two men slumped to the ground from their horses. Damn! Didn't expect this young man to be so strong in martial arts. Yeah, those two members of the Black Armor Bandit group probably had at least the strength of a 6th level chi practitioner, yet he killed them both with one sword. Really didn't expect this young man to be a hidden master. This scene also stunned the guards of the Tinglong Escort Agency. He's so powerful. Tang Choyu stared blankly at the scene before her, a look of disbelief in her beautiful eyes. I knew this kid was probably not simple. Tang Xian's eyes flashed. When Wu Jiannan came to the Tinglong Escort Agency yesterday and asked them to bring Zhang Fan, he could tell from Wu Jiannan's tone that this kid named Zhang Fan was not simple. Now it seems that this guy is even more extraordinary than he imagined. "Kid, dare to kill my men?" Nyo Tiankuei's face instantly darkened. "I killed your men, what can you do to me?" Zhang Fan said casually, "If you leave now with your men, maybe you still have a chance. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you." "Kid, you're asking for death again. Next, I'll show you what consequences await for provoking a martial master." Nyo Tiankue roared in anger, a majestic aura rising. He swung a huge meteor hammer fiercely towards Zhang Fan. Whoosh! Although Niu Tiankui was bulky, his speed was not slow at all. In just a blink of an eye, he had already flashed in front of Zhang Fan, the meteor hammer carrying a domineering force smashing towards Zhang Fan's head. Ha! A martial master, so impressive? I've killed more powerful martial masters than you. Zhang Fan coldly watched as Niu Tiankui's hammer came down, and with a single punch, he struck the meteor hammer directly. Clang! In midair, a crisp impact resounded instantly. Zhang Fan's seemingly plain punch contained a force even more domineering than Niu Tiankui's meteor hammer. Niu Tiankui's body trembled, and he was sent flying by Zhang Fan's punch along with the hammer. Plop! Niu Tiankui flew back several meters, relying on the support of the meteor hammer to stabilize his body, blood spurting uncontrollably from his mouth. This shocking scene left all the guards of the Tinglong escort agency wide-eyed. Although they knew this young man was strong, they never expected him to be this powerful. Just one punch. A casually thrown punch sent the leader of the Black Armor Bandit group, the martial master Niu Tiankui, flying. This is too insane. Kid, who are you after all? Niu Tiankui looked up at Zhang Fan opposite him, a hint of horror finally flashing in his eyes. Niu Tiankui never expected that this young man who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old would turn out to be an innate powerhouse. And not just any innate powerhouse, but one whose strength far surpassed his own. Zhang Fan calmly looked at Niu Tiankui. Who I am is none of your business. Young man, today I, Niu Tiankui, have been blind, please forgive my offense. I will now lead the Black Armor Bandit group away. Suppressing his shock, Niu Tiankui clasped his fists towards Zhang Fan, then mounted his horse to leave. Niu Tiankui, as the leader of the Black Armor Bandit group, who had made a notorious name for himself, was no ordinary man. The young man before him was not someone his mere Black Armor Bandit group could afford to offend. However, just as Niu Tiankui was about to mount his horse, Zhang Fan's ghostly figure descended from the sky, blocking his path directly. Niu Tiankui's face changed abruptly. Young man, what do you mean by this? I gave you a chance to leave earlier, but you didn't take it. Zhang Fan said indifferently, now that I don't want you to leave, you will stay with me forever. Kid, don't think that I will fear you just because I gave you some face. Niu Tiankui roared in anger, a fierce look erupting in his eyes. He leaped from the horse, grasping the meteor hammer with both hands, like a massive mountain, pressing down towards Zhang Fan. Thunder Hammer! In midair, Niu Tiankui shouted, merging himself with the hammer, unleashing a thunderous force towards Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's expression remained cold as he exerted his full strength, punching the meteor hammer that was coming at him. Boom! Zhang Fan's fist instantly struck the meteor hammer, creating a deafening roar. Soon after, cracks spread across the meteor hammer in Niu Tiankui's hands like a spider web. Moments later, the meteor hammer shattered into countless pieces. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan's fist continued unabated, ruthlessly striking Niu Tiankui's chest. Ah! A piercing scream echoed in the air. In the next moment, Niu Tiankui's body fell to the ground several yards away, blood flowing from all 7 orifices, as lifeless as could be. Silence! This unbelievable scene made the surroundings instantly quiet. Everyone stared blankly at the proud young man, finding it hard to recover from the shock. Niu Tiankui, the leader of the Black Armor Bandit group and an innate powerhouse, had no resistance in front of Zhang Fan. With just a casual punch, Zhang Fan completely defeated Niu Tiankui. And the one who accomplished this astonishing feat was a young man of only 15 or 16 years old. At this moment, almost everyone could hardly believe their eyes. Shocked. Unbelievable. Damn. To defeat an innate powerhouse with one punch, I never expected this young man to possess such terrifying strength. Looks can be deceiving. I never thought I would misjudge someone. Let's go together and kill these scum from the Black Armor Bandit group. After a brief silence, the escorts from the Tinglong Dark Bureau were all invigorated. At the command, they rushed towards the members of the Black Armor Bandit group like wolves, quickly scattering them. In just a short time, except for a few members of the Black Armor Bandit group who managed to escape and panic, the rest were all slaughtered by the escorts. Ha ha! That was refreshing. Yeah, who would have thought that even the notorious Black Armor Horse Bandit gang would all be wiped out by us? The person who dealt with the group of Black Armor Horse Bandits couldn't help but burst into excited laughter. Brother Zhang Fan, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for your help, our Tinglong escort agency would probably be in danger. Tang Xiang stepped forward, gratefully thanking Zhang Fan. It was just a small effort. Zhang Fan smiled faintly, no need to be so polite, Deputy Escort Head. Watching Zhang Fan easily kill Niu Tiankui and help their Tinglong escort agency wipe out the Black Armor Horse Bandit gang, Tung Qiuyu took a while to recover from the shock. In her beautiful eyes looking at Zhang Fan, there was a hint of undisguised astonishment. All along, Tung Qiuyu had thought that Zhang Fan was just a playboy from a certain family in the capital. Wu Jiannan had Zhang Fan accompany them back to the capital, probably to use the Tinglong escort agency to keep Zhang Fan safe. However, Tung Qiuyu did not expect that the reality was completely beyond her expectations. This young man was not a playboy at all, but a genius with almost monstrous talent. At just 15 or 16 years old, he had the ability to easily kill innate experts. Such terrifying talent was almost enough to completely outshine those peerless geniuses in the Lingyun martial mansion. At this moment, Tung Qiuyu even felt somewhat fortunate to have Zhang Fan with them. If it weren't for Zhang Fan's presence, their Tinglong escort agency would probably have faced a disaster this time. After destroying the Black Armor Horse Bandit gang, Tung Qiuyu quickly commanded the Tinglong escort agency's men to clean up the battlefield and then rest on the spot for the night. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Zhang Fan set off again with the Tinglong escort agency's convoy towards the direction of the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. After dealing with the Black Armor Horse Bandit gang, Zhang Fan and his group did not encounter any more resistance along the way. About 10 days later, they finally arrived at the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. Compared to Songshan City and even Lingyun City, the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom was undoubtedly much more majestic. From afar, Zhang Fan could see that the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom stretched for dozens of miles, with walls towering hundreds of meters high, resembling a crouching giant beast. Walking on the main road in the south of the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, Zhang Fan looked at the bustling pedestrians, feeling amazed. He had just glanced around and found many powerful warriors nearby, at least at the innate realm. Innate experts were very rare in the Lingyun mansion, but they were everywhere in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. It could be seen that the martial arts level in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom was indeed much higher than in the other 9 mansions. Brother Zhang Fan, after we enter the capital, we will deliver the escort goods to the Zhao family. Do you have any plans? At that moment, Tang Xiang suddenly walked up to Zhang Fan and asked with a smile. I'm going to visit the Moon Shadow Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Fan smiled slightly. Deputy escort head, in that case, let's part ways here. Thank you for bringing me to the capital. It is our honor for Brother Zhang Fan to accompany the Tinglong escort agency on this journey. Tang Xiang quickly clasped his fists at Zhang Fan. Brother Zhang Fan, until we meet again. Until we meet again. Zhang Fan nodded and was about to leave. Wait. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Zhang Fan. He paused, turned around, and saw Tang Qiuyu walking towards him. Zhang Fan, thanks to your help, Tinglong escort agency was able to safely reach the capital this time. Tang Qiuyu said, taking out a scroll, this mysterious high-grade martial art is left to me by my father, and it is the only token of gratitude I can offer. I hope you will accept it. He. Miss Tang, since I have joined the Tinglong escort agency's team, I will not stand idly by no matter what happens. This martial arts manual was left to you by your father, so you better keep it safe. Zhang Fan smiled faintly, then swiftly darted towards the city gate. Tung Qiuyu stood still, watching Zhang Fan disappear from her sight. Uncle Xiang, let's enter the city as well. After a while, Tung Qiuyu regained her senses and led the Tinglong escort's caravan towards the city. Upon entering the imperial capital of Xia Kingdom, Zhang Fan wandered around for a while and realized it was getting late. He decided to find an inn to rest for the night before visiting the Moon Shadow Chamber of Commerce to meet Master Yu Yangzhu. However, every inn he tried was fully booked, leaving him with no place to stay. Reluctantly, Zhang Fan inquired about the directions and headed straight to the headquarters of the Moon Shadow Chamber of Commerce. 10 minutes later, Zhang Fan arrived in front of a building that was several times more luxurious than the Moon Shadow Chamber in Lingyun City. As it was already evening, there were not many guests at the Moon Shadow Chamber. Zhang Fan's gaze swept the hall and he walked towards a beautiful waitress dressed in Moon Shadow Chamber attire. Sir, may I help you with any purchases? The waitress hurriedly asked Zhang Fan. I'm not here to buy anything. Zhang Fan shook his head and casually said, I'm here to see Yu Yangzhu. Please ask him to come out and meet me. Although Zhang Fan's voice was not loud, it clearly reached everyone in the hall. In an instant, the few guests in the hall all turned their attention to Zhang Fan, showing a hint of curiosity in their eyes. Yu Yangzhu, one of the 3 elders of the Moon Shadow Chamber, was a well-known figure in the imperial capital of Xia Kingdom. It was rare for anyone to visit Yu Yangzhu, let alone someone of such status and reputation in the imperial capital. Yet, this young man before them claimed he was here to see Yu Yangzhu. What was even more surprising was that he demanded to meet Yu Yangzhu right away. Damn, who is this guy? So arrogant. Did I hear correctly? This guy wants Yu Yangzhu to meet him. It's ridiculous. Who does he think he is, a prince of Xia Kingdom? Even if he is a prince, does he have the right to summon Yu Yangzhu? In the hall, after hearing Zhang Fan's words, Everyone couldn't help but sneer at him disdainfully. "Sir, you mentioned you are here to see Elder Yu Yangzu. Do you have an appointment?" The waitress was also taken aback by Zhang Fan's words and asked him after a moment of silence. "I don't have an appointment." Zhang Fan shook his head and calmly said, "Please inform him that Zhang Fan from Lingyun Mansion is here to see him." "Ah, this is hilarious. Look at his arrogant demeanor. I thought he had a big background, but turns out he's from the remote Lingyun Mansion. Just a kid from Lingyun Mansion dares to be so audacious at the Moon Shadow Chamber. He's asking for trouble." Hearing Zhang Fan's self-introduction, the gazes of everyone in the hall towards him became even more disdainful. "Sir, Elder Yu Yangzu is one of the 3 elders of our Moon Shadow Chamber, with a high status. If you don't have an appointment, you won't be able to see him. I suggest you leave," the waitress said somewhat helplessly. Yu Yangzu, one of the 3 elders of the Moon Shadow Chamber, was extremely difficult to meet even for members of the chamber. This young man before them had no status, no background, and came from the remote Lingyun Mansion. How could someone like him have any connection with Yu Yangzu? Zhang Fan furrowed his brows slightly, just as he was about to take out the Moon Shadow Chamber's supreme gold order. A faint cold snort suddenly echoed in the hall. "Oomph, the elder of our Moon Shadow Merchant Guild, do you think you can see him just because you're a brat? Kid, if you have any sense, get out of here now. Don't mess around in the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't walk away unscathed." Zhang Fan raised his head slightly and saw a middle-aged man with an unfriendly face approaching. Zhang Fan glanced lightly at the middle-aged man. "You must be the one in charge of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild, right?" "That's right, I am the steward of the headquarters of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild," the middle-aged man said arrogantly. "Kid, do you want to leave on your own, or do you want me to kick you out? I'm here to find you in Yangzu, why should I leave?" Zhang Fan said coldly, "Here's some advice. If you don't want to get kicked out of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild, go and inform Yuan Yangzi to come see me immediately." Silence. Zhang Fan's cold words instantly plunged the hall into a deathly silence. Everyone looked at Zhang Fan as if he were a fool. This kid must be out of his mind. The Moon Shadow Merchant Guild is one of the most powerful forces in the capital of Daya Kingdom. A brat who came from a small place to the capital dares to come to the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild and tell the steward to leave. Isn't this just a joke? Ha ha. What an arrogant kid. Since I, Huiyangcheng, became the steward of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild, you are the first one to speak to me like this. Do you think you're qualified to make me leave the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild? Huiyangcheng was furious but laughed. "Men, kick this ignorant kid out." With Huiyangcheng's command, several imposing Moon Shadow Merchant Guild warriors charged towards Zhang Fan. "Get out of my way." Zhang Fan's face turned cold, he waved his hand, and a majestic innate chi swept out, sending the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild warriors flying out. He casually defeated those warriors. "I can't believe this kid has some skills." Yes, those Moon Shadow Merchant Guild warriors almost all have the strength of the 9th level of chi manipulation, yet he easily defeated them. Is this guy really from a small place like Lingyun Mansion? A 15 or 16-year-old innate master, such martial talent is remarkable even in the capital. Seeing Zhang Fan casually defeat several warriors of the 9th level of chi manipulation, astonishment appeared on the faces of everyone in the hall. "Good, very good. Kid, I underestimated you, but with your current strength, you still don't have the right to cause trouble in my Moon Shadow Merchant Guild." Huiyangcheng stared coldly at Zhang Fan. "Today, I will make you understand the consequences of causing trouble in the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild. I'll say it one last time, I'm not here to cause trouble." Zhang Fan stared coldly at Huiyangcheng. "You have 2 choices now, either take me to see Yuan Yangzu, or let him come out to see me." "Kid, who do you think you are? Just because you say I have 2 choices, does that mean I only have 2 choices?" Huiyangcheng coldly smiled. "If I have to make a 3rd choice, it would be to cripple you before throwing you out." "Is that so?" Zhang Fan's mouth lifted slightly with a cold smile. "I'm standing right here, come and try to cripple me if you dare." Hearing Zhang Fan's words that showed no regard for him, Huiyangcheng was instantly enraged. As a steward of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild, Huiyangcheng was considered a prominent figure in the capital of Daya Kingdom. Yet this little brat from Lingyun Mansion dared to underestimate him. "Kid, since you seek death, I will grant your wish." A fierce look flashed in Huiyangcheng's eyes, and his 4th level innate chi instantly burst out. He curved his fingers like eagle claws and swiftly grabbed towards Zhang Fan's throat. A mere steward of the Moon Mark Trading Association has strength that is not inferior to the Lord of Lingyun City, by Jintian. The top power in the imperial capital of the Great Xia Empire is indeed very powerful. Watching the approaching Huiyangcheng, Zhang Fan muttered to himself, his face appearing calm. When Huiyangcheng's claw was less than 3 meters away from his throat, Zhang Fan calmly took out a golden token from his storage ring. Zhang Fan's sudden move stunned Huiyangcheng. In the next instant, When he saw the appearance of the golden token in Jiang Fan's hand, his eyes involuntarily contracted. The claw reaching towards Jiang Fan's throat froze in mid-air, as if he had been immobilized. Supreme Gold Token. How? How do you have the Moon Mark Trading Association's Supreme Gold Token? Hu Yangcheng's face was filled with horror as he looked at the token in Jiang Fan's hand, his complexion turning pale. The Supreme Gold Token of the Moon Mark Trading Association is the most prestigious token. In the Moon Mark Trading Association, anyone who possesses the Supreme Gold Token almost holds the same status as an elder. Hu Yangcheng couldn't figure out how this young man from Lingyun Mansion could have the Moon Mark Trading Association's Supreme Gold Token. If the Supreme Gold Token in this young man's hand is genuine, does that mean he has the right to kick him out of the Moon Mark Trading Association? At this moment, Hu Yangcheng's heart became extremely uneasy. Damn, is this real or fake? The Supreme Gold Token of the Moon Mark Trading Association, probably only a few people in the entire Great Xia Empire possess it, right? How could this kid have the Moon Mark Trading Association's Supreme Gold Token? In the hall, everyone looked at the token in Jiang Fan's hand and Hu Yangcheng's terrified expression, showing expressions of unbelievable shock in their eyes. No one could have imagined that this young man, who seemed to have no background or came from a remote place like Lingyun Martial Mansion, would be such an impressive figure. Jiang Fan didn't even bother to look at Hu Yangcheng. He directly looked at the stunned female attendant beside him and calmly said, "You can go and inform Yuanyang Prefecture to come see me now, right?" I'll go right away." The beautiful female attendant quickly regained her composure and hurriedly walked into the Moon Mark Trading Association. Not long after the female attendant left, a dignified middle-aged man in white quickly walked out of the Moon Mark Trading Association. This middle-aged man in white was none other than Yuanyang Prefecture, whom Jiang Fan had met in Leisure City. "Ha ha! Brother Jiang Fan, I didn't expect you to come to the imperial capital so soon, it's really surprising." Yuanyang Prefecture entered the hall, glanced around, and saw Jiang Fan standing in the center of the hall. He walked quickly towards Jiang Fan. "Elder Moon, it's not easy to meet you, a senior member of the Moon Mark Trading Association. If it weren't for the token you gave me, I'm afraid I would have been kicked out by your people already." Jiang Fan looked at Yuanyang Prefecture approaching him and smiled. Yuanyang Prefecture's face darkened. He coldly said to Hu Yangcheng, "What's going on here?" Third Elder, I didn't know he had our Moon Mark Trading Association's Supreme Gold Token. Hu Yangcheng stammered. "Even if he doesn't have the Supreme Gold Token, he is my friend. Jiang Fan has clearly told you he's here to see me, why didn't you report it?" Yuanyang Prefecture's face turned cold as he looked at Hu Yangcheng. "We, the Moon Mark Trading Association, don't need stewards like you who bully others and look down on people. Pack your things and leave." Third Elder, I was wrong, please spare me this time. Hu Yangcheng's face turned extremely pale, and he quickly begged for mercy from Yuanyang Prefecture. Facing Hu Yangcheng's plea for mercy, Yu Yangzhou remained unmoved. He looked at Hu Yangcheng coldly and said, "Are you going to leave on your own, or do you want me to personally make you leave?" Hearing Yu Yangzhou's resolute words, Hu Yangcheng's face turned pale. He cast a resentful glance at Jiang Fan before dejectedly walking out. Witnessing Hu Yangcheng being expelled from the Moon Mark Trading Association by Yu Yangzhou for offending Jiang Fan, everyone around took a while to recover from the shock. The looks they directed at Jiang Fan were filled with undisguised astonishment. No one could have imagined that this young man from Lingyun Prefecture possessed the supreme golden token of the Moon Mark Trading Association and could even be on such familiar terms with Yu Yangzhou, one of the three elders of the Moon Mark Trading Association. It was truly shocking. It is rumored that the president of the Moon Mark Trading Association and the three elders each possess a supreme golden token of the Moon Mark Trading Association. As far as I know, the other three golden tokens have already found their owners, except for the ones held by the three elders. But today I learned that even the golden token held by the three elders has found an owner. Just then, a faint chuckle suddenly echoed in the hall. Jiang Fan was slightly surprised and followed the sound with his gaze. He saw a tall and distinguished young man who appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old walking towards them with a smile on his face. The young man approached Jiang Fan and Yu Yangzhou, then cheerfully said to Yu Yangzhou, "Elder Yu, could you introduce this brother to me? He is Jiang Fan, a friend I met in Lingyun Prefecture," Yu Yangzhou said, then turned to Jiang Fan and said with a smile, "Brother Jiang Fan, let me introduce you. This is the third prince of our great Xia kingdom, Xia Xian. The third prince Xia Xian." Hearing Yu Yangzhou introduce the identity of this young man, Jiang Fan couldn't help but be surprised. Clearly, Jiang Fan had not expected that the friendly-looking young man before him was actually the third prince of the great Xia kingdom. "Greetings, third prince." After a moment of astonishment, Jiang Fan couldn't help but bow slightly to Xia Xian. "Brother Jiang Fan, there's no need for such formality, Xiao Xian said with a slight smile. In 3 days, I will be hosting a banquet at the mansion, inviting many talented youths from the capital. I wonder if Brother Jiang Fan would honor us with your presence. I am flattered by the invitation, but I am just an ordinary young man from Lingyun Prefecture and cannot bear the title of a talented youth, Jiang Fan politely declined. Being new to the capital, Jiang Fan was unfamiliar with everything. Regardless of the purpose behind the third prince's invitation, he did not wish to get involved. Brother Jiang Fan is too modest. The 3 elders of the Moon Mark Trading Association have always had a keen eye. Being appreciated by them and receiving the supreme golden token of the Moon Mark Trading Association is proof enough of your exceptional talent, Xiao Xian continued amicably. For this banquet, I have also invited the most talented beauty of the capital, Meng Qingsnow. Wouldn't Brother Jiang Fan like to see her grace? Very well, I will attend the banquet in 3 days. Jiang Fan immediately agreed upon hearing Meng Qingsnow being mentioned by Xiao Xian. Then I will await Brother Jiang Fan at the mansion 3 days from now, Xiao Xian said with a smile before bidding farewell to Yu Yangzhou and walking slowly towards the exit of the Moonmark Trading Association. Brother Jiang Fan, you may attend the banquet in 3 days, but try not to get too close to Xiao Xian, Yu Yangzhou whispered to Jiang Fan as he watched Xiao Xian leave. I am not familiar with him, so I never intended to get too close to him, Jiang Fan smiled faintly. I am only attending the banquet for a friend. Now that the emperor of the Great Xia Kingdom intends to appoint a crown prince, several influential princes are forming factions in secret to vie for the position of the heir. Xiao Xian came to visit me, probably seeking the support of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild. If my guess is correct, the banquet Xiao Xian will hold in 3 days is surely aimed at winning hearts and building his own power. With just a few words, Yu Yangzhou revealed Xiao Xian's intentions. I see. Jiang Fan nodded and said, rest assured, I have no interest in getting involved in this struggle for the throne. The competition for the royal throne has always been extremely cruel. Even if it's my Moon Shadow Merchant Guild, I don't want to be part of it. Yu Yangzhou chuckled, Brother Jiang Fan must have had a hard journey. Let me arrange for you to rest well at the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild for 2 days. Following Yu Yangzhou's arrangements, Jiang Fan soon settled in a luxurious courtyard at the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild. For 3 consecutive days, Jiang Fan stayed in his room, except for catching up with Yu Yangzhou, without venturing anywhere else. It wasn't until the evening of the 3rd day that Jiang Fan left the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild and headed to the 3rd prince's mansion to attend the banquet. Finding the 3rd prince Xiao Xian's mansion was not difficult. After a brief inquiry, Jiang Fan arrived at the entrance of the 3rd prince's mansion on foot. Ding! Your intermediate profound body technique, sky-stepping, has reached the perfect realm. Ding! You have successfully comprehended the advanced profound body technique, universe-shifting step. After the journey from Lingyun Mansion to the imperial city of Daxia, Jiang Fan's body technique advanced once again. This time, the universe-shifting step he comprehended was a body technique equivalent to instant teleportation. With this universe-shifting step, he could almost instantly move to any location within 100 meters. Excuse me, young master, please show your invitation. Just as Jiang Fan was immersed in the joy of his breakthrough in body technique and walking towards the gate of the 3rd prince's mansion, a guard suddenly stood in front of him and said firmly, if you don't have an invitation, I can't let you in. Ha ha. How ridiculous. Who attending the 3rd prince's banquet today wasn't personally invited by the 3rd prince? At that moment, a mocking voice abruptly sounded behind Jiang Fan. Turning around, Jiang Fan saw a young man in a magnificent suit slowly approaching. This young man was none other than Dan Xiuming, who had been severely beaten by Jiang Fan at the Lingyun Martial Mansion. Jiang Fan's eyes narrowed. Dan Xiuming, it's you. Ha! Jiang Fan, I didn't expect to see you in the capital. This is the mansion of the 3rd prince of Daxia. How could a bumpkin from Lingyun Mansion like you enter? Dan Xiuming sneered disdainfully. Then, he took out a golden invitation from his bosom and flaunted it in front of Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, take a good look. This is the 3rd prince's invitation. But someone like you, a small fry from a remote place, will never receive one in your lifetime. Dan Xiuming looked at Jiang Fan mockingly, his eyes filled with provocation. Last time, during the alchemy competition at Lingyun Martial Mansion, Jiang Fan publicly humiliated him. For him, a genius alchemist from the Dan family, it was a great shame. Dan Xiuming had silently vowed to reclaim the humiliation he suffered from Jiang Fan tenfold the next time they met. Little did Dan Xiuming expect that Jiang Fan would come to the capital of Daxia. And now, they met at the entrance of the 3rd prince's mansion. Since encountering Jiang Fan, how could Dan Xiuming let him off easily? In the imperial city of Daxia, the Dan family was one of the 6 major forces. Dan Xiuming didn't believe he couldn't handle a small fry like Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, a good dog doesn't block the way. Since you are not qualified to enter, step aside and don't block my way. Seeing Jiang Fan indifferent to his sarcasm, Dan Xiuming continued to mock him crazily. Bang! Jiang Fan didn't bother to talk nonsense, raised his fist, and threw a heavy punch directly. In the next moment, Dan Xiuming was sent flying out completely. Watching Jiang Fan punch Dan Xiuming without a word, not only the guards at the door were stunned but also some guests invited to the banquet were shocked. Damn! Dan Xiuming from the Dan family was actually beaten. Yes, who is that kid over there, daring to hit someone from the Dan family? And it's right at the third prince's mansion gate. This guy is simply asking for trouble. Jiang Fan, do you dare to hit me? Dan Xiuming climbed up from the ground in a miserable state, his eyes almost spitting fire as he looked at Jiang Fan. Ignoring Dan Xiuming's fiery gaze, Jiang Fan reached out his hand and calmly said, "If you don't want to be beaten anymore, hand over the invitation." Dan Xiuming coldly smiled, "Jiang Fan, you have some nerve, actually." Bang! However, before Dan Xiuming could finish his sentence, Jiang Fan kicked him in the body, making Dan Xiuming fall flat on his face. Jiang Fan kicked Dan Xiuming over. In front of everyone, Jiang Fan walked to Dan Xiuming, snatched the invitation from his hand, and then walked to the guard at the door, asking, "Can I go in now?" Jiang Fan's bold move shocked everyone around. First, he beat up Dan Xiuming from the Dan family, took the invitation from him, and now he wanted to enter the third prince's mansion with that invitation. Bold! This guy's move is just too bold. Young man, by assaulting a guest invited by the third prince and snatching the invitation, you are disrespecting the third prince. The guard's face turned grim as he looked at Jiang Fan. "I said I am a distinguished guest invited by your third prince. You asked for the invitation. I brought an invitation here, but you still won't let me in. In that case, I won't attend the third prince's banquet," Jiang Fan said, throwing away the invitation and turning to leave. "Kid, stop right there. You injured a guest of the third prince in public at the third prince's mansion gate. I can't let you leave easily. Brothers, take him down." The guard shouted, and instantly, 7 or 8 guards rushed forward, surrounding Jiang Fan in the center. "So what if it's the third prince's mansion? I come and go as I please. It's not up to you to interfere." Jiang Fan's face turned cold. "Get out of my way. Humph. You can't act recklessly in front of the third prince's mansion. If you know what's good for you, surrender quietly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude to you." The leading guard snorted coldly, staring fiercely at Jiang Fan, ready to act at any moment. "Good. Very good. Since you won't let me in, I'll break into the third prince's mansion. I'll ask him why he invited me to tonight's banquet but won't let me in. What does he want to do?" Jiang Fan's anger turned into a smile, and he exuded a strong killing intent. "Stop right there." Just as Jiang Fan was about to clash with the 7 or 8 guards around him, a stern shout suddenly came from inside the mansion. Everyone turned to see the third prince Xia Xianlong striding out of the mansion. "Greetings, third prince." When the 7 or 8 guards saw the arrival of the third prince, they quickly bowed in respect. Xia Xian waved his hand, signaling them to step back. He walked directly to Jiang Fan, with a look of apology on his face, saying, "Brother Jiang Fan, at the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild that day, I neglected to send you an invitation. I hope you don't mind." "What?" Everyone was wide-eyed and incredulous at the courteous attitude Xia Xian showed towards Jiang Fan. Who is this kid to be so impressive? Even among the younger generation of the 6 major powers in the imperial capital of Xia, few could make Xia Xian so polite, right? "Third prince, do you really want him to attend the banquet at your mansion? Let me make it clear to you now, tonight's banquet will either have him or me, not both." Just then, Dan Xiuming's angry voice came over in an instant. Xia Xian was slightly stunned, then turned to look at the disheveled Dan Xiuming, somewhat puzzled, and asked, "Dan, what's going on?" Dan Xiuming's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and stared at Jiang Fan, saying, "Why did I end up like this? Ask him yourself." "That's right, I had a little personal grudge with him and couldn't help but beat him up." Jiang Fan casually said, "If the third prince feels uncomfortable, I'll leave now and won't attend tonight's banquet." "Brother Jiang Fan, please wait." Xia Xian quickly stopped Jiang Fan, who was about to leave. Then he glanced at Dan Xiuming and said with a smile, "Both of you are honored guests invited by me today. Can we stop here for today?" These 2 people in front of him were very important to him. One was a core figure among the younger generation of the Dan family, representing the Dan family to some extent. The other possessed the supreme golden token of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild, a status comparable to that of an elder in the guild. If he could get the help of these 2, it would be greatly advantageous for him to seize the position of the heir. "Stop here? Absolutely not," Dan Xiuming said with a dark expression. "Third prince, if you let him attend the banquet tonight, I, Dan Xiuming, will never set foot in your mansion again." "Dan, are you threatening me?" Xiaoxian's face suddenly turned somewhat unpleasant. As the third prince of Dixia, Xiaoxian was a highly proud figure. Although he hoped to unite more forces in the struggle for the throne of Dixia, he would never be threatened by anyone. Third prince, you're overreacting. I don't have the courage to threaten you. Dan Xiuming coldly snorted, I'm just stating a fact. Xiaoxian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he calmly said, since brother Dan doesn't want to enter my mansion, please leave. Although Dan Xiuming was a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Dan family, Zhang Fan's status was no less than his. With the supreme golden token of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild, Zhang Fan's position in the guild was almost equal to that of an elder. How could Xiaoxian possibly drive Zhang Fan away just because of Dan Xiuming's threat? Moreover, if he had to choose between Dan Xiuming and Zhang Fan, Xiaoxian would undoubtedly choose Zhang Fan without hesitation. After all, the discerning eyes of Elder Yuxiangzu and the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild were highly esteemed. Many monstrous geniuses had tried to obtain the supreme golden token of Elder Yuxiangzu, but he remained unmoved. Yet in the end, Elder Yuxiangzu gave the supreme golden token to the young man standing before him named Zhang Fan. Xiaoxian believed that if Zhang Fan could catch the eye of Elder Yuxiangzu, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Good. Third prince, since you have made your choice, Dan will take his leave. Dan Xiuming, seeing that Xiaoxian had chosen to stand by Zhang Fan's side, could no longer contain his anger. He chuckled angrily, turned around, and left in a huff. Xiaoxian remained expressionless. He didn't even look at Dan Xiuming again, but directly gestured to Zhang Fan, saying with a smile, Brother Zhang Fan, please come inside. Zhang Fan nodded, then walked into the mansion with Xiaoxian. Before long, Xiaoxian led Zhang Fan into a hall that was hundreds of meters long. The hall was filled with exquisitely carved rosewood tables. These tables were arranged in rows of 4, filling the entire hall. A large portion of the tables were already occupied by guests. Brother Zhang Fan, please have a seat here. Xiaoxian directly arranged for Zhang Fan to sit in the position originally belonging to Dan Xiuming in the front row. This scene immediately drew the attention of everyone in the hall towards Zhang Fan. Generally, in such banquets, the closer the seating to the front, the higher the status. Therefore, it was almost taken for granted by everyone that the 4 seats in the front row were reserved for the young talents of the 4 major families of the imperial capital. When they saw this unfamiliar young man being seated in the front row by Xiaoxian, they couldn't help but start discussing. Wow, who is this kid? He seems quite impressive. Yes, not only was he personally welcomed by the third prince, but he was also seated in the front row. This guy doesn't look like he's from the 4 major families. When did such a remarkable person appear in the imperial capital of Dixia? While everyone was discussing Zhang Fan, he remained calm, sipping his tea and waiting for the banquet to begin. Soon, the guests for the banquet started arriving one after another. Among them was Meng Qingxue, whom Zhang Fan had been waiting for. She slowly walked into the hall under the countless gazes. So this is Meng Qingxue from the Meng family. It is said that after Meng Qingxue returned to the Meng family, her strength suddenly soared, breaking through to the innate realm. Tisk TSK. A 16-year-old innate expert, truly deserving of being the most talented beauty in the imperial capital. As Meng Qingxue appeared in the hall, there were murmurs of admiration. Miss Meng, your presence truly brightens up my mansion. Please, come in. Xiaoxian, seeing Meng Qingxue entering the hall, promptly welcomed her to the seat at the far right of the front row. Third prince is too kind. Meng Qingxue lightly returned the gesture and took her seat. Suddenly, Meng Qingxue felt a gaze on her left side, and she couldn't help but turn her head to look. When she saw Zhang Fan sitting in the first position on the left, a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Meng Qingxue clearly did not expect Zhang Fan to arrive in the imperial capital of Dixia ahead of time. Moreover, he came to attend the banquet hosted by the third prince Xiaoxian, being honored as a distinguished guest and seated in the front row. Although she was somewhat surprised by Zhang Fan's presence, Meng Qingxue did not go forward to greet him. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence at this banquet hosted by this prince. Next, let me introduce 4 young talents to everyone. Xiaoxian smiled, exuding a calm and kingly aura. He first pointed to Meng Qingxue on the right side of the front row and said, I believe there's no need for me to introduce her, the talented beauty of our imperial capital, Meng Qingxue. This is the palace's talented formation master, Gong Qi, only 17 years old and already a third-grade formation master. After introducing Meng Qingxue, Xiaoxian then pointed to a young man in Taoist robes next to Gong Qi and said with a smile, if I'm not mistaken, Brother Gong Qi should be close to breaking through to a 4th-grade formation master, right? Third prince overestimates me. Gong Qi smiled faintly, becoming a 4th-grade formation master is not that easy. Brother Gong Qi, there's no need to be modest. Xia Xian smiled slightly, then pointed to the cold and fierce young man next to Gong Qi. This is Kong Rui, the talented beast tamer from the Kong family, also 17 years old, currently a third-grade beast tamer. And this is brother Jiang Fan, from the Moonlight Trading Company. Summer Xian's gaze finally settled on Jiang Fan, with just a simple introduction before the conversation ended. Upon hearing Summer Xian's words, a strange expression couldn't help but appear on the faces of everyone in the hall. The Moonmark Trading Company was powerful, wealthy enough to rival a nation. However, the Moonmark Trading Company had always remained neutral, never getting involved in the royal family's struggles. So why would they send someone to attend the third prince's banquet this time? Had the third prince managed to win over even the people of the Moonmark Trading Company? The crown prince has arrived. Just as everyone was surprised by Jiang Fan's identity, shouts suddenly came from the entrance of the hall. The crown prince. Why was he here? Upon hearing the shouts from the entrance, everyone inside the hall couldn't help but pause in shock. Xia Lin, the crown prince, was one of the most powerful princes in the Great Xia Kingdom. He was also one of the biggest competitors for the position of the crown prince against the third prince. Now, the crown prince suddenly appearing at the banquet held by the third prince clearly indicated trouble was brewing, as he came to stir things up. Third brother, I heard you were hosting a banquet tonight. How could your big brother not come uninvited? I wonder if third brother welcomes me. Just as everyone was shocked by the crown prince's arrival, a loud voice suddenly came from outside. Then, a handsome and tall young man of about 25 or 26 entered with a smile on his face. Summer Xian quickly stood up from his seat and walked towards the crown prince with a smile on his face. It's my honor that my big brother could come to support my banquet. Summer Xian hosted this banquet to win hearts and prepare for the competition for the crown prince position. However, the crown prince Xia Lin suddenly appeared at this moment. Summer Xian knew without a doubt that his big brother was up to no good. Despite knowing Xia Lin's intentions, Summer Xian's expression remained unchanged, his face still adorned with a brilliant smile. He. Third brother rarely hosts a banquet, how could big brother not come to show support? Xia Lin smiled slightly. This time, I also brought a distinguished guest for third brother. I wonder who the guest is that big brother mentioned, Summer Xian said with a smile. Yang, why don't you come in and meet my third brother? Xia Lin directly called out to the entrance of the hall. As Xia Lin's words fell, everyone in the hall couldn't help but turn their heads. Then, a teenager of about 15 or 16, dressed in a Dan Master robe, walked in. The teenager had an ordinary appearance and a slender figure. But when everyone saw the third-grade Dan Master badge on the teenager's chest, they couldn't help but be shocked. A 15 or 16-year-old third-grade alchemist, even in the renowned alchemy families, probably didn't have such a monstrous genius. Third brother, let me introduce you. This is brother Yang Ping, also the closed-door disciple of the 5th-grade alchemy master Pang Yangnian. Brother Yang Ping broke through to the third-grade alchemist at 16, breaking the record set by the young masters of the Dan family, becoming the youngest third-grade alchemist in the Great Xia Kingdom for hundreds of years. The crown prince's face was full of smiles, and his proud expression in his eyes was evident. A 16-year-old third-grade alchemist, the closed-door disciple of the 5th-grade alchemy master Pang Yangnian. Upon hearing Xia Lin's introduction, not only did the faces of everyone in the hall suddenly change color, but even Summer Xian's eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of seriousness. It seemed that at this banquet, he was likely to suffer a loss at the hands of his big brother. His big brother truly deserved to be the most qualified candidate to compete with him for the position of the Great Xia Kingdom's crown prince. His methods were indeed remarkable. If he guessed correctly, Xia Lin must have learned about the incident where Dan Xiuming angrily left his mansion, which was why he brought Yang Ping, this alchemy genius, to disrupt his event. Xia Lin's purpose in doing so was nothing more than to send a message to everyone. He recruited a top alchemy genius from the imperial capital of the Great Xia Kingdom and even gained the support of a 5th-grade alchemy master. So it's brother Yang, please come in. Although he knew this person was brought by Xia Lin to challenge him, Xia Xian still politely gestured to Yang Ping. Yang Ping nodded indifferently and then walked directly towards the position of Jiang Fan on the far left of the first row in the hall. At the same time, his domineering voice rang directly in Jiang Fan's ear. Kid, get out of here quickly, I've set my eyes on this spot. Seeing Yang Ping walk straight to Jiang Fan and domineeringly tell him to scram, Xia Xian's face immediately turned somewhat unpleasant. Today's banquet, he was the host here. But this young man named Yang Ping completely disregarded him and directly kicked out his most valued guest. This was really underestimating him. However, Yang Ping indeed had the capital to be domineering. The youngest third-grade alchemist in the history of the Great Xia Kingdom, with a master who was a 5th-grade alchemy master. With such status, Xia Xian was unwilling to easily offend him. Despite feeling angry at Yang Ping's domineering behavior, Xiaoxian ultimately did not erupt. Although Yang Ping had an extraordinary status, Zhang Fan sitting there was not someone to be trifled with. Seeing Yang Ping trying to forcefully take Zhang Fan's place, all eyes in the hall converged on Zhang Fan at that moment. Even the Gong family's Gong Qi and the Kong family's Kong Roy were looking at Zhang Fan with mocking expressions. They all wanted to know what choice Zhang Fan, the young man placed first by Xiaoxian, would make. Only Meng Qingxue, sitting on the left side of the first row, couldn't help but show a hint of sympathy in her eyes as she looked at Yang Ping. Under the gaze of countless eyes in the hall, Zhang Fan sat motionless in his seat, showing no intention of getting up. He looked up at Yang Ping and calmly said, "This is my spot, why should I give it to you? Give you 10 seconds, disappear from my sight immediately." "Ha ha. Kid, even the third prince wouldn't dare say such things to me. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to make me disappear from here? I don't want to waste time with you, I've set my eyes on this spot, if you don't want to die, get out of the way." Yang Ping arrogantly shouted. He was here today on the orders of the crown prince to cause trouble at the third prince's banquet. Since he was here to cause trouble, he naturally couldn't target someone of low status. Among the guests in the first row of Xiaoxian's banquet, 3 of them were from the 3 major families. Yang Ping decisively chose Zhang Fan, who was in the first place. This kid didn't seem to be from the 4 major families. If he could crush this kid under his feet, he would surely ruin the third prince's banquet. Watching Yang Ping arrogantly shouting beside him, Zhang Fan's eyes flashed with cold light, his right hand shot out like lightning, directly grabbing Yang Ping by the neck. Then, like an eagle catching a chick, Zhang Fan lifted Yang Ping up. Woo woo! Yang Ping's face instantly turned red, making a wheezing sound. His limbs were also frantically struggling in mid-air. But with his strength, trying to break free from Zhang Fan's restraint was undoubtedly futile. Hiss! Watching this scene in front of them, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. They widened their eyes, showing incredible amazement. This Zhang Fan, invited as the chief guest by the third prince, was indeed extraordinary. This disciple who closed the door of a 5th-grade alchemist, the youngest 3rd-grade alchemist in the history of the Great Xia Kingdom, was beaten up like this. Seeing Zhang Fan act without hesitation, the Crown Prince Xia Lin also took a while to come back to his senses from the shock. He stared coldly at Zhang Fan and angrily shouted, "Kid, do you want to die? Do not let go of me yet." The Crown Prince Xia Lin stared fiercely at Zhang Fan, exuding a murderous intent. He never expected that the young man sitting at the head would dare to act against Yang Ping even after knowing his identity. He brought Yang Ping here today to strike at Xiaoxian. If he allowed this kid to handle Yang Ping, it would be like shooting himself in the foot. Xia Lin did not want that to happen. Today, he would make this kid pay a heavy price. "Watch your dog, better not let him come out and bite people in the future," Zhang Fan said lightly, then casually threw Yang Ping towards Xia Lin. Xia Lin's face changed, quickly reaching out to catch Yang Ping. "Bastard, how dare you lay a hand on me?" With Xia Lin's help, Yang Ping stabilized himself and shouted fiercely at Zhang Fan. Yang Ping was on the verge of losing it. He was the youngest 3rd-grade alchemist in the Xia Kingdom, a closed-door disciple of Master Pang Yongyan, a 5th-grade alchemist. Even the Crown Prince Xia Lin was very polite to him. Wherever he went, he was respected. But this time, Zhang Fan not only beat him up but also compared him to a dog by the Crown Prince's side. How could Yang Ping, who had never suffered any humiliation, bear this? "You brat, I want you dead." Yang Ping glared fiercely at Zhang Fan. "Crown Prince, kill this kid for me." "Brother Yang Ping, rest assured, I will give you an explanation for today's events." The Crown Prince Xia Lin nodded. He glared at Zhang Fan and angrily shouted, "Kid, how dare you lay a hand on Master Peng's disciple, you shall not live." With a cold and angry shout, Xia Lin waved his hand, and a terrifying innate energy attacked Zhang Fan. However, at that moment, Xiaoxian appeared in front of Zhang Fan, blocking Xia Lin's attack. He looked at Xia Lin calmly and said, "Brother, everyone present today is my invited guest. It seems inappropriate for you to act against my guests, doesn't it? Third Prince, think carefully. My teacher is the renowned 5th-grade alchemist in Xia Kingdom, and I am the youngest 3rd-grade alchemist in Xia Kingdom today. Do you really want to be my enemy?" Yang Ping glared at Xiaoxian, who was blocking Zhang Fan in front of him, and said in a displeased tone, "Ha, don't boast so much. A 16-year-old 3rd-grade alchemist dares to claim to be the youngest 3rd-grade alchemist in Xia Kingdom? You probably don't deserve that title." Just as Yang Ping's words fell, before Xiaoxian could speak, a disdainful laughter rang out in the hall. In an instant, all eyes in the hall once again focused on Zhang Fan, who was speaking. A 16-year-old 3rd-grade alchemist was already extraordinary. Could there really be someone in this world more extraordinary than Yang Ping in alchemy talent? Ha ha. I may not deserve it, but do you? Yang Ping burst into contemptuous laughter upon hearing Zhang Fan's words. Indeed, I am at least more qualified than you. Zhang Fan smiled faintly and took out a third-grade alchemist badge from his body, placing it in front of everyone. I am almost 16, still about 3 to 4 months away. Do you think you deserve to be called the youngest third-grade alchemist in front of me? Silence. Looking at the third-grade alchemist badge in Zhang Fan's hand, the hall fell into a deathly silence. Even the air seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unbelievingly, at the third-grade alchemist badge in Zhang Fan's hand. A third-grade alchemist. Hardly anyone could have imagined that this young man was also a third-grade alchemist. And not even 16 yet. Thinking back to the proud look on Yang Ping's face when he claimed to be the youngest third-grade alchemist in the Great Xia country just now, everyone couldn't help but show a touch of sympathy in their eyes when they looked at Yang Ping. Slap in the face. This is truly a real slap in the face. Indeed, he is the person favored by Elder Moonmark, truly extraordinary. Looking at the third-grade alchemist badge that Zhang Fan suddenly took out from his body, even the third prince Xia Xian couldn't help but show a hint of amazement in his eyes. Although he had already anticipated that the youth favored by Moon Yanzhou would not be a simple character, he still did not expect Zhang Fan to be so exceptional. A 15-year-old third-grade alchemist. This is probably unprecedented in the history of the Great Xia country. Across from the third prince Xia Xian, the crown prince Xia Lin also took a while to recover from his shock. He looked at the third-grade alchemist badge in Zhang Fan's hand, his face instantly becoming extremely gloomy. Just a while ago, the crown prince Xia Lin received news of the conflict between Xia Xian and the alchemist Ming. He instantly felt that this was a good opportunity to suppress Xia Xian. So, he indeed brought Yang Ping to Xia Xian's mansion. However, plans are always subject to change. Xia Lin did not expect that after losing Dan Xiuming, Xia Xian would actually gain an alchemy genius even more exceptional than Yang Ping. This time, he ended up losing more than he gained. No, it's impossible. How could you be a third-grade alchemist? It took Yang Ping quite a while to recover from his astonishment, shouting incredulously, "If you can become a third-grade alchemist, why can't I?" Zhang Fan sneered, impatiently saying, "If you don't want to get beaten up again, then get lost immediately. Kid, you wait for me, we're not done with this." Yang Ping glared at Zhang Fan with a dark expression and turned away in big strides. Since he started learning alchemy from his master, he had never been humiliated like this before. He must bring his master to make this little guy pay a heavy price. "Third brother, you are indeed impressive. Big brother underestimated you." The crown prince Xia Lin looked at Xia Xian with a dark gaze, then turned and walked out of the hall in big steps. After the two princes left, the third prince Xia Xian also displayed his personal charm, once again livening up the atmosphere of the banquet. Ha ha! The banquet hosted by the third prince today is truly lively. I, Dan Heojian, came uninvited, just to join in the fun. I hope the third prince doesn't mind. Just as the atmosphere of the banquet had just started to recover, another burst of laughter suddenly rang out from the entrance of the hall. Dan family's third young master, Dan Heojian. Hearing the laughter coming from the entrance, everyone in the hall couldn't help but show a strange expression. The third prince had just had a falling out with Dan Xiuming at the entrance. Now, Dan family's third young master, Dan Heojian, had come to the door. This situation clearly wasn't a good sign. Under the gaze of everyone in the hall, a formidable tall young man walked in directly. Dan Heojian, the atypical member of the Dan family. This person has always been martially inclined since childhood and is the only one among the direct disciples of the Dan family who has not pursued alchemy. However, Dan Heojian's talent in martial arts is indeed outstanding. At the age of only 18 or 19, he already has the strength of the 6th innate level. Even in the Flame Martial Academy, known for its numerous geniuses, Dan Heojian is considered outstanding. Why is the third young master of the Dan family not staying at the Flame Martial Academy to cultivate, but coming here leisurely? Xia Shen looked at the sudden appearance of Dan Heojian, his eyes flashing with a sharp light, but he still appeared very polite on the surface. Just passing by to take a look, and incidentally handle some matters. Dan Heojian smiled faintly, glanced around the hall, then walked straight ahead. "Kid, I want to sit in your seat, do you have any objections?" Dan Haogan walked straight to Zhang Fan's front, looking down at him from a high vantage point, and said coldly. Dan Haogan had an excellent relationship with the Dan family and Dan Xiuming. When he learned that Dan Xiuming had been bullied outside the third prince's mansion, he was naturally very angry. How could the prestigious Dan family, the #1 alchemy family in Xia country, and the alchemy genius of the Dan family, be insulted by an outsider so easily? So, Dan Haogan came to the third prince's mansion alone, wanting to reclaim the situation for Dan Xiuming. It could be said that he came here purely to cause trouble for Jiang Fan. Although he had never seen Jiang Fan, it didn't stop him from guessing Jiang Fan's identity at a glance. Since the third prince Xia Xin could offend Dan Xiuming for Jiang Fan, it was enough to prove that Xia Xin valued this person greatly. Among the 4 customers in the front row, only the person in front of him seemed unfamiliar. Therefore, Dan Haogan could almost be certain that the young man in front of him was Jiang Fan who had offended Dan Xiuming. Jiang Fan raised his head and looked at Dan Haogan, smiling. "Do you really want this seat? Do you think I'm joking with you?" Dan Haogan snorted coldly. "Enough nonsense. Are you going to give up your seat on your own, or do I have to do it myself? It's just a seat. If you want it, I'll give it to you." Jiang Fan smiled faintly and then stood up directly from his seat. Damn! What an unbelievable scene. It shocked everyone in the hall almost to the point of their eyeballs popping out. They never expected that Jiang Fan would so easily give up his seat to Dan Haogan this time. When Yang Ping stood in front of Jiang Fan and said those words, Jiang Fan didn't hesitate to beat Yang Ping. But now, facing Dan Haogan, he voluntarily gave up his seat. Although Dan Haogan was from the Dan family, his background was even more terrifying than Yang Ping's. But didn't this kid also beat Dan Xiuming from the Dan family outside the third prince's mansion? They couldn't understand. They couldn't understand why Jiang Fan, who was so awesome just now, suddenly became so submissive in front of Dan Haogan. Not to mention the others in the hall finding it unbelievable. Even Meng Qingsno, who knew Jiang Fan quite well, couldn't help but show a hint of confusion in her beautiful eyes. In her impression, Jiang Fan had always been very domineering and proud. He had almost never bowed his head to any opponent. But this time, Jiang Fan actually made concessions to Dan Haogan, which was really illogical. Jiang Fan's actions also astonished the third prince Xia Xian. Obviously, he didn't expect Jiang Fan to give up his seat to Dan Haogan so easily. As the third prince of Dixia country, Xia Xian was a popular candidate to compete for the position of the crown prince of Dixia country, and his temperament was naturally extraordinary. He was only slightly surprised for a moment before he came to his senses. Dan Haogan was one of the top 100 geniuses on the Yen Yuan True Dragon list, with the strength of the 6th and 8th realm. If he really started a fight, unless he called the experts from his mansion, no one in the hall could suppress Dan Haogan. By choosing not to conflict with Dan Haogan, Jiang Fan could also avoid some unnecessary trouble. However, now that Jiang Fan had given up his seat to Dan Haogan, Xia Xian naturally couldn't let Jiang Fan be in an embarrassing situation without a seat. Just as he was about to instruct someone to set up another seat for Jiang Fan, under the gaze of everyone in the hall, walked straight towards Meng Qingsno. He walked up to Meng Qingsno and said astonishingly, "Qingsno, do you mind if we sit together?" Put. As soon as Jiang Fan said this, many people in the hall burst out laughing. They stared at Jiang Fan with wide eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. What the hell? Am I hearing things right? That kid actually dares to flirt with Meng Qingsno. Hey! He really doesn't know the severity of the situation. Doesn't he know that Meng Qingsno is a famous ice-cold beauty? However, just as everyone was expecting Meng Qingsno to explode and give Jiang Fan a good beating, Meng Qingsno took the initiative to stand up from her seat. Under the almost petrified gazes of everyone in the hall, she gave up her seat to Jiang Fan. After giving up her seat to Jiang Fan, Meng Qingsno did not leave but stood quietly by Jiang Fan's side. Her demeanor was as if she were a maid specially serving Jiang Fan. In an instant, the hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the unbelievable scene before them, finding it hard to recover from the shock. No one could have imagined that the talented beauty Meng Qingsno from the prestigious Meng family would act like this in front of Jiang Fan. Shocking. It was truly astonishing. What an incredible fellow. The third prince Xia Xian took a while to recover from his astonishment and couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Fan. Although he knew Jiang Fan was extraordinary, he never expected him to be this exceptional. Seeing that the boy Jiang Fan had an extraordinary relationship with Meng Qingsno from the Meng family, Dan Haogan's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He snorted coldly and sat back in his seat. Meng Qingsno paid no attention to the incredulous gazes around her. She curiously whispered to Jiang Fan, "Why did you give up your seat to Dan Haogan? That Yang Ping is a very arrogant guy. He won't just let it go after losing to me. If I'm not mistaken, he will probably call the master of that 5th grade alchemist later." Jiang Fan smiled faintly. "If I didn't give up my seat to him, how could we have a good show?" Meng Qingsno was speechless for a moment. It seemed that Jiang Fan was not afraid of Dan Haogan but had set a big trap for him. Meng Qingsno glanced at Dan Haogan sitting in Jiang Fan's seat, a hint of sympathy appearing in her beautiful eyes. This time, Dan Haogan was probably going to be thoroughly played by Jiang Fan. As far as Meng Qingsno knew, the 5th grade alchemist Pang Yongyan had a fiery temper and was extremely protective. With Pang Yongyan's personality, once he arrived, he would probably act directly. Although Pang Yongyan was a 5th grade alchemist, his strength was not weak, as he was already a strong practitioner in the Kaiyuan realm. Even Dan Haogan would only end up being beaten in front of Pang Yongyan. As for whether Jiang Fan would provoke Pang Yongyan afterwards, Meng Qingsno didn't care at all. A 5th grade alchemist. This was indeed a remarkable existence, and even her Meng family had to give some face. But such a status was not worth mentioning in front of Jiang Fan. Others might not be aware of Jiang Fan's strength, but she knew better than anyone how extraordinary Jiang Fan was. Back at the Lingyun Martial Hall, Jiang Fan was able to refine a 5th grade ancient Xianyang pill for her. Jiang Fan's alchemy skills had even amazed the 6th grade alchemist Yin Qingxian. How could a mere 5th grade alchemist pose a threat to Jiang Fan? While Jiang Fan and Meng Qingsno whispered quietly, Dan Haogan sat in Jiang Fan's seat with an unpleasant expression. Dan Haogan had not expected Jiang Fan to be so spineless as to give up his seat to him. However, even so, Dan Haogan had no intention of letting Jiang Fan off the hook. But since this was the residence of the 3rd prince, he didn't want to be too aggressive. He decided that once the banquet was over, as long as Jiang Fan dared to leave the 3rd prince's residence, he would teach Jiang Fan a lesson. He was determined to make Jiang Fan understand the dire consequences of opposing the Dan family. Although the series of incidents at the banquet caught Xia Xian off guard, he quickly recovered. He followed his own plan to win over talents at the banquet, hoping to gain more support in the upcoming competition for the heir. Teacher, it was him who hit me. It was at the banquet where the 3rd prince Xia Xian was vigorously recruiting young talents. A resentful voice suddenly echoed in the hall. Shortly after, everyone saw Yang Ping, who had left earlier, appearing at the hall's entrance with an elderly man in a black robe. Yang Ping's finger pointed decisively to the far left of the front row. Humph, you have some nerve, kid. You dare lay a hand on my disciple, you shall not live. The black-robed elderly man snorted coldly. In a flash, he appeared next to Dan Haogan. Before Dan Haogan could react, the withered hand grabbed his shoulder and forcefully threw him down. Bang! A loud noise was heard. Dan Haogan's body crashed to the ground several yards away. At that moment, Dan Haogan felt so frustrated that he almost wanted to spit blood. He never expected that as the 3rd young master of the Dan family, he would be inexplicably beaten like this. Moreover, the person who beat him was unexpectedly powerful. With his strength at the 6th level of innate, he had almost no resistance. Ha ha! You were so arrogant just now. If you have the guts, be arrogant again. Watching his teacher directly throw the person sitting in the seat to the ground, Yang Ping couldn't help but burst into a smug laughter. Kid, are you out of your mind? I have no grudge with you. Why the hell did you let someone attack me? Facing the suddenly arrogant Yang Ping in front of him, Dan Haogan's eyes were filled with immense anger. As the 3rd young master of the Dan family, a genius on the Flame Dragon list of the Yanhuan Martial Academy, he had always been the one to bully others. But this time, he was inexplicably beaten by a stranger. Hearing the person thrown to the ground by his teacher suddenly revealing his identity, Yang Ping couldn't help but be stunned. Yang Ping had naturally heard of the name of Dan Haogan, the 3rd young master of the Dan family. However, this didn't make sense at all. Wasn't the person he beat the bastard who had just hit him? How did it turn out to be Dan Haogan? When Yang Ping came to his senses, he quickly looked at the person on the ground. Soon, Yang Ping realized that the person his teacher beat was not the bastard who had hit him earlier. Yang Ping was momentarily stunned. You are really Dan Haogan, the 3rd young master of the Dan family? Dan Haogan had an urge to spit blood. You don't even recognize me, yet you beat me up out of nowhere. What the hell is going on? Dan Haogan stared coldly at Yang Ping, his eyes almost spitting fire. Bastard, do you think I'm easy to bully? Yang, what's going on here? Seeing this scene, Pang Yongyan's face darkened instantly. It was clear that this 3rd young master of the Dan family, Dan Haogan, was not the one in conflict with Yang Ping, but he had acted without thinking and directly beat Dan Haogan. The Dan family was the #1 alchemy family in the Great Xia Empire, and he dared not offend them easily. Teacher, I don't know what happened either. The person who hit me was sitting in this seat. I don't know how it turned into the 3rd young master of the Dan family, Yang Ping said with a look of grievance. Hearing this, many people in the hall couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads. When they looked at Jiang Fan, they all showed expressions of fear. This kid is really cunning. It seems that he didn't back down in front of Dan Haogan earlier because he was afraid, but to set a trap for him. And at this moment, Dan Haogan also understood. He finally realized why Jiang Fan had given up his seat to him earlier. It turned out that Zhang Fan had offended the young man in front of him, and he knew long ago that this young man would not let it go easily and would definitely come back for revenge. So, while fighting for this position, Zhang Fan took the opportunity to give up the position to him. As a result, this idiot in front of him mistook him for Zhang Fan and directly had someone beat him up. Thinking of himself as the third young master of the Dan family, he actually foolishly fell into the pit dug by Zhang Fan, making Dan Haogan feel so frustrated that he wanted to spit blood. What drove him crazy the most was that he had no way to seek revenge on the person who beat him up. Because the person who beat him up was the renowned 5th grade alchemy master, Pang Yongyan. Even though their Dan family was the #1 alchemy family in the Great Xia Empire, they wouldn't easily offend a 5th grade alchemy master. Since he couldn't seek revenge on Pang Yongyan, Dan Haogan could only vent his anger on Zhang Fan, who had set him up. He glared at Zhang Fan on his right, roaring fiercely, "Zhang Fan, do you dare to set me up? Dan Haogan, you can eat a meal messily, but you can't speak nonsense. Which eye of yours saw me setting you up? I was originally sitting in that position, but you insisted on taking it away, so I had no choice but to give you face and give you that position, Dan family's third young master." Zhang Fan sneered, "This is all your own doing, who can you blame?" Hearing the conversation between Dan Haogan and Zhang Fan, Pang Yongyan instantly understood. This young man named Zhang Fan was probably the mastermind behind the beating of his disciple. However, this cunning young man actually gave up his position to Dan Haogan. He didn't realize it for a moment, and ended up attacking the wrong person. A cold light flashed in Pang Yongyan's old eyes. Without waiting for Dan Haogan to react, he coldly shouted at Zhang Fan, "Kid, you have guts to dare play tricks in front of me." He, a 5th grade alchemy master, held a highly respected position. Yet now, he was calculated by a young kid, causing him to beat up Dan Haogan. How could he not be angry? Damn! Zhang Fan has really messed up this time. Yes, although he used Master Pang to set up Dan Haogan, he offended Master Pang in the process. This kid dares to scheme even against a 5th grade alchemy master. His audacity is too much. Watching Pang Yongyan get angry, many people in the hall couldn't help but shake their heads. Offending a 5th grade alchemy master, this kid might not survive. He would probably be in deep trouble. Beside Pang Yongyan, Yang Ping's mouth curled into a cold smile. This kid, in order to set up Dan Haogan, actually calculated against his teacher. This was simply seeking death. Prince Xiaoxian saw Pang Yongyan directly pointing at Zhang Fan, and his brows furrowed slightly. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and said, "Master Pang, this is actually a misunderstanding, I hope." However, before Xiaoxian could finish speaking, Pang Yongyan directly interrupted him. "Third Prince, you don't need to say more, no one can plead for him today. This kid dares to play around with me like this, I will absolutely not spare him." After Pang Yongyan's cold words fell, he immediately moved his hand, and a fierce elemental force surged out. The majestic elemental force turned into an illusory palm in an instant, swiftly grabbing towards Zhang Fan's head like lightning. "Master Pang, stop, you can't kill him." Prince Xiaoxian's face changed instantly upon seeing this. Zhang Fan was someone who possessed the supreme gold token of the Moonmark Trading Company, a status equivalent to an elder of the Moonmark Trading Company. If something really happened at his place, provoking the Moonmark Trading Company's wrath against him, it would be an extremely heavy blow for him. Pang Yongyan completely ignored Xiaoxian's shout. This kid dared to play tricks even on him, a 5th grade alchemy master. If he didn't show him some colors, how could he establish himself in this imperial capital in the future? Watching Pang Yongyan act without giving Zhang Fan any chance, everyone in the hall couldn't help but close their eyes. They could almost predict what the outcome would be next. Faced with a strike from a powerful expert in the Open Yuan realm, Zhang Fan was undoubtedly doomed. Just when everyone thought Zhang Fan was as good as dead, Zhang Fan, however, vanished on the spot with Meng Qingxue in a ghostly manner. In the next moment, his faint voice sounded behind Pang Yongyan. "Old man, I'm not in the mood to play with you. You've got the wrong person, what's it to me?" The faint voice suddenly sounded behind Pang Yongyan, causing everyone in the hall to pause. Their gazes all turned towards Pang Yongyan's back. Then, to their horror, everyone discovered that Zhang Fan had appeared there with Meng Qingxue out of nowhere. Watching this scene before them, the faces of everyone in the hall showed unprecedented shock. This young man named Zhang Fan had actually evaded a strike from an expert in the Open Yuan realm with ease while carrying another person. How is this possible? Pang Yongyan suddenly turned around, his gaze fixed on Zhang Fan not far behind him. "Kid, didn't expect you to have some skills, no wonder you dared to be arrogant in front of me." Pang Yongyan stared at Zhang Fan intently. "Impressive footwork, if I'm not mistaken, the footwork you just displayed should be of high-grade mysterious quality." High-grade mysterious footwork. When Pang Yangyan said this, it caused a stir among the people in the hall. Damn, it's actually high-grade mysterious footwork, probably a very rare existence in the entire Great Xia country. No wonder he could dodge Master Pang's strike just now. This kid is really amazing. I didn't expect him to even master high-grade mysterious footwork. Zhang Fan paid no attention to the astonishment of the people around him. He looked calmly at Pang Yangyan. Old man, you do have some insight to be able to see my high-grade mysterious footwork. Humph. Don't think that just because you have this high-grade mysterious footwork, I can't deal with you. Pang Yangyan snorted, his aura as an expert in the open yuan realm bursting out without reservation. Even if this kid had mastered a high-grade mysterious footwork, so what? In the face of absolute strength difference, no matter how powerful the martial arts, it would be in vain. Old man, as an expert in the open yuan realm, using all your strength against a junior like me, do you have no shame? Zhang Fan's eyes turned cold, and he instantly used the Qin Kuan shifting step, creating a distance from Pang Yangyan as if teleporting. At the same time, his faint voice sounded in the ears of the crowd. Old man, as alchemists, why resort to violence to solve problems? Aren't you a Grandmaster Alchemist of the 5th rank? I want to discuss the Tao of Alchemy with you. I want to see how much skill you, this so-called Grandmaster Alchemist of the 5th rank, really have. Zhang Fan's casual words plunged the hall into silence once again. All eyes fell on Zhang Fan, showing incredulous shock. Does this kid have to be so strong? Although they had to admit that this kid's talent in alchemy was indeed extraordinary, becoming a 3rd rank alchemist at the age of 15. But even if you're extraordinary, you probably don't have the qualifications to discuss the Tao of Alchemy with Pang Yangyan. Who is Pang Yangyan, a renowned 5th rank alchemist in the Great Xia country? Even in the entire Great Xia country, the number of people qualified to discuss the Tao of Alchemy with Pang Yangyan could be counted on one hand. You, a mere 3rd rank alchemist, dare to think about discussing the Tao of Alchemy with a 5th rank alchemist? Aren't you just asking for trouble? Ha ha. Kid, who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to discuss the Tao of Alchemy with my teacher? Hearing Zhang Fan's arrogant words, Yang Ping couldn't help but laugh disdainfully. If you want to compare alchemy skills, I'll play with you. You? Zhang Fan shook his head, saying casually, you're not worthy. Hearing Zhang Fan's arrogant words, everyone in the hall couldn't help but fall into silence. You are a 3rd grade alchemist, and so is the other person. Both of you are at the same level, so what gives you the right to say that they are not worthy of comparing alchemy skills with you? Across from Zhang Fan, Yang Ping was so enraged that he was on the verge of exploding. Kid, we are both 3rd grade alchemists, so who are you to say such things to me? Yang Ping stared fiercely at Zhang Fan, his eyes cold as he said, enough talk, if you have the guts, step up and challenge me. Zhang Fan sneered, I'm not interested in competing with you. Not interested? Yang Ping mocked disdainfully, kid, are you scared? Had ha. I just don't see the point in beating a rookie like you. I'm not even afraid of that old man next to you, so why would I fear you? Since you're so eager to compete with me, I'll give you a chance. If you can answer a question for me, I'll grant your wish. Zhang Fan looked calmly at Yang Ping and asked, do you know how to increase the success rate of refining the limitless vitality pill as an alchemist? Hearing Zhang Fan's question, Yang Ping's mouth twitched uncontrollably. The limitless vitality pill is a low-grade 4th grade pill. I just became a 3rd grade alchemist, so I'm light years away from being a 4th grade alchemist. How the hell am I supposed to know about a 4th grade pill? Yang Ping said angrily, Zhang Fan, the limitless vitality pill is a 4th grade pill. Are you doing this on purpose? This kid knows he's a 3rd grade alchemist, yet he asks a question about a 4th grade pill. Isn't he just bullying me? Don't make excuses for your incompetence. I'm not that bored to deliberately make things difficult for you with this question. Zhang Fan sneered, since you can't even answer this question, what right do you have to challenge me in alchemy? Yang Ping coldly snorted, I don't know, do you? The advancement of an alchemist's skills progresses gradually. Generally, except for some high-level 3rd grade alchemists aiming to become 4th grade alchemists, they wouldn't touch the knowledge of 4th grade pills prematurely. Yang Ping really didn't believe that this kid could understand the refining of the limitless vitality pill. The limitless vitality pill, a low-grade 4th grade pill, is mainly composed of returning yuan dew, purple extreme sand, and azure dawn fruit. By using these 3 main ingredients in a ratio of 2 to 1 to 1, the success rate of the limitless vitality pill can be maximized. Zhang Fan confidently explained, then turned to Pang Yangyan beside him and asked, old man, did I get it right? You're correct. Pang Yangyan stared intently at Zhang Fan, kid, I underestimated you, I didn't expect you to have such accomplishments in alchemy. Damn! Zhang Fan actually knows so much about 4th grade pills. To have knowledge of 4th grade pills, Zhang Fan must be at least a high-level 3rd grade alchemist. A 15-year-old high-level third-grade alchemist, that's incredible. As Jiang Fan listed out the method to increase the success rate of the limitless vitality pill, everyone in the hall was wide-eyed, utterly amazed by his profound knowledge. This kid is truly a genius among geniuses. In the hall, everyone was left dumbfounded by Jiang Fan's extraordinary performance, unable to utter a word. This is impossible. Hearing his own teacher acknowledge Jiang Fan's answer, Yang Ping couldn't help but let out an incredulous roar. Ever since he broke through to become a third-grade alchemist some time ago, Yang Ping had often considered himself the top alchemy genius in the Great Xia Empire. Initially, Yang Ping thought that even though this kid in front of him was also a third-grade alchemist, his experience and knowledge in alchemy might not compare to his own. But he never expected Jiang Fan actually completely outshone him with a question about a fourth-grade elixir. This undoubtedly dealt a huge blow to both his body and mind, to the point where he couldn't even believe it was real. Of course, not only did Jiang Ping dare not believe everything before his eyes, even Dan Haogan, who had been waiting on the sidelines to watch the show, found it hard to recover from the shock for a long time. Dan Haogan came from the first alchemy family of the Great Xia Kingdom. From childhood to adulthood, he had witnessed the growth of countless alchemy geniuses in the Dan family. But even after observing all the alchemy geniuses in the Dan family, there was not a single person who could effortlessly grasp the knowledge of a fourth-grade elixir at the age of 15. Jiang Fan paid no attention to the astonishment of everyone in the hall. His lips curled slightly as he looked calmly at Pang Yongyan and said, "Old man, can I discuss alchemy with you now? Kid, although I have to admit that your talent in alchemy is indeed rare in the world. However, if you want to discuss alchemy with me, you still need about 10 more years." Pang Yongyan shook his head. He looked at Jiang Fan with disdain. "Even if you understand the knowledge of a fourth-grade elixir, even if you are already a fourth-grade alchemist, you are not qualified to discuss alchemy with me. Old man, don't be so full of yourself. A fifth-grade alchemist may be impressive in the eyes of others, but in my eyes, it's just average." Jiang Fan smiled faintly. "You want to defend your disciple, right? As long as you can beat me in alchemy, you can do as you please. Good, very good. Kid, in all these years, you are the first one who dares to be so arrogant in front of me." Pang Yongyan laughed in anger. He stared coldly at Jiang Fan. "Since you insist on discussing alchemy with me, I will grant your wish. If you can answer 3 questions for me, I will leave immediately." Jiang Fan calmly said, "Feel free to ask whatever questions you have. Humph. You better pray that you can answer my questions. Otherwise, I will show you the consequences of provoking a fifth-grade alchemist." Pang Yongyan snorted. "The first question, when both a fourth-grade alchemist and a third-grade alchemist refine a third-grade elixir, what is the difference? In the alchemy world, there is a watershed between a fourth-grade alchemist and a third-grade alchemist. A fourth-grade alchemist is called a grandmaster of alchemy because their spiritual knowledge is powerful, allowing them to master the art of condensing elixirs in harmony with heaven and man. When refining the same third-grade elixir, the quality produced by a fourth-grade alchemist is at least 1 level higher." Jiang Fan casually answered Pang Yongyan's question, and his calm voice instantly echoed through the hall. "Old man, the question you asked is too simple. If you don't want to lose to me, ask something more challenging." Hiss. How does Jiang Fan know so much about the knowledge of a fourth-grade alchemist? Could he really be a fourth-grade alchemist already? Damn! This guy is really a freak. Watching Jiang Fan casually discussing the knowledge of a fourth-grade alchemist with Pang Yongyan, many in the hall couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. "Alright, I want to see how far your achievements in alchemy have reached." Pang Yongyan's eyes flashed with cold light as he said coldly, "The second question, what elixir can the rare and precious material, spirit dragon milk, be used to refine?" Spirit dragon milk is a material used to refine fifth-grade elixirs. This time, Pang Yongyan didn't hold back at all and directly asked a question about a fifth-grade elixir. He didn't believe that this kid could answer it. However, just when Pang Yongyan truly didn't believe that Jiang Fan could answer his question, Jiang Fan's confident voice rang in his ears once again. Spirit dragon milk, a rare fifth-grade material, is said to be born only in places where beasts of fifth grade or higher with dragon bloodline reside. As far as I know, the spirit dragon milk can be used to refine 2 fifth-grade elixirs. When combined with the immovable Tian ginseng as the main ingredient, it can refine the heavenly origin divine elixir. If paired with the illusionary spirit grass as the main ingredient, it can refine the illusionary true intent elixir. Hearing Jiang Fan's almost perfect answer, Pang Yongyan's expression instantly became extremely dull. He looked up at Jiang Fan in front of him, and even his cloudy old eyes revealed an incredible look of shock. In the hall, the hearts of the others couldn't help but twitch at this moment, their gazes towards Jiang Fan almost numb with astonishment. A teenager of 15 or 16, displaying a third-grade alchemist badge, was already impressive. Now, he could even discuss alchemy with the 5th grade alchemy master Pang Yongyan. Most unbelievably, Pang Yongyan asked about a 4th grade elixir, and this kid answered it. Now, Pang Yongyan switched to a question about a 5th grade elixir, and the result was still perfectly answered by this kid. Amazing! Incredible! How monstrous is this kid's talent in alchemy reaching? It is said that the 3rd elder of the Moon Mark Trading Company, Elder Yu Yangzhou, has a unique and rare vision. I used to be skeptical, but now I finally believe it. Watching Zhang Fan's amazing performance against the 5th grade alchemy master Pang Yongyan, Prince Xiaoxian also took a while to come back to his senses, unable to help but murmur softly. Zhang Fan's talent in alchemy is truly unparalleled. Old man, you have one last question, feel free to ask whatever you want. Just as everyone was shocked by Zhang Fan's extraordinary performance, his calm voice rang out once again in everyone's ears. Pang Yongyan took a deep breath, suppressing the astonishment in his heart. He stared closely at Zhang Fan in front of him, no longer as carefree as before, his expression instantly becoming much more serious. Young friend Jiang, at the age of 15 or 16, to have such attainments in alchemy, Pang admires you. It was Pang's short-sightedness. With Zhang's strength, he indeed has the qualifications to discuss alchemy with me. Pang Yongyan said, taking out a refined version of the 4th grade returning origin elixir recipe and placing it in front of Zhang Fan. Young friend Zhang, this is a refined version of the returning origin elixir recipe that I improved in my spare time. Please have a look. Zhang Fan calmly took the elixir recipe from Pang Yongyan. As his gaze swept over the recipe, a pleasant prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! You have viewed the improved returning origin elixir recipe, triggering 100-fold comprehension. Ding! You have successfully comprehended the best improvement for the returning origin elixir. Hearing the prompts in his mind, Zhang Fan couldn't help but lift a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. He casually returned the recipe to Pang Yongyan and said lightly, you do have some skills to be able to come up with an improved recipe for the returning origin elixir. However, your improvement doesn't seem to be that great. Oh, Pang Yongyan narrowed his eyes. I wonder if young friend Jiang has any suggestions? Pang Yongyan had put a lot of thought into improving this returning origin elixir recipe. He was very satisfied with his own improvements and believed that once he made this improved elixir recipe public, it would surely shock the entire alchemy world. However, Pang Yongyan never expected that his proud improvement, in Zhang Fan's eyes, would become worthless. Pang Yongyan truly couldn't believe that Zhang Fan could come up with better insights for improving the returning origin elixir recipe. Your idea for improving the returning origin elixir is actually quite good. By using purple yuan fruit, celestial lingji, and flowing cloud sand to replace the original, more precious medicinal ingredients, not only can the original efficacy of the returning origin elixir be maintained, but the cost can also be greatly reduced. However, even if you refine the returning origin elixir according to your improved recipe, your success rate as a 5th grade alchemist won't be too high. Zhang Fan said casually. How? How did you know? Pang Yongyan heard Zhang Fan's words, and an unprecedented horror finally appeared on his old face. He had indeed refined the returning origin pill according to his improved pill formula. Even with his strength as a 5th grade pill master, he had tried 5 or 6 times before successfully refining one pill. If an ordinary 4th grade pill master were to refine this pill formula, it would probably be difficult to succeed even 10 times. Pang Yongyan was naturally very aware of the shortcomings of his pill formula, but he had not yet found a solution. And this young man in front of him actually saw the shortcomings of the pill formula at a glance. Just this terrifying insight alone was enough to make him feel inferior. Of course, I just saw it at a glance, and my intuition told me, Zhang Fan said with a faint smile. Your improvement plan is actually feasible. Just soak the lingji mushroom in water, then use the lingji liquid produced from soaking instead of the lingji mushroom. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Pang Yongyan furrowed his brows tightly, sinking into contemplation. As a renowned 5th grade pill master in the Great Xia Empire, Pang Yongyan's accomplishments in alchemy were not just empty talk. He quickly went through Zhang Fan's plan in his mind and found that Zhang Fan's method was indeed very clever. By using lingji liquid instead of lingji mushroom, the issue of medicinal imbalance could be perfectly resolved. This would almost double the success rate of refining the returning origin pill. Jiang, your expertise in alchemy has truly broadened my horizons. Your words have enlightened me, and I am fortunate to discuss alchemy with you today. May I ask who your esteemed teacher is? It took Pang Yongyan a while to come back to his senses from the shock, and he politely asked Zhang Fan. At this moment, Pang Yongyan was completely convinced. The young man in front of him was so proficient in alchemy that even he, a 5th grade pill master, felt greatly humbled. The hall fell into a deep silence as they watched Pang Yongyan, the 5th grade alchemy master, completely won over by Zhang Fan. Everyone looked at Zhang Fan in disbelief, wondering who had taught him such terrifying alchemy skills. I come from the Lingyun martial mansion and have no teacher. I am just interested in alchemy and spent some time studying it, Zhang Fan said casually. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's casual words, everyone in the hall couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. They had seen people show off, but they had never seen anyone as good at it as this young man. He claimed to be self-taught and only interested in alchemy, having spent a little time studying it. And yet, at the age of 15 or 16, he was discussing alchemy with a 5th grade pill master. If anyone could achieve such greatness with just a little study, what hope was there for others? As everyone in the hall was speechless at Zhang Fan's words, Pang Yongyan suddenly remembered something. His expression changed slightly as he politely asked Zhang Fan, I wonder, does young Master Zhang Fan have a close relationship with Master Yin Qingxian? You mean old brother Yin, Zhang Fan said with a faint smile. I have a good relationship with old brother Yin. We could be considered as friends of different generations. Boom! Zhang Fan's words caused an uproar in the hall. What the? Am I hearing this right? Zhang Fan. He actually said he has a close relationship with the 6th grade pill master Yin Qingxian. Incredible! Even a 6th grade alchemy master treats him like a brother. No wonder his alchemy skills are so extraordinary. As everyone in the hall marveled at Zhang Fan, it took Pang Yongyan a while to come back to his senses from the shock. He had initially thought that Zhang Fan was a disciple of Yin Qingxian. Who would have thought that the 6th grade alchemy master Yin Qingxian treated Zhang Fan as a brother? Did this not mean that even Yin Qingxian had placed Zhang Fan on an equal footing with himself? Young Master Jiang is truly worthy of being Master Yan's friend of different generations. Today's discussion on alchemy has made me sincerely admire you, Pang Yongyan said, acknowledging Zhang Fan's superiority in alchemy. After Pang Yongyan finished speaking, he turned directly to Yang Ping behind him and shouted, You, how dare you offend even Master Jiang? Come and kowtow to Master Jiang to apologize. Yang Ping was completely dumbfounded upon hearing Pang Yongyan's words. He had called his teacher Pang Yongyan here to have him teach Zhang Fan a lesson and vent his anger. But in just a moment, there was a shocking turn of events. Not only was his teacher Pang Yongyan defeated by Zhang Fan, but he was also asked to apologize to Zhang Fan. What kind of situation was this? Yang Ping felt extremely wronged. He looked at Pang Yongyan in disbelief. Teacher, you what? Pang Yongyan didn't let Yang Ping speak. He directly interrupted him and coldly said, Quickly come and kowtow to apologize to Master Jiang, otherwise, you are no longer my disciple. Upon hearing Pang Yongyan's words, Yang Ping's face instantly turned pale. His current status and achievements were entirely due to Pang Yongyan's training and support. Without Pang Yongyan as his teacher, he, a mere 3rd grade alchemist, would be nothing in the imperial capital of Daya Kingdom. Thinking of this, Yang Ping shuddered, no longer caring about his dignity. He knelt in front of Zhang Fan with a thud. Master Jiang, I was wrong. I was blind and offended you. Please forgive me. This scene stunned everyone in the hall once again. They had thought that after Yang Ping brought the 5th grade alchemist Pang Yongyan, Zhang Fan would at least suffer some consequences even if he didn't die today. But no one expected Zhang Fan to be so extraordinary. The 5th grade alchemist Pang Yongyan was actually defeated by Zhang Fan in discussing alchemy. Instead of helping his disciple regain face, he asked his disciple to apologize to Zhang Fan. Shocking. It was truly shocking. How is this possible? Dan Haogan was equally shocked. When Pang Yongyan pointed the finger at Zhang Fan, Dan Haogan had already passed a death sentence on Zhang Fan in his heart. A 5th grade alchemist, a strong expert in the open yuan realm, dealing with Zhang Fan, a mere youngster, should have been a piece of cake, right? However, reality gave him a harsh slap in the face. Zhang Fan not only wasn't dealt with, but with his profound knowledge of alchemy, he made Pang Yongyan submit to him and treat him with respect. This was the 5th grade alchemist Pang Yongyan. Even in their alchemy family, there were not many people who could make Pang Yongyan behave like this. This kid is truly extraordinary. 3rd Prince Xia Xian was also greatly shaken. This kid possessed the supreme golden token of the Moon Mark Trading Company, a status equivalent to that of an elder in the Moon Mark Trading Company. This kid could make the genius beauty Meng Qingsnow of the Meng family stand by his side. This kid's alchemy skills were enough to make even a 5th grade alchemist bow down to him. This kid could even be brothers with the 6th grade alchemist Yin Qingxian. Xia Xian's heart was stirred up like a huge wave. This person, whether in terms of his own potential or the power he held, was so formidable that it made people tremble with fear. If he could befriend Zhang Fan, his strength would undoubtedly soar. Perhaps even his elder brother Xia Lin would not be able to stop him from becoming the heir to the throne of Daya Kingdom. After Yang Ping apologized to Zhang Fan, Pang Yangyan bid farewell to Zhang Fan and left the hall with Yang Ping. Sitting in the front row, Dan Haogan had no intention of causing trouble for Zhang Fan at this moment. He directly followed Pang Yangyan and Yang Ping, sneaking out of the hall. After Pang Yangyan and the others left, Zhang Fan no longer had the intention to stay at the banquet and left the third prince's mansion with Meng Qingsno. Qingsno, are you going back to the Meng family, or are you coming with me to the Moonmark Trading Company? Outside the third prince's mansion, Zhang Fan turned to Meng Qingsno beside him. Meng's family still has some matters to attend to, so I will return to Meng's family first. Meng Qingsno said softly, don't worry, after the 9-Mansion Martial Arts Assembly, I will accompany you to the Yanhuang Martial Arts Academy and fulfill our initial promise. After bidding farewell to Meng Qingsno, Zhang Fan returned to the Moon Shadow Trading Company. When he arrived back at his residence, he found Yu Yangzhou waiting for him in the courtyard. Brother Zhang Fan. Yu Yangzhou looked at Zhang Fan walking into the courtyard and asked with a smile, how was the banquet with the third prince today? It was fine. Zhang Fan smiled faintly, then looked at Yu Yangzhou with some confusion. Brother Yangzhou, did you need something from me? It's just a small matter. Brother Zhang Fan possesses the Supreme Gold Order of the Moon Shadow Trading Company, which is equivalent to being an honorary elder of our Moon Shadow Trading Company. Yu Yangzhou smiled and said, I came today to officially confirm your identity as an honorary elder of the Moon Shadow Trading Company and to ask for your help with a little matter. Yu Yangzhou handed the identity token of the honorary elder of the Moon Shadow Trading Company to Zhang Fan. Brother Yangzhou, just tell me directly if you need anything from me. Zhang Fan took the identity token of the honorary elder and said with a smile to Yu Yangzhou, the Moon Shadow Trading Company recently discovered a cave left by an ancient alchemy master and found several lost alchemy recipes in it. However, some of these recipes are so old that some ingredients are no longer clear. Yu Yangzhou smiled slightly, I know Brother Zhang Fan is skilled in alchemy, so I want Brother Zhang Fan to help decipher these recipes. No problem. Zhang Fan readily agreed, if Brother Yangzhou trusts me, then take me to see those recipes. Deciphering the incomplete alchemy recipes might be difficult for ordinary people, but for Zhang Fan with a system, it was a piece of cake. Since obtaining the Supreme Gold Order of the Moon Shadow Trading Company, Zhang Fan had already gained significant benefits from the company. Moreover, Yu Yangzhou was straightforward and trustworthy, a big brother worth befriending. Now that Yu Yangzhou had come looking for him, Zhang Fan naturally wouldn't refuse. Under Yu Yangzhou's guidance, Zhang Fan soon arrived at the Alchemy Hall of the Moon Shadow Trading Company. The Alchemy Hall was a special place set up for alchemists at the headquarters of the Moon Shadow Trading Company. It gathered a large number of alchemists who worked exclusively for the company to refine elixirs. It could be said that 90% of the elixirs sold by the Moon Shadow Trading Company headquarters were crafted by the alchemists in the Alchemy Hall. Walking into the hall, Zhang Fan noticed about a dozen alchemists gathered at the forefront. These alchemists were all quite powerful, with the lowest being a third-grade junior alchemist. Among these alchemists, the leader was an old man in a blue robe with white hair. On his chest hung a badge of a fourth-grade senior alchemist. At that moment, the white-haired old man seemed to be organizing an intense discussion among the alchemists. Elder 3. Seeing Yu Yangzhou entering the hall, the white-haired old man and the other alchemists stopped their discussion, stood up, and greeted Yu Yangzhou. No need to be polite, everyone. Yu Yangzhou smiled slightly and then turned to the white-haired old man, Master Zhong, how is your discussion going? Elder 3, there are quite a few missing materials in these alchemy recipes. It may take some time to comprehend them fully. The old man called Master Zhong, stroking his beard, said, but rest assured, give me another day, and I should have some insights. Master Zhong, let me introduce you. This is Brother Zhang Fan, the honorary elder of our Moon Shadow Trading Company. Yu Yangzhou pointed to Zhang Fan beside him and said to Master Zhong with a smile, Brother Zhang Fan is quite skilled in alchemy, and he might be able to help you understand these incomplete recipes. Him? Master Zhong glanced at Zhang Fan, and a look of extreme disdain appeared in his old eyes. He looked incredulously at Yu Yangzhou, Elder 3, are you kidding me? He, a senior fourth-grade alchemist, is only a first-class guest of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild. How can this 15 or 16-year-old kid in front of him become an elder of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild? What's most speechless to him is that Yu Yangzhou even said this kid could help them comprehend these incomplete ancient alchemy formulas. This is really outrageous. Master Zhong, how could you be mistaken about such matters? Yu Yangzhou said lightly. Zhang Fan is an elder guest of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild, and that is beyond doubt. But just because he is an elder guest of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild, does it mean he has the ability to comprehend these incomplete ancient alchemy formulas? Master Zhong said with an unpleasant expression. He was just a first-class guest of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild, but this kid was an elder guest of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild. If this kid were allowed into the alchemy hall, wouldn't even he have to obey this kid's orders? Who is Zhong Jihua? He is a senior 4th grade alchemist, the head of the alchemy hall of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild. Even in the imperial capital of the Great Xia Empire, he is a prominent figure. But now Yu Yangzhou wants to let a kid ride on his head, making Zhong Jihua lose face. Of course. Not only did Zhong Jihua not believe that Zhang Fan was qualified to comprehend these incomplete ancient alchemy formulas, but even the dozen or so alchemists around them looked at Zhang Fan with disdain. It should be noted that among the alchemy formulas they were comprehending, the worst one was of at least intermediate 3rd grade level. These formulas were extremely difficult even for them to comprehend. Having this kid who hasn't even grown up properly help them comprehend, isn't this a joke? Facing Zhong Jihua and the other alchemists' disdain, Zhang Fan's expression remained unchanged. He looked at Zhong Jihua and said with a faint smile, "Master Zhong, why do you assume that I am not capable of comprehending these formulas? These formulas have been lost for hundreds of years, and their grades are all above 3rd grade. Therefore, only alchemists of 3rd grade or higher have the qualifications to comprehend these formulas." Zhong Jihua looked at Zhang Fan coldly and sneered, "Are you a 3rd grade alchemist?" Zhang Fan couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He directly threw the badge of a 3rd grade alchemist in front of Zhong Jihua and said lightly, "Do I qualify now?" You. Zhong Jihua looked at the alchemist badge that Zhang Fan casually took out, suddenly at a loss for words. And beside Zhong Jihua, those alchemists of the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild were equally shocked, their mouths gaping. Obviously, they hadn't expected it. This young man in front of them was actually a 3rd grade alchemist. Good, since you are so eager to comprehend these formulas, then I will give you the opportunity. It took Zhong Jihua a while to recover from his shock. He pulled out a formula from the table in front of him and said coldly to Zhang Fan, "I'll give you 1 day. If you can comprehend this intermediate 3rd grade formula, I will acknowledge you." Zhong Jihua sneered inwardly. Even if this kid was a 3rd grade alchemist, so what? Comprehending an incomplete 3rd grade formula was much more difficult than refining a 3rd grade pill. He really didn't believe that this kid could comprehend this formula alone. Hearing Zhong Jihua's words, Yu Yangzhou's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure. These formulas, even a senior 4th grade alchemist like you, took a group of alchemists from the Moon Shadow Merchant Guild several days to make some progress. Now you want Zhang Fan to comprehend it in a day. Isn't this clearly making things difficult for him? However, just as Yu Yangzhou was about to speak up for Zhang Fan, he found that Zhang Fan had taken the formula initiative. At the same time, Zhang Fan's faint voice rang in everyone's ears. It's just an incomplete 3rd grade formula. Why would it take a day to comprehend it? I can handle it in a minute. Comprehend it in a minute. Hearing Zhang Fan's extremely arrogant words. In the hall, the alchemists were momentarily stunned before bursting into disdainful laughter. Ha ha, am I hearing this right? This kid claims he can comprehend this 3rd grade pill formula in just 1 minute? Doesn't he know that all of us, along with Master Zhong, spent more than a day to make some sense of it? It's ridiculous. How can this brat be better than all of us? Zhong Ji and others sneered at Zhang Fan. Kid, anyone can talk big. If you're so capable, show me you can comprehend this pill formula in 1 minute. Comprehending a 3rd grade pill formula in a minute is not something even a 4th grade senior alchemist like him can achieve. Even a 5th grade grandmaster alchemist might not have that ability, let alone this brat before them. A mere junior 3rd grade alchemist dares to boast about comprehending a flawed 3rd grade pill formula in a minute. It's simply absurd. Zhang Fan paid no attention to Zhong Ji and the others' mockery. Under everyone's gaze, he picked up the incomplete 3rd grade pill formula. Ding! You are viewing the incomplete 3rd grade NHE pill formula, triggering a 100-fold comprehension. Ding! You have obtained the complete 3rd grade NHE pill formula. With the sound of prompts in his mind, Zhang Fan swiftly picked up a pen from the table and wrote down several medicinal ingredients on the incomplete formula. Then, he placed the formula in front of Zhong Ji. He looked at Zhong Ji and calmly said, "Master Zhong, the missing parts of this NHE pill formula should be these ingredients, right?" Zhong Ji looked at the medicinal ingredients Zhang Fan wrote on the formula, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. They had almost comprehended this NHE pill formula. The ingredients Zhang Fan wrote down were almost identical to what they had comprehended. Most crucially, Zhang Fan added an ingredient on top of what they had comprehended. Zhong Ji calculated in his mind and realized that the ingredient Zhang Fan added was the part he had been struggling with. With Zhang Fan's addition, the NHE pill formula became incredibly perfect. Perfect. A truly perfect NHE pill formula. I didn't expect you to comprehend the NHE pill formula in such a short time. How did you do it? Zhong Ji took a deep breath. He looked at Jiang Fan with unprecedented astonishment in his old eyes. Hearing Zhong Ji admit that Jiang Fan had perfectly comprehended the innate chi pill formula, the other alchemists in the hall couldn't help but gasp. They all stared at Jiang Fan in astonishment, unable to speak. In just 1 minute, this kid actually succeeded in comprehending the innate chi pill formula without even spending a minute, while they, under Zhong Ji's guidance, had spent half a day to comprehend it. And the formula they comprehended still had some flaws. But this kid in front of them effortlessly solved it with just a glance. Incredible! No one could have imagined that this kid's proficiency in alchemy had reached such a terrifying level. This kid single-handedly completely outshone all of them. This kid is truly a freak. Seeing Jiang Fan effortlessly resolve Zhong Ji's challenges and turn the tables on him and the others in an instant, Yeyang Prefecture took a while to recover from the shock. Yeyang Prefecture had asked Jiang Fan to help in the alchemy hall because he knew Jiang Fan was already a 4th-grade alchemist. He believed that with Jiang Fan's strength as a 4th-grade alchemist, he could assist Zhong Ji and others in comprehending these incomplete ancient pill formulas. However, Yeyang Prefecture had not expected Jiang Fan's alchemy skills to be so extraordinary. Just by taking a glance at the incomplete elixir prescriptions, he directly comprehended the complete elixir prescriptions. Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, Jiang Fan proceeded without a care. Right in the middle of the hall, under the gaze of everyone present, he brought over the remaining elixir prescriptions in front of Zhong Ji. His eyes scanned the first elixir prescription. In less than 10 seconds, Jiang Fan picked up the brush again and swiftly wrote down several medicinal ingredients on the elixir prescription. Solving the first prescription, Jiang Fan then proceeded to observe the second one. Quickly, he filled in the missing parts on the second elixir prescription. In this manner, under the almost dazed gazes of over a dozen people in the hall, Jiang Fan rapidly completed these incomplete elixir prescriptions. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Fan had completed all the prescriptions. In an instant, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's gaze towards Jiang Fan was filled with incredulous shock. Damn! This kid actually comprehended all these incomplete prescriptions in just 10 minutes. They were well aware that 2 missing 4th-grade elixir prescriptions in these prescriptions were extremely crucial. Zhong Ji and the core members of the Moon Mark Trading Company's alchemy hall had been pondering over them for days without any clue. Yet this kid in front of them effortlessly solved them all. This was too unbelievable. As everyone was overwhelmed by Jiang Fan's earth-shattering actions, Zhong Ji was the first to come back to his senses. He took a deep breath, then tremblingly picked up the elixir prescriptions completed by Jiang Fan. With each prescription he examined, he felt as if he had suddenly seen the light. Soon, Zhong Ji finished looking through several prescriptions. He was shocked to find that each elixir prescription completed by Jiang Fan was almost perfect, without any flaws to be found. At that moment, Zhong Ji was completely convinced and respectful. His gaze towards Jiang Fan transformed from disdain to unprecedented respect. This young man who appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old had reached a level of comprehension in alchemy that was almost unattainable. Master Zhong, I wonder if the elixir prescriptions I completed meet your standards. Just as Zhong Ji was shocked to the extreme, Jiang Fan's calm voice sounded in his ears. Master Zhong's comprehension in alchemy truly puts me to shame. The elixir prescriptions you completed are nearly flawless, I cannot find any faults. Master Jiang, it was my oversight earlier, I apologize to you. Zhong Ji smiled bitterly, then respectfully bowed to Jiang Fan. From today onwards, the alchemy hall is willing to honor Master Jiang. From today onwards, the alchemy hall honors Master Jiang. Hearing Zhong Ji speak respectfully to Jiang Fan, all the alchemists in the hall found it hard to recover from their astonishment. If these elixir prescriptions were not ancient ones that had long been lost, they would have even doubted whether this kid had already mastered them. Under the guidance of Zhong Ji, a senior 4th-grade alchemist, they had been pondering over these prescriptions for days. Yet even so, they had not fully comprehended them. And now, this kid had completed them in less than 10 minutes. Was it really necessary to be so exaggerated, so heaven-defying? Jiang Fan's incredible comprehension of several ancient elixir prescriptions finally made Zhong Ji and the alchemists in the hall completely convinced. After impressing these alchemists, Jiang Fan did not rush to leave but instead decided to stay in the alchemy hall. With less than a month left until the Great Xia Empire's 9-mansion martial meet, Jiang Fan planned to spend this time refining elixirs in the Moon Mark Trading Company's alchemy hall and then consume some elixirs to enhance his strength. He is currently at the first level of innate strength, but if he were to exert his full power, even martial artists at the 4th level of innate strength would not be his match. However, the 9 mansions of the Great Xia Nation are filled with talented individuals and geniuses. Among them, there are some monstrous talents capable of fighting beyond their level. A few days ago, while chatting with Yuxiangzu, he heard Yuxiangzu mention some talented students from other martial mansions, especially at the renowned top martial mansion of the Great Xia Nation, the Hidden Dragon Martial Mansion. There is a genius named In Kai who is quite extraordinary. It is said that this person broke through to the third level of innate strength half a year ago. Moreover, there were witnesses who saw In Kai defeat a martial artist at the fourth level of innate strength with just one move. It is worth noting that when Zhang Fan faced by Jin Tian at the fourth level of innate strength, he almost unleashed all his power to defeat him. Undoubtedly, with Zhang Fan's current strength, if he were to encounter In Kai from the Hidden Dragon Martial Mansion, he would probably have little chance of winning. Therefore, Zhang Fan decided to focus on enhancing his strength in the upcoming period. He must elevate his strength to the third level of innate strength or even the fourth level before the Nine Mansions Martial Assembly arrives. By doing so, coupled with numerous high-level martial skills and his mastery of the first level of sword intent, no one would pose a threat to him at the Nine Mansions Martial Assembly. Over the next few days, Zhang Fan stayed in the pill hall of the Moon Mark Trading Company. Apart from occasionally guiding Zhongji and others, he spent most of his time refining pills. After nearly 10 days of this routine, Zhang Fan handed over 70% of the pills to the Moon Mark Trading Company, accumulating a considerable amount for himself. Therefore, on the 11th day, Zhang Fan left the pill hall and returned to his residence to seclude himself for cultivation. Of course, Zhang Fan's cultivation seclusion was much simpler compared to most people. He directly stuffed the prepared pills into his mouth like eating beans. Ding! You have consumed a third-grade primary pill, innate spirit pill, gaining 3000 by 100 experience. Ding! You have consumed a third-grade advanced pill, gathering Yuan pill, gaining 3666 by 100 experience. Ding! You have successfully broken through to the second level of innate strength. With the system's 100-fold experience bonus, Zhang Fan's strength rapidly soared like a rocket by swallowing pills. In less than an hour, Zhang Fan's strength rose from the first level of innate strength all the way to the fourth level of innate strength. After breaking through to the fourth level of innate strength, Zhang Fan consumed the remaining pills. Due to the increasing experience required for leveling up, Zhang Fan ultimately failed to break through to the fifth level of innate strength. However, reaching the fourth level of innate strength in one go already made Zhang Fan very content. With the strength of the fourth level of innate strength, coupled with his extraordinary combat power, he was completely a match for some martial artists at the seventh level of innate strength. After advancing his cultivation realm, Zhang Fan did not rush to leave seclusion. He spent some time practicing the Azure Dragon Breaking Heaven Fist. A few days later, Zhang Fan successfully upgraded the high-grade martial skill Azure Dragon Breaking Heaven Fist from intermediate to advanced, now called the Divine Dragon Breaking Heaven Fist. At this point, there were less than 3 days left until the Nine Mansions Martial Assembly of the Great Xia Nation. Zhang Fan estimated that the team from the Lingyun Martial Mansion had already arrived in the imperial capital, so he decided to go and join them. Leaving his room, Zhang Fan went to bid farewell to Yuxiangzu. Upon learning that Yuxiangzu was not at the headquarters of the Moon Mark Trading Company, Zhang Fan left directly. The Nine Mansions Martial Assembly of the Great Xia Nation is an annual martial arts event. Each session of the Nine Mansions Martial Assembly is jointly held by the royal family of the Great Xia Nation and the Flame Martial Academy. Outstanding talented disciples in the Nine Mansions Martial Assembly not only receive generous rewards but also have the opportunity to enter the Flame Martial Academy of the Great Xia Nation for further training. In terms of strength and cultivation resources, the Flame Martial Academy far surpasses the Nine Mansions of the Great Xia Nation. It can be said that the Flame Martial Academy is the martial arts holy land that all martial practitioners in the Great Xia Nation dream of. Half an hour later, Zhang Fan arrived at a mansion on the side of the Great Xia Nation's imperial palace, specially prepared for the top 9 martial mansions. After showing the identity token of Lingyun Mansion disciple to the guard, Zhang Fan walked into the mansion. He inquired about the residents of Lingyun Martial Mansion. Just as Zhang Fan was about to go and meet with the people from Lingyun Martial Mansion, a somewhat angry shout suddenly rang in his ears. "Kid, it's you." The sudden shout made Zhang Fan momentarily stunned. He looked up in the direction of the voice and saw a familiar figure with a hostile expression charging towards him. The person who rushed up unexpectedly was none other than the one he had encountered at Tianlong Mountain, Nangong Yi. Behind Nangong Yi, Zhang Fan also saw dozens of warriors dressed in the same robes as him. Without a doubt, these people were the ones from Ziyun Martial Mansion who had come to participate in the 9 martial arts competition. Watching Nangong Yi charging directly towards him, Zhang Fan couldn't help but curl a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. He coldly looked at Nangong Yi. "I was wondering who it was, turns out it's you, this trash worse than a beast. Kid, What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Hearing Jiang Fan's words, Nan Gongyi's expression suddenly changed. He stared at Jiang Fan with a look as if looking at a dead man, his whole being instantly exuding a murderous aura. Nan Gongyi was filled with shock and anger. Initially, he thought that after he escaped from Tianlong Mountain, Jiang Fan would undoubtedly die at the hands of Xiang Tianlong. As long as Jiang Fan died, no one would know the secret that he used two companions as shields to save his own life. But now Jiang Fan was standing alive in front of him. It should be noted that one of the two people who went up Tianlong Mountain with him had an extraordinary identity. If this kid really revealed what happened on Tianlong Mountain back then, it would be extremely dangerous for him. No, under no circumstances can I give Jiang Fan the opportunity to reveal this secret. Jiang Fan, you treacherous scoundrel, finally, Nan Gongyi has met you. That day when we joined forces to attack Tianlong Mountain, I didn't expect you to join hands with Xiang Tianlong at a critical moment to attack me, resulting in the tragic deaths of my two junior brothers. Today, I will kill you, this treacherous scoundrel, to avenge my two junior brothers. A cold light flashed in Nan Gongyi's eyes. He let out a roar, and the aura of a martial master instantly erupted. At the same time, his figure turned into a shadow, and a fierce force gathered between the 5 fingers of his right hand, clawing towards Jiang Fan's head. After escaping back to Ziyun Martial Mansion from Tianlong Mountain last time, Nan Gongyi began to focus on intensive cultivation. After nearly a month of crazy training, Nan Gongyi finally broke through to the martial master realm. Now facing Jiang Fan, Nan Gongyi unhesitatingly displayed his full strength, because he aimed to make a single lethal strike, not giving Jiang Fan any chance to retaliate. However, Nan Gongyi's ambitions were lofty, but reality was harsh. Just as he was confident in delivering a fatal blow that appeared above Jiang Fan's head, Jiang Fan's figure mysteriously disappeared before him. Nan Gongyi's face instantly changed drastically. He looked up abruptly, his gaze sensing something ahead. Jiang Fan's figure had already appeared about 10 meters away from him without him noticing. Ha! Nan Gongyi, you've woven quite a story. Back then, in order to survive under Xiang Tianlong, you didn't hesitate to use the bodies of two companions as shields for you. And now you have the nerve to turn around and bite me. Do you still have any face, you trash? Jiang Fan looked at Nan Gongyi in front of him indifferently, his disdainful laughter echoing in the air. Kid, stop talking nonsense, and prepare to die. Nan Gongyi was filled with shock and anger. Without any hesitation, he drew his long sword and unleashed the profound sword technique, Tianyue Slash, directly towards Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan's expression was indifferent as he instantly activated the Qian Kuan shifting step. In the next instant, Jiang Fan's figure disappeared directly from the spot like a ghost, perfectly avoiding Nan Gongyi's fierce strike. How can this kid be so fast? Nan Gongyi was shocked to see his exquisite sword technique fail once again. He turned around to look at Jiang Fan, who had appeared behind him at some point, his face instantly darkening. Nan Gongyi, are you so eager to kill me and silence me? Jiang Fan sneered coldly at Nan Gongyi. But with just your strength, I'm afraid you're not qualified to kill me and silence me. Nan Gongyi's face turned extremely grim. He clenched his fists tightly, his gaze towards Jiang Fan almost spitting fire. He was starting to regret it. If he had known how powerful Jiang Fan was, he wouldn't have rushed to confront him so eagerly. Not only did he fail to deal with Jiang Fan, but he also let Jiang Fan publicly reveal the secret of using his companion as a shield. What made Nan Gongyi even more terrified was that one of the men he used as a shield was the father of the deputy head of the Purple Cloud Martial House who had come to participate in the martial arts competition. If this deputy head learned the truth, he would be doomed for sure. Nan Gongyi, what is going on here? Just as Nan Gongyi was feeling a bit flustered, a cold and angry shout suddenly came from behind him. Master Du, when I and junior sister Du went to Tianlong Mountain for training, we encountered a student from the Lingyun Martial House. Who is this person? If it weren't for him colluding with the thieves from Tianlong Mountain, junior sister Du wouldn't have been harmed. This kid, he is one of the main culprits who caused junior sister Du's death. Nan Gongyi pointed at Jiang Fan hastily as deputy head Du Yushan approached. Although Jiang Fan had revealed everything that happened at Tianlong Mountain, Nan Gongyi quickly calmed down after a moment of panic. After all, he was a talented disciple of the Purple Cloud Martial House. He had always presented himself as a gentleman. Nan Gongyi truly couldn't believe that Du Yushan would rather believe this outsider Jiang Fan than him. When Du Yushan heard that Jiang Fan was responsible for his daughter's death, his face instantly darkened. He stared coldly at Jiang Fan. Kid, did you kill my daughter? Your daughter's death has nothing to do with me. If I really wanted to kill your daughter, I wouldn't need to team up with the thieves from Tianlong Mountain. Jiang Fan sneered disdainfully. Of course, if you want to believe that trash Nan Gongyi, I have nothing more to say. Nan Gongyi is a genius of our Purple Cloud Martial House. I know what kind of person he is. I don't believe my own disciple, do I have to believe your words? Enough nonsense. If you can't provide evidence today to prove that you're not involved in my daughter's death, don't blame me for being impolite. Du Yushan snorted coldly, a sharp aura pressing down on Jiang Fan instantly. It's ridiculous. Why don't you ask Nan Gongyi to provide evidence that he didn't kill your daughter? I'll say it one last time, your daughter's death has nothing to do with me, and I don't need to prove anything to you. If you want to believe Nan Gongyi, that's your business, it has nothing to do with me. Faced with Du Yushan's powerful pressure, Jiang Fan's expression remained unchanged. He casually said a few words and then turned to leave. Du Yushan, watching Jiang Fan about to leave, couldn't help but show a hint of anger and embarrassment in his eyes. This kid, just a student of the Lingyun Martial House, actually didn't care about him, the deputy head of the Purple Cloud Martial House. Kid, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, don't even think about leaving. Du Yushan's face turned cold, and he appeared directly in front of Jiang Fan with a flicker. Jiang Fan's expression turned slightly cold. Master Du, what do you mean by this? Du Yushan said coldly, you killed my daughter, and you still have the nerve to ask me what it means? Can't you understand human language? I've said it so many times, your daughter's death has nothing to do with me. The people of Tianlong Mountain have not all died out. If you want to know how your daughter died, go find out for yourself. Jiang Fan looked at Du Yushan with disdain, the deputy master of the Xian Martial Mansion, actually being played around by a trash disciple from his own mansion. Isn't it embarrassing? Fine, very well. Kid, you killed my daughter and still dare to be arrogant in front of me. Today, I, Du Yushan, will not spare you. Prepare to die. Du Yushan said angrily. With a wave of his hand, a fierce force swept towards Jiang Fan like lightning. Seeing Du Yushan attacking Jiang Fan directly, Nan Gongyi couldn't help but show a smug smile in his eyes. He knew. Du Yushan wouldn't ignore his words and believe this outsider Jiang Fan. It's ridiculous that Jiang Fan, the idiot, actually took the initiative to provoke Du Yushan, seeking his own demise. Du Yushan's sudden attack made Jiang Fan's eyes cold. He clenched his fist. With a punch, the high-level mysterious skill dragon-breaking fist countered Du Yushan's fierce palm force. How? How is this possible? The horrifying scene before him made Nan Gongyi freeze in place instantly, muttering in disbelief. He thought that under Du Yushan's move, Jiang Fan would at least be severely injured if not killed. But he never expected that Jiang Fan would effortlessly block Du Yushan's attack. Beside Nan Gongyi, the disciples of the Xian Martial Mansion were equally shocked. Du Yushan, the deputy master of their Xian Martial Mansion, a powerhouse at the 9th stage of the innate realm. Even a casual strike from him would be hard to evade for ordinary people. Yet this young man before them directly thwarted Du Yushan's attack with a punch. Such strength, even their Xian Martial Mansion's top talent, Seng Hong, would find it hard to match. This kid is very strong. If he doesn't die today, he will surely be a formidable opponent for me at the 9 Mansion Martial Arts Assembly. In the forefront of the group of Xian Martial Mansion disciples, Seng Hong's gaze appeared extremely serious. Even the Lingyun Martial Mansion, the weakest among the 9 great martial mansions, produced such a monstrous genius. It seems that winning the martial arts championship at this 9 Mansion assembly won't be an easy task. Of course, not only were these Xian Martial Mansion disciples stunned by Jiang Fan's performance, but Du Yushan was equally shocked beyond measure. As a powerhouse at the 9th stage of the innate realm, even his casual strike just now was no less powerful than a full-force strike from an ordinary 4th stage innate warrior. Yet this young man before him actually blocked it head-on with a punch. Doesn't this mean that this young man has at least the combat power equivalent to a 4th stage innate warrior? Du Yushan, it seems that you, the deputy master of the Xian Martial Mansion, are nothing special. You say I killed your daughter, then show me the evidence, otherwise don't bother me. After thwarting Du Yushan's attack with a move, Jiang Fan coldly said a sentence and turned to leave. Kid, you killed my daughter, and now you want to leave peacefully in front of me. It's not that easy. Watching Jiang Fan turn to leave, Du Yushan couldn't help but let out an angry roar of humiliation. He moved his palm, and a majestic innate true energy surged out, turning into a green giant palm in midair. The green giant palm, activated by Du Yushan, instantly swept towards Jiang Fan overwhelmingly. Seeing Du Yushan attacking again, Jiang Fan's face turned cold. Just as he was about to counterattack with all his might, a somewhat familiar angry shout suddenly exploded in midair. Du Yushan, you, the deputy master of the prestigious Purple Cloud Martial Mansion, not only dared to lay hands on a junior disregarding your status, but also resorted to using profound martial skills. It seems like you've really lived on a dog's life all these years. Members of my Lingyun Martial Mansion are not to be trifled with by anyone. With a furious shout echoing in the air, a figure radiating a fiery red light descended from the sky in an instant, standing directly in front of Jiang Fan. With a tight fist, a scorching red fist shadow swiftly struck towards Du Yushan's green giant palm. Boom! The collision of green and red resounded through the air in an earth-shattering explosion. Immediately after, Du Yushan's figure trembled, being pushed back 7 or 8 steps by the fierce force of the punch. He looked up at the sudden figure, his eyes narrowing. Yen Sangming. Yen Sangming sneered disdainfully. Du Yushan, as the deputy master of the Purple Cloud Martial Mansion, you not only attacked a junior, but also brought shame upon yourself. An eye for an eye, it's only fair. This kid killed my daughter, no matter what, he must be held accountable today. Du Yushan said grimly. Is that so? Yen Sangming said casually, you claim that Zhang Fan killed your daughter, but do you have any evidence? Du Yushan snorted, this matter was witnessed by my disciple Nangong Yi from the Purple Cloud Martial Mansion. Could there be any mistake? Ha ha, how ridiculous. This is just your disciple's word against his. What makes you so sure that Zhang Fan killed your daughter? Moreover, even if Zhang Fan did kill your daughter, it was her own fault. With me here today, you won't lay a finger on Zhang Fan. Yen Sangming laughed heartily, his authoritative voice echoing in everyone's ears. Yen Sangming, it seems you are determined to protect this kid? Hearing Yen Sangming's domineering words, Du Yushan's expression turned extremely ugly. So what? Yen Sangming said proudly, if you disagree, feel free to make a move. Du Yushan clenched his fists, his gaze shifting uncertainly for a while before forcibly suppressing his anger. The Purple Cloud Martial Mansion is adjacent to the Lingyun Martial Mansion. Du Yushan was very familiar with Yen Sangming from the Lingyun Martial Mansion. This old guy was a veteran powerhouse of the Lingyun Martial Mansion, already a 9th stage innate expert over 10 years ago. Yen Sangming's current strength was probably even more unfathomable. If he really fought against this old guy, he wouldn't gain any advantage at all. Zhang Fan, you better pray I don't find evidence of you killing my daughter. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Knowing that Yen Sangming was present, he couldn't touch Zhang Fan today. Du Yushan could only give Zhang Fan a cold look before swiftly leaving with the disciples of the Purple Cloud Martial Mansion. Young man, you finally arrived. If it weren't for the third elder of the Moonlight Merchant Guild saying you would join us soon, I would have gone to find you myself. After Du Yushan and the others left, Yen Sangming smiled at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan smiled faintly, I'd been in seclusion practicing at the Moonlight Merchant Guild recently, making Elder Yen wait for a long time. Ha ha. No worries. After more than a month, I didn't expect your strength to have reached this level, being able to withstand a blow from a 9th stage innate expert. Your current strength, even compared to Yin Kai of the Hidden Dragon Martial Mansion, probably won't be inferior at all. Yen Sangming's hearty laughter rang in Zhang Fan's ears. After 30 years, my Lingyun Martial Mansion has finally produced a peerless genius who can vie for the top spot in the 9-mansion martial competition. After Zhang Fan and Yen Sangming reunited, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The annual martial arts event, the 9-mansion martial competition of the Great Xia Kingdom, arrived as anticipated amidst the anticipation of countless people. And on that day, Zhang Fan and dozens of Lingyun Wufu disciples, led by Yen Sangming, arrived at the mansion's huge square that could accommodate thousands of people. When they reached the square, it was already packed with people. Not only were there participants from the 9 great martial arts, but there were also many spectators gathered around to watch the 9 martial arts competition. Look, the people from Lingyun Wufu are here. Humph, Lingyun Wufu has always been at the bottom in the recent 9-mansion competitions. What's there to see? Exactly, I heard Lingyun Wufu's supposed top talent is someone named Zhang Fan. I've never even heard of this guy. Looks like Lingyun Wufu is going to be at the bottom again this time. As Zhang Fan and his group appeared, disdainful taunts echoed around the square. Damn, these people are too much. We are one of the 9 great martial arts of the Great Xia country. Why do they look down on us? Hearing the scornful remarks from all around, many Lingyun Wufu disciples couldn't help but show their anger and frustration. Don't pay too much attention, it's an undeniable fact that our Lingyun Wufu's performance in the 9-mansion competitions in recent years has been unsatisfactory. As long as you can show your strength in this competition, they will shut up on their own. Yen Sangming said casually. This time at the 9-mansion competition, Lingyun Wufu had the monstrous presence of Zhang Fan. Yen Sangming believed that Lingyun Wufu would surely shine in the upcoming competition. Wow, the people from Haotian Wufu are here. Look, that's Yi Jianxiu, the top talent of Haotian Wufu. They say he's a sword genius who has comprehended the sword intent. He's so handsome, not only is Yi Jianxiu powerful, but he also looks so good. Just then, exclamations erupted from all around. Zhang Fan and his group couldn't help but turn around to look. They saw a middle-aged man who looked dignified, leading nearly 100 disciples slowly walking towards the square. Most of these disciples carried long swords on their backs, each exuding extraordinary temperament. Especially Yi Jianxiu, the leader, with his sword-like eyebrows and exceptional grace. Ha ha! Nya Tianfeng, your Haotian Wufu was here quite early. Just then, thunderous laughter suddenly rang out in the square. Immediately after, a burly middle-aged man, accompanied by a group of formidable disciples, appeared on the square. Next to the middle-aged man stood a dazzling young man in a golden robe, emitting a daunting aura. Damn! The people from Qianlong Wufu are here too. That young man in the golden robe is probably Qianlong Wufu's top talent, Yin Kai. No wonder he's a hot favorite for the champion of this year's 9-mansion competition, truly powerful. Watching the arrival of Qianlong Wufu's group, many people in the square once again exclaimed in amazement. Zhang Fan, both Yin Kai and Yi Jianxiu have at least the strength of triple innate, and their combat power is extremely astonishing. This year's 9-mansion competition can be considered a gathering of geniuses. Yan Songming's gaze swept over Yin Kai and Yi Jianxiu, then he slowly said to Zhang Fan beside him, if you want to compete for the champion of this competition, these two are probably your biggest rivals. What? Zhang Fan is actually going to compete with Yin Kai and Yi Jianxiu for the championship of the 9-mansion competition. Yan Songming's casual words stunned the other Lingyun Wufu disciples behind him. Even Wu Feilong, the former top talent of Lingyun Wufu, showed an expression of disbelief in his eyes. For many years, Lingyun Wufu had always been at the bottom among the 9 great martial arts. Wu Feilong was well aware of this. Even though he had dominated the top of the Lingyun ranking for 3 years, the gap between him and the top talents of other martial arts schools was not small. Especially Yin Kai and Yi Jianxiu and others had already shone brightly at the 9 Prefectures Martial Arts Tournament a year ago, earning the qualification to enter the Yanhuang Martial Academy. However, these two individuals were extremely proud and arrogant. Although they had performed remarkably well at the tournament last year, they did not make it to the top 10 in the final rankings. Therefore, they resolutely decided to postpone entering the Yanhuang Martial Academy for a year to participate in this year's 9 Prefectures Martial Arts Tournament. Their decision was made in order to compete for the title of martial champion at the tournament. The 9 Prefectures Martial Arts Tournament was an annual martial arts event in the Great Xia country. Anyone who made it to the top 64 in the tournament would receive rewards of varying degrees. The higher the ranking, the more generous the rewards. Especially, the champion of each 9 Prefectures Martial Arts Tournament was said to receive a privilege that countless martial practitioners dreamed of upon entering the Yanhuang Martial Academy. This privilege was the opportunity to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts from the powerful experts of the Divine Sea realm for free. Because of this, the competition for the champion title at each 9 Prefectures Martial Arts Tournament was extremely fierce. Yet now, Yan Sangming actually believed that Zhang Fan was qualified to compete with Yin Kai and the others for the title of martial champion. Could it be that in just 2 short months, this kid's strength had improved to such a terrifying extent? Yin Kai, long time no see, how have you been? Just as the students of the Lingyun Martial Mansion were shocked by Yan Sangming's words, on the side of the Haotian Martial Mansion, Yi Jianxiu stared sharply at Yin Kai from the Qianlong Martial Mansion, and an astonishing sword intent swept out instantly. Humph! Yin Kai from the Qianlong Martial Mansion snorted at the sight, and a dazzling golden light burst out of his eyes, colliding with Yi Jianxiu's sword intent. In an instant, an invisible force collided and exploded directly in mid-air. Damn! Yi Jianxiu and Yin Kai are about to fight. Who do you think is stronger? Yi Jianxiu's swordsmanship is powerful, while Yin Kai practices both martial arts and physical cultivation, and he also possesses special bloodlines. The confrontation between the two at the 9 Prefectures Martial Arts Tournament is bound to be very exciting. Seeing the invisible confrontation between Yin Kai and Yi Jianxiu, the surrounding people were all amazed. As for Zhang Fan and the others from the Lingyun Martial Mansion, they were completely ignored by everyone. Even the people from the Qianlong Martial Mansion and the Haotian Martial Mansion did not come up to greet them from start to finish. Let's go! Yan Sangming remained expressionless. Just as he was about to lead the students of the Lingyun Martial Mansion into the venue, a loud voice suddenly echoed in the air above the square. Everyone, the 9 Prefectures Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin, and the Black Cloud Trading Company is opening a betting pool for the martial champion. Welcome everyone to participate enthusiastically. There are a total of 9 candidates for the martial champion, each representing the top talent of one of the 9 prefectures. Bet on Yin Kai, the top talent of the Qianlong Martial Mansion, odds 1:1. Bet on Yi Jianxiu, the top talent of the Haotian Martial Mansion, odds 1:2. Bet on Zhang Fan, the top talent of the Lingyun Martial Mansion, odds 1:100. Zhang Fan and the others followed the voice. They saw several men in Black Cloud Trading Company attire quickly setting up tables on the right side of the square. Above the tables, the names of the top talents of the 9 major martial mansions and their odds were displayed. The leader, a middle-aged man, shouted loudly on the square. "Damn! The Black Cloud Trading Company has opened the pool. I bet on In Kai from the Qinlong Martial Mansion. He is definitely the one to win the martial champion this time." Humph. Yi Jianqiu from the Haotian Martial Mansion is also a popular candidate for the martial champion, and his odds are higher than In Kai's. I bet on Yi Jianqiu. With the establishment of the betting pool by the Black Cloud Trading Company, the square instantly became lively. At this moment, Yi Jianqiu from the Haotian Martial Mansion, seeing that the odds for In Kai were set at 1:1 and his own at 1:2, couldn't help but let out a faint cold snort. The Black Cloud Trading Company's move clearly showed that they were not optimistic about him, Yi Jianqiu, and believed that In Kai had a better chance of winning the martial champion. Yi Jianqiu's expression remained cold as he walked straight towards the area where the Black Cloud Trading Company had set up the pool. With a wave of his hand, a pile of crystal stones appeared in front of the middle-aged fat man, and a faint voice instantly resounded. 1,000 low-grade crystal stones. I bet against Yi Jianqiu from the Haotian Martial House. The middle-aged fat man was stunned for a moment. "Young Master Yi, are you betting against yourself?" Yi Jianqiu calmly replied, "Isn't there a rule in your Black Cloud Merchant Guild that prohibits betting against oneself? Of course, since our Black Cloud Merchant Guild is open for business, we naturally accept all challengers." The middle-aged fat man smiled slightly, then turned to the man beside him. "Quick, record young Master Yi's bet." Tisk tsk. Yi Jianqiu actually bet 1,000 low-grade crystal stones against himself. It seems he is very confident in winning the championship. Yi Jianqiu and In Kai are both top contenders for the championship, and the odds for Yi Jianqiu are even higher than In Kai's. Let's all bet on Yi Jianqiu. Seeing Yi Jianqiu betting against himself, many people followed suit and placed their bets on Yi Jianqiu. 1,000 low-grade crystal stones, this guy is truly wealthy. Zhang Fan looked at Yi Jianqiu betting 1,000 low-grade crystal stones and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Crystal stones are stones imbued with magical energy. Any martial artist above the chi-controlling realm can accelerate their cultivation by absorbing the energy from crystal stones. However, for the majority of martial artists, crystal stones are extremely rare. Even the lowest grade low-grade crystal stones are hard to come by for ordinary chi-controlling realm martial artists. Obviously, Yi Jianqiu putting up 1,000 low-grade crystal stones as a bet can be considered a high-stakes gamble. Zhang Fan watched as countless people around him rushed to place their bets, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Currently, the odds for him to win the championship were 1:100, and if he bet on himself now, he could definitely make a huge profit. With this in mind, Zhang Fan couldn't help but turn to Yen Sangming beside him. "Elder Yen, how many crystal stones do you have? Can you lend me some? Are you also betting?" Yen Sangming was slightly surprised, then directly took out a storage ring and placed it in front of Zhang Fan. "There are 10,000 low-grade crystal stones in here, is that enough?" "It's enough, thank you, Elder Yen." Zhang Fan accepted the storage ring with a smile and walked straight to the middle-aged fat man from the Black Cloud Merchant Guild. He casually threw the storage ring on the table and his astonishing voice instantly echoed in everyone's ears. 10,000 low-grade crystal stones, I bet against Zhang Fan from the Lingyun Martial House. Whoosh! Zhang Fan's casual words immediately drew countless gazes from all around. Who is this kid? Is he out of his mind? He's actually betting against Zhang Fan from the Lingyun Martial House. Tisk tsk. The Lingyun Martial House ranks at the bottom among the 9 major martial houses. Their top talent struggles to even make it to the top 10. Dreaming of winning the championship is simply wishful thinking. This idiot, even if you have so many crystal stones you don't know what to do with them, you shouldn't play like this. Of course. Zhang Fan's words not only left everyone speechless, even the middle-aged fat man in charge of the betting at the Black Cloud Merchant Guild was also stunned. He looked at Zhang Fan with a strange expression. "Young man, are you sure you want to bet against Zhang Fan from the Lingyun Martial House?" Zhang Fan remained expressionless. "What's wrong? Can't I bet against him?" "Sure, as long as the candidates for the championship are listed, you can bet against anyone." The middle-aged fat man chuckled. "May I ask for your name?" 10,000 low-grade crystal stones is no small amount. Even an ordinary innate expert would find it difficult to come up with. Since this young man had willingly offered 10,000 crystal stones, how could he refuse? Zhang Fan casually replied, "I am Zhang Fan from the Lingyun Martial House, and I am betting against myself." Damn! So he is Zhang Fan from the Lingyun Martial House. This kid is really overestimating himself. Does he really think he can win the championship? Ha ha! This is hilarious. If he can win the championship of this 9 houses martial arts competition, then pigs might fly. As Zhang Fan unexpectedly claimed the title of martial champion, the crowd couldn't help but sneer at him disdainfully. Kid, just because the Black Cloud Merchant Guild has listed you as a candidate for the martial champion, it doesn't mean you have the qualifications to compete with us for the martial champion of the 9 Mansions martial meet. If you have any sense, you should quickly take back the 10,000 low-grade crystal stones, lest you end up losing everything when the time comes. Seeing Jiang Fan, a member of the Lingyun martial mansion, imitating him and becoming the martial champion, Yi Jianqiu couldn't help but snort disdainfully. However, just as Yi Jianqiu's words fell, a clear voice suddenly echoed across the square. Who says Jiang Fan is not qualified to compete for the martial champion? Meng Qingsnow from the Meng family, 10,000 low-grade crystal stones bet on Jiang Fan. Following the voice, they saw a stunning woman in a white dress slowly walking towards Jiang Fan and the others. Oh, my god, it's Meng Qingsnow, the genius beauty from the Meng family, and she's betting against Jiang Fan from the Lingyun martial mansion. The crowd was shocked beyond belief. Before they could recover from their shock, a hearty laughter rang out in the square. Ha ha! I truly admire Jiang Fan's talent. Even I, Yu Yangzhou from the Moonmark Merchant Guild, bet 100,000 low-grade crystal stones on Jiang Fan becoming the martial champion. Yu Yangzhou, the third elder of the Moonmark Merchant Guild, bet 100,000 low-grade crystal stones on Jiang Fan. Another remarkable figure betting on Jiang Fan to become the martial champion. What on earth is going on here? He. Since everyone has such high hopes for Jiang Fan, as his elder, I can't let people laugh at him. I, Yan Qingxian, also bet 100,000 low-grade crystal stones on Jiang Fan. Yan Qingxian, a 6th-grade alchemy master. He also bet on Jiang Fan to become the martial champion of this 9 Mansions martial meet. Silence. At this moment, the square fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. Oh, my god. What's going on? Am I seeing things? Jiang Fan from the Lingyun martial mansion is actually being supported by so many big shots. This is unbelievable. Could it be that this Jiang Fan really has the strength to compete for the martial champion? The shocking scene that suddenly appeared in the square caused an uproar. The gazes directed at Jiang Fan were filled with unprecedented shock. The Lingyun martial mansion, ranked at the bottom of the 9 mansions in the Great Xia Kingdom, and Jiang Fan, the number 1 talent of the Lingyun martial mansion, was considered the least likely candidate to become the martial champion in everyone's eyes. Yet, this least favored individual was now receiving support from countless big shots. Meng Qingsnow from the Meng family bet 10,000. Yu Yangzhou from the Moonmark Merchant Guild and Yan Qingxian, the 6th-grade alchemy master, each bet 100,000. Could Jiang Fan from the Lingyun martial mansion really become the dark horse of this 9 Mansions martial meet? The strong bets placed by Yan Qingxian and the others made Yi Jianqiu and the middle-aged man from the Black Cloud Merchant Guild look somewhat unpleasant. Yi Jianqiu coldly glanced at Jiang Fan, then turned and left without saying a word. He had silently vowed in his heart to make this kid pay during the 9 Mansions martial meet. However, the middle-aged man from the Black Cloud Merchant Guild suddenly had a bad feeling. He regretted not investing more effort in investigating Jiang Fan from the Lingyun martial mansion. This time, the odds for Jiang Fan to win the martial champion title were set at 1:100 by their Black Cloud Merchant Guild. If Jiang Fan really won, just from Yu Yangzhou and Yan Qingshuan's bets, the Black Cloud Merchant Guild would have to pay up 20 million low-grade crystal stones. Such a large sum of wealth was no simple matter even for the Black Cloud Merchant Guild. Moreover, after Yan Qingxian and the others bet on Jiang Fan, it was likely that many more people would follow suit and bet on him to become the martial champion. TSK. This 9 Mansions martial meet is getting more and more interesting. Didn't expect so many big shots to have their eyes on Jiang Fan from the Lingyun martial house. How about we also bet on Jiang Fan to give it a try? Bet. If Jiang Fan really becomes the champion, we'll make a fortune. As expected, the speculation of the middle-aged fat man from the Black Cloud Trading Company quickly turned into reality. Many who were originally skeptical of Jiang Fan suddenly changed their focus and placed all their bets on him. Soon enough, the bets on Jiang Fan far exceeded those on In Kai and Yi Jianqiu. In no time, Jiang Fan seemed to have become the hot favorite to win this martial arts competition. Seeing more and more people betting on Jiang Fan, cold sweat started to beat on the forehead of the middle-aged fat man. All he could do now was pray silently that Jiang Fan wouldn't become the champion of this 9th house martial arts competition. Otherwise, with the 1:100 odds, even their Black Cloud Trading Company would suffer a huge loss. In Kai, this kid getting attention from Yan Qingxian and the Munyang Prefecture is no simple matter. If you encounter him at the martial arts competition, do not underestimate him. He might truly be one of your biggest rivals for the championship. On the side of the Hidden Dragon Martial House, the deputy head of the Hidden Dragon Martial House stared intently at Jiang Fan across from him, speaking in a low voice to In Kai beside him. Rest assured, I won't underestimate any opponent. In Kai's eyes gleamed, Whether it's Yi Jianqiu or this Jiang Fan, they will only serve as stepping stones for me to claim the championship. Ding ding. Just as everyone was going crazy betting on Jiang Fan as the favorite to win, a clear bell suddenly rang through the air above the square. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire square quieted down significantly. Leaders of various martial houses like Yen Sangming quickly led their disciples to the participants' area. Soon, the participants from the 9 major martial houses of Dixia country had all gathered. The entry requirements for the Dixia country's 9th house martial arts competition were not too strict. As long as one reached the Qi control realm before the age of 18, they could participate. Basically, disciples from the 9 major martial houses all had the qualifications to participate in the 9th house martial arts competition. With a sweep of his gaze, Jiang Fan noticed that there were a great number of participants from the 9 major martial houses, nearly 1,000 in total. Apart from the few dozen from their Lingyun martial house, the other martial houses had over 100 participants each. Especially the Hidden Dragon martial house and the Haotian martial house, the 2 strongest martial houses, had over 150 participants each. Among these people, Jiang Fan naturally recognized some familiar faces, including Nangong Yi from the Purple Cloud martial house and Lei Qing from the Azure Thunder martial house, who were also participants in this 9th house martial arts competition. Out of nearly 1,000 participants, only 64 students would be able to advance and qualify to enter the Flame Yellow Martial Academy. This showed how intense the competition in this 9th house martial arts competition would be. The annual 9th house martial arts competition of Dixia country is now officially beginning. As Jiang Fan observed the students from other martial houses, a faint voice suddenly echoed in the sky above the square. Although the voice sounded somewhat old, it was exceptionally loud, almost clearly reaching the ears of everyone in the square. Following the sound, Jiang Fan saw an elderly man with white hair dressed in a golden cloud robe descending in the middle of the square. This man was Xia Donghuang, the host of the Dixia country's 9th house martial arts competition for the past decade. Xia Donghuang, an elder of the Dixia country's royal family and also one of the elders of the Flame Yellow Martial Academy, was not only a powerful cultivator in the Origin realm but also a 5th grade formation master, holding a high position in Dixia country. With Xia Donghuang's appearance, all eyes in the square converged on him, waiting for him to announce the rules of the 9th house martial arts competition. The Dixia country's 9th house martial arts competition generally consisted of 2 stages, elimination matches and ranking matches. However, the rules for each year's elimination matches were different from the previous year. Therefore, everyone was eager to know how the elimination matches of this year's 9th house martial arts competition would be conducted. Xia Donghuang didn't waste any words and directly looked at the participants from the 9 major martial arts mansions, saying, "Now, all participants please come to the center of the square." Upon hearing Xia Donghuang's words, the participants from the 9 major martial arts mansions swiftly moved towards the center of the square. In no time, thousands of participants had gathered on the platform in the middle of the square. Everyone, this elimination round of the 9 mansions martial arts tournament is very simple. Next, I will activate a 4th grade illusionary killing formation. All of you will enter the illusion formation, and your rankings will be based on how long you can endure inside the formation. The 64 participants who last the longest in the illusion formation will advance to the next round of rankings. Xia Donghuang casually introduced the rules of the elimination round, and a strange and radiant formation diagram appeared in his hands. Illusionary Thousand Shadows formation, activate. With a light shot from Xia Donghuang, the formation diagram, under his control, instantly formed a huge formation in midair, enveloping all the participating students. Damn! This time, facing a 4th grade illusionary killing formation in the elimination round. A 4th grade illusionary killing formation poses a certain threat even to opening Origin realm experts. It's unlikely that ordinary prenatal realm experts can last long. Tisk TSK. I wonder where Jiang Fan from the Lingyun Martial Mansion will rank. If he can't even make it to the top 64, many people might end up losing their bets. Upon hearing Xia Donghuang explain the rules of the competition, the onlookers around couldn't help but start discussing one after another. Let me remind you, if you can't hold on in the formation, just shout "I give up," and I will pull you out of it. The illusionary Thousand Shadows formation is powerful. If you insist on being stubborn, you'll bear all the consequences. Now, I declare the competition begins. With Xia Donghuang's calm voice falling, he then moved his palm, and the illusionary Thousand Shadows formation instantly started operating. At the moment the formation began operating, all the participants inside felt a very powerful force pressing down on them. Many weaker Chi-refining realm students' faces turned pale instantly. They quickly sat cross-legged, circulated their internal energy, and resisted the force with all their might. As for talents like Yin Kai and the others from the 9 major martial arts mansions, they were not affected by this force at all. They casually found a spot in the formation, sat down cross-legged, and meditated. After observing the situation of the surrounding students, Zhang Fan didn't rush to sit down but instead directly focused his gaze on the illusionary Thousand Shadows formation. Ding! You are observing the 4th grade formation illusionary Thousand Shadows formation, triggering a 100-fold comprehension. Ding! You have successfully comprehended the essence of the illusionary Thousand Shadows formation and the method to break the formation. Having comprehended the essence of the illusionary Thousand Shadows formation and the method to break the formation, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Fan's mouth. He walked directly to a position in the upper right corner of the formation and quickly sat down cross-legged. Beside Zhang Fan was Yi Jianqiu from the Haotian martial mansion. Zhang Fan, although I don't know why so many people favor you, in my eyes, you still don't have the qualifications to compete with me for the title of martial champion. Next, I will show you the extent of the gap between us. Yi Jianqiu looked at Zhang Fan sitting beside him and couldn't help but let out a slight cold snort. Indeed, there is quite a gap between us, Zhang Fan casually replied, because you're not even worthy of being my shoe polisher. Zhang Fan, don't be arrogant in front of me. Yi Jianqiu's eyes turned cold. If you dare, let's make a bet to see who can endure longer in this formation. What do you want to bet? Zhang Fan's lips curled slightly. Although this 4th grade illusionary Thousand Shadows formation was formidable, it posed no threat to him, who had already mastered it. As long as he wished, he could stay in this formation for an eternity. Since Yi Jianqiu had come looking for trouble, how could he not oblige? Yi Jianqiu coldly said, let's bet 10,000 low-grade crystal stones. What do you say? 10,000 low-grade crystal stones, that's not a small amount. Zhang Fan sneered, can you even afford that? You don't need to worry about that. As long as you win, I will naturally produce something worth 10,000 low-grade crystal stones. Yi Jianqiu sneered, enough talk, one word, do you dare to bet with me? Fine. Zhang Fan arrogantly smiled, I'll take on this bet. Zhang Fan, just wait, I will make you admit defeat willingly. Yi Jianqiu snorted coldly, then ignored Zhang Fan and closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, as Zhang Fan and Yi Jianqiu were betting, the first wave of pressure from the illusionary killing formation had already ended. Soon after, a force several times more terrifying than before quickly spread within the formation. The illusionary killing formation of the 4th rank was extremely powerful. Once activated, it could create layers of oppressive forces, with each subsequent layer stronger than the previous one. Currently, under the pressure of the 2nd wave, many weaker students couldn't bear it. They shouted in fear and were promptly transferred out by Xia Donghuang. Quickly, hundreds of students were eliminated under the pressure of the 2nd wave. After the 2nd wave ended, before everyone could catch their breath, the 3rd wave of pressure descended once again. This time, the pressure was many times stronger than the 2nd wave. Many students, upon feeling this terrifying aura, couldn't help but spew blood uncontrollably. They didn't dare to hesitate and chose to give up in horror. As time passed, the pressure within the illusionary killing formation became increasingly terrifying, and the number of figures within the formation decreased. After the 3rd wave of pressure ended, half of the participants in the illusionary killing formation had been eliminated, leaving less than 500 people. Of course, after eliminating half of the participants, the illusionary killing formation did not show mercy to the remaining ones. It continuously manifested waves of terrifying pressure, pressing the students within the formation. By the time the 6th wave of pressure ended, the number of students within the formation had decreased to less than 100. At this moment, apart from the geniuses who had reached the innate realm from the 9 major martial academies, everyone else was sweating profusely, their expressions unprecedentedly solemn. Boom! At that moment, an even stronger pressure suddenly erupted within the formation. Above the head of each student within the formation, a fierce tiger materialized, roaring and pouncing down on the students below. Witnessing this scene, many students' faces turned deathly pale in an instant. The pressure took form. The 7th wave of pressure was incomparable to the previous 6 waves. Many students at the chi-channeling realm almost collapsed upon contact and were instantly eliminated. Even some students who had reached the innate realm found it extremely difficult to cope. In less than a few minutes, a large portion of the people within the formation were once again eliminated. Even figures like Nangong Yi and Lei Qing couldn't withstand the pressure of this 7th wave. When the 7th wave of pressure ended, only a few dozen people remained within the illusionary killing formation. And Zhang Fan was naturally one of those few. Damn it! That Zhang Fan from the Lingyun Martial Academy is truly amazing, he actually held on until now. Those currently in the illusionary killing formation are the most outstanding geniuses from the 9 academies. I never expected him to possess such terrifying strength. This kid truly lives up to the expectations of so many important figures. Watching the situation within the formation, many people in the square were filled with unimaginable shock. They never expected that the Lingyun Martial Academy, which had always been at the bottom, would produce such a monstrous talent. This kid was truly the dark horse among dark horses. Zhang Fan, I didn't expect you to have some skills to endure until now. But the upcoming 8th wave of malevolent pressure, let's see how you can withstand it. Yi Jianqiu looked at Zhang Fan sitting next to him, still unmoved, and sneered incessantly. The terrifying pressure of the 7th wave of malevolent energy had already exceeded what an ordinary first-level innate student could bear. Yi Jianqiu truly didn't believe that this kid had the ability to resist the 8th wave of pressure. I don't need you to worry about how I will resist it. Zhang Fan glanced at him indifferently. You better focus on yourself and think about what you'll use to compensate for the 10,000 low-grade crystal stones you'll lose later. Ha ha, it's a huge joke. Do you really think you've won against me? Yi Jianqiu laughed disdainfully. He confidently declared, I, Yi Jianqiu, have secured the first place in this elimination round. Yi Jianqiu was extremely confident about this elimination round. After all, he was a sword genius who had comprehended the first level of sword intent. With sword intent, he had a natural advantage in resisting the malevolent pressure of the Thousand Shadow Illusion killing formation. Even In Kai from the Hidden Dragon Martial Academy couldn't compare to him in this aspect. Yi Jianqiu believed that he would definitely be the one to last the longest in the Thousand Shadow Illusion killing formation. Zhang Fan's desire to defeat him was simply a pipe dream. Young man, you should be more modest like me. By saying that, where do you place In Kai? Not to mention whether you have the ability to defeat him. Even if you do, the first place won't belong to you. Zhang Fan smirked slightly. With me around, don't even think about the first place. The conversation between Zhang Fan and Yi Jianqiu made everyone in the square twitch their mouths and unconsciously wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads. This kid actually had the audacity to ask Yi Jianqiu to be more modest like him. The words he spoke were several times more boastful than others. With me around, don't even think about the first place. Can a modest person say such words? While everyone was stunned by Zhang Fan's words, a loud dragon roar suddenly echoed in the Thousand Shadow Illusion killing formation. Immediately, a giant dragon shadow, 10 zhang long, condensed in the sky above the formation. In an instant, a terrifying dragon's might filled the entire formation. At that moment, including In Kai and Yi Jianqiu, all the students' faces changed drastically. They exerted all their internal power, and even 2 or 3 of them had already displayed the rudimentary form of their own martial intent to resist the oppressive dragon's might coming from above. Only Zhang Fan remained calm. After observing the formation for a while, he moved as if teleporting to a position on the lower left, and continued to sit cross-legged. At this moment, several students found it difficult to withstand the powerful dragon's might and chose to give up. In less than 10 minutes, only In Kai, Yi Jianqiu, and Zhang Fan remained in the Thousand Shadow Illusion killing formation. In Kai's eyes gleamed with golden light, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. Yi Jianqiu emanated a sharp sword intent that soared into the sky. However, while In Kai and Yi Jianqiu were both struggling to resist the dragon's might, Zhang Fan remained motionless like an old monk, seemingly unaffected by it at all.